Chapter 1 Summoned to the Public Security Bureau. The female protagonist will make her appearance shortly at present. There are over 20 female leads. This narrative unfolds without a system. Every achievement must be wrested from the world through the protagonist's intellect and strength. Is it wise to pursue romantic interests before establishing such strength? Is this merely the folly of a man blinded by lust? In a parallel universe, on April 21st, 2027, Wednesday, within the Public Security Bureau of C District, Q City, H Province, in the Dragon Kingdom of Pangastar. A few days ago, on the night of the 19th at 9 p.m., where were you? A security officer inquired of a young man who appeared to be around 25 years of age, simultaneously jotting down notes with a swift motion. Ah, the 19th. I recall that evening. I was in my rented room watching videos, the young man replied, rolling his eyes as he took a moment to collect his thoughts, maintaining an air of composure. Is there anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts? The officer continued to probe. No, I live alone, the young man stated, maintaining his calm demeanor throughout the interrogation. Have you ever encountered the individual in this photograph? No, I have not, the young man replied steadily. Thank you for your cooperation. If you remember anything, please do not hesitate to contact us, the officer said as he closed his notebook and addressed the young man. With a nod of appreciation, the young man remarked, "Thank you for your hard work," before striding away. The recording officer approached the window, gazing down at the departing figure of the young man. He turned to a nearby man in his 40s whose piercing gaze was fixed intently on the young man below and asked, "Captain, is there something amiss with this individual?" The captain furrowed his brow, knitting his features into a tight frown, and did not ease until the young man vanished from view. "This person is deeply problematic." "What makes you say so?" the officer inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The captain did not respond immediately, but rested his chin on his hand, a look of gravity etched across his face. Just a few nights prior, a homicide had occurred in the Iquan community. Upon receiving the report, they had hastily rushed to the scene. All that remained was the lifeless body of a male victim. After meticulous examination, it was determined that the deceased was a 38-year-old local warehouse manager. There were only scant traces of blood on the ground, and the forensic expert preliminarily concluded that the cause of death was a blunt force trauma to the head, one fatal blow that resulted in instantaneous death. The time of death was estimated to be around 9 p.m., and the murder weapon was suspected to be an axe, hammer, or similar object. It appeared that the assailant had struck just as the victim opened the door, demonstrating remarkable evasion skills without leaving behind any clues. According to the victim's family, the cash in the home remained intact, and there were no signs of valuable items being taken, indicating that this was likely a crime of revenge. Fortunately, the community security system was robust, with surveillance cameras installed at all entrances. Upon reviewing the footage, they quickly identified a suspicious man, clad in a baseball cap and mask, exhibiting furtive behavior as he exited the community during the estimated time of the crime. Following a thorough investigation of the surveillance along the route, they ultimately traced the suspicious man to a rental apartment building. Thus, the earlier interrogation was conducted, summoning male individuals fitting the suspect's description to cooperate in the investigation, seeking alibis for the time of the crime, as well as any potential connections to the victim. The captain recalled the impression the young man had left on him and slowly remarked, "This individual is excessively cold." "Oh, Captain, I have looked into this person's background," another officer interjected. "He comes from a broken home, raised by his grandparents. Records show that his grandparents passed away several years ago, and his household registration was canceled. Such a person is bound to exhibit some degree of eccentricity." The officers had naturally conducted thorough investigations on the summoned suspect, ensuring they were well informed, as their seemingly casual inquiries were, in truth, laden with answers. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in countless battles. Moreover, most ordinary individuals likely never find themselves in a public security bureau. Being summoned for the first time would undoubtedly induce some degree of anxiety. Hence, the officers had initially attributed the young man's unwavering composure to his character. Not quite. His gaze is icy and ruthless. If he hasn't claimed a few lives, I find it hard to believe that a single man could possess such a terrifying glare, the captain stated gravely, relaying his observations. Though the nation currently enjoyed peace, during his early years in service, he had encountered his fair share of remorseless criminals. He had a foreboding feeling that this individual was the perpetrator of the Ikoan community murder case. However, in a society governed by law, everything hinges on evidence. One cannot simply rely on instincts to apprehend a suspect, after all. Additionally, certain surveillance cameras had blind spots, and the evidence chain was not wholly complete. Furthermore, the assailant had taken precautions to disguise themselves during the crime. Lastly, there was no direct connection between this young man and the victim, which starkly contradicted their initial theory of revenge. Investigate. Continue the investigation. Ensure that someone monitors him 24 hours a day. Furthermore, look into the victim's social media accounts to ascertain if there were any inappropriate relationships. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, the young man hailed a taxi by the roadside to Zhongshan Agricultural Market. Seated within the taxi, he furrowed his brow, letting out a silent sigh. He had not anticipated that just 2 days later, the security team would come knocking on his door. If they were to gather more evidence in a few days, he might find himself in dire straits. He hoped that the apocalypse would indeed arrive on schedule. The apocalypse? Indeed. The young man's name was Xiong Chimo, and merely 2.5 days prior, he had inexplicably been reborn. Moreover, he had awakened 3 days prior to the apocalypse. Chapter 2: Knowing when to be timid and when to strike hard. That evening, within the brightly lit office hall of the Public Security Bureau, "Captain, we have thoroughly investigated the whereabouts of the individual you instructed us to monitor. Please report on your findings." "Certainly. This individual is named Xiong Chimo. On the morning of the 19th, the day of the incident, he took a leave of absence from work. Through video surveillance and the cashier system, we found that he visited a nearby supermarket and wholesale market alone, purchasing various items including noodles, instant noodles, bottled water, milk, canned goods, treasure porridge, chocolate, brown sugar, salt, functional beverages, and other food items, as well as clothing, shoes, and 2 hiking backpacks. The total expenditure amounted to 29,769.4 yuan. He then purchased vitamins, glucose, alcohol, anti-inflammatory medication, and some medical gauze from a pharmacy, totaling 2,453 yuan. Afterward, he visited several lottery ticket outlets. In the evening, he dined at Yulong Restaurant, spending 976 yuan. His whereabouts were untraceable later that night, but shortly before the incident, surveillance outside the rental apartment building captured an individual wearing a mask and carrying a travel bag. At this point, the officer's tone revealed an unmistakable excitement. Since receiving the report, they had endured 2 days and nights of relentless investigation, and now they had finally narrowed down the suspect. The next step was to gather evidence. Taking a moment to compose himself, he continued. On the morning of the 20th, he visited a building materials market, purchasing a security door and 4 small solar panels, along with a mini angle grinder. The total expenditure was 4,400 yuan. At noon, he spent 480 yuan dining at Hongfeng Restaurant. In the afternoon, he rented a unit in Building A, Apartment 4, one of the Binhai Garden Community. He then transported some of the purchased items from the rental apartment to the garden community. That evening, he appeared at the Electronic City, buying 2 of the latest Longway smartphones and 4 power banks, totaling 14,900 yuan. Later, he spent 3,980 yuan at a bathhouse. The officer paused briefly. Today, after leaving the Public Security Bureau, he took a taxi to Zhongshan Agricultural Market, purchasing 3 large machetes for long-handled axes and a knife sheath. He then went to the fresh meat market, where he paid a premium for 2 pig-killing knives and 3 beef-killing knives. The total expenditure was 3,800 yuan. In the evening, he dined at Huiyuan Restaurant, using his card for a total of 2,700 yuan before returning to the rental apartment. That concludes my report. The officer placed the documents down and informed the captain. The other officers present exchanged puzzled glances, their brows furrowed in confusion. They found it difficult to decipher the young man's behavior, instinctively shifting their gazes toward the captain, hoping he would provide guidance for the next steps in the investigation. The captain, too, was at a loss. Why would someone install a Severalthazandian security door in a rental property? Wouldn't that merely benefit the landlord? The vast quantities of food and medicine he purchased, what was the purpose behind that? Was he preparing to flee? Yet, could he even carry all those items with him? The knives and axes he acquired also baffled him. Generally, if a suspect intended to commit further crimes, they would choose tools that were lightweight, portable, and easy to conceal, such as daggers or short knives. He had never heard of a serial killer brazenly wielding a multitude of pig-killing knives while committing their crimes. Lastly, considering the suspect's salary of only 4 to 5,000 yuan a month, the cost of a single meal he had in these past few days reached as high as 2,700 yuan, something even he, as the captain of the public security team, had never experienced. That in recent days, they have been checking their bank card balances, only to find that a mere few coins remain, while substantial loans amounting to nearly 100,000 Longwa coins are still outstanding. The rapid expenditure of nearly 100,000 within just a few days gives him an unsettling impression of living from hand to mouth, depleting both savings and credit. Yet, the reasoning behind purchasing food, knives, and a new phone remains elusive. How is the investigation into the social media accounts of the victim, Xiaoyan, progressing? The team leader pondered for a moment, realizing they needed to delve into the aspects of motive and potential vendetta. With the assistance of the software provider, we have scrutinized a significant volume of chat records, confirming that the victim, Xiaoyan, indeed engaged in inappropriate relationships with multiple women. However, none of these women are connected to the suspect, Xiong Chumo. Thus, the possibility of a crime of passion was also dismissed. He even began to question whether Xiong Chumo was indeed the perpetrator. Could it be a random killing? The captain furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly perplexed by the case. The absence of a murder weapon at the scene suggested a premeditated act. Coupled with the fact that no valuables were reported missing, and considering the victim's robust physique as a security guard, forensic analysis revealed no signs of defensive wounds on the deceased. When attacked, individuals instinctively attempt to shield themselves, inevitably leaving some marks of resistance. All indications pointed to the likelihood of the crime being committed by someone familiar. Could this be a case of hired murder? One of the more experienced officers suggested in a hushed tone. If it were a contract killing, the alibis of those previously investigated during the time of the incident would be rendered meaningless. Many other uncertainties could also be clarified. The lack of defensive wounds would imply that the assailant was a professional killer. The absence of stolen valuables? The assassin was not motivated by greed, but rather by the completion of a task. A lavish expenditure? Upon fulfilling the mission, a considerable reward awaited them. As for the loans, to the assassin, that was practically a gift. At this revelation, the room fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, one officer hesitantly inquired, "Captain, should we apply for a search warrant?" The captain waved his hand dismissively. The surveillance footage clearly showed the suspect returning without any items, indicating that the murder weapon may have been disposed of en route. Currently, the motives, weapon, and evidence all remained unclear. Relying solely on a video recording to extract a confession from a brutal criminal would prove to be a formidable challenge. After all, the footage did not capture the suspect's true visage and could hardly be considered evidence. Moreover, the possibility that the murderer resided within the victim's community could not be dismissed. The most perplexing detail of all was that the suspect, Xiong Chumo, had no prior criminal record. His slate was remarkably clean. Could such a young individual truly be a professional assassin? This thought prompted him to shake his head. Yet, whenever he recalled that piercing gaze, he found himself doubting once more. What if? However, with the current intelligence and evidence at hand, even if a search warrant were obtained and the suspect brought in for questioning, they would inevitably have to release him after 24 hours due to insufficient evidence. This would only serve to alert the suspect, resulting in a counterproductive outcome. He had a premonition that this was a significant case. As long as the suspect had no intentions of fleeing Q City out of fear, he would refrain from taking any proactive measures until sufficient evidence was gathered. Captain, there's another peculiar matter. According to reports from the victim Xiaoyan's colleagues, the keys to the warehouse under his management have gone missing. The warehouse is secured with a specially designed anti-theft lock that can only be opened with a key. There are 2 keys in total. One is with the victim and the other with the boss. However, the boss has been away on a business trip for the past few days. One officer shared the findings of his investigation. Could the suspect's motive be to use the key to steal goods from the warehouse? After all, such a large warehouse could contain goods worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. That seems unlikely, another officer countered. The warehouse is equipped with surveillance cameras and a networked alarm system. Furthermore, the volume of goods would require a large vehicle for transport, making it improbable that one could merely use a key to steal the contents. As the owner, it would be unthinkable for the warehouse manager to be unguarded in such a critical position. Who do you think those surveillance systems are meant to deter, if not internal theft? The captain clapped his hands, signaling everyone to cease their debate and focus their attention on him. Maintain close surveillance on Xiong Chumo to prevent any further offenses. Additionally, investigate the sources and movements of his funds, particularly any large cash transactions, while also looking into those he interacted with prior to the incident. Tomorrow, we will filter and investigate individuals in the city with prior criminal records. Next, we will thoroughly search along the route for any discarded murder weapon. Finally, we will investigate the missing keys. Oh, and inform the cleaning team to check in at that bathhouse. In a rented room, a multitude of fruits and vegetables lay piled in the corner, while the trash can overflowed with discarded lottery tickets. The LCD monitor displayed the latest news. Recently, mysterious UFO sightings have been reported across multiple regions. According to the latest statistics, the war between Haidiao Nation and Cat Nation has resulted in over 57,000 soldier fatalities. Xiong Nation and Yang Nation have erupted into this year's third round of localized conflict. Xiong Chumo switched off the computer, checking the doors and windows, along with the stored supplies and the weapons he had purchased. After completing these tasks, he sat on the bed, toying with a specially crafted key as memories began to flood back. In his previous life, following the outbreak of zombies, he had survived for nearly 2 days in hiding with only a meager supply of food before he was compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. Fortunately, his first foray was relatively uneventful. The number of zombies outside was manageable, and he returned with a bountiful harvest. However, as time passed, the zombie population swelled, forcing him to relocate his base. After several trials and tribulations, he ultimately found himself under the thumb of a powerful faction, where he had to bow and scrape, enduring humiliation to secure a glimmer of hope. During one of his missions, he fell victim to betrayal by his own squad, meeting a gruesome end at the jaws of the undead. And Xiao Yin was indeed one of the members of that ill-fated team. Chapter 3. The heather blossoms at dawn amidst the apocalypse. The survivors, deprived of entertainment, often engage in lively exchanges and conversations. Thus, he naturally became acquainted with the various backgrounds of all members within his team prior to the onset of the cataclysm. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Yin served as a warehouse manager. After the outbreak, he enjoyed a comfortable life, sustained by the ample supplies in the warehouse, filled with delicious provisions. However, this tranquility was shattered when the faction he relied on sought to seize his resources by force. In a pragmatic move, Xiao Yin knelt and surrendered, relinquishing all his supplies in search of protection, ultimately attaining the rank of team leader, equal to that of his peers. Upon rebirth, harboring grievances against those who wronged him, he promptly sought to take vengeance on Xiao Yin. Xiong Chumo meticulously secured his keys, extracted the angle grinder, and replaced the worn grinding wheel, diligently honing the weapons. These tools were essential for his survival, and he approached the task with utmost caution. After a period of grinding, he wielded the weapons, rediscovering the deftness he had possessed in his previous life. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was the early hours of the morning. Outside, a profound stillness enveloped the surroundings, occasionally pierced by the distant sounds of passing vehicles. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed through the vicinity. "Help! Ah!" The chilling cries rose and fell, resonating in a cacophony of terror. Upon hearing the familiar wails for the second time, a heavy weight lifted from Xiong Chumo's heart, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. Just the previous night, he had confidently selected what he believed were winning lottery numbers based on his past memories, only to find himself with none correct. This meant that thousands of dollars had been squandered, plunging him into a deep state of doubt. Knowing that the drawing date was the 20th, he realized he had little time to claim his winnings and, with limited resources, had only aimed for the lower-tier prize numbers. Yet when the results were revealed, he found himself with a clean slate. He couldn't help but wonder if he had merely dreamed of the end of the world. Regrettably, he had already crossed a line. On the first day of his rebirth, he had taken a life. Should the apocalypse not come, he would surely meet his doom. He could only console himself internally, recalling the time he had survived in this new world, convincing himself that forgetting the winning numbers was entirely plausible. Fortunately, the apocalypse arrived as anticipated. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time, 2:34 a.m. Gradually, the nearby screams faded into silence, and only distant noises occasionally punctuated the quiet. He then nestled into his bedding and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, after savoring a hearty breakfast, he donned his hiking backpack, wielded a sharp axe, and secured a machete into its sheath at his waist. Peering through the peephole, he confirmed the absence of wandering zombies outside, and, straining to listen closely, he ensured there were no sounds around before cautiously opening the door. Zombies possess poor vision, akin to that of the blind. However, their sense of smell and hearing are remarkably acute. The greatest folly when encountering a zombie is to shout or make excessive noise. As long as one remains calm, even an unarmed, ordinary person can create a slight disturbance from a distance to divert a zombie's attention and slip away unnoticed. With the supplies Xiong Chimo had stockpiled, he could easily survive for a month or two in his rented apartment. The true dilemma lay in the sudden outbreak of a global zombie crisis, indicating that the virus was airborne. Furthermore, based on his previous life knowledge, zombies would gradually evolve over time. Initially, they moved sluggishly. As long as one could conquer their mental barriers and exercise caution, even an average person wielding a long-handled weapon could defeat a zombie. Yet, after a week, an ordinary person facing a zombie would become akin to a lamb for slaughter, with the best outcome being a one-for-one exchange. This indicated that zombies could absorb the airborne virus and undergo evolution. They did not suffer from a lack of food, causing them to move sluggishly. That it seemed the law of conservation of energy held little relevance for zombies. Considering the rate of their evolution, humanity had no hope of survival. However, as the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. Within a zombie's cranium lies a special energy crystal. By absorbing this crystal, one could evolve. Additionally, certain human groups might awaken and develop unique abilities. In his past life, Xiong Chimo had awakened the ability of devouring. According to his understanding, each person could only awaken one ability, and his devouring power allowed him to absorb and utilize the abilities of others. Yet, in his previous existence, he had only managed to absorb 2 different abilities before meeting his end. Xiong Chimo cautiously stepped out of his room, recalling from his prior life that only a few scattered zombies lingered on the ground floor of his building. With careful consideration, he believed he could handle them alone. That he crept along the wall of the corridor, gradually descending the staircase until he reached the corridor's entrance, encountering no zombies along the way. Taking a deep breath, he carefully peered around to assess the surroundings. Damn. Xiong Chimo's pupils constricted. Not far ahead in the vehicle parking area, 2 zombies were hunched over, feasting on a corpse. Nearby, 2 others seemed to be in a daze, yet appeared vigilant. Within the vicinity of the property management office, 2 more zombies clad in security uniforms wandered aimlessly. That if he were to stride boldly out, he would face an onslaught from 6 zombies. Should he be unfortunate enough to sustain a scratch or a bite, amputation would be necessary to prevent transformation. If the wound were located elsewhere, death would be inevitable. He quietly retreated and surveyed his surroundings. The corridor's entrance, he spotted 2 dilapidated bicycles laden with dust and a toy car. Instantly, he resolved to act. Silently, he maneuvered the bicycles to the staircase's edge, positioning them horizontally against the railing to create a makeshift barrier. Having completed this task, Xiong Chimo gently tapped the bicycle, producing a crisp, ringing sound. He held his breath, gripping the axe tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the corridor's exit. After approximately half a minute, there was no response. That it seemed the sound he had made was too soft to attract the zombies' attention. Indeed, the initial zombies, whether in terms of hearing or smell, were rather dull-witted. With a quiet sigh of relief, he struck the bicycle with a bit more force, producing a louder clang. This time, rustling sounds echoed from nearby. Zombies possess great strength but lack speed. Tightening his grip on the axe, he took a cautious step back. Before long, 4 zombies appeared before him, their exposed skin a ghastly gray, their eyes lifeless and fish-like. Having recently transformed, they still bore a resemblance to their former selves. If he recalled correctly, they were tenants from the neighboring unit. One of them, who had always greeted him warmly in passing, now emitted an excited growl as it lunged towards him. The once friendly visage had morphed into a grotesque, twisted countenance, sending shivers down his spine, invoking the uncanny valley effect. For anyone witnessing a zombie for the first time, they would likely be paralyzed with fear. Unable to flee, Xiong Chumo raised his axe, aiming for the head of the nearest zombie, and with a powerful swing, he struck downward. The axe met the zombie's skull with a dull thud, and the first zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A viscous green fluid splattering everywhere. Setting the axe aside, he drew his machete, gripping it firmly, and executed a swift, decisive strike towards the neck of the second zombie. With a sickening crunch, the zombie's head was severed, and a fountain of greenish goo erupted, filling the corridor with a pungent aroma reminiscent of heather. The second zombie, now headless, toppled to the side, falling silent, in mere seconds. The remaining two zombies, deprived of their companion, continued to lurch toward him, oblivious to fear, still shrieking in hunger. Xiong Chumo stepped back up the stairs, creating distance, and seized the opportunity to raise his machete, slicing it toward the left ear of the right zombie. Executing a perfect arc. Chapter 4. A gun is inferior to a knife, and a knife is inferior to a hammer. After exerting himself to slay 3 zombies in quick succession, Xiong Chumo felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, prompting him to retreat a few steps for a brief respite. As an ordinary worker, his physical fitness was merely average, and the effects of his training over the past 3 days were hardly remarkable. His recent triumphs were attributed to the invaluable experience he had accumulated from his previous life in combating zombies, allowing him to achieve lethal precision. Fortunately, the makeshift bicycle barrier he had constructed afforded him precious moments to regain his strength. These rudimentary zombies, devoid of intelligence, did not even contemplate dismantling the obstacles in their path, flailing their arms futilely. Xiong Chumo drew deep breaths, recuperating some energy, and with renewed resolve, he hoisted the axe high, channeling all his strength into a final strike, dispatching the last remaining zombie. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he surveyed the aftermath of his battle, feeling no surprise, as long as one identifies the weaknesses and targets them. Defeating zombies is not a daunting task. The Achilles heel of zombies lies in their heads. It is only by obliterating their craniums or severing them entirely that one can bring them to their demise. Otherwise, even if one were to cleave them in twain or eviscerate them, the zombies would continue to frolic about with unyielding vitality. This renders conventional weaponry, such as crossbows and spears, as well as lighter firearms, relatively ineffective against the undead. Utilizing a small caliber handgun, emptying the magazine, may not even suffice to slay a single zombie. Moreover, the gunfire tends to attract even more of these creatures. Hence, Xiong Chumo's preference for cold weaponry leans heavily towards items like machetes and axes. A saying circulates in the post-apocalyptic world: against zombies, a gun is inferior to a knife is inferior to a hammer is inferior to an axe. What does this imply? The rationale is straightforward. A zombie's vulnerability resides in its head, while the human skull is the most resilient part of the body. Thus, the same applies to zombies, which were once human. The phrase "a gun is inferior to a knife" is easily comprehensible. The sound of gunfire can attract hordes of zombies. And once one begins shooting, the threat of encirclement by these creatures becomes imminent. A knife is inferior to a hammer denotes that the conditions for using a knife are more stringent, rendering tools like hammers, mallets, or clubs more convenient. As an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, who among them is adept with a knife? The most one might handle in everyday life is a kitchen knife or a fruit knife. Do you intend to wield a kitchen knife to sever a zombie's head? This approach is akin to engaging in face-to-face combat with the undead, where even if one were to succeed, the result would merely be a one-for-one exchange, failing to achieve 0 casualties. As for a hammer is inferior to an axe, the exertion required to crush a zombie's skull with a hammer, mallet, or club is considerable. However, employing an axe allows one to cleave a head with a single stroke, conserving energy. After selecting the appropriate weapon, one must also strike with precision and force when dispatching zombies. Previously, when confronting the last zombie, had he lacked sufficient strength, a single swing of the axe could not only fail to slay the creature, but could also result in the axe becoming lodged in the zombie's skull, placing him in a precarious dilemma: to withdraw or not to withdraw. Using a machete to decapitate a zombie may seem straightforward, yet it harbors significant difficulty. The zombie's arms flail wildly, and if one's timing or angle is amiss, The blade may easily strike an arm instead, that in a one-on-one scenario, had the zombie not been newly formed and thus sluggish. That single misstep could have led to his demise at the hands of the undead. After dispatching 4 zombies, Chumo did not hasten to scavenge for spoils. Instead, he retrieved a can of red afternoon energy drink from his backpack, wiped his palms with a tissue, opened the lid, and downed it in one gulp. Despite the nauseating greenish goo that pooled on the ground after slaying the zombies, this viscous substance is devoid of infectious properties, particularly for someone like him, who had withstood the initial wave of zombie onslaught and survived. He had developed a robust resistance to the ubiquitous viruses in the air, even if he were to slice open his arm with a small knife. Exposing the wound to the air, he would not succumb to zombification. In fact, applying some of the zombie's slime to the wound would similarly fail to induce transformation into a zombie. However, such an act would yield no benefits and would instead exacerbate inflammation, leading to infection. From all of this, it appears that only injuries inflicted by a zombie's claws or bites could result in infection, indicating that the source of contagion resides in the zombie's mouth and claws. After finishing the energy drink and taking a brief respite to regain some strength, Chumo hurled the empty can far away. The can arced through the air before crashing onto the hard ground, producing a sound akin to a dinosaur's roar in the distance. Gripping the axe firmly, he fixed his gaze ahead. Within a few breaths, 2 zombies clad in security uniforms came into view. Chumo struck the bicycle's crossbar forcefully, producing a clanging sound. Upon hearing the noise, the 2 zombies began to shuffle toward his position. As they drew within 5 or 6 meters, suddenly, the security zombies emitted a series of buzzing roars, akin to flies sensing carrion, and charged towards him. With a swift swing of the axe, he dispatched both zombies with practiced ease. Chumo did not rush to search for loot. Instead, he extracted a sizable piece of chocolate from his backpack to replenish his energy. He understood the necessity of maintaining peak stamina at all times to contend with unforeseen circumstances, all the while remaining vigilant against other zombies lurking beyond his line of sight. Caution is the mother of safety. Once his strength was restored, he moved the bicycle slightly aside, stepped out, and used the axe to sever the heads from all the zombies, gripping their hair to drag them back into the corridor, where he repositioned the bicycle to continue fulfilling its role as a barricade. He then procured a fruit knife and began to probe inside the zombie skulls. The energy crystals resided at the very center of the zombie's head, near the pineal gland. Although Chumo could efficiently dispatch a zombie with a single stroke of his axe, the search for energy crystals proved laborious. Zombies slain with the axe were manageable, yet probing the heads of those dispatched with a knife was akin to prying open a turtle's shell. After considerable time and meticulous searching, he ultimately killed 6 zombies and located 2 energy crystals. Gazing at the 2 earthy yellow, irregularly shaped level 1 energy crystals, each roughly the size of a soybean, a smile crept upon Chumo's face. It is noteworthy that the initially formed zombies, if classified by level, were all classified as lowly level 0 zombies. 0 level zombies do not possess energy crystals within their heads. The lowest tier of crystals is level 1, that only upon evolving into level 1 zombies do they yield energy crystals. Yet, nothing is absolute. Based on past experiences with zombie kills, obtaining higher-level energy crystals necessitates the slaying of dozens, if not hundreds, of zombies to yield a single crystal, with a probability of approximately 2 to 1. Having slain 6 zombies and secured 2 crystals, the drop rate is equivalent to 30. If he can acquire 8 more level 1 crystals and absorb them all, his body will evolve into a level 1 superhuman. After wiping his hands with a tissue, without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the 2 energy crystals. When the energy crystals rested in his palm, they felt as hard as iron. Yet upon swallowing them, he experienced a sensation akin to warm currents flowing through his body, reminiscent of a much-needed rain after a long drought, an ineffable bliss. This warmth lasted for approximately half a minute before dissipating, prompting Chumo to stretch with delight. Clenching his fists, he felt an immense surge of strength coursing through him. Should he face the zombies again, he was confident he could take down 4 with a single breath. As for the remaining 6 headless corpses, he did not overlook them, meticulously rummaging through their pockets. Before long, he unearthed 4 keys, 2 lighters for electric bike keys, 2 packs of already opened cigarettes, 6 mobile phones, and 146 Dragon Kingdom yuan. After briefly inspecting the 6 phones, all of which were powered off, He placed them, along with the 2 keys and lighters, into his backpack, but he had no desire for an unwelcome call at a critical moment. Currently, while the signal and network remained intact, mobile phones were still quite useful. As for the lock screen passwords, he would simply perform a factory reset later. Phone numbers? Quite easy. After formatting, he could dial his own number to check for incoming calls. The remaining items were discarded as refuse. Having concluded these tasks, Xiong Chumo did not encounter any additional zombies and cautiously exited the corridor. Chapter 5. Speculation in stark contrast to the brilliant sunshine and clear skies of yesterday. The heavens today were shrouded in a heavy darkness, with sunlight failing to penetrate the gloom. The streets in the distance appeared as if veiled by a shroud, hazy and indistinct, despite it being 9:30 in the morning. The atmosphere evoked the sensation of a late evening at 7 o'clock. Xiong Chumo swiftly surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any zombies, and hastened towards the property management office, situated conveniently near the street. Fortunately, the door was not locked, that he entered the office as quietly as possible, locking it behind him. The office was modest in size, merely around 10 square meters, with 3 chairs and a table occupying nearly half of the space. On the table lay a haphazard pile of undelivered packages. Xiong Chumo's gaze did not linger on them. Instead, he directed his attention to the corner where 2 sets of security gear were stacked: a PC blast shield, a stab-resistant vest, and a plastic baton. After placing his backpack down, he donned the stab-resistant vest and grasped the riot shield. With these 2 pieces of equipment, his safety in the presence of these low-level zombies was undoubtedly enhanced. Stepping out of the office and onto the street, a cool breeze swept from east to west along the desolate thoroughfare. Xiong Chumo held his breath, moving against the wind towards 5 zombies on the eastern street, 3 of which were relatively close while the other 2 were at a slight distance, allowing him to take advantage of the time difference to eliminate them all at once as he approached within 3 to 4 meters of the zombies. The previously aimless creatures abruptly turned to face him, roaring as they lunged forward. Xiong Chumo remained calm. Swinging his axe, he delivered a powerful blow that cleaved the closest zombie's skull, then raised the axe overhead, bringing it down to dispatch the second. That moment, the 3rd zombie was already upon him, but Xiong Chumo did not falter. Instead of retreating, he advanced, thrusting the riot shield forcefully against the zombie before delivering a fatal strike with his axe, sending it to join its fallen brethren. The entire encounter with the 3 zombies took less than 10 seconds. The 2 more distant zombies, like characters from a children's tale, followed suit. Xiong Chumo found it curious that as he neared the zombies, they seemed to sense his presence. He considered his footfalls to be light, unlikely to be detected by these 0-level zombies. Additionally, with the wind at his back, the zombies, positioned downwind, should not have been able to sense his living presence. This led him to ponder whether zombies might possess abilities beyond mere olfactory and auditory senses, perhaps akin to cold-blooded creatures, able to detect heat given their nature as cold corpses. This thought flitted through his mind as he noted that 2 or 3 zombies in the distance remained oblivious to the commotion. Taking a moment to survey his surroundings and feeling temporarily safe, he switched to a fruit knife to begin his search, to his disappointment. After a thorough search, he found nothing at all. Raising an eyebrow, he mused that the current drop rate should align with normal expectations in his past life. He had hidden away during the initial period, unaware that killing zombies could yield energy crystals. By the time he became aware, all the zombies had evolved into level 1, and each kill yielded a level 1 crystal, with only a rare few dropping level 2 crystals. What, then, accounted for his earlier drop rate of 30? Reflecting on the differences between the 2 waves of zombies he had dispatched, an understanding began to dawn upon him. However, he needed further experimentation. He picked up a mobile phone from a zombie's pocket and hurled it towards a distant zombie. After tossing 4 phones, 3 zombies were lured to his vicinity. A few swift strikes later, as he had anticipated, none of them yielded any crystals. He had now cleared the entire street of zombies. Before him lay 2 choices: either to exit and merge onto the main street to confront more zombies, or to remain and continue his cleansing efforts. Venturing outside posed a high risk. With considerable difficulty, with his current equipment, he could manage no more than 3 zombies at once. Any misstep leading to being surrounded by multiple zombies could result in his demise, even as a reincarnated individual. After a brief contemplation weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to continue clearing the nearby buildings. The ubiquitous zombie virus not only transformed humans into the undead, but also affected all mammals on Pangastar, turning them into zombies. Strangely, creatures such as cockroaches, mosquitoes, ants, chickens, ducks, snakes, and birds were unaffected during the initial outbreak at 2:30 in the morning. However, this did not mean they were immune. If wounded by a zombie, they too would succumb to infection. Of course, smaller creatures like mosquitoes and ants were not capable of being wounded in such a manner. While Xiong Chimo felt no fear facing 3 human zombies, he understood that an equal number of zombie dogs, cats, or bats would pose a much greater challenge. He resided in a city village predominantly inhabited by laborers like himself, though many elite white-collar workers also lived nearby, attracted by the proximity to their workplaces. Most residents were preoccupied with their livelihoods and seldom kept pets, especially since landlords generally prohibited it, making his choice to remain nearby a safer one. Moreover, his primary reason for staying was to validate the hypothesis that lingered in his mind. The property management office housed not only the security gear, but also a variety of tools such as wrenches, screwdrivers, and crowbars. Xiong Chimo returned to gather a crowbar to carry with him. He rummaged through his backpack for 2 keys, pocketed them, and made his way to the adjacent building. As he passed the parking area, he spotted a half-eaten corpse, previously gnawed upon by 2 zombies. The body lay face up, its limbs and back almost devoured, exposing ghastly white bones, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Upon approaching, a foul stench reminiscent of dead rats mingled with sewage assaulted his senses, prompting him to wrinkle his nose. Normally, a corpse would emit an odor after 1 or 2 days of death, but a body that had been feasted upon by zombies would decay much faster, releasing an unbearable stench within just a few hours. The unfortunate soul before him had likely succumbed to blood loss. After a moment's consideration, Xiong Chimo decided to sever the left ankle of the corpse. This way, even if it turned into a zombie, it would be easier to deal with, preserving it for potential equipment drops. Entering the neighboring apartment building, which boasted 7 floors, he estimated that no fewer than 100 people resided in each building. Had it not been for fire safety regulations, the number might have been even higher. Xiong Chimo planned to explore from the top down, knowing that low-level zombies were mindless and incapable of climbing stairs. He took a few steps before one tumbled down the staircase, ensuring that he had no need to fear ambush in the corridors. Each floor of the building featured a long hallway, allowing him to see straight to the end. That he ascended to the 7th floor without breaking a sweat. It must be noted that his physical condition had improved significantly, although he felt a sense of resignation about the apocalypse. He was fortunate that the zombie outbreak had occurred in the early hours that time. Most people were at home resting or sleeping, leaving only a handful awake. Otherwise, given the vast population of Long Country, if a zombie crisis erupted during the day, the survival rate would be dismally low. Even in rural areas where the population was sparse, encountering zombie cats, dogs, or rats would pose a serious challenge for ordinary citizens. Chapter 6. The Path to Wealth and Prosperity. Arriving at room 701, he gently knocked on the door and listened intently. Inside, he heard faint rustling sounds. He knocked again and tentatively called out, "Is anyone there?" Receiving no reply, he assumed the occupant had become a zombie, and no longer feeling polite, Xiong Chimo inserted the crowbar into the gap of the lock and pried with force. The flimsy apartment door warped under the pressure. Such inexpensive doors could easily be kicked open, a classic case of a defense against gentlemen, but not against scoundrels. All the doors here opened inward, so there was little worry of being ambushed by a zombie the moment the door was forced open. Moreover, zombies, upon detecting the scent of a living human, would instinctively crowd at the entrance. Thus, even if the lock was broken, it would be impossible to enter without pushing forcefully. Xiong Chimo raised his axe and, holding the riot shield, kicked the door open with vigor. A female zombie clad in a bear onesie, braced against the door, was shoved back 2 meters by the sudden impact, while another female zombie in a blue cartoon pajamas lunged forward with a roar as the door swung wide open. Xiong Chimo swung his axe with precision, delivering a fatal blow to the first zombie's head, instantly dispatching it. The second zombie met a similar fate, easily falling beneath his strikes, after lingering at the entrance for a moment. Noticing the absence of any commotion, he finally stepped into the room. The sound of his kick against the door reverberated loudly, echoing throughout the modest space of over 10 square meters. That if there were any other zombies present, they would undoubtedly have noticed. It appeared to be a shared room for 2, as per his usual practice. Xiongchumo began his search, yet still found no energy crystals. This only reinforced his belief in his hypothesis. This time, Xiongchumo refrained from indiscriminately ransacking the place, and instead conducted a systematic examination of each room, until he arrived at the door of room 712. But this room was distinct from the others. As he approached, he could immediately detect a suffocating stench seeping through the cracks of the door. Employing the same method, he knocked gently, pressed his ear to the door to listen, and then commenced prying it open. With a forceful kick, he shattered the door, disregarding the foul odor, and strode into the room, wielding an axe to swiftly eliminate a female zombie that lay there, stripped of clothing. The most striking sight was a naked male corpse sprawled on a double bed, surrounded by a large pool of brown liquid deeply soaked into the mattress. The source of the overwhelming stench was undoubtedly this decaying body. Xiongchumo retrieved a fruit knife and began rummaging through the zombie's skull. Before long, a dull yellow crystal emerged in the palm of his hand. Clenching it tightly, he felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. Indeed, this confirmed his speculation. Currently, only by vanquishing a level 0 zombie that had devoured flesh and blood could one obtain a level 1 energy crystal. As long as he continued in this direction, becoming a superhuman was just around the corner. Just as Xiongchumo contemplated ingesting the crystal, the door of the adjacent room, 713, creaked open. Startled, he hastily tucked the crystal into his pocket, picked up his riot shield, and exited the room quickly. "What are you doing?" The question came from a man in his 30s, wearing black-framed glasses and of average build. Upon seeing Xiongchumo's weapon, he instinctively recoiled in fear and inquired urgently. Xiongchumo took a small step back, maintaining a safe distance. Unsure if there were others in room 713, the humans were undoubtedly far more formidable than mindless zombies. "I am from the neighboring unit, here to gather supplies." Xiongchumo explained briefly that he was somewhat taken aback by the man's audacity. Given the gruesome scene in room 712, one would expect any neighbor, regardless of how soundly they slept, to have an inkling of the situation next door, that in such an uncertain environment. To open the door so recklessly was either foolishness or a sign of some confidence. Is the apocalypse truly upon us? The man's expression was complex as he regarded Xiongchumo. That haven't you seen the news online? On international social media, a video posted at 14:42 on April 21st shows an American wielding a shotgun, taking down a zombie, with views skyrocketing into the billions. The outbreak had occurred in the early hours of the morning in Long Country, which implied that it was broad daylight across the distant ocean. Currently, every short video circulating on social media revolved around zombies, each laden with comments brimming with panic and despair. The man swallowed hard, nodding slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the crowbar. "Where did you acquire those weapons?" Xiongchumo followed his line of sight and realized that most of the man's attention was focused on the crowbar. Understanding his concern about a potential breach, it seemed the man had chosen to open his door out of sheer audacity, perhaps hoping to scavenge if the occupant of the adjacent room fell victim to a zombie. After a moment's reflection, Xiongchumo replied, "I found these in the property management office, along with a riot shield. If you go downstairs now, you might still find some." That he had ascended from the second staircase, and the journey had been quite safe. The man scrutinized Xiongchumo for a moment, expressed his gratitude, and without closing the door, walked past him toward the stairs. Once the man had distanced himself, Xiongchumo re-entered room 713, scanning the area to ensure he was not caught off guard, confirming the man was indeed alone before he felt at ease. In his previous life, he had been a mere insignificant figure, and how should such a figure survive in the harshness of the apocalypse? The answer was twofold: either cling to the powerful or band together with others to provide mutual support and warmth. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was acutely aware that the strength of one individual was minuscule. Only by establishing his own team could he hope to endure in this cruel world. The other man's boldness and meticulousness might offer him an additional ally. Returning to room 712, Xiongchumo severed the male corpse's head with his axe, knowing the existence of energy crystals necessitated eliminating any variables. He extracted the energy crystal and placed it in his mouth. The flow of energy coursed through him, washing away his fatigue and rejuvenating him with vigor. The foul odor emanating from the 7th floor was confined to this one room. Having completed his task, he quickly made his way downstairs. Following the same method, he cleaned out the 6th floor and acquired 2 energy crystals. Thus far, he had consumed 5, and with 5 more, he would ascend to level 1 superhuman status. Upon reaching the malodorous room 504, he knocked as per usual, then pressed his ear against the door. This time, unlike the previous 3 instances, he heard no rustling from within. The silence was palpable, with a furrowed brow. Xiong Chimo gripped the doorknob as he pried it open, waiting until the lock was distorted before he set aside the axe and drew a machete. This time, rather than forcefully kicking it open, he positioned the riot shield upright on the ground and opened the door just a crack. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged through the gap and crashed into the shield, the immense force nearly toppling him. Fortunately, he had braced himself and managed to hold steady. The shadow momentarily halted against the shield. Now was the moment. Gripping his machete tightly, he unleashed a powerful strike at the dark figure, with a sickening sound. The figure was cleaved in two at the waist, a thick, greenish, viscous liquid gushing from the severed end. Without hesitation, Xiong Chimo continued his assault, aiming for the head of the upper half. Only when the figure was completely bisected did he have the opportunity to discern that it was a zombie cat. Despite their immense strength and slow movements, zombie cats were an anomaly, exhibiting both power and speed surpassing that of many zombies, comparable to level 1 zombies. Apart from their weaker defenses, they bore no significant flaws. Had it not been for the riot shield, he would have been loath to open that door. One stroke of misfortune could lead to grievous injury. Xiong Chimo sheathed the machete and replaced it with the axe as he entered the room. Discovering a female corpse sprawled beneath the bed, her shoulder and neck mangled and surrounded by a pool of dark red blood. The scene suggested that the woman had been attacked in the night by the zombie cat, attempting to flee but collapsing before she could escape. Xiong Chimo approached swiftly, delivering a merciful strike with his axe to eliminate the lingering danger before turning back to collect his spoils. Gazing at the pale pink, symmetrically shaped crystal core he extracted from the zombie cat's head, he felt an exhilaration that was hard to contain. Defeating zombies yielded 2 types of energy crystals. One was an irregular, earthy yellow crystal, used to enhance the overall physical attributes of a living being, with a 100 drop rate. The other was the red energy core in his hand, which served to elevate the superhuman abilities of a being. This type of crystal could only be acquired by defeating mutated zombies, with the drop rate for ordinary zombies falling beneath 1 in 1,000 since the onset of the apocalypse. Surviving organisms had the potential to spontaneously awaken superhuman abilities. Though these individuals were scarce, roughly 1 in 5 might awaken, yielding an approximate 20 probability. The awakened abilities varied widely in type and nature, with the timing of their emergence also differing. For instance, among individuals with the same lightning attribute, some might awaken on the first day, while others could take 6 or 7 days. The earlier one awakened, the greater the chance of survival, did I in his previous life. His abilities had only awakened on the 9th day, relegating him to the lowest tier. Once a superhuman ability was awakened, it would start at level 1 possessing a level 1 ability. He could at least ensure his own safety when facing level 0 zombies. Some holders of powerful abilities could even effortlessly dispatch level 1 zombies that if one were unfortunate and did not awaken their abilities, there was no need for panic. One merely needs to consume a single level 1 ability crystal core to achieve awakening, which highlights its preciousness. Furthermore, the primary function of the ability crystal core is to elevate one's ability level. That a level 1 ability user requires only 10 level 1 ability crystal cores to advance to level 2. After a brief contemplation, Xiong Chimo ultimately decided to pocket the crystal cores, abandoning the idea of consuming them in his past life. He had actively awakened the devouring ability, which, albeit initially weak and somewhat trivial, held limitless potential once its level was increased. Presently, he was uncertain whether consuming the crystals would enable him to awaken the same ability as in his previous life. He was unwilling to take that risk. After all, he needed only to acquire 4 more level 1 energy crystals to elevate himself to a level 1 super ability user, which would suffice for self-preservation. As Xiong Chimo stepped out of his room, he heard a rhythmic sound of footsteps ascending the staircase, prompting him to halt and observe. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, and soon reached the 5th floor, revealing a man from room 713 in addition to a riot shield. He carried a small box of snacks and a hammer, with the box appearing to be a delivery package. Seems you've had a good haul, Xiong Chimo greeted him. The man glanced at him and tentatively offered, I have plenty here. I can share some it's only the first day, and food can be gathered from numerous places that I can manage on my own. The man opened his mouth to respond but ultimately said nothing. turning to ascend the staircase. Once the man had distanced himself, Xiong Chumo resumed his search for new targets. While he desired to form a team, he was selective about whom he would recruit, especially during the initial stages of his venture, where finding the right partners was crucial. Currently, the number and strength of zombies were not high, and he could fend for himself, adopting a mindset of quality over quantity. He refrained from actively soliciting others. With a resounding kick, he burst open the door to room 307, swiftly dispatching a male zombie that lunged at him. Switching to a fruit knife, he deftly excavated an energy crystal with ease. The sequence of actions, slashing, switching weapons, and digging, flowed seamlessly. Just one more, he thought, silently sensing the changes within his body, feeling as though he was on the brink of a critical threshold, having cleared all targets on the 4th floor. Xiong Chumo retrieved his keys and unlocked room 303. That this key was preserved from his earlier encounter with a familiar zombie, as they used to reside in rooms 303 and 206, respectively. Absorbing 9 level 1 energy crystals enhanced his physical attributes comprehensively, albeit with the side effect of increased hunger, that he urgently required a substantial nutritional intake. Fortunately, the vacant room 303 served as a temporary resting place that he took out 2 cartons of milk, gulping them down, followed by a self-heating hot pot and the remaining half of a chocolate bar, which replenished a considerable amount of his stamina. After a brief rest, he rose to continue his endeavors. Time was of the essence. In 1 week, all zombies would evolve into level 1 zombies. Presently, it truly felt like a beginner's protective period that he needed to maximize his strength during this time. By midday, Xiong Chumo had thoroughly cleared the entire building, acquiring 5 additional energy crystals that he did not hasten to consume them. The process for an ordinary individual to evolve into a super ability user typically took around 2 hours, during which they could not act. Upon returning to his rented room and securely locking the door, he picked up one of the crystals and placed it in his mouth. The 10th crystal was swallowed, unlike the previous 9 experiences. This energy crystal seemed to transform into a key, unlocking the shackles that bound his potential. Xiong Chumo felt an intense heat coursing through his body, as if he had become a furnace, with flames scorching him from within, a sensation beyond discomfort. However, with the experience of his past life, this was merely a familiar feeling. Time passed unheeded. When Xiong Chumo opened his eyes again, he felt an unprecedented clarity, as if the world around him had transformed. Rising and stretching slightly, he noted a significant enhancement in his strength, speed, and reflexes. This was an evolution to a higher plane of existence. Chapter 8. Everything for survival with his newfound abilities. He could easily handle 3 or 4 ordinary adults that, if classified according to the power levels found in online cultivation novels, he would currently be at the first layer of the Qi refinement stage. After enjoying a refreshing shower and a sumptuous lunch, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. With 3 hours left until dusk, he continued to scour the nearby apartment buildings, since elevating to a level 1 super ability user. The most noticeable improvement was his efficiency. Knocking, prying, killing, and collecting. Each process took less than a minute. In just 1 hour, he had cleared all the apartment buildings, amassing a total of 25 energy crystals, including the 4 he had previously collected. He now possessed 29 level 1 energy crystals and 1 level 1 ability crystal core. A bountiful harvest. With 2 hours remaining until sunset, darkness would soon envelop the entire city. Xiong Chumo meticulously analyzed the situation, crafting a detailed plan for his next steps. Since level 0 zombies could only drop energy crystals through killing and devouring life, and given that the zombie outbreak occurred in the early hours, when most people were at home resting, this significantly limited the zombies' capacity for slaughter. Following this line of thought, his next target should be in densely populated areas, such as households with 3 members, collective dormitories, or night market streets. The commonality among these locations was their relatively enclosed spaces. If one person turned into a zombie, the others would find it difficult to escape. Consequently, hospitals, student dormitories, employee accommodations, shared apartments, nightlife venues, hotels, and bustling streets became viable targets. The only location he could traverse back and forth within 2 hours was an apartment building 2 blocks away. Resolute in his decision, Xiong Chumo packed 2 bottles of glucose water and set off light and unencumbered towards his destination. Should I perhaps consider acquiring a vehicle first? He mused internally, lamenting that those who owned cars likely had decent living conditions. With the limited tools at his disposal, attempting to pry open doors seemed like a fanciful notion. While there were numerous electric scooters, riding on the roads was perilous. Thus he opted against it. In stark contrast to the bustling scene of the previous day, the streets were now eerily silent. Xiong Chimo walked down the wide central road, remaining vigilant against potential zombie ambushes. Along the way, he easily dispatched over 30 zombies, but only acquired a single energy crystal, indicating a pitiful drop rate. To evolve from level 0 zombies to level 1 super ability users, one would need to vanquish at least 400 or 500 zombies. This stark comparison underscored the importance of possessing information and methods. Upon reaching the apartment building, he found that the quality of the doors was good, and given his uncertainty regarding the number of tenants in this building who might keep pets, he spent an hour dismantling 3 floors, yielding only 7 crystals, a stark contrast to his previous efficiency. Glancing at the time, it read 5:27 p.m. It was time to withdraw. Night was considerably more perilous than day. Even though he was pressed for time, he had to return early. Back in his room, he tallied today's spoils: 36 level 1 energy crystals and 1 level 1 ability crystal core. Throughout the entire process of clearing, aside from his initial encounter with the man from room 713, he had not encountered any other living individuals. It was not that everyone aside from them had transformed into zombies, but rather that the survivors were too fearful to venture outside, just as in his previous life. Unless absolutely necessary, individuals would huddle within their homes. Moreover, with the uncertainty of the first day, every household likely had some reserves, making it unnecessary to go out. He opened his phone to browse the latest information. A short video with over 80 million views had gone viral online. Zombies are merely this. Watch me handle them with one hand. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to view it. The video featured a robust young man wielding a fire axe, effortlessly dispatching a zombie. The content was unremarkable, yet it garnered such high views primarily because it was uploaded at 8:42 a.m., making it one of the earliest recordings that as events unfolded. Everyone had begun to emerge from their despair. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. Once people accepted the reality, they shifted to researching methods to combat the zombies. Scrolling further, he came across another video. I feel something different in my body. A slender, scholarly young man about his age punched a wall, causing the plaster to crack. Wow! Did the uploader train? He exclaimed. That punch was mediocre. If we were to spar, within 3 seconds, the uploader would be begging me not to knock him out. Could you explain what is happening? Xiong Chimo was quite taken aback. Upon checking the upload time of the video, which was at 10:56, he did not expect that a chosen one would awaken their extraordinary abilities so swiftly. This particular ability was one that enhanced the physical body, allowing even an ordinary person to exhibit strength comparable to a level 2 superhuman. If not greater, that it could be deemed a top-tier extraordinary ability. Especially awakening on the first day of the apocalypse, where facing off against a level 0 zombie would be akin to a father confronting his son. He continued scrolling. Aside from a few articles discussing the weaknesses of zombies and speculations regarding the sudden outbreak of a global zombie virus, the remainder consisted of national news. The Dragon Kingdom's media urged the populace to stockpile food and remain indoors, assuring them that professional personnel would be deployed to eliminate the zombies. They also recommended reporting individual situations to facilitate the tallying of survivors and the distribution of supplies. Xiong Chimo felt a heaviness in his heart. Everyone had underestimated this crisis, believing the zombies to be merely a trivial threat. He, too, had shared this sentiment in his previous life, convinced that this disaster would soon come to an end. Zombies, lacking intelligence, could be easily lured to a slaughterhouse with a bit of noise, where mass destruction could obliterate a significant number with advanced weaponry. Given humanity's current technological prowess, it would not take long to restore normalcy. However, no one foresaw that after 7 days, all zombies would evolve into level 1 zombies, at which point the apocalypse would reveal its true, ferocious nature. After 21 days, the zombies would undergo another collective evolution, becoming level 2 zombies. The speed of their evolution was alarmingly rapid, diminishing humanity's technological advantage against them. Concurrently, the rise of superhumans accelerated the collapse of social order, as the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, gradually took precedence. The living conditions would become exceedingly harsh. In such an extreme environment, he estimated that within a year, all humans on Pangastar would face extinction. This was not mere alarmism, but a fully foreseeable outcome. Reflecting upon this, Xiong felt compelled to take action. His current abilities already placed him ahead of others, and with his foresight, he possessed a clear vision for future developments. Furthermore, he hoped for a greater number of humans and fewer zombies. This was akin to running a business. Only when the commercial district thrived could everyone prosper, but he retrieved the phones he had collected from his backpack, formatted the data, and registered a new account using someone else's SIM card to commence posting. Has anyone watched the movie Alma Comes? I feel akin to the protagonist. Last night, I had a dream where a zombie crisis erupted. Initially, the zombies moved sluggishly with clear weaknesses. However, after a week, they would collectively evolve, significantly increasing their speed, strength, and defense, with some being impervious to bullets. The streets gradually filled with hordes of zombies, and rescuers began to suffer heavy casualties as the situation deteriorated. Apocalypse had arrived. Just then, I was startled awake by nearby screams, realizing that the zombie crisis had indeed erupted in reality, turning my nightmare into truth. This feels less like a dream and more like a prophecy. Chapter 9. 80% of the population perished within half a month after finishing his post. Xiong clicked to confirm and send it, letting out a long sigh. According to the population statistics from his previous life, during the first wave of the zombie outbreak, approximately 40 people survived, leaving less than 7 days later. The remaining number would nearly have again. In just over 10 days, the survival rate dwindled to a mere 20. What does that signify? In the 10 to 15 days following the outbreak, 80 of the population perished. He himself only survived until the 47th day. Although his death was a man-made disaster, the formidable strength of the zombies coupled with their despairingly vast numbers cast an enduring shadow over his heart. After posting, Xiong picked up an angle grinder and replaced the grinding wheel to sharpen his blade. During this time, his phone incessantly beeped with notifications. He glanced at it to see unread messages exceeding 99. To his astonishment, within a mere 10 minutes, his post garnered over 3 million views, with the numbers climbing dramatically with each refresh. It was hardly surprising, considering that most people were confined indoors, seemingly left with little else to do but play on their phones. Please don't scare me. Tell me this isn't real. Just sensationalism. Anyone can make such claims after the fact. What benefit does the apocalypse bring you? This person is disturbing the peace and spreading panic. They deserve to be shot on sight. Since you mentioned in your dream that zombies will evolve in 7 days, if you can predict a few significant events during this period, I will believe you. The comments were mostly filled with panic, complaints, skepticism, while a minority sought to extract more useful information. After some contemplation, Xiong replied, "In 2 days, power outages will occur across most regions of the Dragon Kingdom. Transitioning to intermittent supply, that's not noteworthy. Anything else? See? I told you the poster is just seeking attention. Poster, this power outage is inevitable. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could foresee it. Most of our country's electricity is generated through thermal power, which requires human operation. With zombies outside, who would dare go to work? A power outage is quite normal, isn't it?" Continuing his responses, Xiong added, "Tomorrow afternoon, an explosion will occur at the nuclear power plant in Baga country. Starting the day after, the number of awakened superhumans will increase. After the zombies evolve, they will possess energy crystals in their brains, which, when consumed, can enhance physical abilities. I advise everyone to overcome their fears and learn how to kill zombies to protect themselves." After posting, Xiong powered down his phone, removed the SIM card, and tossed it out the window to prevent any tracking of his location and avoid unnecessary trouble. Today, the Dragon Kingdom would shut down all nuclear power plants. Given Baga country's negligence, the impending explosion would undoubtedly overshadow the news by that time. If his predictions came true, the account he had registered would become a target of public scrutiny. Glancing at the time, it was 6:28 p.m. Though he could not venture outside, he did not waste the remaining hours in the confines of his small room. He exercised vigorously, striving to tap into his potential. The following morning, after enjoying a hearty breakfast and preparing ample supplies, Xiong planned to head to East Street. There were several large KTV establishments nearby, along with numerous internet cafes and hotels. The number of zombies there was bound to be significant. Had he not evolved into a superhuman, he would not have dared to approach. Additionally, it was relatively easy to acquire a vehicle in that area. Upon arriving downstairs, he unwittingly startled a zombie. The frightened zombie limped towards him. revealing itself to be the corpse he had decapitated at the left ankle the day before that a swift strike from his axe dispatched it, yet it did not yield any energy crystals. Stepping outside, he looked up at the sky that today's weather was slightly better than yesterday. The thick fog had dissipated considerably, granting him a clearer view. Xiong Chimo walked towards the street, which was quite a distance from his apartment building. On foot, it would take him about an hour and a half. True to its status as a main thoroughfare, the number of zombies on the road was several times greater than on ordinary streets. And he even spotted a few zombie dogs roaming by the roadside. Observing 3 zombie dogs gathered ahead, Xiong Chimo could not help but frown that he was confident in his ability to handle 2. But facing 3 simultaneously, even with the strength of a level 1 superhuman, posed a significant challenge. Yet he had no choice but to confront them. If he tried to bypass them and encountered unforeseen circumstances ahead, he would have no escape route. Xiong Chimo took several steps back, retrieving 2 cans of Red Noon from his backpack and downing them in one go. He was waiting for an opportunity for one of the zombie dogs to stray from the group. Low-level zombies lacked intelligence and merely wandered nearby. Their gathering on such a wide road was merely a coincidence. After approximately 4 minutes, one of the zombie dogs broke away from the pack. Xiong Chimo gauged the distance carefully and threw an empty can away. The sound of the can hitting the ground startled all 3 zombie dogs, causing them to rush towards the noise. To his surprise, the zombie dogs possessed a much keener sense of hearing than other zombies. He had only intended to attract 2, but nevertheless, the timing was now opportune point. One of the zombie dogs had separated itself sufficiently from the others, allowing him to exploit this time difference that as long as he did not face the onslaught of all 3 simultaneously, he would manage. Against the zombie dogs, his axe was less effective. He needed to switch to a machete. Setting his axe aside, Xiong Chimo drew out his machete, brandished a riot shield, crouched low, and charged towards the 2 zombie dogs. His right hand swiped at one dog's neck while his left hand raised the shield to block the charge of the other. The blade flashed, and with a clean cut, the dog's head was severed to that moment. The 3rd dog had just arrived, albeit late. Xiong Chimo took a step back and swung his knife at the waist of the 2nd zombie dog, cleaving it in 2, that he then retreated a few more steps. Although the zombie dog, now deprived of its lower half, was not dead, it could no longer launch an attack with the distance he had created. He only needed to confront the last remaining zombie dog. With a swift motion, he dispatched it, ensuring all the zombie dogs were slain, that he had grown accustomed to the fact that he had not acquired any crystal stones from this encounter. Sheathing his knife, he continued onward, having dispatched no less than 60 zombies along the way, which yielded 3 energy crystals. Something felt amiss. The number of energy crystals was alarmingly low. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous zombies that were missing limbs, clearly indicating they were 2nd-generation zombies. Based on the quantity of these transformed beings, the expected yield of energy crystals should have been no less than 10, that the discrepancy in numbers was striking. Of course, it was also plausible that these particular zombies had wandered off elsewhere for some reason. After all, with their legs, they were unlikely to remain confined to a single location. Continuing along the street, Xiong Chimo's brow furrowed as he beheld a skeleton before him, causing a pang of unease within. This marked the 4th skeleton he had discovered on this route. Zombies do not rummage through corpses. Most of the zombies capable of transformation were missing some flesh, with some even lacking arms or legs. Only smaller animals could consume a body down to its bones, preventing any possibility of transformation. For instance, zombie rats. The mere thought of this hypothesis made his heart race, that he needed to accelerate his pace. Chapter 10. Preparation. The initial zombies retained their instincts and habits from their former lives. Creatures like bats and rats were seldom seen during the day, only emerging in droves at night to forage. Otherwise, he, defenseless in his previous life, would not have survived more than 3 days. However, this nocturnal behavior would only persist for 7 days. Once they evolved into 1st-level zombies, they would gradually become visible at any time of day or night. Faced with a horde of foraging zombie rats, ordinary superpowered individuals would prove insufficient. Formidable abilities were required. After nearly 2 hours, he finally arrived at the D-Long KTV. Checking the time, it was 10:11 a.m. This establishment, even in Q City, held a modest reputation, spanning 3 hectares, with the land alone worth a considerable sum. His choice of this KTV was deliberate. While it was not the largest entertainment venue in Q City, it was the closest and most lavishly decorated. However, it was his first visit to such a high-end establishment. Xiong Chumo did not rush to enter, but instead circled around the vicinity. He was still troubled by the previously vanished zombies, that if he were to ponder where they might have gone. This KTV appeared to be an excellent hunting ground for zombies. Having dealt with a few scattered zombies in the vicinity, he had not obtained any crystals, indicating they were not the targets he sought. The environment within the KTV was cramped and convoluted, with the number of zombies unknown, and since he had never been here before, he was indeed in unfamiliar territory. After contemplating, he retrieved 2 discarded mobile phones from his backpack, bypassed several parked SUVs in front of the entrance, and positioned himself at the entrance of the first-floor lobby, and just outside the door he pressed the power button to activate the phones and quickly withdrew. Once in a safe area, he took out his own phone set to silent mode and dialed. The ringing echoed throughout the lobby, and after 3 consecutive calls, nearly 20 zombies finally appeared in his line of sight. Only 17? That was not many. With his strength as a first-level superpowered individual, as long as he was not surrounded by a multitude of zombies, he would be relatively safe. Expecting a swarm, he was surprised to find such a small number. Insufficient to fill his appetite. Considering the KTV's excellent soundproofing, he dialed the other phone number to lure the zombies outside to a more spacious area. The zombies, attracted by the phone's ringtone, exited the lobby and soon scattered, allowing him to easily eliminate them, netting 4 energy crystals. Indeed, he had come to the right place. If all went well, he would be able to advance to a second-level superpowered individual today. To progress from a first-level to a second-level superpowered individual. One could either consume 10 second-level energy crystals or 100 first-level energy crystals. Currently, he possessed a total of 43 energy crystals. Rather than immediately entering the lobby, Xiong Chumo circled to the side of the security room, which likely housed surveillance cameras. Since the power was still on, he could utilize the monitors to assess the distribution of zombies inside the KTV. Upon reaching the security room, he discovered it had been locked from the inside. Peering through a window, he saw 4 zombies wandering within. It seemed they had sought refuge in the security room after being scratched and ultimately succumbed to the zombie virus. Without hesitation, he broke the window with his axe, the shattering glass startling the zombies inside. Xiong Chumo swiftly dispatched them all, collecting 2 more energy crystals. That he quickly gathered the crystals and did not linger, retreating to a more open area. The sound of breaking glass might have attracted nearby zombies. Given the ample time he had, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Before long, 3 zombies appeared from an unknown source and approached the security room. After waiting a few minutes without any new arrivals, he stepped forward and dispatched them all, though this time he did not acquire any energy crystals. Climbing through the window into the security room, he changed into the stab-resistant gear worn by one of the zombies and picked up a riot shield that had fallen at his feet. The security equipment at D-Long KTV was evidently more robust than that of the property management at his apartment building. Now he was well-equipped. Focusing on the surveillance, he discovered that 4 zombies were blocking the door to what appeared to be an employee workroom on the first floor. On the 2nd to 4th floors, no fewer than 7 or 8 zombies roamed the hallways. Xiong Chumo scratched his head. The number of zombies seemed too low. The D-Long KTV boasted a daily occupancy rate of 90. By head count, even if there were not 1,000 people, 600 or 700 should be expected. Today marked the 2nd day since the zombie outbreak, and the number of zombies should have been at least 400 to 500. Shifting his gaze to the adjacent D-Long slow dance bar surveillance, he couldn't help but gasp. There, at the narrow entrance of the metal detector, a throng of zombies was densely packed, with no room to move. Those outside wanted to get in, while those inside desired to escape. Due to the overwhelming number of zombies, they were jammed together, unable to budge. Initially, Xiong Chumo thought there was a malfunction with the surveillance. Observing the more than 300 zombies, he felt a sense of trepidation. The slow dance bar was connected to the back of the KTV's first floor and also linked to the emergency escape stairwells on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. Should he cause any commotion inside the KTV, he could inadvertently attract the zombies from the slow dance bar. While zombies could not climb stairs, being surrounded by such a large horde at the base of the building would hinder his escape. As he studied the distribution of zombies, Xiong Chumo found it peculiar. Under normal circumstances, zombies were mostly scattered and less drawn by food. Having hundreds of them congregate in one spot was surely not a coincidence. Of course, such a large gathering posed both a risk and an opportunity that if he could acquire a substantial amount of gasoline and ignite a large fire, he might just reap significant rewards. After some contemplation, he resolved to take action. Xiong Chumo left the security monitoring room and made his way to the employee workroom on the first floor that he dispatched the 4 zombies blocking the door, collecting one energy crystal that dropped from them. Gently knocking on the door, he leaned closer to the crack and quietly inquired, "Is anyone there?" "Yes," a female voice responded from behind the door. "Wonderful. More rescuers have arrived." With a click, the door swung open, and Xiong Chumo quickly slipped inside, shutting the door behind him. The 2 women clad in service uniforms were instantly struck with fear, retreating several steps, while another male server also moved back, eyeing him warily. "Should keep your voices down. Do you want to attract the zombies?" Xiong Chumo had been concerned that speaking outside might draw the attention of zombies, which was why he sought refuge inside. "Oh!" The 3 individuals, seeing that Xiong Chumo exhibited no aggressive behavior, gradually relaxed. One of the female servers fixed her gaze on him and asked, "Did you come alone?" "Indeed." Xiong Chumo nodded in affirmation, upon learning that he was alone. Especially noting his attire, disappointment washed over their faces. "What are your names?" he inquired. "My name is Xiong Chumo. I'm Lu Yang. Chinishua. Wang Ziki." After introducing themselves, Xiong Chumo curiously asked, "By the way, what did you mean when you said, 'More rescuers have arrived'?" Throughout his journey, he had not encountered any rescue teams. Even in his previous life, rescue teams only began to mobilize on the 4th day. How could they possibly arrive so swiftly on the 2nd day? With insufficient preparation time? Yesterday afternoon, we heard gunfire nearby. However, the shooting ceased shortly thereafter. Chapter 11. Zero-cost purchase. How can you be sure that what you heard outside was gunfire? Xiong Chumo was taken aback. It simply made no sense. The difficulty of a KTV rescue far surpassed that of an ordinary residential area. It should have been a priority to choose a residential community. Outside, there were throngs of zombies. Who among the foolish would dare to set off firecrackers in such a perilous environment? Wang Ziki spoke hastily. "Oh, a handgun, you say?" Xiong Chumo, not overly concerned, found this information quite valuable. "That must be correct." Lu Yang interjected. Although none of the 3 had encountered a handgun in person, they had come across it within the realm of gaming. It was basic knowledge. Xiong Chumo's mind was suddenly enlightened. Clearly, these were not the rescue personnel from G Group. That a handgun's power was utterly insufficient to contend with zombies. At the very least, one would require a submachine gun to achieve a headshot. This led him to ponder whether there were indeed multiple handguns left behind nearby. Suddenly, he recalled the hundreds of zombies congregating at the entrance of the slow rock bar. If it was indeed a handgun, it would explain everything. Someone had fired a gun, attracting the zombies from both the KTV and the slow rock bar, leading to their encirclement and eventual demise. This suggested that someone had entered from the outside, gun in hand. Was there some significant figure within the slow rock bar that would compel another to risk their life for a rescue? Lu Yang continued to inquire, "What made you think to come here?" Noticing that Xiong Chumo carried a backpack laden with weapons, he felt a sense of preparedness emanating from him. Xiong Chumo replied calmly, "I came to fetch a friend. He called me, stating he was trapped inside the Dilong slow rock bar. To have a friend like you is indeed fortunate." Chen Yishue and Wang Ziki remarked, their voices tinged with emotion. "Let us not dwell on that. Currently, the first floor has fewer zombies. What are your plans?" Xiong Chumo took the initiative to steer the conversation back on track. The 3 exchanged hesitant glances. Earlier, they had expressed a desire to leave this place without delay, yet now they hesitated to do so. Besides, they had ample supplies of food and believed they could survive comfortably for 10 days or more. "Well, we might as well stay put and wait for rescue, but there's plenty of food for us here," they finally conceded, shaking their heads in unison. Xiong Chumo, upon hearing this, refrained from further persuasion and instead asked, "By the way, do you have a vehicle? Or know someone who does?" "We don't have a car, but the manager does. That I recall he went upstairs to accompany some guests for drinks." They hesitated before revealing this information. "One last question. Where is the main power switch? What are you planning to do?" Lu Yang's face was filled with caution. Their ability to stay well-fed and sheltered relied on the power supply. Once it was cut, they would have to resort to consuming raw food. To be honest, there are several hundred zombies at the entrance of the slow rock bar, making it impossible to enter. "I intend to go upstairs to find the car keys, then head to the gas station for some fuel and set it ablaze. Rest assured, I will first clear the zombies on the upper floor. If I encounter any survivors along the way, I will bring them with me. Additionally, I must inform you that the entire city will experience a power outage tomorrow. The rescue team will arrive the day after. Starting from the northern district and moving southward, Xiong Chumo withheld one detail. In his previous life, the rescue effort had lasted only 3 days before being forced to cease due to heavy casualties. The three fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly digesting Xiong Chumo's revelations, before finally posing a question. Aren't you worried that the fire might spread inside? Your friend is still in the slow rock bar. Is he not? That is of no concern. I will be on the outermost escape stairway on the 2nd floor, tossing down gasoline bottles, thus containing the flames outside. Xiong Chumo fabricated a reason to him. It seemed unlikely that there were any survivors left within the slow rock bar. The main power switch is located in the basement and requires a key to access. The key is with the manager, who should be easily recognizable in his work uniform. If we do not take the elevator, we will have to navigate through the parking lot. Thank you. Xiong Chumo expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. If you find any extra car keys, just share one with us. Since they had taken refuge in the workroom, the intercom had remained silent, indicating that apart from the three of them, the other staff members had likely met with misfortune. No problem. Await my good news. Having gathered useful intelligence, Xiong Chumo decided not to linger, retracing his steps along the escape route. Ascending the stairwell, as the three watched him depart, Wang Ziki anxiously inquired, "Do you believe what he said? What choice do we have if we don't?" Chen Ishua shot back, "You were rather brash with your words earlier. What if you annoyed him and he decided to deal with you?" "Hey, don't forget. I am still here," Lu Yang weakly protested. "Who was it that just hid behind us? 2 women. Chen Ishua retorted, pausing for a moment before continuing. "A power outage is undoubtedly on the horizon. I just didn't expect it to arrive so swiftly that I thought we would at least have a week." Meanwhile, Xiong Chumo reached the 4th floor, systematically dispatching the zombies in the corridor. It took him about 10 minutes to clear the zombies from the 4th to the 2nd floor. Yielding only 1 energy crystal, it appeared that the significant targets lay within the throngs of zombies at the entrance of the slow rock bar. He did, however, manage to collect 3 car keys. The KTV's private rooms featured inward-opening sliding doors, and zombies, lacking the ability to pull doors, would only mindlessly crash into them, rendering each room a makeshift zombie trap. It went without saying that there were undoubtedly numerous zombies within those rooms. Nevertheless, he refrained from opening any doors. The moment he drew near, he could hear the songs playing on loop inside. Opening the soundproof door would surely alert the nearby zombies. Of course, some rooms were silent, suggesting either they were empty or someone was hiding within. He had not encountered the so-called manager among the zombies he had dispatched in the corridor, which likely meant he was either within one of the private rooms or among the more than 300 zombies outside. It seemed a change of plans was in order. Initially, he had intended to cut the power first and then deal with the zombies in the private rooms, which would yield a substantial number of energy crystals. With a stroke of luck, the energy crystals found in the private rooms might even elevate him to a level 2 superpowered individual. Possessing level 2 powers would afford him greater assurance when setting zombies ablaze. After all, the zombies were merely clustered at the entrance, not confined in an enclosed space. Once ignited, they would undoubtedly scatter, and it would be a stroke of luck if he could incinerate a third of them in one go. After they dispersed, he could utilize sound to further separate them, ultimately completing the harvest. Alas, plans often succumb to change. As it stood, opening each private room seemed unrealistic, and cutting the power was out of the question. He could only ignite it first and deal with the zombies in the private rooms afterward. Xiong Chumo, as per their agreement, handed one of the car keys to the three. By the way, the security room contains numerous tools. It is temporarily safe there. Thank you. Following their directions, Xiong Chumo made his way to the underground parking garage. Along the way, he intermittently pressed the car key, eventually reaching a mid-position where a cerulean Longmi car responded. Once inside, he sped towards the nearest gas station. Chapter 12. The Inferno of the Camps. Upon arrival, he disembarked and swiftly dispatched 4 zombies that he parked the Longmi car beside a charging station to recharge. During this time, he filled 4 25L fuel tanks at the gas station, also grabbing a few boxes of purified water and several buckets of Tang Shifu and my Lang instant noodles to load into the car. Fortunately, there had been no power outage yet. The charging stations and self-service fuel systems were still operational. Otherwise, it would have required considerable effort. The Longmi car would need about half an hour to fully charge. And adhering to the principle of maximizing every second, Xiong Chimo commenced his lunch on the spot. Once the Longmi car was fully charged, he drove back to the Dilong KTV on the way. The sound of the car's engine attracted numerous zombies lingering by the roadside, but he easily outpaced them. Upon reaching his destination, he chose not to park in the parking lot, but rather on the roadside, allowing for a swift escape should the situation turn dire. The time approached noon, with over 5 hours remaining. Due to his constant grip on his weapon, he had to make 2 trips to transport the 225L fuel tanks to the second floor. During his back-and-forth transportation of the fuel on the second floor, in one of the private rooms, 6 survivors were devising a plan. The zombies outside haven't passed by in quite a while. Shouldn't we consider leaving soon? One young man suggested, having peered through the translucent soundproof door for some time, that he had originally not been a patron of this room, but was from the adjacent one when the zombie outbreak occurred. He had coincidentally been using the restroom. Upon exiting, he witnessed former friends transformed into zombies, tearing apart their companions. Terrified by the scene, he dashed for the exit, only to find a similar horror unfolding in the corridor. In a panic, he had no choice but to take refuge in the adjacent room. It seemed fortune had favored him that day. Within the room were 2 men and 3 women, all of whom had not turned into zombies. Upon learning of the vast horde outside, the 5 hastily barricaded the door, which allowed them to survive until now. Should we wait a bit longer? Have you all forgotten that we experienced a similar situation yesterday at noon? Had we not fled with great haste at that moment, we might have lost our lives. A young woman, clad in scant attire, could not help but voice her concern. Just yesterday at noon, the zombies, much like today, had suddenly vanished, no longer lingering before their door. Observing this, the group convened and resolved to escape from the premises. As they approached the stairway, a scene unfolded before them that plunged them into a state of terror. At the exit of the 3rd and 4th floors, a throng of zombies surged forth. Faced with this dire situation, they had no choice but to retreat back into their private room. Indeed. The sound that had reached them earlier was undoubtedly the crack of gunfire. It would be wiser to remain here and await rescue rather than risk our safety, echoed another young woman of striking beauty. That if gunshots were heard yesterday, why has no one come to our aid? Besides, are we not still alive and well? A man in his 30s, sporting a small mustache, could not suppress his murmurs. Our phones are out of battery. We have no idea what transpired outside. The emergency lines have been unreachable since last night, indicating a serious predicament that we cannot signal for help. And even if a rescue team were to arrive, it might not be in time for us to AT this juncture. It is imperative that we venture outside to ascertain the situation, suggested a portly middle-aged man as he began analyzing their current plight. Pausing briefly, he continued, regardless, remaining here will eventually lead to our demise by starvation. It is better to seize the moment while we still possess some strength and investigate. If we delay until hunger renders us immobile, we shall find ourselves in a precarious predicament. That is a valid point. I concur that we should take a look outside. Furthermore, should we encounter anything amiss, we can retreat just as we did yesterday. A woman of enchanting appearance declared as she discarded her high heels, preparing to flee barefoot. Unbeknownst to them, Xiong Chimo was entirely oblivious to their discussions. He unscrewed the cap of a gasoline canister and hurled it directly into the heart of the densely packed zombies, weighing nearly 20 kilograms and dropped from a height of 5 to 6 meters. It crashed down, toppling 2 zombies to the ground with a resounding thud. The sound reverberated through the stillness, akin to poking a hornet's nest, stirring the previously tranquil zombies into motion as they began to converge towards the source of the noise. Following suit, he tossed another canister into the mass of undead. Just as he planned to wait for the gasoline to evaporate before igniting it, a sudden voice broke through from behind. "What are you doing?" The voice, though quiet, echoed in the silent environment, causing Xiong Chimo to startle. Upon hearing the voice, he noticed that 7 or 8 zombies at the outermost layer below had ceased their advance and were instead turning to amble towards the lobby on the 1st floor. Damn it! Xiong Chimo cursed inwardly, swiftly retrieving his windproof lighter to ignite the cigarette, but blowing on it a few times before tossing it into the horde of zombies, that he then sprinted towards the location of the others. There must be survivors in the KTV. He was aware of this while dealing with the zombies in the corridor. However, he had no intention of rescuing them. His primary objective in coming here was to acquire energy crystals to enhance himself. Should he encounter any survivors, assisting them would not pose an issue. But given the current perilous circumstances, he could only focus on self-preservation. Bringing along a few burdensome companions would only complicate matters. He dashed past several individuals, heedless of their presence, and made his way down to the lobby. "Wait for us. Do you have any food?" As they witnessed Xiong Chumo ignoring them and fleeing downwards. The others could not help but rise and follow, calling after him. "What the hell? How did these fools survive yesterday?" Xiong Chumo fumed inwardly. Had there not been such an overwhelming number of zombies, he might have silenced them for good. From the second floor onward, the KTV was designed with winding corridors to accommodate more private rooms. As Xiong Chumo reached the lobby, the zombies came into view, and in the distance, thick black smoke began to billow. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued his sprint towards the exit. Zombies, run! Help me! I can't move! Hurry! We need to go back. The crowd instantly split into two factions, with the three leading individuals desperately fleeing towards the exit while the remaining three halted their advance and turned back to the second floor. Starving after an entire day, these individuals unleashed their latent energy in this moment of crisis, surprisingly quickening their pace. The cacophony of their shouts, coupled with the fire ignited by Xiong Chumo, incited a violent reaction among the zombies, who surged towards them in a dark, overwhelming mass. "Help! Help me!" A shrill scream echoed from behind. Xiong Chumo turned to look and gasped in horror as he beheld two zombies engulfed in raging flames, rapidly overtaking the majority of the horde and pouncing upon two individuals with their gaping, bloodied mouths. They mercilessly sank their teeth into the victims' necks, causing blood to spurt forth until moments later their struggle ceased. These are actually level 2 zombies. Chapter 13. Evolution to level 2. Didn't know. Level 2 zombies shouldn't be this fast. Moreover, he observed that aside from these two zombies, the rest of the horde displayed no such abnormal speed, that if there were indeed evolved level 2 zombies, there should be at least a few level 1 zombies nearby. They are mutated zombies, and they are speed variants. Zombies can evolve through slaughter and consumption, and Xiong Chumo was not surprised to find evolved zombies in a densely populated area like the KTV. What truly astonished him was the emergence of such special ability-type mutated zombies on merely the second day. Mutated zombies are a unique subset among zombies, undergoing mutations during their evolution. Once a zombie mutates, its strength, speed, and defense significantly surpass those of its same-level counterparts. Some high-level mutated zombies can even develop special abilities that in his previous life. Ability-type mutated zombies became widely known through short videos on the internet by the 5th day, inflicting considerable casualties on rescue teams. That a level 1 ability-type mutated zombie is not something he can contend with now, especially with 2 of them. However, upon witnessing the flames engulfing the zombies, Xiong Chumo began to contemplate a strategy. The flames produced by burning gasoline latch onto their host's nutrients like parasites, refusing to relent until everything is charred. That if the fire continues to burn for an hour or 2, the zombies' defenses may weaken. Providing an opportunity, Xiong Chumo mentally calculated his next move. The threat posed by the mutated zombies is significant. It is crucial to eliminate them before they become a formidable force. Otherwise, by the 7th day, the zombies will collectively evolve, and the level 1 mutated zombies will directly ascend to level 2, making them even harder to deal with, especially since these 2 are top-tier mutated zombies. With this thought in mind, Xiong Chumo hastened towards the Dragon Me vehicle parked by the roadside. Lacking the raucous cries of panicked individuals, the zombies lost their targets and began to wander aimlessly. The mutated zombies, failing to find a target for their attack, circled around aimlessly before returning to feast on 2 corpses. The remaining zombies, perhaps intimidated by the mutated zombies, refrained from succumbing to temptation, merely observing from the sidelines without approaching to share the meal. Xiong Chumo downed several bottles of mineral water in quick succession, filled the empty bottles with gasoline, and hurled them from a safe distance towards the burning mutated zombies. That he threw a total of 4, one of which missed, while the remaining 3 struck their mark. With new fuel added, the flames blazed even brighter. Aware of the mutated zombies' existence, Xiong Chumo dared not approach the scattered zombies. Instead, he planned to wear down the mutated zombies. He would wait until they succumbed to exhaustion before taking action. Maintaining a safe distance, he created disturbances whenever the 2 zombies attempted to separate, drawing their attention. Whenever the flames flickered, he would promptly douse them with more gasoline. This continued for over 2 hours, depleting an entire canister of gasoline. Xiong Chumo realized his chance had arrived. The speed of the mutated zombies had dramatically diminished compared to the beginning, even falling below that of ordinary zombies. Now appearing feeble and worn to this moment, he was waiting for the opportune moment when the two mutated zombies would separate. He did not have to wait long. The mutated zombies finally split apart. In estimating the distance, he determined that the other zombie would not reach its location in time. Xiong Chumo seized the opportunity. Shield in his left hand and axe in his right, he dashed toward the nearest mutated zombie, channeling all his strength into a downward strike aimed at its head. The mutated zombie showed no reaction to Xiong Chumo's assault and was swiftly dispatched with a single blow, proving even easier to handle than a level 0 zombie. Seizing the moment, he quickly pursued the other mutated zombie and struck it down with another swing of his axe. Savoring the moment, he excavated 2 level 1 ability crystals from the charred remains of the zombie's skull. The remainder of his time was spent exterminating the remaining zombies, utilizing the mobile phone he had strategically placed earlier to make a call. The incessant ringing of the bells immediately attracted a significant number of zombies. Alleviating some of his pressure, whenever he felt even slightly fatigued, he would retreat into the car to rest and replenish his stamina. Thus, Xiong Chumo spent over 3 hours tirelessly eliminating all the zombies. According to statistics, he collected a total of 79 first-level energy crystals and 3 ability nuclei. Fortunately, the KTV had implemented effective fire safety measures, and most of the building materials were non-combustible, preventing any fires from breaking out. Nonetheless, both inside and outside the hall, charred corpses littered the ground, emitting an acrid, nauseating stench of charred flesh and decay. Xiong Chumo glanced at the time. It was nearly 5:30 in the afternoon. He decided against further exploration and drove back home. Whether it was due to the post he had made or because some individuals were running low on supplies, he encountered several waves of survivors engaging in zero-cost shopping at small supermarkets and shops along the way. Every time these survivors saw him passing by in his vehicle, they quickly dispersed. Xiong Chumo took no notice of this. If he were in their position, he too would steer clear of any approaching vehicle. It is wise to harbor no ill intentions while remaining vigilant against potential threats. After all, should an impulsive driver honk and speed off, the nearby survivors could face unforeseen calamities. Approaching the rental apartment complex, Xiong Chumo did not drive directly into the community, but instead parked nearby on the roadside. This vehicle was an electric car, and starting tomorrow, large-scale power outages would render it nearly useless. Therefore, he planned to exchange it for a new one at the KV the following day, while leaving the car parked at the roadside and walking home. He was exercising a measure of caution. In truth, vehicles like this had only been operable during the initial days. Once the true apocalypse arrived after 7 days, with food shortages and mass panic, the streets would be littered with abandoned cars, making normal travel impossible. As he walked back to the apartment complex, he noted that the zombies in the nearby buildings had all been cleared out, and the unit was gradually regaining a semblance of life compared to yesterday. He spotted 4 or 5 individuals returning triumphantly with bags in hand. It was a far cry from his previous life, where he had to exercise extreme caution even when stepping out at noon the next day. Upon returning to his rented room, he locked the door, took a hot shower, and retrieved all the energy crystals, beginning to consume them in batches. Each crystal swallowed transformed into warm currents flowing throughout his body, reaching every inch of his skin and every corner of his being. The sensation was akin to his previous experience, though less intense and painful. When Xiong Chumo finally reopened his eyes, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. His senses had sharpened significantly. Even the rustling of leaves outside was clearly audible. Each level of enhancement represented a qualitative leap in his abilities that if it were a one-on-one encounter, he could even kill his first-level self in a matter of moments. Unbelievably, it was only the 2nd day, and aside from his abilities, he had already reached the level he attained in his previous life. Reflecting on his past struggles, everything seemed somewhat illusory, as if he were merely living through a vivid dream. Especially since he had acquired 3 ability crystals today. Combined with the one from yesterday, he only needed to collect 6 more to awaken his powers and truly reach the strength he had in his past life. Fate truly can be whimsical. After a moment of contemplation, he unconsciously shook his head. He believed the day of reckoning would not be far off. Chapter 14. The Bull Snake Deity After a Simple Dinner. Xiong Chumo began to browse information online. Due to the predictions he had made in his post yesterday, countless individuals started closely monitoring the news from Baga country that as expected. The explosion at the nuclear power plant unfolded as predicted. And the news could not be concealed, quickly becoming a trending topic. His post had proven prophetic, making it one of the most discussed subjects of the moment. Upon opening the post, he was met with a barrage of comments ranging from panic and concern to inquiries and expressions of care for the poster. Is the prophet still there? You haven't responded all day, that we don't even know how many people have died, and yet you tell me the real apocalypse hasn't arrived? I might just lose my mind. Everyone, don't panic. Perhaps this time he got it right. After all, it's not the first time the Baga nuclear power plant has exploded. That a few years ago, they even discharged nuclear wastewater directly into the ocean without treatment. If they could do such a reckless thing, why would they hesitate to risk lives to shut down the power plant? I think the situation is quite predictable, just like his prediction about the power outage. The person above is correct. I support you. Supporting him is useless. That haven't you heard the saying, better to believe in the existence of something than to dismiss it? I would like to ask, how significant is the boost from killing zombies for energy crystals? Can one really attain the ability to fly and traverse the heavens like the legendary cultivators? Today, my friend and I killed a zombie on the street and dug around in its skull for ages. But there was nothing inside. Here's the video. Are you out of your mind? Didn't the poster say that only zombies after 6 days would have anything? How did such a disgusting video even get approved? Xiong Chimo remained silent amidst the flurry of comments. That account had long since been discarded, along with his phone and SIM card, tossed into the drainage system that IT seemed he would need to move early tomorrow. The internet's real name system made it easy to trace the poster's information, and it was likely that someone would come looking for him at the location from which he had posted, potentially leading to unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, having perished so pitifully in his previous life, he certainly did not wish for his freedom to be constrained in this new one that let everyone believe that the poster had already perished. Resolutely, Xiong Chimo continued to browse for useful information. Currently, all online discussions revolve around zombies. Soon, a video titled How to Make a Simple Zombie Trap caught his attention, boasting a high view count that he clicked on it immediately. The video's setting appeared rural. A young man was digging a large pit in front of a big tree, with a live chicken hanging from a branch above, while he himself hid in the tree. After completing this setup, the young man clanged a metal spoon against a metal basin to create noise, attracting the zombies. Zombies drawn in by the sound, and the live chicken fell into the pit, where gasoline was then poured in to incinerate them. The content of the video seemed rather mundane to him, yet what truly intrigued him were the author's conclusions and insights. When selecting a location, it's best to choose a taller tree. Otherwise, the zombies will merely circle the tree without falling into the pit. Additionally, each trap can only be used once. Otherwise, even if you wait for the flames to die down, the zombies will not fall for it again. He noted that this second point contradicted his understanding that in his previous life, they had employed similar traps, but for mindless zombies, as long as they took the bait once, they would certainly fall for it again. However, considering the circumstances of both parties, the differences became apparent. The pit dug by the young man was not deep, merely surpassing the waist of the zombies, preventing them from climbing out. In contrast, the deep pits they had set in his previous life were sometimes over 10 or 20 meters. Reflecting on his earlier speculations regarding the zombies' hunting methods, it seemed to make sense. Zombies indeed possessed not only hearing and smell, but also a heat-sensing ability, the level of a mere second-level ability user in his past life. He had always operated in groups during missions. Consequently, the noise and presence generated by a large group could not be concealed, leading to thorough clearings along their path. That he remained unaware until his death that zombies possessed such capabilities. To verify whether zombies had this ability, it was simple. One could smear the mucilage from within a zombie's body on oneself, cover it with the scent of decay, and approach a zombie to test the theory. Of course, this might also lead to one's demise. Xiong Chimo continued scrolling through the screen. Apart from zombie-related videos, numerous messages about the True God sect were gaining attention and shares, igniting a strong curiosity within him. He randomly selected one to click in. It described how humanity was undergoing the fifth mass extinction, and this apocalypse could only be resolved by those who worshipped the so-called True God. To survive, one had to become a disciple of their sect, believe in the True God, attain eternal life. After reading, Xiong Chimo felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. setting aside the fact that he was a reincarnated individual. In his previous life, he had never seen any so-called true God come to their rescue. Such clumsy tricks reminiscent of last century's deceit should hardly fool anyone into believing their fabrications. Indeed, ever since the cessation of manual reviews, various bizarre and outlandish figures have proliferated across major internet self-media platforms. After expressing a slight critique, Xiong Chimo's expression grew somewhat grave that in his previous life. There was no such entity as the so-called true God sect. Could it be that the post he published had set this in motion? Had the butterfly's wings commenced their fateful fluttering? Goodness, are there truly that many fools? As he perused the content, he was taken aback by the sheer absurdity of the comments section, which appeared to be inundated with brainwashed individuals spouting nonsensical drivel, claims that since embracing the faith, zombies would circumvent their path, and that family members who had transformed into zombies were restored to normality with the true God's assistance. The substandard special effects in the videos only added to his bewilderment. Continuing to scroll, it seemed that under the scrutiny of big data, the more one showed interest in a topic, the more it was relentlessly presented to them that he stumbled upon several videos dedicated to the true God sect. After viewing numerous clips, Xiong Chimo began to piece together a clearer picture. It appeared that the most popular video featured a middle-aged man, claiming to be the true God's holy son, who asserted that he had received divine communication and blessings, gaining supernatural powers. The so-called divine power he spoke of was merely an elemental fire ability. Presumably, this man was the first person across the internet to awaken such an ability, following the video's viral success. Some individuals began to adopt the faith, and a few among them spontaneously awakened abilities, further fueled by earlier suggestions, which led to the phenomenon being labeled as a divine blessing. Unexpectedly, this individual demonstrated considerable intelligence by exploiting the situation to establish an organization ahead of time. Perhaps he had been a member of a CX team prior to the apocalypse, adept at manipulating human weaknesses to sway others. Could I not also emulate his methods? Xiong Chimo pondered, stroking his chin, but ultimately discarded the notion, for such fabrications would inevitably be exposed. Ordinary individuals without awakened abilities could easily awaken by consuming ability crystals. Thus, the so-called divine bestowment would crumble under scrutiny. Had he been reborn a few months before the apocalypse, he might have prepared in advance, but in a world devoid of water and electricity, with communications severed, what purpose would such an organization serve? Setting aside his phone, Xiong Chimo readied his supplies, intending to relocate the following day. His current residence was in a densely populated urban village, and in 5 days, the first wave of the zombie tide would erupt at the break of dawn. Xiong Chimo awoke, glancing at the time, 7:26 a.m. The weather outside mirrored that of the pre-apocalypse, clear skies devoid of the usual haze. After having breakfast and filling his backpack, he disregarded the excess supplies that could not fit and descended the stairs. An unpleasant stench began to permeate the air. Xiong Chimo could not suppress a shudder as the foul odor overwhelmed him, inducing waves of dizziness. Having ascended to a level 2 superhuman, his sense of smell had intensified, rendering the situation somewhat unfortunate. Fortunately, the physical constitution of superhumans was remarkably robust, and with some acclimatization, he was no longer affected. Upon reaching the location where he had parked his vehicle the previous day, he observed the shattered rear window, the interior stripped of food and water, shattered glass littering the ground. Fortunately, the gasoline canister remained intact. It made sense. After all, a canister weighing dozens of pounds would not be a desirable burden for anyone amidst a zombie apocalypse. However, the absence of any corpses nearby struck him as odd. He had parked his vehicle by the roadside, rather than within the residential complex, partly to utilize the zombies for vehicle protection, although he had cleared the nearby streets of zombies. He could not guarantee that the sound of breaking glass or prying locks would not attract others from different streets. The fact that someone could stealthily navigate through the evening or night without a hitch left him with a sense of begrudging admiration. After a thorough inspection confirming all was well, Xiong Chimo drove toward the D-Long KTV. Before reaching the destination, a charred scent accompanied by a foul odor wafted through the air. Parking the vehicle by the roadside, he continued to clear out the nearby zombies. With his newfound strength as a level 2 superhuman, dispatching level 0 ordinary zombies felt akin to slicing through vegetables. After eliminating a few straggling zombies without yielding any energy crystals, he ascended to the second floor. Kicking open a room door, loud music erupted. Yet Xiong Chumo remained unfazed, wielding his axe to swiftly dispatch the zombies within the private room. As he proceeded, each room yielded at least one energy crystal. Upon kicking open room 217, however, he was met with terrified screams. "Help!" The occupants of the room scrambled like frightened mice, hiding behind sofas, while one quick-thinking individual dashed into the bathroom, locking the door behind them. "Open the door! Let me in!" A woman, having missed her chance, frantically pounded on the bathroom door, her cries filled with desperation. The absurdity of the scene left him momentarily at a loss. What was going on? Am I truly that terrifying? After a moment, realizing that the newcomer merely loitered at the door without further action, the panicked woman recognized that it was not a zombie attempting to break in, but rather other survivors that ITSU. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiong Chumo focused, recognizing it was the group he encountered when he planned to set fire the day before, that he had assumed they had all fallen victim to the zombies. Yet here was a survivor among them. Sensing something unusual outside, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing a rotund, middle-aged man. Inside the private room were 2 women and 1 man. After a moment of silence, Xiong Chumo inquired, "What are your names?" "I am Zhao Yong. This is Tan Kursen. I am Lin Qingxue." After learning their names, he continued, "All the zombies downstairs have been dealt with. You may leave safely now." Joy illuminated their faces as they approached him. "Thank you. Thank you. Are you part of a rescue team? Could you spare us some food?" Xiong Chumo, disinterested in further conversation, replied, "There is plenty of food at the front desk. Help yourselves that I must rescue other survivors." With that, he dismissed them, kicking open another door and stepping inside. The 3 exchanged glances, and after a moment, the previously panicking woman, Tan Kursen, scolded Zhao Yong. "Why didn't you open the door earlier?" "Hey, it was an emergency. I locked it and couldn't open it right away." Zhao Yong chuckled awkwardly, concocting an excuse. Tan Kursen was about to retort when Lin Qingxue interrupted. "All right, let's leave this place first. We have nowhere else to go." "Zhao Yong, please don't abandon us," she implored with a flirtatious smile, reaching out to touch him. "Not a problem. I have a place on G Street stocked with food. Enough for us all," Zhao Yong promised eagerly, a shiver running through him as he patted his chest. That place was where he typically met his mistress, and indeed, it held a substantial stash of supplies. When the zombie outbreak occurred 2 days prior, his calls to family went unanswered, leading him to believe they had all met a grim fate. The thought of his loved ones transforming into zombies filled him with dread, making him reluctant to return home. In less than half an hour, Xiong Chumo had thoroughly cleared all the private rooms, collecting a total of 48 energy crystals. That he also encountered a couple in one of the third-floor rooms. They were the only survivors left in the entire KTV. This realization sent a chill down his spine, as he felt he had ventured too far. Conquering such a large KTV was akin to tackling a high-level dungeon. He had not anticipated breezing through it so effortlessly. Truly, fortune favors the bold, and he had reaped significant rewards. Initially, his plan was merely to call out from the lobby, luring some zombies into the spacious area to eliminate them one by one. However, luck was on his side, as he stumbled upon a horde of zombies, saving him considerable time. Even without such fortune, he could have systematically cleared the dungeon alone. The only variable had been the emergence of 2 evolved zombies. Had Zhao Yong and his group reached the lobby before him, he might not have made it out alive. This served as a wake-up call. Despite considering himself cautious, he could not account for the unpredictability of others. After clearing all the zombies in the KTV, Xiong Chumo prepared to explore the slow rock bar. Upon entering the lobby, he found the others ravenously consuming instant noodles. Fortunately, power was still functional. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to gnawing on dry noodles. Upon noticing Xiong Chumo descend, the group cast grateful glances his way, greeting him warmly. Xiong Chumo gestured for silence, indicating that they should not create a commotion, and proceeded to the adjacent slow rock bar. Chapter 16. A deal is struck. The path was clear until he reached the entrance of the slow rock bar, where a dark expanse lay ahead, the ground covered in a thick layer of charred matter. A mere glance was sufficient to evoke a profound sense of discomfort within one's heart. Witnessing this, Xiong Chumo abandoned any thoughts of searching for energy crystals or a handgun. After all, possessing a gun without ammunition would be utterly futile. As he stepped into the slow shaking bar, he was met with an overwhelming stench of charred remains. thick smoke, decay, and an acrid odor that stung the nostrils. All the tables, chairs, and sofas had been reduced to ashes, leaving only the bar counter and dance floor, presenting a scene reminiscent of shattered walls and ruins. Xiong Chimo approached a charred corpse, gently struck its head with an axe, and it shattered instantly. He retrieved a dusty yellow energy crystal and pocketed it, the entire process reminiscent of a farmer harvesting in autumn. After a thorough search, he collected a total of 9 energy crystals he moved away from the dance floor towards what appeared to be a storage room. He faintly heard a soft sound emanating from within. Curiosity piqued, he leaned closer to listen and confirmed that there were indeed people inside. To his astonishment, Xiong Chimo realized that, against all odds, some individuals had managed to survive in such dire circumstances. The slow shaking bar was not akin to a KTV. At least there were private rooms there, in this open environment. Amidst a zombie outbreak, escape was nearly impossible. Moreover, he had set the place ablaze the previous day, and anyone who hadn't been bitten by zombies would surely have succumbed to the choking smoke. Since he had encountered them, he might as well offer assistance that he sensed that the individuals inside might be extraordinary. Perhaps even the ones he had aimed to rescue with a firearm the day before, for the deceased could hardly seek help from the outside, anyone inside. Xiong Chimo knocked on the door with his axe. Yes, thank goodness, we finally have help. Just a moment, we will open the door, came the hurried response, accompanied by the sound of glass bottles shattering within. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing 4 young men and women. Judging by their attire, 2 of the women were waitresses from the bar, while one of the men, dressed extravagantly and adorned with an expensive watch and ring, seemed to be a wealthy heir. Is it just the 4 of you? Xiong Chimo was somewhat taken aback, surprised for the second time, that he had expected to find some important figure trapped inside. It's just us 4. Why didn't you arrive sooner? The wealthy heir complained, covering his nose with a tissue. Do you have any food on you? Please share. I've been munching on sunflower seeds for days and am about to be sick of them. Is this how you treat your savior? Xiong Chimo replied with an expressionless face and a calm tone. The wealthy heir suddenly shuddered, his eyes widening in horror as he looked at Xiong Chimo. Realizing he had just stepped into a perilous situation, "Why you're not sent by my father? Are you?" he stammered, his voice trembling. Xiong Chimo felt a stirring in his heart but maintained his composure, replying, "No, if all goes as it should, the individuals your father sent have likely all become zombies." "What? How could that be?" The wealthy heir's expression shifted dramatically, while the others stood silently, watching. "What are your names?" Xiong Chimo inquired as per his usual protocol. "That I'm Li Jiawei." The wealthy heir responded first. "That I'm Zhang Yike, Lu Guangwei, Wang Shihan." The others introduced themselves in turn. "Could you spare me some food?" "I'll pay you for it," Li Jiawei added, his hand shaking as he pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to Xiong Chimo. "This card has 570,000 on it, with the password 131420. Just give me a bit of food, and it's yours at a lifetime of love for you." Xiong Chimo chuckled softly, surprised by the frivolity of this heir. How amusing, before the apocalypse. It would have taken me over a decade of hard work to earn that much, but now it's just an ordinary card to me. Not to mention, with no banks open, and soon the city will experience a blackout. Even if I had this card, I wouldn't be able to withdraw cash from an ATM. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic world, money is merely worthless paper. Too hard even for wiping. What? Is it insufficient? Li Jiawei noticed the smile on Xiong Chimo's face, but didn't receive the card back. Feeling a twinge of anxiety. Money? I have no shortage of that. There is plenty of it in banks that if you can procure what I desire. However, I might consider it, Xiong Chimo replied, his expression turning serious. What do you want? Li Jiawei inquired. The latest long-way phone, a Huntsman air gun, or perhaps help me locate someone. Xiong Chimo made his demands, fully aware of the heiress' affluent background. Such requests were but a trifling matter to him. A long-way phone? The 4 exclaimed in surprise, their gazes settling on Wang Xian. In this apocalypse, aren't phones everywhere? Who would trade food for a phone? Wang Shihan hesitated before pulling out a dead phone from her pocket and offering it to Xiong Chimo. In return, Xiong Chimo produced several pieces of chocolate and compressed biscuits from his backpack, establishing the trade. I have 2 Huntsman air guns in my car's trunk, but they're out of air. My air pump is at home, Li Jiawei remarked, noting the substantial amount of food in Xiong Chimo's backpack, agreeing to the exchange. An air pump at home. Am I supposed to run to your house for it? Xiong Chumo raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased. The heiress father was capable of sending armed subordinates. With his current capabilities, he couldn't afford to provoke them, that if the heir changed his mind, it could lead to his own demise. Brother, don't you want to find someone? If you ensure my safe return home, I can have my father assist you in your search. That Li quickly made a promise. Also, I remember my housekeeper has the latest long-way phone. I can get that for you. That Li's urgency was palpable. His own phone was dead, leaving him unable to call for help, and he had no clue about the number of zombies outside. Lacking confidence in his ability to return home safely, after a moment's contemplation, Xiong Chumo ultimately agreed. The items were negotiable, but the search for individuals was imperative. Let us move. Xiong Chumo handed over half of his food supplies to Li Jiawei and led the four out of the slow-shaking bar. As they returned to the KTV lobby, the 8 people inside froze upon seeing the 4 behind Xiong Chumo, clutching their scarce provisions tightly. Their expressions shifted from fear to relief when they noticed the newcomers also carried food. "Are these your friends?" Wang Ziki, who had been hiding in the first-floor staff room, greeted him. Xiong Chumo paused briefly, then replied, "Not quite. It appears my friends have met with misfortune. My condolences." She offered sympathetically, "That it's fine. I've grown accustomed to it." Xiong Chumo replied indifferently. "What are your plans now?" Zhao Yong, a portly middle-aged man, stepped forward, inquiring, "Did I haven't yet asked for your name?" Xiong Chumo, he introduced himself. "Now that's quite a fine name." Zhao Yong remarked, "That we 3 intend to drive home." Zhao Yong gestured to the 2 women beside him, "That we want to head home as well." The young couple exchanged glances, revealing their apprehension. "May I accompany you?" Wang Shihan, who had been silent until now, asked softly. "Traveling with me is perilous. I need to go through areas densely populated with zombies." Xiong Chumo gently declined. He had subtly inquired earlier and found that none of them had awakened any special abilities. Given their ordinary names, they weren't renowned figures from the previous life. Bringing them along would only add to his burdens. That if you truly have nowhere to go, you can drive to the north of the city. A rescue team will arrive tomorrow. A rescue team. Tan Kurson, standing beside Zhao Yong, exclaimed in surprise. Xiong Chumo nodded. "Indeed, do you wish to join?" Zhao Yong's expression soured. "Are you serious? I refuse to accompany you too." "Of course, I will not accompany you," Tan Kurson declared resolutely. "Me too. Rather than go to your home, I'd prefer to follow the GF rescue team." Lin Qingxue, another woman beside Zhao Yong, concurred. Zhao Yong's face turned pale. His plans for a comfortable life had just crumbled, yet he couldn't voice his objections, as he too wished to reach the GF rescue site. "Let us part ways here. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." Xiong Chumo signaled Li Jiawei to follow him. The 2 arrived at the underground parking lot and halted before a sleek black Lamborghini. Impressive. To his knowledge, such a Lamborghini was worth over 4 million Dragon Kingdom currency. He found 2 air guns named Huntsman in the trunk, which he accessed through the front hood. Despite being mere air guns, their power was not inferior to standard handguns, especially the Huntsman, which had a lethality comparable to a submachine gun. They operated quietly and only required small steel balls for ammunition. That a skilled shooter could blow the head off a level 0 zombie with just 2 shots. Ordinary air guns typically sold for around 30,000 to 50,000, while these were priced between 80,000 to 100,000, considered contraband. Aren't you worried about being caught with these in your trunk? The form of the hunting falcon bears a striking resemblance to a bird sniper. Once assembled, it measures approximately 70 to 80 centimeters in length. With a few swift movements, Xiong Chumo disassembled the hunting falcon into its components and stowed them away in his backpack. That in high spirits. He couldn't resist making a jest, asserting that as long as no one reported him, there was no need to worry about being investigated. That day, my friend and I set out to hunt birds. And later in the evening, we planned to go clubbing. Li Jiawei, who had been left in the car, recounted the events. "Where is your home?" I asked. "I reside in Shiri Shanzhuang," he replied. Shiri Shanzhuang is a peak located in the outskirts of Q City, covering over 600 acres and serving as a villa district. Within it lie only about 50 villas, each reportedly priced no less than 80 million Longwa currency. That's quite far. After I drop you off. How will I return? Xiong Chumo inquired, gesturing towards the vehicle. Surely, you can't expect him to drive another car. That wouldn't be called an escort, would it? Don't worry, as long as you take me home. This car will be yours. Li Jiawei nonchalantly responded, "Ditto." Xiong Chumo fixed his gaze on him, attempting to discern the truth in his words. This was a vehicle worth millions. Could it truly be given away for merely taking him home? Was he making an empty promise? Sensing Xiong Chumo's skepticism, Li Jiawei elaborated, I have 3 more cars like this in my garage that I in reality. He refrained from mentioning that he owned several vehicles worth tens of millions abroad that had yet to be transported back. Very well, Xiong Chumo nodded, realizing that poverty had indeed limited his imagination. Acquainted with the vehicle's handling, he pressed the accelerator, heading towards the suburban Shiri Mountain. Along the way, aside from a few wrecked cars that had careened into the roadside barriers, there were no other unusual occurrences. After experiencing a moment in a luxury car, he concluded that it was rather unremarkable. It merely accelerated faster and had more horsepower, lacking any other discernible advantages. In fact, it was even less comfortable than his own Longmi, leading him to believe that these wealthy individuals had simply paid a hefty price for their folly. What does your father do? And what is his name? Does he have anyone under him armed with handguns, or perhaps even more formidable weapons? Xiong Chumo probed indirectly that MY father's name is Li Jingza. He runs a foreign trade company focused on importing raw materials from abroad. If memory served him correctly, in his previous life, the head of Yongxing Base had borne that name, possessing a metallic ability. Besides him, there was another named Wang Ming, whose power was a comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes. Do you know Wang Ming? Xiong Chumo interrupted. Indeed, he was my middle school classmate, that I in his recollection. Wang Ming should have been a man of at least 40, so how could he possibly be the same age as Li Jiawei? Could it be a case of a name shared by 2 individuals? Noticing Xiong Chumo's contemplative expression, Li Jiawei paused for a moment before continuing. In truth, acquiring a handgun is quite easy. Every household in Shiri Shanzhuang possesses one. My family even has several AKAs stored away. Upon hearing this, Xiong Chumo felt a wave of silence wash over him. That it was now 2027, during the period of Jiuzi Liu's fortune. What is fire fortune? The military. The Dragon Kingdom currently enjoys a peaceful domestic environment. Yet many countries abroad are embroiled in fierce conflict. That a bag of rice priced at a mere 100 or so can fetch over 60 times that amount in the West 8 nations. Not to mention commodities like sugar, salt, and chili powder. As a manufacturing powerhouse, the Dragon Kingdom is subtly embarking on a path akin to the wealth accumulation of last centuries, a-cho-li-ka, in such an environment. Numerous manufacturers producing and processing components thrived. For the affluent, locating a mere 10 parts manufacturers could yield a fully assembled handgun. However, possessing a handgun without ammunition rendered it nearly useless. Ammunition proved to be the most elusive resource. This was also why Xiong Chumo refrained from searching for a handgun outside the entrance of the Slow Shake Bar. Navigating the winding mountain roads, they spent over an hour before finally arriving at the Villa District. One couldn't help but note that this locale was exceptionally suited for establishing a base. With a few barriers placed along the roads, it would serve as a defensible position. The vehicle came to a stop before a mansion occupying 7 to 8 acres. Please wait here. I'll retrieve something for you, Li Jiawei said, producing the key to the gate and stepping inside. Wait, don't you think something seems off? Xiong Chumo called out, raising a cautionary voice. What do you mean? What's wrong? Li Jiawei, having concealed himself in a storage room since the zombie outbreak, was venturing out for the first time post-apocalypse that we haven't encountered a single soul on our journey. This feels amiss. Logically, every household should be armed, especially with only 50 or so families residing here. The area is sparsely populated. Even the sound of gunfire shouldn't attract too many zombies, making it manageable. Furthermore, this is an easily defensible location. There should be people stationed along the roads for checks. Xiong Chumo explained his reasoning. Stand behind me. We'll enter together. Do you have any pets at home? No, none. Upon entering the gate and traversing a lengthy, verdant pathway, they halted before the villa. Li Jiawei approached the electronic lock, and the doors swiftly opened. Chapter 18. Spatial ability. The interior of the villa was lavishly decorated, opulent and immaculate, showcasing the lifestyle of the wealthy. Xiong Chumo conducted a cursory inspection, confirming the absence of threats or even any corpses, living or otherwise. Where is the item I requested? It's in my bedroom. I'll fetch it. When Li Jiawei returned from the bedroom, he carried 2 inflatable machines, a power bank, and a charging cable. Clearly, your father is not here. That I can surmise where the other residents of this villa district have gone, Xiong Chumo mused, recalling the rise of Yongqing Base in his previous life. Initially, it had been established through a food processing factory, gradually expanding its influence by recruiting personnel. They must have ventured into the city, Li, not allowing Xiong Chumo the opportunity to feign ignorance. Continued, in Shirishanzhuang, there are daily deliveries of the freshest ingredients. Following the zombie outbreak, transportation ceased, and the residents of the estate generally do not hoard food, forcing them to seek sustenance elsewhere. Xiong Chumo, momentarily taken aback, pondered this. Indeed, wealthy individuals residing in grand villas would not stockpile simple provisions like canned goods or instant noodles that could be stored for long periods. Those who hoarded such items in villas could hardly be considered affluent. Perhaps they dined on strawberries harvested that very morning, flown in by afternoon. And where do you think they would go? Xiong Chumo pressed for more information that I suspect they would head to Dongxing Food Group. There's a Q-City group head residing in the estate. However, as long as I can charge my phone, I can simply call and inquire. Could you give me a ride again afterward? I'm willing to negotiate any terms. Li Jiawei implored with pleading eyes. Having just checked the storage for firearms, he discovered it was utterly devoid of weapons, which diminished his confidence in safely returning to the city. Xiong Chumo stroked his chin. Recalling that what Li Jiawei had mentioned aligned with his own memories, that it appeared he was not merely a wastrel preoccupied with indulgence. Providing him with another ride seemed feasible, as he too intended to return to the city. What is most to be avoided in an apocalyptic scenario? It is not the overabundance of altruism, but rather the presence of mindless companions. While excessive compassion may be a double-edged sword. If the individuals rescued possess gratitude and loyalty, your team will experience rapid growth and expansion. Conversely, rescuing unscrupulous or worthless individuals can lead to backlash. Determining whether someone is unscrupulous is a matter of discernment. And one must maintain a sense of balance, that in a post-apocalyptic world, encountering a foolish companion guarantees disaster. Presently, the individual before him was intelligent and clearly not a fool. Moreover, he had a wealthy and influential father. Do you still have any hunting falcons? Xiong Chumo wasted no time in stating his demands. None left, but there should be one in Villa 37. It was he who recommended I purchase it, Li Jiawei quickly replied, anxious for Xiong Chumo's agreement. Agreed. I have no other requests. The original condition stands. Just help me find someone. It was not that he lacked other demands, but rather he had no pressing needs at the moment. Need food? Not only does he possess a warehouse of supplies, but with the strength of a level 2 superpower, how could he possibly struggle to acquire provisions? Need a gun? Surely, the other man's father would never consent to that. And even if he did, it would be a futile request. Thus, the only option left was to gather some intelligence in a vast city. Asking him to locate a specific individual was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Who are you searching for? Share some details. Perhaps I know that person as well. Li Jiawei expressed his curiosity, unable to contain it any longer. The demands put forth by the other party were exceedingly modest, akin to those of a saintly figure, who seemed to expect a lioness share while bracing himself for an inevitable slaughter. Xiong Chumo, without hesitation, understood that the truth would eventually surface. The individual in question was named Tang Chuan, a non-local hailing from Shuqing province, here for work. Tang Chuan, indeed. I shall remember that name. The reason Xiong Chumo went to such lengths to locate this person was due to the extraordinary nature of Tang Chuan's awakened abilities. His powers were of a rather unique spatial variety, capable of storing resources. Food placed within this space was not subject to expiration in a previous life. Tang Chuan infiltrated others' bases, utilizing his spatial abilities to pilfer supplies. Ultimately establishing the Kongmen base, where he thrived magnificently. To ensure his rapid development in the future, Xiong Chumo resolved that once he awakened his powers, the first ability he would absorb would be Tang Chuan's spatial prowess. After a brief tidying up, they arrived at Villa number 37. Xiong Chumo scaled the wall into the backyard. The 4-meter-high barrier posed no challenge for a level 2 superhuman like him. With a few deft movements, he dismantled the security bars, broke a window, and ultimately located a hunting falcon in an upstairs bedroom, conveniently gathering 2 boxes of steel balls to stow in his backpack before retracing his steps. As he departed, gazing at the cluster of villas, he couldn't help but reflect on the prospects of establishing a base here, which would demand little effort. Each household was equipped with solar power, and there was spring water for drinking. The villa gardens could also be utilized for growing vegetables and fruits, with only one road leading up the mountain, .asa base. It was simply perfect. Alas, it was too far from the city center, with food being scarce and vegetables and fruits could not be grown overnight. While there was a little rice in the villa, one couldn't possibly subsist solely on white rice every day. Moreover, traveling to and from the city took nearly 3 hours, and currently, there was insufficient energy to support the repeated journeys of vehicles. After all, the solar power generated by the villa could merely sustain daily living needs. But charging vehicles was out of the question. Lastly, Xiong Chumo's desire for enhancement and evolution was inextricably linked to the horde of zombies. Should his rate of evolution lag behind that of the zombies, he risked becoming either a slave to the powerful or worse, a mere sustenance for the undead. Leaving Shiri Mountain, he drove back towards the city. Although the city was currently without power, the base station still had a backup power source to hold out for a while. After making 7 calls, Li Jiawei finally connected. "Dad, where are you? Are you all right? I'm at Uncle Huang's food processing factory. Where are you? Should I come and get you?" "I'm fine. No need to come for me. I'll be there shortly. Your father is quite good to you," Xiong Chumo remarked with a hint of envy. His parents had long since formed a new family and had not visited him in many years. He considered himself an orphan, refraining from disturbing them, unaware of their current fates. Isn't it only natural for parents to care for their children? Li Jiawei responded matter-of-factly that, "Do you even know how to speak?" Xiong Chumo's forehead was adorned with a few dark lines. Just then, several figures appeared in the middle of the road ahead. "Watch out! Up ahead!" Li Jiawei, seated in the passenger seat, exclaimed in alarm, with the keen eyesight of a level 2 superhuman. Xiong Chumo discerned the situation ahead without altering his expression, gripping the steering wheel tightly, pressing down on the accelerator, and heading straight for them. In Chapter 19, a major change unseen in a century. Li Jiawei noticed the car's unwavering speed and instinctively grasped the steering wheel, but it did not budge. With a loud crash, 2 figures were sent flying over 30 meters, landing harshly on the ground. Their limbs contorted in grotesque positions. The windshield was splattered with greenish, viscous liquid. A piercing scream came from the side, sharp enough to pierce the eardrum. "What are you so nervous about? Those 2 are merely zombies," Xiong Chumo admonished. However, despite his reprimand, he could understand Li Jiawei's reaction. That it was the 3rd day of the zombie outbreak, and as a product of civilized society, it was instinctive to flinch at the sudden appearance of figures on the road, making it difficult to react promptly. Had anyone else been behind the wheel, particularly Li Jiawei, he might have slammed the brakes or swerved violently, both of which would likely lead to a fate akin to that of the cars abandoned by the roadside, overturned or crashing into barriers. Becoming a meal for the undead. "Yes, I'm sorry. I was startled by instinct," Li Jiawei explained. Individuals like him, born into privilege, could live carefreely as long as they avoided serious missteps, and thus, in the face of such extraordinary circumstances, he appeared even more bewildered than an ordinary person. In Longhua, wealth alone could not smooth over all troubles. His affluent background was surrounded by wolves and tigers, and any sign of weakness could invite collective aggression, leading to severe repercussions, stocks plummeting, fortunes dwindling, or even bankruptcy overnight, especially since their past dealings were largely overseas, neglecting domestic developments. Just be more cautious next time. This is no longer the society of yesteryear. Besides, who in their right mind would stand motionless in the middle of the road? Xiong Chumo recalled the tone of their prior cooperation, softening his voice in peaceful times. With Li Jiawei's background, it would be impossible for him to act without regard for the law. Yet now, in this apocalyptic scenario, he found himself unshackled from constraints, and they might yet find utility in one another. Particularly his father, who had been a notable figure in a past life. That's true. Li Jiawei nodded vigorously. By the way, since the city is out of power, communication may be cut off by tomorrow. If there's news, use the latest Longway phone to send a satellite message to contact me. Here's my phone number and ID. Make a note of it. You should have the latest Longway phones there. Right. Xiong Chumo pondered how he might notify Tang Chuan if the other party uncovered his information. That we do have them. But is this Longway phone really that impressive? Li Jiawei expressed skepticism, having lived abroad until recently and only ever using pear-fruit phones. On October 17, 2026, Longway Corporation launched a satellite into space. Only the latest Longway phones were equipped with satellite capabilities. Netizens humorously remarked that Longway was pushing new phones by launching a satellite. However, despite the jest, the demand for the newly released model was overwhelming. The satellite feature was exceptionally powerful, facilitating a leap from 5G to 6G, allowing users within Longwa to connect to global public networks without the need for any circumvention. While battles raged abroad, Longwa remained a bastion of prosperity and tranquility. The majestic scenes of peace and flourishing civilization were starkly visible to people from various nations, as Longwa began to subtly emerge as a world center. Xiong Chimo nodded, providing a brief overview. Within a 1-kilometer radius, making satellite calls posed no issue, and messages could be sent from anywhere within Q City, though beyond that range was impossible. Noted. The two traveled in silence until they finally arrived at the Dongxing food processing factory. After safely delivering Li Jiawei, Xiong Chimo turned around and drove to the Binhai Garden community, where he had rented an apartment the day after his rebirth that he had divided his supplies into 2 batches for storage. So there was not much to transport during the move. Binhai Garden community was a relatively upscale area, with each unit featuring its own balcony, where he installed a small solar power panel. Furthermore, he chose this location for a more significant reason. In his previous life, several renowned superhumans had been spotted near this community, and by relocating here, he might encounter them and facilitate forming alliances. To secure this apartment, Xiong Chimo had paid over 40,000 Longwa coins, covering 2 months' rent and a deposit. Had it not been for the substantial salary increase in the first half of the previous year, allowing him to earn nearly 20,000 a month, he would not have been able to afford such an expense that it was well known that in an apocalyptic world, renting a house was akin to purchasing one. Making this expenditure worthwhile. Returning indoors, he retrieved the air pump from his backpack and connected it to the solar energy storage battery. The energy stored in the small solar panel could only suffice for charging a mobile phone or providing illumination. It was utterly inadequate for daily electricity needs. After filling the gas cylinder, he left the extra Falcon inside the house, taking only one with him that a fully charged gas cylinder could launch between 8 to 10 times, which was ample given his strength. After a simple lunch, Xiong Chimo gathered his equipment and prepared to head to the next destination, the city hospital that he aimed to collect enough ability crystals to evolve to level 2 before the zombies underwent collective evolution. However, before that, he needed to visit the police station to procure a few handguns for self-defense. Although handguns were ineffective against zombies, they posed a significant threat to humans, even with his level 2 superhuman strength. A shot to a vital area would mean certain death. After spending an hour, he arrived at the police station on B Street, which appeared rather desolate. Upon seeing several security zombies lingering by the side entrance, he felt a sense of relief. This implied that the place had yet to be visited. Otherwise, he would have to take his chances at the neighborhood police station. Xiong Chimo contemplated eliminating the security zombies, but ultimately decided to enter through the front door. Allowing the zombies to act as sentinels, he inspected the room numbers until he finally reached the chief's office on the 4th floor. Unfortunately, the office door was fortified with anti-theft measures, making it impossible for him to enter. And the windows were situated too high. The fleeting thought of climbing through a window was quickly extinguished. After circling around, he discovered that the door to the information room was unlocked. However, aside from some office supplies and documents, there was nothing of value. It seemed his journey had been in vain, and he would have to head to the neighborhood police station. The Ministry of Defense had plenty of firearms and ammunition, but he would never be able to acquire any, especially since these locations were under high alert following the zombie outbreak, compounded by the fact that a rescue team would be gathering the next day. At best, he could only manage to obtain a police-style handgun. Although the Falcon's firepower surpassed that of a handgun, its large size made it less convenient to carry. With 5 hours remaining until sunset, Xiong Chimo drove towards the nearest police station in District F. Along the way, he encountered numerous survivors, each maintaining an unspoken distance from one another. Among strangers, even when one spotted another's food haul. The most common inquiry was merely, "Where did you get that?" followed by a swift cessation of conversation. There was no occurrence of violent robbery or aggression. Xiong Chimo understood that this was the early stage of the apocalypse, where everyone harbored a sense of vigilance, engaging in theft. What if the other party retaliated and he was injured? Would he dare venture to the hospital? After all, anyone willing to risk their life to leave the safety of their homes in search of food was likely armed for self-defense. Furthermore, The resources in each city were generally sufficient for all residents to sustain themselves for 10 days to half a month. Given that most residents in the city had turned into zombies and no longer required sustenance, a significant surplus of resources had become available. What could once sustain all residents for 10 days or more was now ample for the remaining survivors for 1 to 2 months. The abundance of supplies made it hardly worthwhile to engage in conflict over a mere morsel of food. Unfortunately, such a harmonious environment would not last long. Chapter 20. One can feel a certain solitude and loneliness. After driving for over 10 minutes, Xiong Chimo arrived at the police station. The neighborhood police station, naturally, could not compare to the police bureau, with the office building standing only 3 stories tall. He easily bypassed the zombies lingering at the duty room and made his way toward the office building. Since the outbreak had occurred in the early morning, the office building was equally deserted. He pried open a window on the 2nd floor and finally discovered a 64-style police handgun in the pocket of a jacket in the conference room, along with 7 bullets, 2 of which were blanks. Xiong Chimo's heart soared with joy. This was already a significant haul. Had he found a 5-style handgun instead, it would have been a wasted effort, given the lackluster power of that weapon. His initial intention in seeking out the police bureau was to procure a 92-style handgun, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even a 79-style submachine gun. For now, having a 64 was already quite satisfactory. Xiong Chimo continued to search and ultimately found one 64, 505S, and a considerable number of rubber bullets. While he had a disdain for the 05, it still held a level of intimidation for those who were not discerning. After all, they all appeared to be guns, and the distinction was negligible. Regrettably, the number of bullets was too scant, though there was an abundance of rubber ones. He loaded the 5 bullets into the 64 handgun, stowed it in his pocket, and packed the rest into his backpack. Without further delay, he drove towards the city hospital. The city hospital was located in District D, over half an hour's drive from where he was. Had it been before the apocalypse, it would have taken an hour and a half. As he approached the city hospital, the number of zombies on the road increased steadily. He parked the vehicle by the roadside, gripping his shield in one hand and a sharp axe in the other, as he cautiously advanced toward the hospital. My goodness, there are far too many zombies. With a swift swing of his axe, he cleaved through the zombies that charged at him, then raised his riot shield to block the bites from 2 others, and with another swing of his axe, he dispatched a zombie that had lunged from the side. The hospital was divided into several departments. The initial buildings were manageable, but as soon as he stepped into the inpatient section, his axe had not ceased its motion. Each strike claimed a zombie's life, and he consistently faced assaults from 4 or more zombies at once. Despite possessing level 2 superhuman strength, he was left utterly exhausted. I can't go on. I need to retreat and reassess the situation. After battling fiercely, he had only managed to reach the doorway of the 3rd patient room, as a continuous stream of zombies poured forth from various rooms in the distance. The high-intensity combat for over 10 minutes began to sow seeds of retreat in his heart. In Q City, with a population exceeding 9 million, nearly 3 million resided in the urban area. If the zombie count was estimated at 50%, that meant over 100,000 zombies were roaming. Judging by the number of beds and rooms on the 1st floor, there were likely thousands, if not tens of thousands, of zombies within the city hospital. Each floor could easily harbor 600 to 700 zombies. It was truly terrifying. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Hospitals were not like KTV venues, where doors and windows could withstand the onslaught of level 0 zombies. Moreover, the patients admitted were often the elderly, sick or weak, making it even less likely to withstand such an attack. The entire hospital was a veritable feast for the zombies. It was entirely possible that 3rd-level zombies had already evolved within. Upon this realization, Xiong Chimo hesitated no longer. He fought his way back, retreating swiftly until he escaped the horde of zombies. What a pity. Having killed so many zombies, he had only collected 11 energy crystals. The drop rate was far inferior to that of the D-Long KTV. However, considering that there were still some zombie corpses he had not had the chance to loot, it was somewhat understandable. The direction he had chosen was not the problem. He simply had not anticipated the sheer number of zombies in the city hospital. After all, he had rarely fallen ill in his life and had never visited a hospital. In his previous life, he was too weak to dare approach such places. Since he could not glean anything from this hospital, it would be prudent to try another. There were more than 10 hospitals of various sizes in Q City. In counting private clinics, the number would be even greater. Chimo pulled out his long-way phone and consulted the satellite map, selecting a university-affiliated hospital that was relatively close to the Binhai Garden community. He parked his car near the hospital, which was significantly smaller than the city hospital .is before. Chimo first cleared the surrounding zombies, steadily advancing. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the inpatient building. Peering through the windows, he estimated that, based on the number of beds on the first floor, the entire building could accommodate at most 3,500 beds most, alongside caretakers and nursing staff. The number of zombies would certainly not exceed 1,000, especially since they were dispersed across various floors, as long as he avoided making a commotion. Progressing methodically and cautiously, he could certainly protect himself. Upon entering the building, the unique scent of disinfectant mixed with decay assaulted his senses, a constant reminder of the inherent danger of this place. The design of the entire inpatient building resembled a shape. Chimo reached the center swiftly, dispatching 3 zombies wandering near the nurse station. He gently pushed open the first nurse's room adjacent to the station, confirmed that it was unoccupied, and closed the door behind him. In such an environment, being caught between zombies was the most perilous scenario. With each step forward, he needed to eliminate all zombies in each room to ensure a safe retreat. He moved on to the second office and the third storage room, both of which were empty. The far right corner of the first floor of the inpatient building housed the staircase and an elevator, while the far left contained an emergency exit. As he pondered the next course of action, Chimo fell into deep thought. With staircases on both sides, making noise could easily attract the zombies on the second floor. After all, the hospital's layout was akin to a slow-motion dance hall, almost entirely open, and it was possible that mutated zombies had already evolved within. He had no confidence in his ability to silently dispatch such foes that if a standoff ensued, it would spell disaster. If only he had a few more allies. In the midst of contemplation, a thought inevitably arose in his mind. After considering the situation, Chimo resolved to resort to the old method of blocking the exit of the stairs with various items, thereby providing an additional layer of security. With this determination, he proceeded to lift a long bench, placing it horizontally in the corridor to the right. Next, he moved a stool from the nurse's station in front of the bench. And finally, he retrieved 2 wheeled stretchers from the storage room, positioning them against the bench. In this manner, even in the event of an unforeseen incident, he would not be easily threatened for a short while. Having completed this task, he stealthily approached the zombie that was staring blankly at a distance of over 20 meters. Upon reaching a distance of 3 or 4 meters from the creature, Chimo suddenly accelerated, raising his hand before striking down. The zombie showed no reaction and was swiftly dispatched. Ever since he learned that zombies could detect prey through thermal sensing, he had become increasingly adept at dealing with them. Even amidst the eerie silence, the noise of dispatching zombies failed to rouse any nearby undead. As he drew closer to the patient rooms, the number of zombies gradually increased. Upon arriving at the entrance of the second patient room, a zombie that lurked in his blind spot, positioned behind the door of the independent restroom, let out a roar and lunged at him. The cry of the zombie seemed akin to a battle command, or perhaps the sounding of a charge. Alas, Chapter 21. A wave of chaos. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chimo eliminated the ambushing zombie. However, in response to this roar, the surrounding zombies seemed to receive a signal. Raising their voices in unison, like a line of dominoes, they were set into motion. In an instant, the echoing cries of the undead reverberated throughout every corner of the first floor. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous encounter at the municipal hospital. Back then, he had also been besieged by a relentless tide of zombies that poured forth from the patient rooms following the initial roar. Recalling the zombies he had previously dispatched, he estimated that the roar of a level 0 zombie could reach approximately 7 to 8 meters. As long as one remained beyond this range, other zombies would not react in unison. In his past life, as a low-ranking individual, he had always moved in tandem with a larger group. The larger group's movements did not require the call of zombies to summon their companions. The mere sounds generated during their endeavors could attract hordes of the undead. Even during small teams executing special missions, they relied on their abilities to eliminate zombies from a distance. Hence, he had only heard rumors of zombies summoning their peers. But the specifics remained a mystery to him. Otherwise, given his previous lack of strength, had he encountered such a phenomenon, he would surely have met his demise. In his rebirth, the environments he faced were either open spaces or confined areas akin to KTV booths. This was his first encounter in a relatively dense setting like a hospital this moment. In addition to the zombies charging towards him from the patient rooms, the third and fourth patient rooms began to yield their own undead. Xiong Chumo made a decisive retreat from the second patient room, dispatching the foremost zombie while simultaneously withdrawing, ensuring a safe path back to the nurse's station. His swift retreat attracted the ire of the zombies in rooms 3, 4, 5, and 6, causing those emerging from the rear rooms to lose their targets and wander aimlessly in the corridor. Fortunately, they were merely level 0 zombies and not numerous. Otherwise, he would have had to relocate once again. A slight sigh of relief escaped him. As long as he did not create excessive noise, the distant zombies would not swarm towards him. Thus, Xiong Chumo only engaged small groups at a time, eliminating them at predetermined locations. After more than half an hour, he had cleared the first floor, having dispatched nearly 100 zombies and only acquiring 9 energy crystals, which seemed even less than he had anticipated. Considering that most of the hospital's occupants were elderly, infirm, or disabled, it was likely that they had all succumbed to zombification at the moment of the outbreak. But if that were the case, then his chosen targets had indeed been misguided. Currently, he should not have opted for the hospital or the dilapidated residential area, but rather places with a higher concentration of young adults, such as KTVs. Collective staff dormitories, bustling streets, or university towns that in such locales, the rate of zombie encounters would be higher, and the likelihood of encountering mutated zombies, yielding ability crystals, would increase. Yet, these were merely speculations that required validation. If the second floor were as disappointing as the first, he would have to consider alternative locations. After tidying up, Xiong Chumo found 2 boxes of bottled alcohol in the storage room, leaving the remaining medications undisturbed. He placed 6 bottles of alcohol in the side compartment of his backpack, where he had previously stored beverages. With these 6 bottles, he might just manage to ignite another fire. Ascending the leftmost escape stairway to the second floor, he arrived at a small balcony designated as a smoking area that he was currently positioned at the intersection of the leftmost side of the second floor. Yet he found himself facing a dilemma. Advancing in any direction would likely result in the zombies cutting off his escape route, placing his life in jeopardy. Conversely, creating a disturbance here to lure zombies to the first floor could potentially attract a large horde from the upper levels. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately resolved to create a commotion to attract the zombies, that if the horde proved too overwhelming, he could always abandon this location for another. Just as he prepared to act, an idea struck him. If he intended to lure the zombies, why not set a trap in advance? He would draw them in with a sizable wave. With this thought in mind, Xiong Chumo hurried downstairs, returning to the storage room where he had discovered the alcohol, and moved both boxes of alcohol to the base of the escape stairway on the first floor. That he also transported all the sheets, pillows, and mattress covers from each patient room to the stairway entrance, stacking flammable wooden items in the vicinity. That he left a clear area at the stairway entrance, consolidating all flammable materials in one place. Additionally, he gathered some electronic devices, equipment, and bed frames to create a blockade, leaving only a narrow opening for one person to pass through. Finally, utilizing tools from the first floor, he fashioned a rudimentary alcohol lamp to serve as an ignition device. Upon completing these preparations, Xiong Chumo stood at the stairway entrance, letting out a series of howls, concerned that the zombies might not hear him. While howling, he struck the metal railing of the stairs with the back of his axe, producing a sharp metallic clang. After a considerable effort, it was reasonable to assume that even the zombies on the top floor would hear the commotion. Before long, the zombies near the second floor stairs staggered and tumbled down. The first to tumble onto the middle platform had barely risen before being piled upon by the subsequent zombies. Xiong Chumo glanced around and saw only a dozen or so zombies, far too few to warrant a fire. So he continued to strike the railing to draw more attention. Before long, more zombies began descending from the middle platform, forcing Xiong Chumo to abandon the railing and resort to yelling. That he then opened the bottles of alcohol, swiftly dousing the entire area. Once this was done, he retreated to the narrow opening, not forgetting to shout a few more times to attract the zombies' attention. Now, he simply needed to await the arrival of the undead to meet their demise. He did not have to wait long. The leading zombie approached him. That as it drew within a few steps, it seemed to sense the presence of a living being, emitting an excited roar as it lunged at him. Accompanying this roar was a cacophony of zombie howls, akin to igniting a vast expanse of wilderness. Unperturbed, Chumo dispatched the approaching zombie, in an environment where one man could hold back a throng of undead. A blast shield served to fend off the masses. After decimating dozens of zombies, the accumulated bodies began to block the sole opening. Alleviating some of the pressure, as more and more zombies gathered in this confined space. They began to surge in all directions. The makeshift barriers he had erected felt as though they might soon buckle under the strain. It was time to pull back. He could not afford to be greedy. With this thought, Chumo sheathed his axe, turned, and sprinted away. He quickly retrieved a windproof lighter from his pocket, racing to the spot where he had previously placed the alcohol lamp and igniting it. Grasping the alcohol lamp, he spun around and hurled it into the mass of zombies. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Boom. Due to the prolonged delay, the alcohol had ample time to vaporize. And upon ignition, a pale blue flame erupted like a demon, consuming everything in its path. Even as Chumo fled the hospital, he did not cease his pace, having initially placed a few oxygen tanks inside, fearing that such high temperatures might lead to an explosion. Chapter 22. The processing plant. He did not stop until he had distanced himself approximately 2,300 meters from the hospital, arriving at a relatively open area. Should an explosion occur, the resulting sound would undoubtedly attract nearby zombies. Had he lingered in the hospital, he might have become a sitting duck. Just as Chumo halted, a series of explosions erupted behind him, their sound akin to that of gas canisters detonating, in the stillness of the environment. It was likely that the noise could be heard within a kilometer radius, that he had not anticipated the oxygen tanks to possess such explosive power. Surely, the zombies within the entire building had been roused. From a distance, one could see several hospital rooms extending from the left corner of the first floor, their glass windows shattered and the plaster walls crumbling. The epicenter of the explosion was enveloped in thick smoke and swirling dust, making it clear that approaching the scene would be unwise for the foreseeable future. A twinge of regret stirred within him. Had he known better, he would have refrained from leaving those oxygen tanks behind. Now, it was not just the nearby zombies gathering at the hospital attracted by the noise, but also the horde of zombies migrating down from various floors of the building. An overwhelming situation that one man could hardly manage alone. After toiling for half a day, it felt like a futile effort. With these thoughts in mind, he no longer lingered and drove towards an electronic equipment processing factory located in the outskirts of Zone B. He had previously worked there. Although the pay was not particularly high, it provided meals and accommodation. The dormitory housed 6 individuals per room, with shifts alternating between day and night, totaling around 300 to 500 employees. The work was intense, leaving little time for rest. As most days ended in exhaustion, in such an environment, the likelihood of encountering mutated zombies was quite high. Upon arriving at his destination, he began his usual routine of clearing the surrounding area of zombies to ensure a safe retreat before heading towards the employee dormitory building. The dormitory was situated a short distance from the factory. Of course, there were more than one processing factories nearby, but the dormitories were not clustered together. Each factory had its own territory, eliminating concerns of being attacked by zombies from other areas. Even if the zombies collectively evolved, this would still serve as a favorable location for hunting. The dormitory consisted of 3 buildings, each only 3 stories tall, arranged in a U-shape with the entrance located at the gap. Upon entering, one would find a square of approximately 2 acres, sparsely populated with a few vehicles and nearly 200 zombies wandering aimlessly, lost in thought. Basic zombies typically lingered around their vicinity unless disturbed. This was why, when faced with a horde of zombies blocking the way, one had to either wait for rescue or fight their way out. There were no other options. Chumo slowly advanced from the outer perimeter while scanning the surroundings. Many doors on each floor were tightly shut, and he even noticed windows covered with curtains, sealing off any potential survivors within. However, given that it was already the 3rd day, if there were any survivors left, they were likely starving and barely clinging to life. What would he do if he encountered them? Never mind. Whatever will be that he was here to obtain the ability crystal cores, not to rescue anyone. After spending over half an hour making his way halfway through, ensuring ample strategic positioning, he arrived at the leftmost building and began clearing the zombies on the first floor, proceeding methodically. Whenever the number of zombies became overwhelming, he would scavenge nearby materials to create noise, drawing a small portion of the zombies' attention away. Once a few zombies strayed from the main group, it was an opportune moment to collect energy crystal stones. The escape staircase was centrally located within each building. In just about 10 minutes, Xiong Chimo managed to clear the area near the staircase. He glanced up the staircase but chose not to linger. Instead, focusing on eliminating the zombies on the first floor, it was evident that the first floor housed the largest number of zombies, many of which were missing limbs, a grim testament to the chaos that had unfolded. After clearing nearly 60 zombies from the left building's first floor, he retreated and began to tackle the zombies in the right building, advancing cautiously to avoid encountering any formidable foes. He noticed that most of the zombies seemed concentrated near the staircase exit of the central building, a clear indication of a higher density compared to other areas, and most bodies were intact, suggesting they were part of the initial wave of zombies. This group was nearly packed together. When he had cleared around 60 to 70 zombies from the right building, he decided to retreat. His next task was to create some noise to attract the congregated zombies, dispersing them throughout the square before taking them out one by one. Xiong Chimo picked up a few soda cans, calculated the distance, and tossed them about 7 or 8 meters away from the zombies. The sound of the cans clattering captured the attention of the outermost zombies, prompting them to move towards the source of the noise. Just then, a zombie suddenly erupted from the horde, moving at a noticeably faster pace than the others. Was it merely a level 1 zombie? Based on its speed, Xiong Chimo surmised it was indeed a level 1 zombie. Mutated zombies were only slightly quicker than their same-level counterparts, yet he found it challenging to discern the subtle differences over such short distances. Continuing the ruse, the level 1 zombie, now separated from the main group, presented an opportunity. Seizing the moment, Xiong Chimo raised his axe and strode forward, delivering a decisive blow. The level 1 zombie was evidently more responsive compared to the level 0 zombies. It sensed the presence of a living being and let out a deafening roar. However, before the sound could fully escape its lips, the axe had already cleaved it to the ground. Not yet satisfied, Xiong Chimo struck again until the zombie's head was reduced to a pulpy mass. It appeared to be just an ordinary level 1 zombie. With no time to search for energy crystal stones, the roar had already attracted a cluster of 20 to 30 nearby zombies. Drawing them closer, without hesitation, he retreated. To his surprise, the zombies showed little interest in him. Instead, they gathered eagerly around the corpse of the level 1 zombie, feasting voraciously. It seemed that this body was far more enticing to them than he was. Despite the noise he had generated, the zombies appeared to have tuned out entirely. Could it be that lower-level zombies would devour the bodies of higher-level zombies to complete their evolution? This phenomenon was unprecedented in both his past and present experiences. With no other options available, he could only wait patiently for the zombies to finish their meal. Before long, the body was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Unlike previously encountered zombies, these seemed to possess a remarkable appetite for the body, exhibiting behavior indicative of body looting. Observing that the zombies had concluded their feast and ceased movement, he cautiously tossed 2 empty bottles to either side that he first threw to the left, and the sound of the bottle hitting the ground immediately attracted a number of zombies. In the next moment, 2 zombies broke away from the main group and darted towards the location of the bottle. Xiong Chimo's eyes lit up. There was a clear distinction in speed between the 2 zombies, with one noticeably faster than the other. To his astonishment, he had successfully provoked the emergence of 2 same-level zombies from the body of a higher level one. One of them had mutated during the process. What a remarkable stroke of luck! He then continued to toss an empty bottle to the right. The noise generated by the left had drawn some zombies, while the remaining zombies were attracted by the new sound from the right. Thus, the small horde of zombies was effectively divided into 2 groups. He continued this method until the zombies were thoroughly scattered. Once he had lured the 2 level 1 zombies away from the main group, he paused to wait patiently for them to disperse further. That if both were indeed level 1 zombies, he would not need to be so cautious. His strength as a level 2 superpowered individual would suffice. However, he was uncertain whether the mutated zombie had awakened any abilities. Although the probability of a level 1 mutated zombie possessing powers was slim, it could not be entirely dismissed that if it were a strength-based variant, handling it would be easier. But should it be defensive, it could pose a challenge. To err on the side of caution, he resolved to eliminate the weaker one first before focusing on the mutated zombie. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the 2 zombies finally separated. Xiong Chimo circled around and, with precision, delivered a fatal axe strike to one of the level 1 zombies. Its dying roar startled the mutated zombie, which immediately charged towards him. Not daring to underestimate the situation, he firmly positioned his riot shield to protect his body, prioritizing defense while remaining ready to counterattack. The claws of the zombie struck against the shield, producing a grating sound, and he noted that the force behind the blow was not particularly strong. So he raised his axe high and swung down forcefully towards the zombie's head. With a crack, the zombie collapsed to the ground. It appeared to be just an ordinary mutated zombie, having not evolved any abilities that he had suspected as much. Among the lower-level zombies, it was improbable for so many to possess extraordinary powers. He reflected on how his previous encounter with two speed-type mutated zombies in the KTV had led him to believe that such powers were more common than they truly were. Observing 5 faint claw marks on his riot shield served as a reminder to remain vigilant. Should he encounter a level 2 mutated zombie, it is likely that the riot shield would be overwhelmed. Extracting an ability crystal nucleus and an energy crystal from the zombie's skull, he pocketed them, brandished his axe, and dragged the corpses of 2 zombies towards the horde that he halted a short distance from the swarm. Let out a few shouts, and then turned to flee. The noise promptly attracted a cluster of level 0 zombies, which eagerly descended upon the remains of the level 1 zombie, feasting heartily. Meanwhile, he busied himself collecting scrap materials capable of creating disturbances, preparing for his next hunt. Once the zombies had satiated their hunger, Xiong Chumo, as per his usual strategy, dispersed the remaining zombies. However, this time he felt a tinge of disappointment. There were no level 1 zombies among them. Was the previous evolution of zombies merely a fortuitous occurrence? Contemplating this mystery, he discovered an intriguing phenomenon after eliminating all the zombies. The yield rate was astonishingly high, reaching 50. It seemed the experience points were insufficient for them to evolve into level 1 zombies. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind as he approached the level 1 zombie that had been reduced to a mere skeleton. Crouching down to search meticulously, as he had suspected, there were indeed no energy crystals. So that was it. During his second baiting, he had removed the energy crystal from the level 1 zombie, which had prevented its evolution. Presently, the level 1 energy crystals held little value for him. For a level 2 superhuman to ascend to level 3, they would need to absorb either 10 higher level, specifically 10 level 3 energy crystals, or 100 of the same level, namely level 2 energy crystals. Should they attempt to absorb lower level 1 energy crystals, they would require an astronomical 1,000 of them. Given his current circumstances, acquiring 10,000 level 1 energy crystals was utterly unfeasible. After all, the drop rate was a critical factor. According to the current rates, to amass 10,000, he would need to eliminate at least 300 to 500,000 zombies. Was that even possible? Even if the zombies evolved and the drop rate increased to 100, would anyone truly manage to gather 10,000 level 1 energy crystals to elevate themselves to a level 3 superhuman? Moreover, for a level 3 superhuman to reach level 4, one would need an astonishing 100 million level 1 energy crystals. For high-level superhumans, low-level energy crystals had become largely inconsequential, which was a principal reason he had managed to ascend to a level 2 superhuman in his past life. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearing dusk. Xiong Chumo decided not to linger, departing the area and driving back to the Riverside Garden community. With no electricity available, he was left with only self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice for sustenance. After dining, he poured a few vitamins from a health supplement bottle as a substitute for fruits and vegetables that in the apocalypse. The value of fruits and vegetables far surpassed that of canned meat. Similarly, a small bottle of vitamin C, costing a few Dragon Country coins, would skyrocket in value over the span of a month for other medications. To be honest, they were largely unnecessary. After becoming a superhuman, his physical constitution had improved significantly compared to before, rendering him far less susceptible to illness. Thus, most medications were superfluous. Conversely, some health supplements could only be acquired in exchange for energy crystals. After satisfying his hunger, he began tallying his gains for the day. A total of 114 energy crystals collected, bringing his cumulative total to 140, that he had also acquired 1 ability crystal nucleus, totaling 5 that he had achieved half of his target, and aimed to exert further effort to complete it as soon as possible. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the entire city gradually succumbed to darkness. After completing 500 push-ups and 400 squats, he slipped into slumber. Today marked the 4th day since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Rising early, Xiong Chumo noted the pleasant weather. Shortly after 7 a.m., the sky began to brighten. After a brief wash-up and breakfast, he donned his gear and descended. He dispatched a few zombies that had followed him back to the community the previous day and drove towards the processing plant. Indeed, the zombies he had slain were deliberately lured into the community to safeguard his vehicle. The journey was uneventful, and he arrived smoothly at the dormitory area of the processing plant, coming to a stop. As per routine, he circled the vicinity, eliminating potential hazards. Upon entering the gate, the distribution of zombies was unchanged from the previous day. Xiong Chumo proceeded cautiously, advancing inward. After more than an hour, he had cleared all the zombies on the first floor, collecting 21 energy crystals. Upon reaching the rightmost building, he had no intention of going upstairs. Instead, he struck the stair railing to draw the zombies down. Positioned at the center of each building, the staircase would only attract zombies from the vicinity of the staircase. Before long, the sound of zombies tumbling onto the middle platform echoed through the corridor. He raised his riot shield for protection and continued to strike the railing. It wasn't until the first zombie lost its footing and rolled to the first floor that he ceased his efforts. With the first one down, the second and third followed suit, cascading down like dumplings. Xiong Chumo retreated a safe distance, for within the chaotic throng of zombies, it was impossible to discern which were level 1 and which were mutated. He could only wait patiently for the remaining zombies to descend. Seeing that most zombies had gathered on the first floor, Xiong Chumo decided not to wait any longer and employed his previous tactic to disperse them. However, he felt a pang of disappointment. This group contained no level 1 zombies, yielding only 17 energy crystals. Following the same method, he moved to the left building, striking the stair railing to lure the zombies down. This time, he finally discovered a level 1 zombie. Suppressing his excitement, he stealthily pulled it away from the horde, swiftly dispatching it. After disposing of the level 1 zombie, he returned to the vicinity of the horde, dropping the corpse to create a diversion, and then patiently awaited the outcome. The entire process evoked a sensation akin to fishing, an indescribable strangeness. Once the zombies had gorged themselves, it was his turn. He tossed an empty can, prompting one zombie to break away from the group and lunge toward the can's location. Xiong Chumo's eyes lit up. Indeed, the zombies had evolved. This meant that as long as he continued this behavior, some zombies would inevitably become mutated during their evolution. Exchanging energy crystals for ability crystal nuclei was simply a windfall. It felt like discovering a significant bug in a game, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. He forced himself to regain his composure, using his established method to isolate the level 1 zombie, killing it before continuing to feed the same group of zombies, but he was curious to see what state the horde would reach after contributing 2 energy crystals. He tossed half a brick a short distance away, and upon hearing the noise, 2 zombies broke from the group and charged out. They had yielded. Xiong Chumo gripped his axe tightly, the pressure causing his knuckles to whiten slightly. One of the zombies moved noticeably faster than the other. They had truly evolved into mutated zombies. The sensation was exhilarating, far more satisfying than discovering a loophole in a lottery. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. As usual, he took the 2 zombies to a location far from the horde. After dealing with the ordinary zombies, he turned his attention to the mutated ones. Looking at the pale red, symmetrically shaped crystal nucleus in his hand, he was overjoyed. He gleefully pocketed it. He now possessed 6 ability crystal nuclei, and perhaps he would reach his goal of 10 today. After discarding the corpses of the 2 zombies near the horde, he continued to cultivate them. Once the zombies grew sufficiently fat, it would be their time to perish. After repeating this cycle twice, Xiong Chumo encountered another surprise. During the 4th feeding of their kind, this group of zombies evolved into 3 level 1 zombies. Originally, the horde consisted of 27, but it had dwindled to only 16. After the 16 zombies devoured the 3 level 1 corpses, they directly evolved into 7 level 1 zombies, 2 of which were mutated. Now, managing them alone was somewhat challenging. With his strength as a level 2 superhuman, he had no trouble handling regular level 2 zombies and was naturally unafraid of these level 1 zombies. However, the crucial factor was the presence of mutated zombies. Should they evolve abilities, he would find himself at a disadvantage. He had to exercise extreme caution when dealing with zombies, ensuring 0 casualties. Otherwise, he would either be left maimed or watch helplessly as he transformed into a zombie. Xiong Chumo contemplated his options. He could not afford to ignore this situation and needed to eliminate these threats first. Otherwise, if he encountered unforeseen circumstances that cut off his escape route, it would spell disaster, unless he was willing to change regions. After all the effort he had put into clearing the first floor of zombies, how could he simply abandon it? The perception of mutated zombies is far more acute than that of ordinary zombies. Capitalizing on this advantage, Xiong Chumo skillfully exploited the sensory blind spot between the zombies that he hurled a stone approximately 16 meters away from the horde, the sharp sound of its impact startling two mutated zombies. They broke away from the group and darted towards the source of the noise. After 3 consecutive distractions, he nearly lured the 2 mutated zombies outside the gate that I asked before, once the 2 mutated zombies naturally dispersed. Xiong Chumo calculated the distance and continued to create disturbances, separating them further before finally taking action, that if the first-level zombies could only let out a single howl before being dispatched, the first-level mutated zombies were capable of mounting a counterattack. After dealing with these 2, he extracted 2 ability crystals and returned to eliminate the remaining first-level zombies. Faced with the 9 remaining 0-level zombies, he refrained from excessive feeding this time, merely offering 1 first-level zombie corpse. Upon witnessing one of the zombies take a few bites before ceasing its meal, Xiong Chumo wasted no time and tossed a stone near that zombie. Sure enough, it lunged towards the stone while the others continued to consume the corpse. Oblivious to the commotion. How could I have overlooked this? Xiong Chumo felt a twinge of regret. Previously, while waiting for the zombies to feed, he had noticed this phenomenon as well. Several zombies had stopped eating after a few bites. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought, as the sight of zombies feeding was profoundly terrifying, evoking a primal fear that made him hesitant to observe for too long, in retrospect. It seemed that the zombies' experience points had reached a critical threshold, and after a few bites, they had garnered enough to level up. As they transitioned into first-level zombies, their interest in corpses of the same rank waned. With some zombies having leveled up, he could preemptively lure them, no longer needing to wait for all to finish feeding, thus saving a considerable amount of time. This time, the efficiency of killing zombies surged dramatically. Whenever a zombie ceased feeding, it was his cue to strike to be midday. A strong wave of hunger dispelled his earlier exhilaration, prompting him to cease the pig farming and pig slaughtering. Despite the relatively modest yield of energy crystals, totaling only 13, he had successfully harvested 4 ability crystals. A bountiful reward. Upon returning to the vehicle and enjoying a meal, he resumed his work that as afternoon approached. Xiong Chumo found it impossible to gather a group all at once. The remaining zombies were scattered in pairs across the 2nd and 3rd floors, no longer posing a significant threat, but he was compelled to clear each room individually while casually searching for useful supplies, such as mobile phones. Arriving at the 3rd floor of the central building, he approached a room door near the right wing. After dispatching 3 zombies guarding the entrance, he gently knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" There was no response, only silence. Xiong Chumo struck the door firmly with the back of his axe, producing a loud sound. "Someone's inside." Chapter 25. I am merely acting in self-defense. Xiong Chumo was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the presence of someone inside, especially as the voice did not sound weak. Earlier, he had noted the peculiarities of this room. Unlike others with doors wide open, this one was not only locked, but also had its windows covered with bed sheets, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding rooms. While this discovery merely suggested the likelihood of survivors, the zombies stationed at the door confirmed it unequivocally. Before long, the door swung open, revealing 4 men, accompanied by a pungent stench that assaulted his nostrils, causing him to instinctively recoil. Even one accustomed to the odors of the apocalypse found this overwhelming, stirring a nauseating churn in his stomach that threatened to expel his recently ingested meal. Xiong Chumo furrowed his brow, gazing at the 4 men before him, his confusion deepening. Today marked the 4th day of the apocalypse. Logically, a person deprived of food and water for 3 days would be on the verge of collapse, if not dead. Yet these 4 appeared robust and vibrant, not resembling individuals who had gone days without sustenance. Suddenly recalling the earlier foul odor and the 4 men emerging from the dormitory, a chilling thought struck him, causing him to instinctively retreat a step. "You all." Xiong Chumo opened his mouth, but ultimately could not voice his thoughts. The leader among them, sensing Xiong Chumo's uncertainty, silently signaled the others. They nodded in response. The 4 had not come empty-handed. Some wielded wooden planks, others grasped steel pipes taken from bed frames, and one held a fruit knife, advancing towards him in unison. What? Looking to make a move. Xiong Chumo narrowed his eyes. Scanning each face, he had merely been momentarily stunned by the realization that they were fellow humans. He was not genuinely afraid of them, even during his previous life. He had never heard of anyone resorting to such measures in survival for merely 4 days. Upon further consideration, however, it was understandable. The locations he had chosen were predominantly crowded places, such as KTVs, hospitals, and communal dormitories. Had the individuals in the KTV not received his assistance, they too might have succumbed to such a fate. Yet, even if they did, it would only prolong their existence, ultimately leading to the same judgment of death. Just a matter of time. The 4 men, under Xiong Chumo's fierce gaze, promptly lowered their heads. Their forward momentum halted. The man in the orange vest suddenly realized that their opponent was none other than the formidable wolf slayer, who had dispatched numerous zombies. Charging him would be tantamount to delivering themselves as prey. Panic surged within him. The leader, steeling himself, turned to glare at the 3 who had lowered their heads. "Do you see the weapon in my hand? If we had such arms, would we have been trapped for so long? Would we need to?" He paused momentarily. "Perhaps we should." Before he could finish, Xiong Chumo struck. "Do you take me for a corpse?" He lunged forward, swinging his axe toward the man's head with astonishing speed, leaving the 4 no time to react. The force of the blow cleaved open half of the man's skull, continuing with such momentum that it severed his left shoulder and arm. Blood gushed forth, painting the ground in a gruesome spectacle. Before Xiong Chumo could strike again, the man in the orange vest fell to his knees, repeatedly banging his head against the ground. "Big brother, please don't hold it against me. He was the one who forced us." The other 2, jolted from their stupor, quickly discarded their weapons and knelt in supplication. That it was a suggestion. We were left with no choice. "Do I look like a fool to you?" Xiong Chumo regarded their comical display with an impassive expression, raising his axe, prepared to end them. "Wait, I have something to say," the man in the orange vest shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. "Ditto? Is that so? Then speak. If your words offend me, I will show no mercy." The man, quick-witted and agile in thought, knelt the fastest, hoping to convey his last words, within such close quarters. Any sudden movement would prompt Xiong Chumo to strike without hesitation. Even if the man produced a firearm at this moment, Xiong Chumo was confident he could dispatch him before the trigger was pulled. Unless the man had awakened some supernatural ability. That seemed unlikely. Xiong Chumo tightened his grip on the anti-explosive shield, ready for any eventuality. "Big brother, the situation is as follows. You can see that we, too, are compelled to act in self-preservation, that we initially considered attacking you, fearing this matter would come to light. However, now we need not worry, for both you and we belong to the same category of individuals. If you spare us this once, our lives will be yours. You can command us eastward, and we will not venture west." After making their plea, they prostrated themselves once more. Xiong Chumo grasped the implications of their words. Initially, they had aimed to eliminate him to cover up their own crimes, but now that he had killed one of their own, he too was a murderer, placing them in the same category. "This is different. You intended to harm me, that I am merely acting in self-defense," Xiong Chumo quipped, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. This declaration. The 3 men turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. "However, your argument does possess some merit. What are your names?" Upon hearing this, hope flickered in their eyes. "Zhou Peng, Wang Hao, Jiang Zhenwei. You may leave that I do not accept useless individuals, that if you wish to align yourselves with me, you must demonstrate some merit." "What kind of merit do we need to achieve?" Zhou Peng in the orange vest inquired hastily. "Let us not speak of other accomplishments for now. At the very least, you must survive." Xiong Chumo wore an expression of indifference as he regarded the 3 individuals before him. They possessed intellect, ruthlessness, and a willingness to employ unscrupulous means. Accepting them as subordinates was not entirely out of the question. However, the fact that they were willing to beg for mercy today to preserve their lives suggested that they might just as easily betray him for other incentives tomorrow. Especially given the trio's lack of strength, taking them in would likely mean incurring the burden of caring for them. Hardly an appealing prospect. Their names did not evoke any sense of grandeur from a past life, and he found himself devoid of any desire to invest in them. Upon hearing this, the 3 expressed their gratitude and hastily passed by Xiong Chumo, making their way downstairs to AS for their fate. Whether they lived or died, it bore no significance to him. Death would bring closure, while survival would merely allow him to observe how long they could endure and whether they might offer him any unexpected surprises. That he continued to clear the corridor of zombies, searching the various rooms for essential supplies. During a brief respite, he noticed the trio rummaging through the pile of corpses. To his surprise, they managed to unearth a car key. Soon after, they climbed into a pickup truck parked in the square and drove off, raising a cloud of dust behind them. Chapter 26. Individual plans inside the pickup truck. The trio, who had been silent for quite some time, finally broke their silence. Peng Ge, do you really think we should follow the boss? Wang Hao inquired of Zhou Peng, that he felt a sense of newfound freedom and questioned the need to serve as someone else's lackey. Jiang Zhenwei, who was focused on driving, reluctantly turned his attention to the conversation between the two. Zhou Peng refrained from agreeing with Wang Hao's sentiment and instead posed a different question. Did you see the number of zombies earlier? Indeed, aside from us, it seems like everyone else in the factory has turned into a zombie. Thankfully, we listened to Li Gu and stayed inside. Otherwise, we would have met the same fate. But it's a pity that Li Gu acted so impulsively, Wang Hao lamented, shaking his head, though he had no intention of avenging his fallen comrade. While searching for the car key earlier, I noticed that all the zombies had their heads cleaved open by the same type of weapon. This indicates that the boss must have been the one to dispatch them, Zhou Peng stated, revealing his thoughts candidly. Isn't he simply relying on his weaponry and gear? In terms of age, aren't we all older than he is? Wang Hao retorted dismissively, although he was shocked by the sheer number of zombies. He retained confidence in his ability to eliminate a few each day, believing he could eventually rid them all. Zhou Peng shot Wang Hao a sidelong glance, silently resolving to make a decision. What was your reaction when the boss took action against Li Gu? I stood behind and didn't see anything, Wang Hao defended himself, though his tone lacked the conviction it once had. Quick! His speed was astonishing. Li Gu didn't stand a chance. Jiang Zhenwei interjected suddenly. If it had been me, I would have surely met the same fate, he continued. Exactly. I suspect he must have been part of a special forces unit on a rescue mission. In this chaotic world, anything is possible, don't you think? Zhou Peng remarked with a hint of nostalgia, reflecting on how he was willing to do anything to survive. The events of the past few days had fundamentally altered his worldview. What shall we do next? Wang Hao shifted the topic, seeking clarity on their next course of action. That I observed that the zombies all had their heads smashed, which suggests that the brain is their weakness. Let's head to the construction site and procure some hammers. Then visit the supermarket for provisions. Xiong Chumo had scoured the area and managed to collect a few daggers, 2 large power banks, and 4 barrels of gasoline from a storage room. That he filled the tank of the Lamborghini with fuel, placing the remaining 3.5 barrels in the back seat. That as the sun began to set, he planned to return while also scouting the university hospital from the previous day. However, upon approaching the hospital, Xiong Chumo abruptly turned back. That a dense mass of zombies loomed before him, stretching as far as the eye could see. There must have been at least 6,000 or 7,000. Upon returning to the Bin Garden community, a few zombies trailed the vehicle as usual. That he unloaded the gasoline, honked the horn a few times to attract the undead, and used them to guard his vehicle. Just as he reached the 4th floor with the gasoline in hand, and was about to open his door, the door of a neighboring unit creaked open unexpectedly. Xiong Chumo quickly placed the gasoline barrels down, raised his riot shield defensively, and retreated cautiously, observing the situation. That it was now the 4th day, and a small percentage of people had begun to awaken their abilities. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Don't be alarmed. I merely wish to ask for some food that I haven't eaten all day, came a weak yet melodious female voice from beyond the door, accompanied by the sight of a face peeking through the crack. Xiong Chumo was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, perhaps even younger than him. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her brows arched delicately, and her petite, refined nose complemented her slightly thin lips. Her fair, smooth complexion, tinged with a hint of youthful plumpness, evoked an irresistible urge to kiss her. Her expression was tinged with nervousness, evoking a desire to protect her. Oh, Xiong Chumo stammered, momentarily flustered. He was about to retrieve some food from his backpack when an unexpected thought struck him. Wait, have you never encountered a woman before? She asked for food, and you just hand it over? Foolish boy. Suppressing his impulse to search for food, he asked, are you the only one in your home? What if this were a ruse? What if there were several burly men hiding behind the door, waiting for him to lower his guard so they could pounce? After all, Searching for food would require him to free a hand, either his riot shield or his weapon. One of them would have to be put down. The woman appeared visibly flustered, biting her lip nervously as she looked at him intently, then nodded slightly. "That I don't believe you unless you open the door and step outside," Xiong Chumo insisted, having noticed the fleeting fear in her expression, which suggested something was amiss. After a moment's hesitation, the woman finally opened the door and stepped out gracefully. "Stop. Stand right there," he commanded, peering in her home to confirm that no one else was present. Even if someone were hiding, the distance was sufficient for him to react. He laid down his axe and retrieved 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from his backpack, deliberately slowing his movements while keeping a watchful eye on her. Despite having set the axe aside, a machete was still secured at his waist, allowing him to respond swiftly should she attempt any aggressive actions. This was a test of her intentions. Yet the woman seemed oblivious. Her gaze fixed intently on the self-heating hot pot in his hands. Xiong Chumo placed the packaged food on the ground, giving it a push so that the 2 boxes slid smoothly across the marble floor to her feet. After completing this gesture, he took a long, deep look at her before carrying the gasoline into his room. Just as he was about to close the door, he heard her call out, "Wait, is there something else?" "Here, take this." A 24K pure gold bracelet slid toward him in the same manner. Bending down to pick up the bracelet, a curious smile spread across his face. "That a gold bracelet. It seems I've struck it lucky." The woman offered no response. He cast one last glance at her before shutting the door. The room contained a substantial amount of food, enough to sustain him for 3 to 5 months. He retrieved some of it from his backpack, intending to convey, "See, I hardly brought back any food from outside." This strategy would help deter any covetous eyes and unnecessary troubles. That he pulled out the gold bracelet from his pocket for a closer inspection. The craftsmanship was exquisite, depicting a phoenix with its wings intertwined, its eyes made of 2 vivid rubies, lifelike in detail. Weighing it in his hand, it seemed to weigh over 300 grams. No wonder it's a high-end community. They certainly have riches to spare. Alas, this item was of little practical use. Had the gold bracelet been valued at the pre-apocalypse rates, it would have fetched over 300,000 Dragon Country coins. Regrettably, while gold prices had slightly rebounded, it was now worth only about 20 to 30,000 before the apocalypse. No one could have anticipated that the price of gold would plummet to such depths. This dramatic shift stemmed from the discovery of 3 million tons of gold reserves within the borders of the Camel Country. What does 3 million tons signify? It far exceeded the current gold reserves, equating to an average distribution of 3 to 4 kilograms per individual among the entire Pangu star civilization. This revelation caused gold prices to plummet from their peak. In the aftermath, it was primarily the wealthy elites who suffered losses, triggering a chain reaction that led to the Third SJ War. Gazing at the gold bracelet in his hand, Xiong Chumo shook his head, roused from his reverie, and casually tossed it into the trash. He opened a can of peach slices and a bottle of quail eggs, pairing them with the self-heating rice to resolve his dinner dilemma. Chapter 27. Jiang Inxue after removing and washing his clothes. Xiong Chumo hung them out to dry on the balcony. Following a routine workout, he took a cold shower and prepared to rest. Yet, at that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Xiong Chumo's instincts heightened as he quickly donned his clothes, grabbed his weapon, and approached the peephole to peer outside. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, revealing only the silhouette of an individual holding a phone flashlight. The light glaring directly into the peephole, obscuring their identity. "Who is it out there?" he asked irritably, annoyed by the late-night disturbance. "That it's me, the one who traded food with you earlier." The woman lowered her voice, seemingly anxious about being overheard by others. Were it not for his evolution into a level 2 psychic, which granted him a perception sharper than that of ordinary individuals, he would have had no hope of discerning her words. "Is there something you need?" Xiong Chumo responded loudly from within the room, that he found the situation somewhat peculiar, and narcissistically stroked his own face. Could it be that he possessed such allure as to attract a beautiful woman to knock on his door at such a late hour? Something was certainly amiss. Xiong Chumo hesitated to open the door. After all, this was an apocalyptic world. Even in the harmonious society of the pre-apocalypse, no one would dare to open the door at such an hour. "It's about this," the woman quickly stated. "I would like to venture out with you tomorrow to search for food. What do you think?" She expressed her intent with urgency, fearing that should he rise early the next day, she might miss her chance. Xiong Chumo furrowed his brows, contemplating before finally replying, "All right, I will knock on your door when I am ready to leave tomorrow." Through the peephole, the woman swiftly retreated back into her abode and shut the door after hearing his response. In truth, Xiong Chimo had no genuine desire to take her along tomorrow. Moreover, his foray would not be solely for the purpose of food procurement. Although he had collected 12 psychic crystal cores, exceeding his task requirements, it was evident that the more he gathered, the better. With the zombies yet to evolve, he aimed to collect as many as possible. His statement was merely a means to placate her, to send her away for the time being, with intentions to clarify things later. The following day, before 7 o'clock, he awoke. Having not yet eaten breakfast, he proceeded to the neighboring room and knocked on the door. It wasn't long before faint footsteps echoed from within. "Who is it?" "It's me." He revealed his head at the peephole before stepping back a few paces. With a click, the door swung open. The woman appeared, her face unwashed and sleep still lingering in her eyes. Yet, she maintained a level of vigilance, rather than rushing to open the door upon hearing a knock. "Have you eaten breakfast yet?" Xiong Chimo inquired, casting a brief glance to ensure everything was normal before greeting her. That as he beheld the beauty before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Even without makeup, she radiated an ethereal grace. "No, I finished the food you gave me yesterday last night," she replied, seeming quite at ease, exhibiting a familiarity that surpassed his own. "That I'm in the midst of eating. Care to join?" Xiong Chimo gestured towards his room, extending an invitation. This was a test of sorts. Should she hesitate to enter, it would conveniently spare him the trouble of concocting another excuse to decline her company. The woman hesitated for a moment before shutting her door and willingly stepping into his space. Xiong Chimo couldn't help but admire her courage. Had he been in her position, he doubted he could have done the same, that he realized she truly lived alone and seemed genuinely interested in seeking food together. However, just as he closed his door with a decisive click, he noticed her shoulders instinctively shrink slightly, that he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It appeared she wasn't as bold as she seemed. "Wow, you have so much food here." The woman was evidently taken aback by the abundance of food piled before her, after witnessing him extract 2 boxes of hot pot from his backpack yesterday. She had assumed he would venture out again today to search for sustenance, but it was clear now that he had no need to forage. Realizing this, she turned, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Xiong Chimo pointed to the self-heating rice on the table, saying, "Start with this." Observing the girl devouring her food ravenously, he curiously inquired, "What about your parents?" This neighborhood was upscale, with apartments valued at over 3 million Longwa coins. Although property prices had plummeted in recent years, he found it hard to believe a young person in their 20s could afford such a place. This question served as a probe. While a young boy might struggle, a beautiful girl who had attached herself to a wealthy man could be quite different. My parents are abroad, and I haven't been able to reach them. As she spoke, her expression shifted, revealing a hint of worry and melancholy. "Things aren't very stable overseas right now. Why haven't they returned sooner?" Xiong Chimo asked, puzzled. In recent years, many wealthy individuals have been returning to Longwa. Even some fugitives who had fled for money were surrendering themselves. Surely, someone like Li Jiawei, a wealthy scion, would return rather than wait to be exposed. They've been busy with work and had planned to return next month after handling everything. Her voice quivered slightly as she spoke. Xiong Chimo gently patted her shoulder in a comforting gesture. She immediately stiffened, her body becoming rigid, yet she offered no further reaction. Xiong Chimo was momentarily taken aback and gently withdrew his hand. "What is your name?" "Jiang Yingxue." "Jiang Yingxue," he mused, recalling that he had never heard of such a person in his previous life. That should not be the case. A woman so strikingly beautiful should not be unknown. In the apocalypse, those who were renowned were often the powerful psychics, followed by beautiful women, and finally, the various factions of the bases. Could it be that beauty was a fleeting curse? Xiong Chimo pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know Lung Qingqing?" In his previous life, Lung Qingqing had awakened an ice-type ability, one that was remarkably versatile. Moreover, she possessed a beauty that could captivate nations. "Lung Qingqing? I've never heard of her." Jiang Yingxue responded, sniffing back tears, her brows furrowed as she contemplated before replying. "What are you thinking about? Is there something wrong with her?" "Oh, you haven't told me your name yet." Seeing him lost in thought, Jiang Yingxue could not help but inquired, "Oh, it's nothing. My name is Xiong Chimo that I asked for earlier. I was actually wondering why you chose me." Xiong Chimo snapped back to reality, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist. gazing intently into her eyes. There exists a unique telepathic connection between the sexes. From the moment Jiang Yingxue decided to knock on his door, or perhaps when she actively sought him out for food, she had already made her intentions clear. Jiang Yingshue's body tensed, her face flushed, her gaze evasive. After a long pause, she finally said, "Let us consider it a blind date." Xiong Chumo couldn't help but chuckle. Surprised by such an outcome, he lightly kissed her fair cheek before releasing her. Instantly, Jiang Yingshue's face flushed crimson, her small fist clenched tightly, betraying her inner turmoil that in fact, there is a rescue team from Jifeng located in the northern part of the city. Xiong Chumo eventually divulged after a moment of silence. That's too far, and Jiang Yingxue hesitated, her words faltering that if one were to calculate based on his previous life, the rescue team had commenced their efforts as of yesterday. The fact that it was only on the fourth day that they began their operations was a matter of necessity. Chapter 28. So steady, do not underestimate the combat prowess of Longwa's soldiers. Although the zombie outbreak occurred in the early hours, the losses for the well-trained soldiers were minimal. After all, level 0 zombies could slay ordinary people. How much more vulnerable would they be to soldiers who were constantly in training? Even if they were ambushed in their sleep, they could still retaliate handily against level 0 zombies. Level 0 zombies do not instantly transform upon infection. Rather, there is a considerable incubation period. The true crisis for Team J arose with the second wave of zombie transformations. Many injured soldiers succumbed to their wounds and became new zombies. However, for Team J, who were prepared for such eventualities, the casualties were not significant. They merely faced a reduction in personnel. Once the military had managed the situation, the primary requirement was to establish a shelter. Otherwise, where would the rescued civilians be accommodated? Were they to sleep on the open ground? This was the reason it took until the fourth day for the rescue team to take action. Xiong Chumo felt relieved upon noting that Jiang Yingxue showed no intention of heading to the rescue team. Some matters needed to be clarified beforehand to avoid future complications that in truth, the Jifeng shelter might not be the ideal haven. After a moment of hesitation, Xiong Chumo decided to share what he knew. There were far too many individuals heading to the shelter, and it couldn't accommodate them all. Moreover, going there was not a leisurely affair. One had to labor in exchange for essential supplies. Unless one was not an ordinary person, for instance, if they had awakened a psychic ability. Although Xiong Chumo had witnessed the Jifeng shelter remain intact until his demise in his previous life, this did not imply that residing there was a sustainable solution. Ordinary people were protected by Team J, akin to livestock. Given the rapid evolution of zombies, the fate of ordinary individuals was ultimately grim. One must contend with the zombies to obtain more crystals in order to secure any chance of survival. Nonetheless, for ordinary individuals, the Jifeng shelter was undoubtedly preferable to other private shelters. Jiang Yingxue nodded, indicating her understanding. Have you felt anything unusual about your body? Xiong Chumo pondered for a moment before succumbing to the urge to inquire. Today marks the 5th day, and numerous individuals have already awakened their extraordinary abilities. The period from the 5th to the 7th day witnesses the highest frequency of such awakenings that in his previous life, he had initially believed himself to be an ordinary person, only to discover his own abilities on the 9th day. Jiang Yingshue's once fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she stammered, "No, not at all. When I mentioned an unusual physique, I was referring to a rather peculiar ability. For instance, like this." Upon finishing his statement, Xiong Chumo leaped powerfully, soaring high enough that his head nearly grazed the ceiling. "How did you manage that? Even athletes can't jump as high as you," Jiang Yingxue exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Could this truly be an extraordinary ability? In the preceding days, she had stumbled upon various videos concerning such powers and Xiong Chumo's prophetic post, yet she remained somewhat skeptical, particularly regarding videos that appeared to be enhanced by special effects, which even skilled video editors could produce. However, witnessing the spectacle firsthand left her no room for doubt. Indeed, that's the case. But there's no need for you to be anxious. Some individuals awaken their abilities at a slower pace. I must step out shortly. Would you mind keeping watch over the house for me? Jiang Yingxue contemplated for a moment, struggling internally, before finally nodding slowly without uttering a word. By the way, we will have several hours of electricity today. So remember to charge the power bank in your phone when the time comes. After reminding her, Xiong Chumo donned his gear and exited the door. Please Return early to A.S. Xiong Chumo paused at the threshold. He was momentarily taken aback by the feeling that it resembled a wife reminding her husband. Waving goodbye, he descended the staircase. Upon reaching the ground floor, he meticulously dispatched the zombies that guarded his vehicle, and, after ensuring everything was secure, drove away. As he traversed the roads of the processing plant district, Xiong Chumo could not help but sigh. His actions were, in fact, a test that if the other party had not awakened any powers, their presence would be merely a burden, incapable of offering assistance. Entrusting his room to her for safekeeping was both a challenge and a trial. Should she intend to employ her charms to occupy his dwelling and deplete his provisions or usurp his possessions? He would not incur significant losses. After all, he possessed the key to the warehouse obtained from Xiao Yin, granting him access to ample resources, rendering the food in his room insignificant, that for the hunting hawk. Those without prior experience would be utterly clueless on how to assemble it, let alone comprehend its purpose. Moreover, he had concealed these items long before inviting her, that he'll not disappoint me, Xiong Chumo muttered under his breath. Otherwise, he would cease pretending to be a good person. Jiang Yingshue's appearance indeed aligned with his desire to seek a partner in collaboration. For his inaugural partner, he preferred a female that in this apocalyptic world. As long as one maintained formidable strength, ample resources, and provided sufficient security, women would undoubtedly remain loyal. However, men were a different matter altogether. That a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. A true man, born amidst heaven and earth, cannot languish in obscurity for long. That if his initial partner were male, it would inevitably resemble the tale of Lu Ji and Han Xian, where one would meet their demise. In this world where one would be trampled upon if they did not tread carefully, the laws of survival dictated the survival of the fittest, especially considering that his abilities were not particularly strong in the early stages. Arriving near the processing plant from the previous day, he proceeded to the accommodation area of another parts factory. Before, he first eliminated the surrounding zombies, then advanced methodically, clearing the first floor of the undead. When encountering a level 1 zombie, he would retain the crystal for feeding the other zombies, continuing his plan to raise them. Only by noon did Xiong Chumo return to his vehicle, prepared to enjoy lunch. He pulled out his phone to check the time and discovered an unread text message, his heart stirring with anticipation as he promptly opened it. Few were aware of his phone number. Not even Jiang Yingxue, that expected. It was a message from Li Jiawei, informing him that news regarding Tang Chuan had been found. This was made possible by the brief restoration of electricity, communication, and the internet in Q City. Li Jiawei's father, a wealthy magnate, had connections with numerous local executives, allowing him to swiftly ascertain Tang Chuan's workplace and residence. Xiong Chumo noted the address. However, it was not yet time to seek out Tang Chuan. With his abilities still dormant, locating him would serve little purpose, and he could not afford to squander time and effort managing him. Every passing moment was precious, especially since he was situated in the western part of the city while Tang Chuan resided in the south, necessitating over an hour of driving. Far too time-consuming, he preferred to let Tang Chuan linger for a few more days. Chapter 29. Profiting from raising pigs ever since his phone regained internet access, Xiong Chumo utilized his mealtime to swiftly browse the latest news from across the nation. Most videos online revolved around rescue teams. Among them, he encountered several with exceptionally high view counts. U City, a first-tier city in Long Nation, boasted a population exceeding 10 million. And even though the zombie outbreak occurred in the early hours, the streets teemed with the undead in just 5 short days. Zombies had evolved to a point where they could not be slain even with rifles. .1 video showcased a massive zombie, 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, its body a dark, muscular mass, emitting sparks as it advanced menacingly toward a rescue team, followed closely by a throng of zombies. Ultimately, this horde was obliterated by a missile, the explosion leveling the surrounding area. What a pity, Xiong Chumo sighed, shaking his head. This particular zombie was a level 4 mutated undead, commonly referred to as an armored zombie in his past life. Armored zombies were unique, possessing an extraordinary resistance to physical attacks. Even level 5 superhumans would struggle to breach its defenses, necessitating the use of extraordinary abilities to defeat it. Upon defeat, one could skin its hide to create formidable armor, surpassing the effectiveness of even the best bulletproof vests. However, considering that most individuals currently possessed only level 1 abilities, it was understandable why they could not vanquish level 4 zombies. That in truth, armored zombies were not as insurmountable as one might imagine. A well-aimed shot to the head with a laser weapon or sustained burns from a flamethrower could bring them down. Yet when faced with a relentless tide of zombies, utilizing a flamethrower seemed woefully inadequate. After contemplating, Xiongchumo decided to comment in the section. To deal with the larger zombies, perhaps you could try using a flamethrower. I believe they harbor a fear of fire. Unfortunately, his comment was quickly buried beneath a deluge of others. Another highly viewed video depicted a horde of zombies, resembling a stampede of elephants, charging toward a rescue team under the relentless fire of heavy machine guns. After demolishing several armored vehicles, they were ultimately annihilated by artillery. A sense of unease settled within Xiongchumo as he scrolled through the videos, leaving him unable to shake the feeling that this meal was less satisfying. Once rescue teams were compelled to resort to explosives or missiles, the zombies throughout the city would undoubtedly converge. Moreover, with survivors residing within residential buildings alongside the undead, the utilization of heavy weaponry became severely restricted. Consequently, rescue teams would find themselves ensnared in a quagmire, facing an impossible predicament. Deep within Xiongchumo's heart lay a profound complexity that he neither wished for the rescue teams to intervene, nor did he wish for them to abandon those in need of assistance. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to focus on his own survival, worrying unnecessarily. Survive first, and then consider the rest. As he powered off his phone, his gaze turned resolute. He finished his meal with several quick bites and prepared for another round of raising pigs. Noticing that the sun had yet to set for another hour or two, Xiongchumo took a moment to rest while also tallying his gains. A total of 34 energy crystals and 9 extraordinary ability cores. A significant improvement compared to the previous day's efficiency, which had nearly doubled. That if he could eliminate 2 more waves of zombies, it would mean that he could single-handedly clear the employee dormitory within a day. After his brief respite, Xiongchumo resumed his pig-raising efforts, acquiring 2 additional extraordinary ability cores. Just as he was about to feed the bodies of 2 level 1 zombies to his growing horde, an unexpected occurrence ensued. He observed that after being fed 3 times, one of the zombies abruptly ceased its consumption. As per his usual practice, he tossed a stone ahead to create a distraction and lure the zombie away from the group. However, the moment the stone struck the ground, the zombie bolted with astonishing speed, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Was this a speed-type mutated zombie? Its velocity surpassed that of a level 1 mutated zombie by a considerable margin. Only slightly lagging behind his own reflexes, that IT reminded him of the 2 speed-type mutated zombies he had encountered on the second day of the apocalypse at D-Long KTV. As he prepared to lead the zombie away from the horde by throwing another stone, he suddenly recalled the preceding moment. Wait, something was amiss. The zombie's reaction was far too swift. Its strength lay not solely in its speed, but also in its reflexes. Even a level 1 ability-type mutated zombie, regardless of its prowess, could only manage a single howl when struck down. In contrast, the zombie before him exhibited reflexes that far exceeded those of a level 1 mutated zombie. Should he engage it, the outcome would be uncertain. Could it be a level 2 mutated zombie? How could that be possible? Where is it that a level 0 zombie can instantaneously transform into a level 2 zombie? Yet, its speed is evidently swifter than that of a typical level 2 zombie, compelling him to approach with caution. Xiongchumo hesitated for a moment, retreating a considerable distance and attempting to hurl a stone to a spot over 20 meters away from the zombie. At this distance, a level 1 mutated zombie would be oblivious. The sound of the stone hitting the ground instantly startled the creature, which rushed toward the source of the noise. Observing this, Xiongchumo's heart sank, as it indeed confirmed his suspicions that moment. Disregarding the other zombies that were feasting, he swiftly made his way back to the vehicle, pressing the accelerator to escape from the employee dormitory area. A level 2 mutated zombie was not something he could contend with. Seated in the car, Xiongchumo began to ponder the cause of the earlier incident. Judging by the behavior of the zombie devouring the corpse of a level 1 zombie, it was undoubtedly a level 0 zombie. This meant that in the instant it finished its meal, the zombie had transcended from level 0, bypassed level 1, and directly evolved into a level 2 zombie, all while fortuitously mutating during the process. Setting aside the element of luck that led to the mutation, the evolution of a level 0 zombie into a level 2 zombie was an indisputable fact. Consequently, Xiong Chimo could only entertain one possibility. When slaying zombies, there existed a minuscule chance of yielding higher-tier energy crystals. That it was likely that the level 1 zombie he had fed possessed a level 2 crystal in its head, which enabled the level 0 zombie to evolve into a level 2 zombie. This was indeed a detail he had overlooked, had it not been for his experience of dying once in his previous life, which instilled in him a mindset of vigilance, and his decision to back away during the probing of the zombie. He would have already met his demise in the unexpected event that had just transpired. It appeared that raising pigs came with its own risks. Nonetheless, this minor incident did not deter him from his swine-raising enterprise. He simply had yet to awaken his abilities, should he awaken his powers. Coupled with the strength of a level 2 superhuman, facing a level 2 mutated zombie would pose no issue. With over an hour remaining before sunset, Xiong Chimo contemplated his next move and ultimately resolved to return home in advance. If Jiang Yingxue truly had taken residence in his place, he needed to allocate some time to seek alternative accommodations. Moreover, even if he changed to another zombie-infested area within that hour, he would only be able to clear the perimeter, yielding minimal rewards. Upon returning to the Binhai Garden community, Xiong Chimo, as usual, attracted a horde of zombies trailing behind him. Parking the car, he pressed the horn multiple times before swiftly ascending the stairs. Arriving at the door of the 4th floor, he retrieved his keys and, with a click, the door swung open. Everything appeared to be in order. That I'm back. Eat while it's hot. I brought some rice over from the house and cooked a large pot. As soon as he stepped inside, Jiang Yingxue's melodious voice reached his ears. That a complex array of emotions surged within Xiong Chimo, caught between relief and melancholy. That in any case, Jiang Yingxue had passed his test and was, for the time being, trustworthy. What she said was likely the truth. Her parents might indeed be abroad. With her striking beauty and solitary status, devoid of any encumbrances, she was an ideal partner, save for the fact that she had yet to awaken her abilities. It was essential to recognize that finding a cooperative ally in a post-apocalyptic world was no simple feat. One might think they were partnering with an individual, only to discover that they were burdened with a whole family. Should one factor in grandparents and siblings, the potential liabilities multiplied significantly. That if such matters were not handled adeptly, a team could swiftly fragment. This was also the reason Xiong Chimo was not in a hurry to seek companions. His original plan was to begin searching for allies 10 to 15 days after the apocalypse erupted, by which time those who were meant to awaken their powers would have done so, and the survivors would have a clearer understanding of their circumstances and capabilities, minimizing the potential for complications. Now that fate had brought them together, he was not inclined to be rigid. He devoured the warm rice with great gusto, while Jiang Yingxue voluntarily cleared the dishes in the kitchen. After their meal, Xiong Chimo reclined on the sofa, pulling out his phone to browse the internet. Most base stations had backup power supplies, and during the city's temporary power restoration, a considerable amount of energy had been stored. Even though the electricity had long since been cut off, the network's signal still persisted. What to do? There's no food left at home, and all I do is drink tap water to stave off hunger. Who can come to my rescue? My address is, thank you, Dragon Nation. I have safely arrived at the shelter. Images flooded the screen. That a guy in our community awakened his abilities at noon today. I'm so envious. I wonder when I will awaken mine. That a unique zombie appeared at XX school. It can effortlessly demolish dormitory doors, and all the boys on the 3rd floor were killed. Xiong Chimo clicked through the posts. The shelter depicted in the images resembled a bomb shelter. Such locations are easy to defend, but not the most suitable, as they are susceptible to attacks from animal zombies, particularly zombie bats, which prefer dark caves. That if even one were to enter, the entire shelter would be doomed. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately replied in the comments, "Beware of animal zombies that I in my rural area. Pigs, cows, sheep, cats, dogs, and mice have all transformed into zombies. Yet the chickens, ducks, and geese we raise have not. I said only mammals that become zombies. The location of the shelter resembles a cave. What if it is attacked by zombie bats?" After editing, he clicked send. With that, he had delivered the warning he deemed necessary. That he continued scrolling through the next video, which showed an individual sprinting back into the community with various packages in hand. The person's speed was evidently beyond that of an ordinary human, indicating they had awakened a speed-enhancing ability. Such an ability could indeed be considered quite advantageous. The 3rd video featured an incident occurring in the boys' dormitory, with the camera angle suggesting the shooter was from the adjacent girls' dormitory. It appeared that a telescope had been utilized to capture the footage that I end the video. A zombie easily smashed through the dormitory door, entering and slaughtering all the boys inside. The scene was gruesome, as the zombie dispatched its victims with the casualness of killing chicks. Xiong Chumo immediately recognized the creature as a level 1 strength-type mutated zombie. Among the ability-based zombies, this type was the easiest to handle. However, that being said, against the flimsy doors of dormitories, a strength-type mutated zombie was akin to a living nightmare. Upon entering the comment section, he was astonished to find that the most upvoted comment queried, "Why is there a telescope in the girls' dormitory?" Such a bizarre inquiry. Even in the apocalypse, there were still so many trivial-minded individuals. He shook his head in disbelief and continued to browse the other videos. The remaining clips were either showcasing personal abilities, requesting assistance, or extolling the virtues of a cult, lacking any substantial content. Once Jiang Yingxue finished tidying up, she walked over to him with delicate steps and settled beside him on the sofa. Xiong Chumo put away his phone, gently wrapping his arm around Jiang Yingxue's soft waist, closing the distance between them. "You still haven't properly answered my question. Why did you choose me?" After a moment of silence, Xiong Chumo took the initiative to broach the subject. For someone who had died once, particularly at the hands of another, he harbored a profound sense of wariness when confronting strangers. Were it not for his own strength surpassing that of others, he would prefer to remain solitary. At this moment, he felt an intricate blend of emotions that on one hand, he desired the company of a stunning beauty like Jiang Yingxue. On the other, he was concerned for his safety, a classic case of ambivalence. Unlike with other males or subordinates, he would not be so conflicted. Those who proved useful could stay. Those who were not could face the whims of fate. Moreover, as a subordinate, one could not share the same living space as a superior, ensuring privacy and a sense of security. Thus, when faced with someone who might share his bed in the future, he naturally had to exercise extreme caution. After all, should someone sacrifice themselves and open the door at the dead of night, he might not even realize how he met his end. Such individuals who would risk their lives for a woman were truly oblivious to the concept of mortality. Most importantly, he and Jiang Yingxue had known each other for barely a day. There was no foundation of trust or emotion to speak of. This was a post-apocalyptic world, and the bond tying them together was solely one of mutual benefit that if Jiang Yingxue could not provide him with a satisfactory answer, Xiong Chumo would remain unable to accept her. Jiang Yingxue gradually relaxed, leaning gently against the shoulder. "That I noticed you the day before yesterday at noon when you parked downstairs. You were different from the others in the community. While zombies roamed the area, no one dared to venture outside. Yet you not only did so, but also dispatched the zombies lurking near the stairwell." Xiong Chumo's heart stirred. The day before yesterday at noon? That was indeed when he had escorted Li Jiawei to the Dongxing food processing factory and had returned to the Binhai Garden community, effortlessly dealing with the zombies he encountered along the way. He nodded slightly, signaling for her to continue. "After you left, the others in the community finally dared to venture out to scavenge for supplies. And you? Did you not join them in searching for food?" Xiong Chumo, filled with confusion, inquired. Typically, girls possess less physical strength than boys. Even when wielding weapons, they may struggle to decapitate a zombie. Therefore, it is prudent to search for supplies in pairs or teams. However, considering the tenacity of a zombie-esque life force, it is not just girls who would find it challenging. Some reclusive males, even with an axe in hand, might falter against a level 0 zombie. That I usually refrain from ordering takeout, preparing every meal myself, which has resulted in a decent stock of food in my kitchen. Jiang Yingxue's melodious voice chimed from his shoulder. Yet, as far as I know, the city has been without power and gas since midday the day before yesterday. Without electricity or gas, how can one heat food? Surely, you cannot intend to consume it raw. Xiong Chumo arched an eyebrow, identifying a flaw in Jiang Yingxue's reasoning. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, it is indisputable that most households maintain a reserve of food. However, having food without a means to prepare it poses a significant dilemma. The other party was evidently aware of the power outage, yet refrained from seeking help or companionship to forage for sustenance, instead choosing to endure hunger. In response to his perplexity, Jiang Yingxue promptly produced her phone, revealing their chat history. Xiong Chumo accepted the phone, finding the chat interface displaying a contact named Lu Tianyi, who had previously engaged in various pleasantries, greetings, and inquiries about well-being. Before the apocalypse post-outbreak, the conversation shifted to concerns about food supplies and mutual encouragement to persevere until rescue arrived. Thus far, the chat content appeared entirely normal. Until the afternoon of the day before yesterday, when the dialogue took a turn, IT shifted to a proposition. If she agreed to be his girlfriend, he would provide her with food, along with a promise that any food obtained in future outings would also be shared with her. Even today, as the network briefly resumed, there was an impatient inquiry about whether she had made a decision. Who exactly is this Lu Tianyi? Xiong Chumo gently patted Jiang Yingshue's shoulder. He resides on the 7th floor of this building and was added as a friend through the owner's group. Xiong Chumo returned to the chat interface, quickly scanning through it, noting the numerous comments that echoed this sentiment. He might have anticipated that the goddess would attract many admirers, yet never imagined it would be to such an extent. Love unfulfilled has driven them to threats. Especially in this apocalyptic environment, it is during such times that these admirers have the greatest opportunity to approach the goddess. How despicable. There are others whose words are rather unkind, whom I promptly blocked. Xiong Chumo nodded noncommittally, returning the phone to her. Jiang Yingxue had neither deleted these admirers from her friends list nor clearly rejected their advances in the conversation. Instead, she danced around the issue, maintaining ambiguity while generously displaying the contents to him. This indicated what? It suggested that she was making a choice. She sought to select the most suitable candidate from among them. Had he declined at that moment, it was likely Jiang Yingxue would have turned to someone else. It seemed that her earlier claim of treating this as an arranged meeting was no jest, but rather a reality. Xiong Chumo silently acknowledged that he had now accepted her. After receiving her phone, Jiang Yingxue hesitated for a moment, then straightened her posture, her delicate hands clasping Xiong Chumo's while she implored. In truth, I have another request regarding your sister. I ask it for your sister. Xiong Chumo countered, having noticed a chat contact labeled sister in the records, where their exchanges hinted at mutual encouragement and reassurance amid the chaos. Indeed, my sister is a first-year student at Q City Medical University, currently hiding in her dormitory, that I hope you can bring her back. Jiang Yingxue displayed a degree of self-awareness, not insisting on accompanying him, but rather requesting that he go alone to retrieve her. What does your sister look like? What is her name? Which dormitory is she in? Xiong Chumo did not hesitate to agree immediately that he feared conditional requests, but dreaded even more the absence of them. As adults, they inherently understood the principle that one must give to gain. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This condition would serve as the foundation of their cooperation. Her name is Jiang Yiling, and she resides in dormitory 507 of Building 6 in Area B of the Medical University. Here, this is her photo. Perhaps you could take my phone to find her. This way, she would be more likely to trust you. The lock screen password is 123578, but the photograph depicted a girl with shoulder-length hair, possessing an ethereal beauty that surpassed even that of her sister. Her youthful purity resembled a bud of a lily, evoking a sense of protectiveness. Xiong Chumo felt his heart race, blood rushing to his brain, momentarily deafened to Jiang Yingshue's subsequent words. The girl in the photo was none other than Lung Qingqing. So that was it. Jiang Yiling possessed ice-based abilities, and her beauty was indeed world-shattering. The name Lung Qingqing was more of a title than a surname. She did not actually bear the surname Lung. No wonder Jiang Yingxue had been oblivious when he mentioned that name. Earlier that morning, Xiong Chumo had approached the subject with a tentative hope, not only due to Lung Qingqing's formidable powers, but, most importantly, because she had a sister. Lung Qingqing's sister possessed extraordinary abilities as well. Her abilities were akin to a divine attribute, showcasing remarkable healing capacities and potent purification effects. She could even regenerate severed limbs. Most astonishingly, her purification ability could eradicate various pathogens, toxins, and even the zombie virus itself. If one were scratched or bitten by a zombie, as long as the duration was brief, her powers could cleanse the virus and prevent transformation. In his previous life, she was revered as Jiang Shini among survivors. Such abilities would undoubtedly make her the quintessential heroine or savior in any cinematic or literary portrayal. Bang, 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 bang. Xiong Chumo felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, forcibly suppressing his elation as he inquired. Are you two truly sisters? Before she could respond, he pressed on, in Q City. Do you have any cousins or other relatives? In his previous life, he had never encountered Jiang Shini, only knowing that she was a woman with the surname Jiang, and that she and Lung Qingqing were sisters. Despite this knowledge, it would be imprudent to randomly approach anyone with the surname Jiang to ask if they were acquainted with Lung Qingcheng. Especially considering the prevalence of that surname in Q City, there were likely hundreds of thousands, if not millions, bearing it. Indeed, she is my biological sister. After a brief pause, she shook her head and continued. In Q City, I have a cousin that I reached out to my aunt's family, but they have not responded. Why? Are you contemplating something regarding her? Upon finishing her sentence, Jiang Yingxue playfully pinched his waist. Xiong Chimo, seemingly impervious to her teasing, was enveloped in overwhelming delight. Indeed, Jiang Yingxue is Jiang Shini. Chapter 32. Dragon King Yi Cheng. At that moment, he felt as though he had been searching for someone amidst a multitude, only to suddenly discover them illuminated in a distant glow. Have you noticed any changes in your body? Perhaps you have awakened an ability. Xiong Chimo eagerly inquired. No, everything remains the same. When the topic of abilities arose, she appeared somewhat disheartened. Do not fret. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, you will successfully awaken your powers. Even if you do not, I have ways to assist you. Xiong Chimo offered a series of comforting words, seizing the opportunity to deepen their connection. Which school did you graduate from? The two conversed from the south to the north until 10 in the evening, gradually growing more acquainted. From their discussion, Xiong Chimo learned that Jiang Yingxue had never had a boyfriend. Consequently, her family and relatives have been pressing her regarding marriage and arranging blind dates. By the way, do you know a person named Yi Cheng? Xiong Chimo hesitated briefly before ultimately asking. He posed the question. He felt a slight perspiration forming in his palms. Yi Cheng had been the leader of the Eternal Base in his previous life. The strength of the Eternal Base ranked within the top 3 in Q City. Moreover, both Jiang Yingxue and Zhang Yiling were part of Yi Cheng's harem. Jiang Yingshue's abilities were akin to a game-changer, a highly sought-after strategic asset for any base. Given her exceptional powers, countless individuals sought her medical expertise, often paying exorbitant fees. In essence, Jiang Yingxue alone contributed the equivalent of half a base. For someone so beautiful and capable, it was inconceivable that other factions would not covet her. Indeed, many had set their sights on her. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention Yi Cheng, the founder of the Eternal Base. Yi Cheng's abilities were extraordinarily unique and powerful. It was said that he had the capacity to transform parts of his body into those of beasts. The strength of his transformed limbs surpassed their original capabilities by an immeasurable factor, rendering this power even more formidable than the top-tier abilities that enhanced overall physical attributes. Aside from enhancing physical strength, one can even acquire unique abilities after undergoing beastification. For instance, transforming one's hands into those of a bear or a tiger, with a single swipe capable of effortlessly eviscerating an opponent. The chest and back may be fortified with turtle shells or scaled armor, easily withstanding the slashes and stabs of swords, and even possessing the power to deflect bullets when one's strength reaches its zenith. This phenomenon resembles the dragon totems of the Dragon Kingdom, fashioned from various animal parts. With such extraordinary powers, coupled with the recruitment of numerous superpowered individuals, Yi Cheng effortlessly neutralized the invasions launched by other bases, gradually establishing himself as one of the foremost forces in Q City. His singular abilities, along with formidable combat prowess and a powerful faction, earned him the moniker Dragon King among survivors present. Encountering Jiang Yingxue equates to an early interception of his plans. Consequently, Yi Cheng has emerged as his primary rival, even surpassing Tang Chuan in terms of priority. I've never heard of this person. I am sorry, but I'm not familiar with the individuals you mentioned. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yingxue blinked at him with a hint of apology. Upon hearing Jiang Yingshue's response, Xiong Chimo felt a flicker of surprise. If Jiang Yingxue was unaware of Yi Cheng, how did they come to associate with one another? Could it be that Zhang Yiling acted as a bridge, first courting the younger sister, then advancing on the elder? Xiong Chimo mused, contemplating that this might indeed be the only plausible explanation. The mere thought of this compelled him to rush back to school and retrieve Zhang Yiling, and oh worries, finding them is merely a matter of time. Xiong Chimo smiled gently at her, softly clasping Jiang Yingshue's delicate hand in his palm. Jiang Yingxue, feeling shy, lowered her head, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly held. After struggling a bit and realizing the futility of her efforts, she surrendered to his grasp. The atmosphere between them began to take on a subtle undertone that it was getting late. It was time to rest. Xiong Chimo caught a faint, elusive fragrance in the air, feeling a dryness and itchiness in his throat that prompted him to swallow. It was already past 10 p.m., and he needed to rise early from medical university. Time was indeed pressing. Upon hearing this, a visible blush spread across Jiang Yingshua's face, flooding her neck and ears as well. Even Xiong Chimo, sitting beside her, could distinctly hear the sound of her heart, as if a small deer was thrashing about within her chest. "You should go wash, take a shower first," Jiang Yingxue stammered, then retreated into her room as if fleeing. Xiong Chimo watched with interest as the flustered beauty hurried away, chuckling softly to himself as he entered the bathroom. The cold water cascaded over his body, washing away the fatigue of the day. After finishing, he casually wrapped a towel around himself and stepped into the bedroom. Bathed in the soft moonlight, he noticed the bed was tightly cocooned in blankets, a smile inevitably tugging at his lips. Xiong Chimo approached the bedside slowly, pulled back the covers and slipped beneath them. Jiang Yingxue lay with her back to him, her delicate figure trembling slightly, nervousness causing her to break out in a sweat. And he could feel the warmth rising in the bed. He gently patted her back, offering comfort, and refrained from any further actions. After a while, Jiang Yingshue's tension eased, and she turned to face him, their breaths intertwining in the intimate space between them. "You don't know how long has passed," Jiang Yingxue finally spoke, unable to continue once she started. As a young woman, she couldn't possibly initiate a conversation with a man about when he would take action. Could she? "Rest assured, I won't lay a finger on you until I brought your sister back." Xiong Chimo, aware of her unspoken thoughts, preemptively offered his assurance that if Jiang Yingxue were an ordinary beautiful woman rather than Jiang Shini, he would have been more than willing to advance their relationship. However, now that he recognized her true identity, he placed her on equal footing with himself, if not a position of greater importance. Rather than viewing her as an accessory, of course, he could not afford to be too hasty. He not only sought to win her over, but also her heart. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yingxue, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, staring at him intently, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light in the darkness. "Thank you." With that, Jiang Yingxue unexpectedly reached out, cradling the back of his head, gently leaning towards him, while simultaneously extending her neck. Accompanied by a warm breath, she lightly pressed her lips against his. A fleeting touch, that moment. Jiang Yingxue completely relaxed, curling up like a contented kitten in his embrace. Xiong Chimo himself was taken aback by the unexpected effect of his teasing. He reached out, gently resting his hand on the delicate curve of her waist, drawing them even closer together. The night passed without further words. Chapter 33. The Rise of Power. Today marked the 6th day since the outbreak of the zombies. It was just past 6 a.m. when Xiong Chimo awoke. Gazing at the serene sleeping figure in his arms ignited a fervor within him that he shook his head lightly, summoning immense willpower to disregard his body's protests. Extricating himself from the warmth and softness of the bed, dressing quickly, and venturing out to prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast was quite lavish. In addition to self-heating rice, there was milk and a can of quail eggs. Once the rice was heated, he refrained from waking the slumbering Jiang Yingxue, instead indulging in his meal. Halfway through, he sensed movement behind him and turned to see Jiang Yingxue in a pink nightgown, one hand propping the door while the other was busily taming her tousled hair. "Did I disturb you? Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" Xiong Chimo observed her exquisite nightwear and was not surprised. Surmising that these items were likely brought from her home, "I'm terribly sorry. I should have prepared breakfast for you. Last night was the most restful sleep I've had in days, and I didn't realize I had overslept." Jiang Yingxue approached with an apologetic expression, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind, resting her chin atop his head. She felt utterly helpless, grappling with a tumult of conflicting emotions, even more complex than those she experienced the previous night. "It's fine. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake you." Xiong Chimo set his food aside, savoring the closeness of the beautiful woman. Jiang Yingxue withdrew her arms from around his neck, gently kneading his shoulder. Their breakfast concluded in a warm atmosphere. After cleaning up, Xiong Chimo took a deep look at Jiang Yingxue and said, "I'm off." "Wait." Jiang Yingxue hurriedly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a firm kiss on his lips. "Be safe. I will." The thought of the beautiful woman waiting for him at home filled him with determination to return. Xiong Chumo flashed a mischievous grin. Make sure to lock the door securely and don't let strangers in. Be a good girl and wait for me to come home. He gently caressed Jiang Yingshu's hair as if advising a child. With that, he closed the door behind him and descended the stairs. Q City's Medical University was located in the eastern part of the city, an hour's journey from his residence. As he drove towards the university, Xiong Chumo contemplated how to safely bring her back home. The university town, in stark contrast to the small hospitals and factories he had visited in recent days, was on an entirely different scale. A university can have thousands, if not tens of thousands, of students. Especially a prestigious institution like a medical university, the student population likely exceeds 30,000. That even if the dormitories were separated by gender, he only needed to consider half the population, which would still amount to nearly 20,000 individuals. Just contemplating this figure sent a shiver down his spine. Given Xiong Chumo's cautious nature, he would never dare to approach such a place with his current abilities, regardless of the beauty's pleas. A beautiful woman could be found again, but losing his life might mean he could never be reborn, that he wouldn't take that gamble. Yet this situation was uniquely different. He felt compelled to take this risk. If past events were any indication, even without his intervention, Jiang Yingshu and her sister would have survived. What did that imply? It suggested that whether he was present or not, Jiang Yiling's chances of survival at the medical university were not as dire as he had imagined. This was the very foundation of his confidence in agreeing to Jiang Yingshu's request. He believed that with his level 2 superpower, he should be stronger than Yi Cheng, who had just awakened his level 1 ability. If Yi Cheng could manage, then surely he could as well. After nearly an hour of driving, he finally reached his destination. The most notable change along the way was the substantial decrease in the number of zombies. Only a handful remained scattered along the roadside, posing little threat. That on the road, the most frequently encountered sight was, contrary to expectations, the corpses of zombies. To investigate further, Xiong Chumo made a special stop to examine them, confirming that the cause of death for these zombies was not due to gunfire, but rather inflicted by blunt instruments. This effectively ruled out the hypothesis that a rescue team had arrived here. Each zombie bore wounds of varying severity, clearly indicating that they had been brutally beaten to death by multiple assailants. This suggested that a group had already banded together for survival, and it could be further inferred that someone nearby had awakened supernatural powers and begun to form alliances. Xiong Chumo parked his vehicle 50 meters from the main entrance of the school, where designated parking spaces were available. That a quick glance revealed 6 cars parked in total. That he easily vaulted over the school gate and approached the security office. Through the glass window, he could clearly see 2 security guard zombies in uniform, seemingly dazed within the room. One of them had a set of keys hanging from its waist, which he recognized as the key to the side entrance. The main gate was equipped with an electronic lock, which was now rendered inoperable due to the power outage, preventing vehicles from passing through. Only the side door required manual locking, which was just wide enough for a sedan to pass. After a moment's consideration, Xiong Chumo decided to acquire the keys. The university town itself presented an ideal, somewhat enclosed environment for monster hunting. Once the opportunity arose, he could drive a group into the campus to hunt creatures. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer, shattering the glass window, swiftly dispatching the 2 level 0 zombies, and retrieving the keys to tuck them into his pocket. The sound of breaking glass did not attract the attention of other zombies, which, for Xiong Chumo, was not a favorable sign. That IT indicated that the majority of the zombies were likely concentrated in the student dormitory buildings. After a brief search, he found 2 sets of stab-resistant clothing and a riot shield tucked away in a corner cabinet. He contemplated the need for caution and decided to return to his vehicle to stow the items in the back seat. Next, he utilized the satellite positioning on his phone to locate his target. With the assistance of this navigation tool, even though it was his first time in this university, he found it impossible to get lost. The student dormitories were divided into 5 areas. Area A and B comprised newly built luxury accommodations. Area C contained standard dormitories, and Area E was the older campus. Each area was separated by considerable distances. Within Area B, there were 6 buildings, each with 7 floors. Jiang Yiling resided in room 507 of Building 6. Along the way, he encountered scattered zombies, all of which he eliminated one by one. Soon arriving at his destination, Building 6 of Area B, upon reaching the base of Building 6, he did not rush upstairs. In the apocalypse, The greatest taboo was encountering incompetent allies who would jeopardize one's safety, that if he recklessly charged in and startled any survivors with loud cries, even if he possessed 10 lives, he would surely meet his demise. Before taking action, he needed to carefully observe the terrain. From the map, it was evident that the 6 buildings were grouped together in a U-shaped formation, consisting of buildings 1, 2, and 3 designated for male students, while buildings 4, 5, and 6 were for females, arranged in an L shape on the map. Each dormitory had its own cafeteria, separated by a garden. This was indeed good news. Unless an excessive commotion was created, the male dormitories would not be able to hear disturbances from the female side. Xiong Chumo conducted a cursory assessment. Based on the number of windows, each floor likely contained around 15 compartments. With each compartment housing 4 individuals that if fully occupied, each floor could accommodate 60 residents, and a single building would hold approximately 420 people. Chapter 34. Jiang Yiling and her close friends. Assuming an infection rate of 60 to 80%, this building likely contained between 250 to 330 zombies, spread across 7 floors, which was not an overwhelming number. It was important to note that a student dormitory's area was significantly larger than that of a factory's employee dormitory. The corridors alone were quite lengthy, far less densely populated than he had previously encountered. Having gathered this information, Xiong Chumo no longer hesitated and strode directly into Building 6 that he passed by the now inoperative card reader and stood cautiously in the first-floor corridor, peering carefully to assess the situation. In the dimly lit, narrow hallway, a few zombies roamed aimlessly, far fewer than he had anticipated. After a quick count, he noted only 7 zombies on the first floor. Given his current status as a level 2 superpowered individual, he was confident that even a regular level 0 human, armed with a weapon, could easily navigate this situation. At that moment, Xiong Chumo felt a wave of relief. Everything was both unexpected and yet oddly predictable. He had anticipated that the first floor would host a minimum of 40 to 50 zombies, and he had expected that each upper floor would not contain fewer than 30. He had even prepared himself for a drawn-out battle. Of course, he still had contingencies in mind, that if the zombie numbers proved too overwhelming, he would simply circle the area, take a few photos with his phone, and report back. After all, Jiang Yinshua's abilities were far more crucial than Jiang Yiling's. As long as he ensured Jiang Yinshua's safety, he would consider it a success. That as for his younger sister Jiang Yiling, if she could be saved, he would make the effort. If not, it was no great loss. Even if, hypothetically, this led to a rift between the two of them, upon awakening his powers, his first choice of ability to absorb would inevitably be preempted. At present, the number of zombies was manageable, and Jiang Yiling's living conditions were clearly not as dire as he had feared. With a sense of reassurance, Xiong Chumo pondered for a moment and chose not to engage the zombies just yet. If he eliminated the zombies and drew the attention of other survivors, causing a stir, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Opting to leave the zombies be, he ascended the staircase in one breath to the 5th floor. The number of zombies in the corridor on the 5th floor was also minimal. Perhaps around 10. With a swift motion, Xiong Chumo dispatched all the zombies on this floor, collecting an energy crystal as a reward. He then made his way to room 507 and gently knocked on the door, producing a dull thud. Observing the sturdy dormitory door, he finally understood why the number of zombies was so low. Since the zombie outbreak occurred in the early hours of the morning, most females, confronted with such an unexpected crisis, would likely be paralyzed by fear, losing their capacity for judgment, and even forgetting to flee. Consequently, if even one individual in a dormitory succumbed to the infection, the others would be trapped. Furthermore, the newly constructed luxury dormitory doors were quite robust, impervious to level 0 zombies, resulting in the majority being confined within their rooms, with only a few straggling outside. After a moment, his initial knocking received no response from within, compelling him to knock again. Accompanying his second knock, faint rustling sounds emerged from inside the room that he knocked once more. After a while, just as Xiong Chumo was preparing to knock for the 4th time, a female voice emanated from the gap in the door. Who is outside? The voice was deliberately lowered, without careful listening. It would be difficult to discern the words that this Jiang Yiling's dormitory. Her sister, Jiang Yinshue, sent me to bring her home. Xiong Chumo promptly stated his purpose. Instantly, there was a profound silence within. After a prolonged pause, another melodious female voice emerged from the room. Your sister sent you. What proof do you have? The delay in opening the door did not surprise Xiong Chumo, that he understood that in this apocalyptic context, anyone who opened the door would be foolish. After all, one must always remain vigilant against potential threats. That I have Jiang Yinshue's phone. She told me the lock screen password, and in our recent chat, she shared some secrets only the two of you would know. Upon hearing this, another silence enveloped the room. The contents of his phone were invisible to them. Would they really want to open the door to let him pass his phone through? Then shut the door and wait for confirmation before reopening? Xiong Chumo contemplated this and decided to pull out his phone, navigating to the chat interface, and began reciting the little secrets shared between the sisters. During your summer vacation at 8 years old, you skipped class at the dance class your mother enrolled you in, making your sister go in your place done on your 10th birthday. You lost the gift your father bought you, and your sister had to buy you an identical one. When you were 11, you burned the love letter your sister received. AT-13. Stop. Don't read anymore. I believe you were truly sent by my sister. A voice from within interjected, tinged with indignation. Xiong Chumo, feeling a sense of satisfaction, ceased his playful recitation that he hadn't expected Jiang Yiling to have been so mischievous in her youth, but he believed that the contents of the chat interface were merely a sampling of their childhood antics. Surely, there were numerous other mischievous incidents left unwritten. To AT that moment, he felt a sense of transgression akin to invading the privacy of a young girl. The door was not opened immediately. Inside the room, it seemed the occupants were debating whether to unlock the door. A.S. Xiong Chumo patiently waited. He meticulously scanned his surroundings. The dormitory corridor was dim and narrow, resembling a time-space tunnel leading into the unknown. Occasionally, the light from open doors in nearby rooms illuminated the corridor, preventing it from being entirely engulfed in darkness. In the depths of the tunnel, the zombies shuffled along, their movements unsteady. A fleeting glow of twilight resembled the curtain of a stage, and the scattered performers appeared to be engaged in a dance of death. Before long, with a sharp creak, the door opened just a crack as Xiong Chumo gently pushed it open, swiftly stepping inside the room while deftly closing the door behind him. The dormitory was relatively spacious, with a wooden table roughly 4 meters long and 2 meters wide standing before him. Inside, there were 4 young women, 3 of whom held selfie sticks, while the one in front, Jian, stood slightly apart from the others. All 4 wore expressions of vigilance, their eyes warily fixed upon him. Xiong Chumo's gaze swept over them and landed on Jiang Yiling, standing at the back. Indeed, Lung Qingqing was none other than Jiang Yiling. They bore an uncanny resemblance. Why did he say uncanny? In this moment, Jiang Yiling exuded a youthful innocence and grace that contrasted with the more mature allure he recalled from his memories. With no time to ponder further, he set down the axe he had been carrying, retrieved Jiang Yingshue's phone, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward the trio. One of the girls picked it up and handed it to Jiang Yiling. There's no need to be so tense. Let's have something to eat first. Noticing that the 4 still regarded him with trepidation, Xiong Chumo took a few pieces of chocolate and some compressed biscuits from his backpack and distributed them among the girls. Anticipating the issue of food scarcity before leaving, he had brought an ample supply. The 3 girls did not immediately tear open the packages, but waited until Jiang Yiling nodded in affirmation before lowering their guard, expressing their gratitude as they ravenously devoured the food. Chapter 35. Ice Attribute. As the tension dissipated, the girls, momentarily shedding their usual gentle and graceful demeanor, polished off a piece of compressed biscuit in mere bites. Only then did Xiong Chumo begin to scrutinize the 4 of them closely. To his astonishment, every one of them was stunningly beautiful, with not a single blemish among them. Jiang Yiling stood out as the most exquisite, while another girl, though slightly less striking, was still on par with Jiang Yingxue, and the other 2 followed suit. Despite their beauty, the girls appeared somewhat weary, their faces bearing traces of fatigue, yet their allure remained undeniable. Have some water, Xiong Chumo said, tossing a bottle of mineral water to the 4, but he had brought only a few bottles, so he needed to ration it for emergencies. This time, he packed small-sized, high-calorie food, ensuring that this backpack would suffice for all 5 of them for 3 days if they were frugal. Thank you, to be honest. We haven't eaten anything today. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how much longer we could hold out. My sister, is she all right? As the saying goes, one's mouth softens when fed, and having consumed the food and water he provided, the girl's gazes softened considerably. Your sister is doing well. I imagine she is still waiting for you to return home safely. Gather your things and come with me. Xiong Chumo deliberately addressed Jiang Yiling. Ignoring the other three that as expected, his words shifted the atmosphere. The expressions of gratitude and calm that had adorned the four suddenly transformed in unison. The implication of his statement was clear. He intended to take Jiang Yiling alone, leaving the others behind. It was crucial to understand that having four beautiful girls share a dormitory was exceedingly perilous. The dangers they faced were not solely from the life-threatening zombies, but also from the chaos that could incite personal threats. The former was a swift death. The latter could be a fate worse than death. Moreover, their beauty had attracted many admirers who had showered them with snacks during the past 6 days, allowing them to survive this long. Yet, even with that, their remaining supplies were dwindling, and they could scarcely last much longer. Silence enveloped the room, an oppressive, suffocating silence. Not a sound of chewing or swallowing echoed. Even the sound of breathing seemed muted, as if the very air had solidified. After a moment, one girl, her eyes filled with hope, bravely spoke up. "Could you take us with you? Our food is nearly gone, and if we stay here any longer, we might starve." Her small fists were clenched tightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Xiong Chumo remained silent. His gaze fixed on Jiang Yiling, that he had driven here and had a smooth journey. Taking along a few extra passengers wasn't out of the question, especially since they were all strikingly beautiful. Of course, helping them would require a certain approach that if he were to offer outright, they might misinterpret his intentions. But this strategy of retreating while advancing would deftly place the initiative in his hands. The three girls noticed Xiong Chumo's gaze and instinctively turned to Jiang Yiling. She had never considered abandoning her close friends. Raising her head to meet Xiong Chumo's eyes, she bit her lip and softly said, "Let's take them with us. Otherwise, I won't go back either." "Very well, pack your things and rest for a bit. We'll set off shortly." Xiong Chumo retrieved a few pieces of beef jerky from his backpack, popping one into his mouth and distributing the remainder among the girls to replenish their energy. Only after they had eaten would they have the strength to leave this place. The girls had little to pack. Just their phones, chargers, and some remaining snacks were all they needed. While he was eating, one girl contemplated for a long moment before finally picking up a clean outfit and retreating into the bathroom. With the first one taking the lead, the others soon followed suit. After a brief rest, glancing at the time, he noted it was 11:37. "All right, since you all wish to accompany me, remember the following points." Xiong Chumo's tone was sharp as his cold gaze swept over the four. He was someone who had survived over a month in the previous apocalypse. Even in times of peace, someone like him would undoubtedly be considered a fierce outlaw. The four girls were immediately intimidated by the murderous intent in his gaze, nodding in agreement like chicks pecking at grain. "First, all actions are to be directed by me. Whatever I instruct you to do, you will do." As soon as these words left his lips, the girls exchanged glances, then lowered their heads. One girl opened her mouth as if to say something, but abruptly swallowed her words, as if recalling something. "Second, no matter what you see or hear, do not shout or scream." For now, those were the 2 points that if you have anything to say or ask, now is the time. The four girls exchanged glances, each harboring a multitude of unspoken thoughts, yet none dared to take the initiative to voice them. For them, there was no choice. Either they stayed behind to wait for death or followed him in a desperate gamble. Setting aside their fears, they felt a flicker of trust in Xiong Chumo. The mere fact that he had traversed such dangers to rescue them spoke volumes of his reliability. That it was Jiang Yiling who spoke up first. "Could we make a stop at dormitory 409 in Building 5? I have a good friend living there, and I want to bring her along." Xiong Chumo raised an eyebrow in surprise. "That's a bit excessive." "My friend, do you truly think I'm a miracle worker? Managing 4 extra passengers is already pushing my limits. Are you suggesting I pick up your friend's roommate as well? And then her friends too?" Haha. Sensing his displeasure, Jiang Yiling quickly interjected before he could refuse. "Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. That I'm no damsel in distress. I can contribute in some way." As she spoke, she raised her hand, and a translucent block of ice formed in her palm, shimmering with a faint mist before she tossed it onto the bed. Instantly, the bed was enveloped in a layer of pure white frost, sending a chill throughout the dormitory. "Last night, I suddenly discovered I could create ice. That I suppose this is what they call a supernatural ability." Xiong Chumo had not anticipated that Jiang Yiling had awakened an ice attribute ability. His conviction that she was indeed Lung Qingsheng solidified. In light of this newfound information, he pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. His vehicle could officially accommodate 5 passengers, but if necessary, he could easily fit 8 or 9 petite girls. Jiang Yiling's level 1 ice ability was versatile. While it might not be lethal to zombies, it was certainly deadly for them. Zombies were powerful, destructive, and resilient, yet their weakness was glaringly apparent. They were slow. If their already sluggish speed were further hampered by ice, they would be as helpless as snails, ripe for the picking. With Jiang Yiling's assistance, this venture was indeed feasible. Chapter 36. Chill at that moment. He recalled the scene when he first encountered the 4 girls that he had found it strange that he had come in search of Jiang Yiling, yet it was she who was shielded by her friends. Everything made sense now. Had he harbored ulterior motives, Jiang Yiling's powers could have turned the tables in an unexpected way. It seemed this group of female college students was not as naive as he had initially thought. Cunning. Now that was impressive. This was the very reason he had agreed to their company. The other 3 girls remained silent, content to let Jiang Yiling take the lead in the conversation. They were able to leave together only because Jiang Yiling pleaded on their behalf. It was not easy to express such sentiments, given the circumstances. The 5 of them quietly gathered their belongings and stealthily departed from room 507. The Xiong Chimo took the lead, maintaining a distance of 2 meters from them, while the 4 girls kept their spacing within 20 centimeters of one another to ensure they could respond swiftly in case of an unexpected attack. They successfully made their way downstairs. Standing at the foot of the stairs, gazing at the uncertain situation surrounding Building 5, he hesitated. He felt emboldened to seek Jiang Yiling due to her remarkable resilience, believing she would survive. However, the task of locating her friend was an entirely different matter. A sense of regret washed over him. Realizing he had not fully considered the implications of risking his safety for a stranger, it seemed an unwise trade-off. Although he longed to retract his earlier commitment, he could not voice his doubts, for doing so would shatter the authority he had painstakingly established, complicating matters of leadership in the future. Perhaps we should both ascend and bring her down while the 3 of you wait here. He suggested that if he were alone, he would feel confident in navigating the situation, but bringing along 3 additional individuals complicated matters significantly. The 3 girls immediately shook their heads vigorously, unwilling to be separated even for a moment. They would rather endure hunger in their dormitory than be left behind. Let me first scout ahead, that if there are too many zombies, we will retreat and return another time, he proposed, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yiling. All right, Jiang Yiling replied, pressing her lips together and glancing at the dormitory building before nodding in agreement. Xiong Chimo instructed the others to hide nearby, took a deep breath, and ventured alone into Building 5. Upon reaching the first floor, he discovered that the number of zombies in the corridor was comparable to that in Building 6, perhaps even fewer than those outside the dormitory. It stood to reason that the situation within the girls' dormitory would be somewhat similar. He swiftly ascended to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, confirming that the zombie presence was minimal and the challenge manageable before returning to gather the 4 girls. Xiong Chimo led the way, clearing obstacles for the others. And they safely arrived at dormitory 409. Jiang Yiling gently knocked on the door and called out softly, "Jie, are you there? It's me, Lingling." Hearing her words, Xiong Chimo couldn't help but chuckle softly. Throughout their acquaintance, Jiang Yiling had always projected an image of a calm, intelligent, and composed beauty. Yet at that moment, she seemed to embody the innocence of a young girl, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Jiang Yiling's cheeks flushed slightly as she knocked again. "Lingling, is that you?" A voice filled with surprise emerged from within. "That it's me. We've come to get you. So please open the door." Jiang Yiling's voice radiated uncontainable joy. Their bond was evidently strong. The door swiftly swung open, revealing a delicate face peering through the gap. The girl appeared pale from lack of food, but her excitement at seeing her close friend brought a rosy hue to her cheeks, akin to a vibrant camellia blossom. The 2 embraced joyfully, sharing their grievances from the past few days. Xiong Chimo felt a surge of irritation at the delay and quickly interjected, "All right, whatever you have to say can wait until we're outside." At his words, Jiang Yiling willingly released her friend, who quickly wiped away her tears of joy and began to assess the group. Xiong Chimo felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, his heart racing and a chill creeping down his spine as an inexplicable sense of danger approached. "We cannot linger any longer. We must leave at once if you wish to come with us. Gather your belongings and follow," he urged, trusting his instincts. This sensation of prickling unease, the tautness in his neck, and the hair standing on end had manifested a second time. The first instance had occurred when he was on the second floor of the Julong KTV, preparing to set fire to the zombies with gasoline while encountering other survivors. Had he not acted decisively and fled, he would likely have met a grim fate. However, there was a subtle difference this time. Previously, he had experienced a rush of adrenaline. Now, it was a suffocating heaviness that clouded his senses. That I said, just the three of you. Where's the other one? He inquired, observing the three girls who emerged from the dormitory with unsteady steps. Sensing something was amiss, that he pulled 3 pieces of chocolate and a handful of milk candies from his backpack, offering them to the girls. They would not be able to withstand the journey without nourishment. The other one took a leave of absence. It's just the 3 of us in the dormitory, one of the girls explained. The trio devoured the chocolate as if they were starving, swallowing the milk candies whole without chewing. Taking advantage of the moment to gather information, Xiong Chimo outlined the conditions for their escape, that if you wish to follow us, you must obey my commands. Whatever I instruct you to do, you must do without question. Also, regardless of what you see or hear, refrain from shouting. Should you disagree, I will leave you a small amount of food, but it will not be substantial, considering our numbers. His willingness to leave some food behind was not an act of kindness, but rather a necessity. As a former insignificant figure, he understood all too well how people could reveal their ugliest selves when their lives were at stake, especially in a confined environment, should the situation become dire. With the girls panicking and drawing the attention of zombies, he could only prioritize Jiang Yiling's safety and flee, leaving the others to fend for themselves. That in an open area, he would not care. They could scream all they wanted. Thus, during the early stages of the apocalypse, the probability of violent incidents occurring in residential buildings or dormitories was quite low, unless the victim fell silent and succumbed, leading to a situation where it was all or nothing. We are willing to follow you. The 3 girls exchanged glances, and upon seeing Jiang Yiling standing nearby, they readily agreed, adopting a respectful tone. With the matter of the 3 girls settled, Xiong Chimo waved his hand decisively. Let us depart swiftly. Since entering Building 5, he had felt an unshakable sense of crisis, one that intensified with the passing moments. Chapter 37. The trace of Yi Cheng. The group maintained their formation as they departed, striving to minimize any noise. Xiong Chimo led the way, scanning his surroundings while contemplating the potential dangers lurking nearby. The density of zombies was low. With his level 2 abilities, facing a few scattered level 0 zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables, but he could not fathom what threat existed. Could there be level 2 or 3 zombies in the vicinity? In an old dormitory, with 10 people crammed into one room and thousands residing in a single building, such a scenario could indeed arise. After much contemplation, he wondered if he was merely overthinking the situation. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to inquire softly of the girls. Does your school have any cats or dogs? Or perhaps any small animals? The girl closest to him, though puzzled by the question, quickly responded in a hushed tone, yes. There are a few cats in the cafeteria beneath the dormitory. They are quite impressive. They even catch mice. Another girl chimed in also. The cafeteria often keeps a batch of bullfrogs, which are used for food, and we sometimes use them in our dissection classes. Occasionally, we also use some lab mice and rabbits. He finally recalled that this university was a medical institution, home to future doctors. He had never attended university himself and was unfamiliar with campus life. That in his mind, he had assumed that schools prohibited stray animals, which had led him to overlook this detail entirely. It seemed his plan to swiftly retrace their steps had been thwarted. Is something wrong? The girls asked, noting the shift in Xiong Chimo's expression from sunny to cloudy. That we need to return and make some preparations. He replied tersely, unwilling to elaborate further. The group turned back to dormitory 409. Xiong Chimo approached the bed, swiftly dismantling the wooden bed frame and using an axe to carve several small holes into the slats, just large enough for fingers to fit through. The bed measured 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. Positioned horizontally, it could completely conceal a person when curled up. Take these with you. If one person cannot carry it, then 2 can manage, or 3 can work together. Do not dismiss this as a hassle. It could save your lives when it truly matters. He pointed to Jiang Yiling. As for you, stay close by my side. With Jiang Yiling possessing ice-based abilities and a means of ranged attack, akin to a mage, it was only natural for him to protect her. Each wooden bed slat weighed around 10 pounds, which made it somewhat cumbersome for a girl to lift alone. so the remaining 6 were paired off. The girls accepted Xiong Chimo's orders without dissent, resolutely following his lead. Having completed all the preparations, the group finally departed from the dormitory. As they smoothly exited the dormitory building, the 6 girls suddenly reformed their formation into a U shape, with Xiong Chimo leading at the opening, followed closely by Jiang Yiling. Should any situation arise, Jiang Yiling would swiftly blend into the crowd, causing the 3 bed boards to be positioned closely together in a triangular formation, sufficient to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Likewise, if he were to encounter a crisis beyond his capacity to manage, he would not hesitate to carry Jiang Yiling to safety, leaving the other girls behind as human shields to buy him precious time for escape. This was also the reason he was willing to include the other girls in his plans that on this occasion, Xiong Chimo did not retrace his steps, but instead followed the girls' directions, taking a shortcut. They passed through a pavilion and crossed over to the teaching building. Although they encountered numerous zombies along the way, he effortlessly dealt with them, posing no threat to the group as they approached the intersection. A necessary passage within the academy. The main group had already distanced themselves from the B-block dormitory. From this point onward, towards the school gate, the number of zombies would significantly decrease, allowing him to gradually relax his vigilance. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from behind. "May I make a small request?" Xiong Chimo turned around to see that the speaker was a roommate who was second only to Jiang Yiling in appearance. He felt a sense of curiosity about what kind of request she would make, so he tilted his head slightly to indicate for her to continue. "Could you possibly go pick up my boyfriend? He resides in room 304 of Building 1 in C Block." The girl lowered the bedboard and weakly pointed towards the road to the right at the intersection. Upon hearing this, even Xiong Chimo, who had weathered many storms, couldn't help but roll his eyes. What on earth is wrong with this woman's mind? He had expected her to make a request of a more reasonable nature, such as taking a break due to fatigue or needing to use the restroom. This what you call a small request? He thought. Have I been too approachable? Or perhaps this operation has gone so smoothly that it has led everyone to feel as if they were leisurely strolling through a park, devoid of any sense of crisis. Her tone implied that asking someone to fetch a person was as simple as going to the bathroom for a bucket of water. "Do you think I'm some kind of celestial being?" Xiong Chimo dismissed her with indifference. She clearly was someone who had not faced the harsh realities of life. He continued on his way to the school gate, waving his hand to signal everyone to follow. The other girls cast reproachful glances at the one who made the request, seemingly blaming her for being overly demanding. Seeing Xiong Chimo's gesture, they promptly lifted their boards and hurried after him. And the atmosphere fell into a peculiar silence, with even their breathing becoming noticeably subdued. Just a few steps later, Xiong Chimo, who was leading the way, suddenly halted and turned back to Jiang Yiling, asking, "By the way, do you know Yi Cheng?" Previously, when he had successfully picked up Jiang Yiling, his mind was solely focused on ensuring her safe return home, without considering other matters. However, upon hearing about the boyfriend, it suddenly struck him that there was another potential risk. "I don't know him, but I believe I've heard of him," Jiang Yiling replied, her beautiful brows furrowing in deep thought. "What is the story behind this?" "Neither my sister Jiang Yingxue nor I know Yi Cheng. So how did you end up mixing with him? Could it possibly be a classic case of a hero saving a damsel in distress? If that's the case, where on earth would he go to find this person? Would he have to search along the road from the school to the kindergarten community? Such a task would be monumental." As this thought crossed his mind, Xiong Chimo couldn't help but frown at that moment. A puzzled voice chimed in. "What kind of person is this Yi Cheng you mentioned?" Xiong Chimo turned to see that the speaker was none other than the brainless girl who had made the earlier request. Before he could respond, she quickly added, "I happen to know someone named Yi Cheng, but I'm not sure if he is the person you're looking for." Noticing Xiong Chimo nodding toward her, she continued, "He is a senior in his 3rd year, and he is also my boyfriend's roommate. I've met him a few times, and he is quite good looking if you're looking for him. He lives in room 304 of Building 1 in C-Block." As she spoke, her tone conveyed a sense of excitement, her eyes shimmering with hope. It seems that the Yi Cheng the girl speaks of is indeed the same person I know, rather than a mere namesake. For what are the odds of such coincidences? Xiong Chimo realized that Yi Cheng must have awakened his powers recently after hearing that his roommate's girlfriend shared a dorm with the campus belle, prompting him to rush to the rescue. In this light, it seemed that Yi Cheng's awakening of powers must have occurred in the past few days, but now Jiang Yiling had already been taken by him. Chapter 38. Hidden talents having successfully retrieved the person and obtained the desired information, Xiong Chumo felt a sense of relief wash over him. Let us go. I only brought one vehicle, which cannot accommodate so many people. We'll have to consider this another time. He casually brushed off the matter and turned to continue on their path. Currently, his powers had yet to awaken, and even if he found the person, it would be of no use unless he could restrain them and keep them alive until his abilities manifested to the point of consumption. However, with his current status as a level 2 superhuman, he would find it challenging to confront some formidable power users head-on. He risked injury in such a clash, for what he sought were living individuals, not corpses that if he were to bring someone along, he might even find himself hindered instead, an endeavor fraught with peril. The girl glanced at the people around her and opened her mouth, intending to mention that her boyfriend had a car. But she was interrupted by someone from the same dormitory, ultimately saying nothing at all. After about 10 minutes of walking, the school gate came into view, looking at the girls who were gritting their teeth to persevere. Xiong Chumo encouraged, "We're almost there, just hold on a bit longer." The girls hadn't eaten sufficiently for several days, having only consumed a few pieces of chocolate and some compressed biscuits. And now they were carrying nearly 10 kilograms of bedboards for close to half an hour. Their stamina was at its limit. Continuing for another 20 meters, a sweet yet slightly weak voice called from behind. Over there in the bushes, there's a cat. Xiong Chumo looked back to see that the speaker was another roommate of Jiang Yuling's close friend from room 409. How do you know that? He asked, somewhat surprised. The girl pointed to a thicket located about 40 to 50 meters ahead, a distance where his level 2 powers could not detect what might be hiding within. Yesterday afternoon, I noticed something different with my eyesight. Not only has my vision improved, but I can also see far away, and I even seem to have a form of X-ray vision. You must understand, I used to have 800 degrees of myopia and 200 degrees of astigmatism that I believe I've awakened my powers, seeing far, and with X-ray vision. Together, doesn't that make you a far-sighted observer? Xiong Chumo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her with a look that bore the intensity of an examination. He suddenly recalled that it was she who had suggested taking the shortcut earlier, that time. Xiong Chumo had been unaware of the location of the cafeteria, reasoning that the other students, being familiar with the surroundings, wouldn't lead him astray, so he had not given it much thought. Having encountered no unexpected events along the way, he had believed himself fortunate. It now seemed that it was she who possessed powers, allowing them to avoid danger. You didn't ask either, the girl replied timidly, her sweet voice laced with a hint of grievance, making it difficult for him to chastise her. Xiong Chumo considered this and realized it was true. He could only muster a smile and say, "Can you look around to see if there are any other creatures nearby? I feel so dizzy from hunger that I lack the strength. Using my powers is incredibly taxing on my energy." Had she not awakened her powers and significantly enhanced her physical capabilities, she wouldn't have lasted this long. The reason Luo Meng reminded everyone was primarily due to Xiong Chumo's specific inquiry about small animals before they left. Thus, she had been particularly attentive to this aspect. "All right, let us take a break and eat something." That he unfastened his backpack and distributed the food among the girls. They were currently positioned in the center of the school's south main road, with a clear view that posed no immediate threat of a zombie ambush. "Which of you have awakened powers?" he inquired as they ate. "Did I've awakened my powers too, aside from Jiang Yuling?" A petite girl also raised her hand, surprising him to discover that it was another girl from room 409, that realizing that Xiong Chumo's gaze had shifted to her, she spread her palm open, revealing a soft green light floating in her palm. The moment the green light appeared, it evoked an extremely comforting sensation among them. "With my powers, I can control some flies, ants, and potted plants, and I can sense through them. Though the distance cannot be too far, try tossing that light toward me." Xiong Chumo spoke hurriedly. The girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied with his directive. That in an instant, a sphere of green light slipped from her grasp and soared towards his left arm. After releasing this surge of green energy, the girl, who had previously regained some color after consuming food, suddenly appeared drained, her complexion paling as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She struggled to maintain her balance on the bed and collapsed onto the floor. The moment the green light made contact with him, he felt an invigorating surge coursing through his body, akin to adding fuel to a blazing fire, as exhaustion evaporated and vitality surged within him. Upon hearing the introduction of her extraordinary ability and experiencing the effects of the green light, Xiong Chumo's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that she possesses what attribute abilities would attribute abilities fall under elemental powers and, compared to others, lean more towards defense and support. They not only allow the user to sense their surroundings through plants and insects, but can also stimulate rapid growth in vegetation, with wood attribute abilities. As long as one can find seeds, there would be no shortage of sustenance. Furthermore, this ability also harbors healing properties and even the capacity to siphon life energy from others to replenish oneself. Xiongchumo harbored serious doubts that the ability was merely wood attribute. It seemed more akin to life attribute powers. However, due to the current low level of her abilities, she could only exert significant influence over flora, with limited effects on stronger life forms. What is your name? Xiongchumo's abrupt question caught the girl off guard. She had expected him to offer words of concern or comfort. Regaining her composure, she wiped the sweat from her brow and replied, "My name is Iweya." Indeed, this name confirmed his suspicions that in his previous life, there was an ability user at the Jinda base known as Sisterya, who could accelerate the growth of crops. Many bases sought fresh vegetables and fruits from Jinda base. Besides Sisterya, there was another individual named Lao Kong, who possessed the same extraordinary abilities. Xiongchumo pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire about the other girls who had awakened their powers. Addressing the sweet-voiced girl, "And you? My name is Luo Ming." "Luo Ming? I haven't heard of you." He nodded slightly and pressed on to ask about the names of the other girls. "That I am Yang Shuqing." The girl who had made the earlier request responded first, "That I am Xiejian." "I am Zhou Ruji." The other two roommates chimed in eagerly, "I am Qi Jiai." The last speaker was Jiang Yiling's close friend. Good heavens! Jiang Yiling's best friend turned out to be Ba Jie. Ba Jie was also one of Yi Cheng's consorts. Her awakened ability was particularly remarkable, capable of creating an energy shield around her body, which not only masked her presence from zombies, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities that in Xiongchumo's previous life. It was said that Ba Jie's energy shield could even deflect bullets. As for why she was nicknamed Ba Jie, it was simply because 718 my goodness. He never expected that such hidden talents resided within the modest dorm room 409. 3 of them were ability users, one with top-tier elemental powers, another with supportive defensive capabilities, and a third with farsight. Though Xiongchumo's heart brimmed with joy, he maintained a facade of calm, revealing no hint of emotion. Both Iweya, who had awakened elemental powers, and Luo Meng, with her farsight ability, had not mentioned their powers to him beforehand. What did this imply? It indicated that these girls were wary of him, lacking trust. It was quite possible that Qi Jiai had already awakened her abilities, but chose to conceal them from him. Goodness, here he was trying to assist them in leaving, and they were so guarded against him. If he had not been dutifully escorting them, perhaps Luo Meng would not have volunteered the information about her extraordinary powers. Upon reflection, Xiongchumo considered that the girls' vigilance was a wise approach. At least their intelligence appeared to be intact. Although they did not currently trust him, they were compelled to rely on his strength to escape the school. Considering that in his previous life, Iweya and Qi Jiai ended up in opposing factions, it suggested that by securing Jiang Yiling, her close friend would not stray far. With this thought in mind, Xiongchumo resolved firmly. He returned to the present and noticed that Iweya seemed to have regained considerable strength. He asked with concern, "Are you feeling better now?" "I'm much improved and ready to set off without holding anyone back." Iweya replied with a slight nod as she stood up. Seeing the other girls rise in readiness, he turned to Luo Meng, who possessed the farsight ability, and asked, "Can you check if there are any other creatures nearby?" "Certainly." Luo Meng's clear eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, shimmering like pearls in a vast sea, enhancing her beauty and giving her a striking appearance that seemed almost mismatched with her delicate features. After surveying the area, she pointed to the right and said, "Approximately 70 to 80 meters away, there are 2 zombies." Then she indicated the left rear, where a horde of zombies numbered no less than 30 or 40. "That's enough. Just mention what we might encounter ahead," Xiongchumo interjected, eager to curtail her lengthy description. The detection range of level 0 zombies is limited. There was no need to worry about threats from several dozen meters away. "Yes, to the left, in the bushes by the sidewalk, there is a cat." Aside from the numerous corpses strewn about, there were no other creatures in sight. Xiongchumo nodded in satisfaction. Those bodies were remnants of his earlier encounters. Yet, a lingering question occupied his mind. "Are you certain that is a cat, and not a zombie cat?" "Absolutely. It is a living cat. and it is currently watching us. After contemplating, he instructed the group to form a triangular formation with the bedboards and said, "You all stay here and don't move. Luo Ming and I will check it out." They stood in the middle of the road, while the bushes lay beside the sidewalk, a distance of 4 to 5 dozen meters away. Even if the cat were a zombie, they could safely pass. Moreover, the fact that it was not a zombie cat was a pleasant surprise that in this apocalypse. Not only humans could awaken extraordinary abilities. Other mammals could as well. While animals that awaken powers would see a significant boost in intelligence, reaching the level of a human child, their inherent wildness remained intact. This often resulted in awakened animals acting recklessly when confronted by zombies. And even if they utilized their powers to kill zombies, they could easily sustain injuries, leading to infection and transformation that if highly intelligent humans, skilled in tool use, faced countless casualties, one could only imagine the fate of those smaller creatures. Dependent on human care, which would likely be on the brink of extinction after just a few days. Thus, unless domesticated pets awakened powers, it was rare to encounter living small animals in urban settings. Likewise, any small animals that survived were likely to have awakened abilities. With proper training, they could prove to be valuable allies. The two approached the bushes cautiously. "Is it still there?" Xiong Chimo asked as they neared within 10 meters. "It is still there, but it is crouched down, seemingly preparing to attack us," Luo Ming replied, her gaze alert. Step back a little, but don't stray too far from me," Xiong Chimo instructed firmly, then retrieved some beef jerky from his backpack and tossed it in the direction of the target. In this world, awakened animals should not be underestimated. In times of food scarcity, humans, being weaker, could appear as a ready meal to them. Capturing a human would provide a hearty feast, as only 6 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. It was likely that this cat had not yet tasted human flesh and could still be tamed. However, as time progressed and survival conditions worsened, the roles would shift to predator and prey. As the beef jerky arced through the air, the previously tranquil bushes trembled, and instead of charging forward, a tabby cat cautiously retreated a step, now visible to Xiong Chimo. There's hope. The cat's wariness towards humans indicated that it had not yet begun hunting them. If it had, it would understand how easy it was to capture a non-awakened human. Of course, there was also the possibility that it was merely an ordinary cat that had survived by catching small birds over the past few days. Regardless of the scenario, he felt it necessary to test the waters. The tabby cat had not fled far, seemingly sensing no hostility from the humans before it, maintaining a distance of around 16 or 17 meters. Engaged in an intense stare-off, Xiong Chimo continued to retrieve unopened beef jerky from his bag. After tearing open the packaging, he took a few pieces for himself, then shook the remaining pieces before tossing them towards the cat, signaling his lack of malice. If it were an ordinary cat, it might struggle to chew the jerky, but if it were an awakened cat, the situation would be different. Awakening abilities would enhance physical attributes, including strength and resilience. Some individuals endowed with formidable abilities possess combat prowess that rivals even that of second-level superhumans like him. For instance, if he were to engage in a bare-handed confrontation with Jiang Yiling, the odds would be a mere 55 to 45. He lacks complete confidence in overcoming her, which exemplifies the advantage of top-tier superhumans. Some are born in marrow, while others are destined to be mere mules. Fortunately, his abilities are not to be underestimated. The flower cat, this time, did not evade. Instead, it fixed its lively gaze upon him for a few moments before leisurely gnawing on the beef jerky, after devouring several pieces in just a few bites. He, reluctant to part with the jerky, tossed a few more pieces that moment. A sound of gulping came from behind him. Xiong Chimo turned his head to look, and upon their eyes meeting, Luo Ming immediately lowered her head. Her cheeks tinged with crimson, her hands nervously intertwining. After a brief pause, she summoned the courage to ask, "Could you spare me a small piece? Just a tiny one will suffice." Previously, her diet had consisted solely of chocolate, compressed biscuits, and small breads, and having not savored the scent of meat for several days, the aroma of the beef jerky awakened her hunger, especially after witnessing Xiong Chimo feed the cat in her presence, which emboldened her to make a request. Chapter 40. Going home, Xiong Chimo smiled faintly and handed her a handful, saying, "Go ahead, enjoy." "Thank you," Luo Ming replied, tossing a piece in her mouth and savoring it as if it were gum, her eyes narrowing in bliss. After consuming several bags of beef jerky, the tabby cat finally ceased its feasting. Observing this, he pointed at himself, then gestured towards the outside of the school, paused briefly, indicated the flower cat, and finally pointed at the beef jerky. The meaning was clear that a normal tabby cat might not comprehend Xiongqiumo's intent, but judging by its recent appetite and speed of consumption, it was undoubtedly a cat that had awakened its abilities. Though the nature of those powers remained unknown, that a brief silence enveloped the two, human and feline. Xiongqiumo waved his hand at it, but when it remained unresponsive, he sighed inwardly. Enough of this. Today marked the 6th day since the apocalypse began, and tomorrow the zombies would enhance their capabilities. He had little time left and could not afford to linger any longer. After discarding the remaining jerky to the flower cat, he turned and rejoined his group, urging everyone to proceed. Before long, they arrived at the school gate, where the girls discarded their wooden planks and climbed over the electronic gate. "But that's the vehicle ahead. You'll have to squeeze into the back," he instructed. "All right, no problem. Wow, it's a Lamborghini if my memory serves me right. That kind of car costs over $4 million, doesn't it? The glass is so thick, it must be bulletproof. I never imagined I would one day ride in such a luxury car." The girls squeezed together in the back seat, their hearts, once tightly wound with tension, suddenly relaxed as they chattered excitedly inside the vehicle that moment. The most astonished among them was Yang Shuqing. Her new boyfriend drove a mere tens of thousands of yuan car, and in comparison, this was a whole new realm of extravagance. By the way, where are we headed now? As the novelty wore off and calmness returned, the girls suddenly remembered this pressing question. Aside from Jiang Yiling, the others were all first-year students from outside cities enrolled at Q City University. They had no place to call home in this city apart from the school dormitory. Having just escaped the confines of the school, unease began to settle in their hearts, filled with confusion about the future and uncertainty about their next steps. Our destination is the Binhai Garden community. If you have nowhere else to go, you are welcome to stay with us. I have an empty apartment there. Xiongqiumo extended the invitation, though it was less of an invitation and more of a suggestion. Among the girls, aside from Jiang Yiling, he was particularly interested in the 3 from dormitory 409, hoping to recruit them. As for the other 3, to put it bluntly, their survival or demise was of no concern to him. However, he couldn't afford to appear too overtly eager. After all, they had known each other for less than 5 hours, lacking the foundation of trust. Before he could recruit them, it would be wise to keep them close and ensure their safety. The empty apartment belonged to Jiang Yingxue, who had moved in with him, leaving her place unoccupied. The girls exchanged glances, a moment of silence passing before they responded. "Thank you very much." Xiongqiumo was not surprised by this outcome. They had no other options that a group of defenseless women leaving the campus had to confront the challenges of finding food and shelter, which was no trivial endeavor, while the 3 from dormitory 409 could survive together. Adding 3 more burdens would complicate matters significantly. Brother Xiong, may I ask you a question?" Xie, usually overshadowed, spoke softly. "Go ahead. I noticed how effortlessly you dealt with the zombies. Do you also possess abilities?" She admired Luo Ming and Yi Weiye, who had also awakened their powers, feeling a pang of envy. "No, I currently do not have any abilities." Xiongqiumo was candid, since they had decided to stay together. He deemed it appropriate to selectively share some information to foster trust. "Really? I feel your skills surpass those of the martial arts stars in movies. Their speed pales in comparison to yours. And your strength is remarkable. That bedboard was a challenge for 2 of us, yet you handled it as if it were mere cardboard. Indeed, despite the zombies' awkward movements, their strength is astounding." Just a day after the outbreak, I witnessed a girl downstairs have her arm torn off. It was horrifying. Yet you dispatched zombies with a single swing of your axe, as if you were slicing through a watermelon. And just the other day, I saw 6 boys break into our girls' dormitory. They didn't last long, and only one managed to escape in a pitiful state. Fortunately, they attracted quite a few zombies. The girls exchanged anecdotes, recounting their recent experiences and releasing the pent-up emotions they had struggled to express. "Thank goodness we met Brother Xiong. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do," Zhou Ruinji complimented, prompting a sudden silence among the others, who were at a loss for words. Given that they were all high-achieving students at the prestigious medical university in Q City, they had not been taught how to flatter men or offer compliments. These concepts were entirely foreign to them, and the girls' modesty made it even more challenging to articulate their thoughts, especially in the presence of familiar faces. It was merely happenstance. "You are all Lingling's friends, and friends should help each other in times of need," Xiong Chumo replied, pleased with his own eloquence. While that is indeed true, we owe you our gratitude for not only rescuing us but also providing us with shelter. Zhou Ruinji continued, unabashedly showering him with praise, nearly declaring that her only way to repay him was to offer herself. Xiejian felt a surge of unease at Zhou Ruinji's behavior. The 4 girls from dormitory 507 were known as the Goddess Dormitory. Though her beauty could not quite match Jiang Yiling's, she was still considered the belle of the class, having received numerous love letters and notes throughout high school. While everyone appeared friendly on the surface, they secretly compared themselves to one another. Yang Shuqing had started dating a boy with a luxury car shortly after the semester began. If she were to find a boyfriend, it would have to be someone with a prestigious vehicle too. Seeing Zhou Ruinji, who was no less attractive than herself, flirt with Xiong Chumo, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if something was stuck in her throat, and quickly interrupted their conversation. Brother Xiong, how did you become so powerful? Is there any secret to it? I wish to grow stronger as well. Chapter 41. Packaging. After observing him throughout their journey, the girls realized that Xiong Chumo's strength, explosive power, and speed surpassed that of an ordinary person. Given the harsh survival environment and the gradual emergence of extraordinary powers, they all yearned for formidable strength to protect themselves. Moreover, they noticed that after he killed zombies, he would often search their heads for something, stirring their curiosity that it's quite simple. After slaying a zombie, a yellowish energy crystal can be found within its skull. Absorbing it will enhance your physical capabilities, Xiong Chumo explained candidly. But I read a post stating that the crystals won't appear until 7 days later, which is tomorrow. Yang Shuqing, who had been silent since they got into the car, interjected. Indeed, that post is accurate. The crowd nearby echoed in agreement, stating, you are correct, but that is not absolute. That I too have perused the contents of that post, and in an effort to validate its claims, I attempted to slay several zombies to inspect their heads. Many of the zombies had nothing but a mass of goo within their skulls. However, upon examining the 34th zombie's head, I discovered this crystal. This indicates that a small fraction of zombies do possess this evolutionary crystal within their craniums. If one could defeat a sufficient number of zombies, evolution may be achieved. Before encountering you all, I had lost track of how many zombies I had dispatched. Xiong Chumo, while spinning lies, maintained an air of confidence, engaging in discourse as if he were an esteemed figure. At that moment, his persona had been meticulously crafted that in the eyes of the women present. He drove a luxury car worth millions, owned more than one residence, and exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, all while hinting at a bountiful supply of provisions at home, ensuring no worries for sustenance. Although not conventionally handsome, he was nonetheless pleasing to the eye, and to these vulnerable young women, he resembled a promising, wealthy bachelor. Several silently resolved to vie for his attention. Even in the presence of Jiang Yiling, the campus belle. Brother Xiong, is this ability something everyone possesses, or is it only a select few? Xiejian, noticing the alluring women chattering incessantly, quickly posed another question that had been weighing on her mind. Upon hearing this, the previously animated Zhou Ruinji fell silent, eagerly turning her attention towards Xiong Chumo in the driver's seat. He, not disappointing their expectations, began to clarify their doubts. Not everyone will awaken. Approximately 1 in 5 people will experience an awakening of their abilities, meaning roughly 1 out of every 5 individuals may gain such powers. Of course, this figure is a general estimate. The actual ratio may be somewhat higher. However, even if one does not awaken, there exists another method. What method? Initially, Xiejian held little hope that Xiong Chumo could answer this question. She merely sought conversation. To her surprise, she found herself unexpectedly enlightened. Certain special zombies possess a uniquely shaped crystal within their heads. As long as an ordinary person consumes this crystal, they can awaken their abilities. However, the powers awakened through this method tend to be rather mediocre, with only a select few achieving formidable abilities. With that, he chose to pause. The group began to process the information they had just received. Although they were puzzled about how Xiong Chumo possessed such knowledge, it was evident that this was not the moment to inquire. The vehicle fell into a hushed silence, interrupted only by the sound of the engine. Wait, this road does not lead to the Bin Garden community. Where are we headed? Jiang Yiling, perched on the lap of Qi Jiai in the passenger seat, sensed something amiss. She had been preoccupied with numerous questions throughout the journey, yet she refrained from voicing them, trusting that once she saw her sister, all would be revealed. Thus, she remained ambivalent towards Xiongqimo. Bringing along her roommates and close friends was merely a means of ensuring mutual support during the journey. Yet now, after traveling for what felt like an eternity, they had clearly strayed from the path home. Suddenly, the group cast suspicious glances towards Xiongqimo, their hearts racing with an ominous premonition. Jiang Yiling's palms grew clammy as she began to summon her ice elemental powers. Should Xiongqimo fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, she might have to take matters in her own hands. That don't be alarmed. I am merely heading to the urban village to retrieve something that I neglected to mention this. It was my oversight. That he chuckled awkwardly, offering a brief explanation that if a confrontation were to arise, he doubted even he could handle it alone, especially within the confines of the vehicle. Have you forgotten? I previously stated that all subsequent actions must be directed by me, so I did not consult you beforehand. Rest assured, it won't take long. Primarily, if I do not retrieve it today, this area near the urban village will become inaccessible in the future. Why is that? Jiang Yiling quietly retracted her powers, yet her curiosity lingered. Did that post not say that starting tomorrow, the zombies will undergo a collective evolution, producing evolutionary crystals within their heads? The zombies I previously defeated have already confirmed that those possessing evolutionary crystals are significantly stronger than ordinary ones. Thus, it follows that in densely populated areas of the urban village, the old doors may not withstand the zombies' assault, turning this locale into a major disaster zone. Upon hearing his explanation, the group's anxiousness slightly abated, though the atmosphere grew more subdued, resulting in a decrease in conversation among the women. The quietude did not persist for long, abruptly ending with a sudden break from him. After a journey of over 20 minutes, they finally returned to his original place of residence. That he parked, exited the vehicle, and wielded an axe to dispatch the 6 zombies drawn in by the sound of the engine that as was customary. He rifled through the heads of the zombies, and fortune smiled upon him as he uncovered an energy crystal. Xiongqimo presented the earthy yellow energy crystal before the group of women, exclaiming, "Behold, this marks our first acquisition of the day. Is this truly an evolutionary crystal? Had you not introduced it, I would have mistaken it for a kidney stone. Indeed, your description makes it sound remarkably like one." The women expressed keen interest in the crystal that could facilitate bodily evolution, each offering their opinions. However, despite their enthusiasm, they did not seek to claim it for themselves. "All right, you all remain in the vehicle and refrain from wandering," Xiongqimo instructed, pocketing the energy crystal before turning to Qi Jia. "Come with me. Assist me in fetching some items." Chapter 42. The Reveal Me. Qi Jia, having been named, was taken aback. Among the group, her appearance paled in comparison to the striking Zhou Ruanji or the stunning Jiang Yiling, especially considering there was also someone with X-ray abilities present. Typically, she would be regarded as a beauty on campus, but within this assembly, she felt rather ordinary. Yet, despite her internal musings, she quickly acquiesced, rising from her seat. "Lock the doors securely. Do not open for anyone. We shall return shortly." After a few anxious reminders, she followed Xiongqimo to his rented accommodation. The reason for their visit was primarily due to the considerable arsenal of weapons he had left behind during his move, having not transported everything in one go. This time, given the increased number of companions, he intended to retrieve it all as they ascended the stairs. The bicycle he once used to fend off zombies had long since vanished. Its fate unknown, perhaps dismantled for weaponry or repurposed for another use. The corridor was thick with a nauseating stench, more pungent than any place he had previously visited, causing Qi Jia to scrunch her nose in discomfort and cover her mouth. Xiongqimo cast a fleeting glance at her, a cold smirk forming in his heart. "Are you pretending? Have you already awakened your powers?" Qi Jia was startled by his sudden remark. How did you know?" She stammered, realizing too late that she had let slip a secret, her eyes darting nervously as if a child caught in wrongdoing. "Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. That I truly only came to retrieve some items." His tone remained unchanged as he continued up the stairs. Reluctantly, Qi Jia followed, curiosity piqued. "How did you come to know?" "Regarding the awakening of abilities, I overheard Iwaya from our dormitory mention that you all have gone without food for 5 consecutive days. Surviving solely on tap water, an ordinary person could last 3 or 4 days without food, and if solely relying on water, about a week under ideal conditions. However, reality was often far more complex. If someone with a weak stomach were to drink water on an empty stomach, they might suffer severe distress that an ordinary person who went 5 days drinking only water would hardly appear human. When I first encountered you all, I assumed you were like Jiang Yiling's group, having some stockpile of food, merely experiencing a day or two of hunger. And what else? Qi Jiai retorted softly. Your assertion is not entirely accurate. An ordinary person can last up to 7 days without food, and if only drinking water, they could endure for even 2 weeks, that is a medical student. These are the facts laid out in textbooks. Moreover, she considered her figures conservative. Under human limits, the duration could be extended significantly. As for the tap water, we can create simple filters from cotton. To presume that she has awakened her extraordinary abilities merely because she has been hungry for 5 days seems to diverge from her current understanding. Xiong Chimo continued without looking back. Indeed, you speak the truth, but that is only in an ideal scenario. The reality is far from it that I in a confined space surrounded by zombies, devoid of food and escape. The emotions of fear, anxiety, and despair can lead to internal strife. That I in such an environment, one cannot possibly sleep a wink from dawn till dusk. Furthermore, lacking sustenance leaves the mind in a haze. Those with fragile psyches cannot endure even 2 days. Xiong Chimo speaks from experience. In his previous life, with only a modicum of food in his rented room, he too could only last 2 days before having to venture out to make plans. Behind him, Qi Jiai reflected on her experiences from a few days prior. It seemed her circumstances differed slightly from Xiong Chimo's account, yet she chose not to counter him. Perhaps it was true. At that time, the three of us encouraged one another, not feeling the ordeal as much, but rather worrying about our parents at home. Xiong Chimo led Qi Jiai up the stairs to the 5th floor. Arriving at his rented room, he retrieved his key and unlocked the door. And they stepped inside. That, of course, I can discern that you have awakened extraordinary abilities, and it is not merely this instance. The food provided to you is not plentiful, yet the three of you managed to keep pace, neither dragging behind nor faltering. That in terms of physical fitness alone, you surpass Zhou Ruinji and Yi Wei Yao by a considerable margin. Thus, I am convinced that you have indeed awakened extraordinary powers. Xiong Chimo spoke to her with the intention of winning her over. After all, anyone could carry a few items. Exactly. You are correct. I awakened my powers on the 4th day. Lying in bed, dizzy from hunger, lacking even the strength to turn over. Suddenly, my mind cleared, my body regained strength, and my condition improved significantly. Had you and Lingling not come to fetch us today, we would have sought food in other dormitories before devising a way to leave the school. Since you were so astute, why not take a guess at what my extraordinary ability is? Qi Jiai playfully winked at him. Unlike her previous demeanor of restraint in front of him, she was now entirely at ease. Her words and actions imbued with a sense of intimacy. Xiong Chimo smiled confidently and replied, since you awakened your abilities on the 4th day and have not disclosed this to your roommates, it indicates that your powers are likely not of an offensive nature. Otherwise, you need not have endured such hunger. You could have easily utilized Luo Meng's ability to see through objects to eliminate threats one by one. I suspect your power is of an auxiliary type. He spoke fluently, while simultaneously wrapping the axe and butcher knife in a quilt for easy retrieval. That moment, Qi Jiai wrapped her delicate arms around his neck and planted a sudden kiss on his cheek. What was that? Xiong Chimo turned his head to gaze at her crimson lips. I think I might have developed feelings for you. Do you mind if I become one of your girlfriends? Qi Jiai stated, and before he could refuse, she kissed him on the lips. That he was momentarily stunned. Such an unexpected fortune. Just as he pondered how to bridge the gap between them, this splendid opportunity had come knocking at his door. Chapter 43. The thief downstairs in the rented unit. Luo Meng sat in the car, snorting softly and muttering, shameless. Zhou Ruinji, seated beside her, inquired curiously, what happened? Nothing much. Everyone need not worry. They are indeed going to retrieve something and will be back soon. Luo Meng preferred not to dwell on the topic. Hey, someone is approaching over there. Just as she was about to retract her ability, she glanced around and spotted 2 men armed with sticks stealthily making their way toward their vehicle. The 2 men were tenants of the building. After the apocalypse began, Xiong Chimo had dealt with the zombies roaming nearby, granting the tenants a semblance of safety. After scavenging several streets, they were now returning home with their spoils. Shaoli, wasn't there no car when we left? It was just that. We've never seen this car before. I reckon this vehicle is quite valuable. It might contain some good stuff. Should we check it out? Let it be. Anyone who can afford such a car isn't an ordinary person. That my little frame can't withstand any trouble. Xiaoli quickly interjected, unwilling to attract unnecessary complications. What are you afraid of? What if they are wealthy? In this world, that wealth amounts to nothing but scraps. Even if they have billions or trillions in the bank, can they retrieve it? The man wore a smug expression, reveling in their misfortune. What does it matter if they are rich? In the end, we are all equal in this apocalypse. That he had a hunch that the car contained valuable items, perhaps a stroke of luck. Without hesitation, he strode toward the vehicle, and Xiaoli, gritting his teeth, followed suit. Inside the car, the women felt the tension rise as the two men approached with their sticks, holding their breath in fear of being discovered. Zhang Yiling pondered that if there were only one assailant, she could use her abilities to launch a surprise attack. However, with two, she could not ensure the safety of her group, as they were unarmed. They could only wait and observe for an opportune moment to strike unexpectedly. The man reached the side of the vehicle, lightly running his hand over it, lost in thought. Before the apocalypse, he would have kept his distance from such luxury cars, terrified of causing even a scratch that could lead to financial ruin. Yet now, this parked luxury vehicle seemed within his grasp, ready to become his personal possession. After his musings, he leaned closer to the window, hoping to glimpse the treasures inside. Unfortunately, the glass was a one-way mirror, offering no view of the interior. And no longer hesitating, he swung his iron rod and struck the window. With a dull thud, the window remained intact. The women inside gasped in shock at the sudden impact. The man exerted all his strength, striking the window multiple times, leaving only a few scratches. Stop wasting your energy. Such a car definitely has bulletproof glass. It's not so easily broken. Xiaoli felt a sense of foreboding as the sound of his blows echoed ominously through the silent street. Forget it. Let's leave before we draw attention that I lack your abilities to escape swiftly. If I get caught, I surely couldn't withstand torture and would definitely betray you. While speaking, Xiaoli began to retreat. Don't rush to leave yet. Did you bring a knife when you went out? The man, realizing the stick was ineffective, sought to switch to a knife. Why do you need a knife? Xiaoli hesitated. He did indeed have a knife, but was reluctant to stay any longer. I want to puncture the tires that we can hide nearby and see who the car owner is before deciding whether to act. Once the vehicle could no longer function, transporting supplies would become impossible, granting them a sliver of opportunity. Ultimately, they would hold the initiative at that point. What are you afraid of? Is he going to know it was us? Call the police? Check the surveillance inside the rented room. The two were locked in a kiss. After a moment, Xiong Chumo broke the embrace, aware that now was not the time for distractions. That he gently patted her pert bottom and said, "Let us go. They are still waiting for you. By the way, what is your extraordinary ability? You haven't agreed to tell me why as long as you promise. I will share mine." Chi Jiai blushed, unwilling to let go of the previous topic. Fine, I promise you. You will be my second wife. Xiong Chumo chuckled, securing the axe to his body with strips torn from the bed sheet. I didn't expect to be the second one. That truly surprises me. Chi Jiai was taken aback, considering that a wealthy young man like Xiong Chumo must have countless girlfriends. Indeed, since the apocalypse began, you are the second. Who was the first? Lingling. She doesn't seem like it. Let us go. You will find out when we return home. That he preferred not to elaborate on the matter and shifted the conversation back. You still haven't told me about your extraordinary ability. Chi Jiai pouted. My ability is to create a barrier that I can control the entrance and exit of .as for its strength. I have yet to test it. Xiong Chumo nodded, his thoughts aligning with his memories. This ability is quite significant. It can serve not only as a simple defense but also trap individuals within the barrier, preventing escape. If it can even block temperature, scent, and sound, then if it can block light as well. It would be a perfect invisibility power. Very impressive. Your ability is formidable. Once we return, I will help you test it. After all, most of what I heard in my previous life was hearsay. We cannot be sure of its efficacy. As they walked, Chi Jiai carried a butcher knife in each hand. Each of those knives weighs nearly 10 pounds, perfectly suited for the hands of an extraordinary individual. That moment, a sudden series of loud knocks echoed from downstairs, seemingly emanating from the direction where the cars were parked. Did you hear that? The sound seems to be coming from over there, Chi Jiai remarked, turning towards the source of the noise, her lips pursed. Hurry up. They might be in danger. Xiong Chimo hurried down the stairs, and as he stepped out of the stairwell, he spotted Jiang Yiling, who had opened her car door and hurled a pristine block of ice at a man wielding a sharp knife. The man was taken aback by the sudden attack, his body instinctively swerving to evade it, yet he was unable to escape in time. The moment the ice made contact with his skin, a layer of frost instantly formed, encasing him in place, transforming him into a chilling statue. Unfortunately, the freeze did not last long. Within 2 seconds, the man jolted, retreating rapidly, upon seeing the wielder of the extraordinary ability. The panic in his eyes vanished, replaced by awe, obsession, greed, and desire. Without uttering a word, he advanced rather than retreating, brandishing his blade, intent on subduing Jiang Yiling, another extraordinary individual, Xiong Chimo noted, immediately sensing the man's speed and reflexes far surpassed those of an ordinary person, prompting a heightened vigilance within him. Moreover, another man stood nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He resolved to unleash his most powerful move. Chapter 44. Establishing authority. Xiong Chimo rushed forward, closing the distance of several dozen meters in an instant. While running, he tucked the axe under his arm and drew a .64 caliber revolver, loading it, disengaging the safety, aiming, and pulling the trigger, all in less than a second. With a resounding bang, the knife-wielding man let out a scream as the bullet struck his side. Clutching his wound, he collapsed to the ground, his gaze toward Xiong Chimo filled with horror and disbelief. Just as he fell, Jiang Yiling unleashed her second extraordinary ability. Xiong Chimo hurled the axe at the chest of the injured man, accompanied by a sickening crunch as bones splintered. Blood gushed from the man's mouth as he fell, his legs stretching out, his life extinguished. At the apocalypse, taking a life could occur within mere seconds. Once a vulnerability was exploited, a fatal strike would leave no opportunity for the opponent to breathe. Unlike what is often portrayed in novels and films, where evenly matched foes battle for an eternity, such scenarios are nearly impossible in reality. The reasoning is simple. After an extended fight, regardless of the outcome, the victor would still face swarms of zombies drawn by the commotion. The logic is straightforward. Self-preservation takes precedence, followed by eliminating threats. For instance, in the natural world, tigers possess the strength to hunt wild boars, leopards, black bears, and even crocodiles. Yet, most of the time, they refrain from such pursuits unless driven by hunger. The reason is clear: wild boars, leopards, and black bears can retaliate, posing a danger to the tiger, in the unforgiving realm of nature. Injury signals the countdown to death. Thus, even as apex predators, tigers often choose to hunt docile herbivores instead. The same principle applies in the apocalypse. Unless one possesses absolute confidence in victory, initiating a risky confrontation is unwise. Returning to the matter at hand, after Xiong Chimo dispatched the man, he swiftly turned his gun towards a remaining threat. The second man, having witnessed Jiang Yiling's extraordinary ability, was already retreating in fear, and upon hearing the gunfire and the man's scream, he fled, leaving nothing but his silhouette behind. Oh Ming, are there any others around? Oh no, there aren't. With the immediate danger averted, Xiong Chimo unloaded the magazine from his handgun, rechambered it, engaged the safety, and tucked it away in his pocket. But he stepped forward, retrieving the axe from the corpse's chest, and spat disdainfully onto the face of the deceased. This it. Such pathetic strength dares to rob. Wasted a bullet on you. You truly deserve this. The women were utterly taken aback by his ruthless demeanor. They had witnessed death before, even in more gruesome forms, but witnessing a living person, vibrant just seconds ago, suddenly lifeless, especially at the hands of someone they knew, was a shock of considerable magnitude. Killing a person and killing a zombie are entirely different matters. Especially chilling was Xiong Chimo's indifference to taking a life, as if squashing an ant, devoid of any psychological burden. Such a callous attitude towards life seemed implausible unless one had taken the lives of numerous others. A murderous psychopath lurking among them? Qi Jiai, who had descended with him, stood frozen, unaware of when he had taken her weapon. Not only Qi Jiai was paralyzed, Jiang Yiling, who had acted, was also taken aback. Her intention had merely been to deter the assailant, never to kill. Xiong Chimo kicked the corpse in frustration, opened the rear door of the car, and placed the axe and butcher's knife onto the floor mat. With 6 people already crammed in the back seat, space had become even more limited. However, none of the women complained, not even internally. What are you waiting for? Get in the car, he urged Qi Jiai and Jiang Yiling to hurry. The sounds of the shattered glass and gunfire had been too loud. It wouldn't be long before the zombies would swarm this place. Xiong Chumo swiftly dragged the corpse to the front of the car. Although the women could not comprehend his intentions, they dared not question him, sitting quietly in the vehicle. Utilizing tools, Xiong Chumo forcefully pried open the car hood. The trunk of the Lamborghini Taycan was situated right beneath it. The vehicle had sustained damage after colliding with a zombie standing in the street while speeding to pick up Li Jiawei, causing the hood to become misshapen and difficult to open. Typically, he stored his supplies in the back seat for convenience. Xiong Chumo lifted the corpse, attempting to fold it at the waist to fit it into the trunk, but finding it insufficient, he resorted to severing the lower part of the legs, allowing it to fit at last, and then forcefully closed the hood. What unfolded before the women rendered them utterly speechless. Although they were medical students, they had yet to attend a dissection class involving cadavers. Having only practiced on frogs, bullfrogs, and rats, here stood Xiong Chumo, resembling a cold-hearted butcher carving fish and meat on a cutting board as he opened the driver's side door. All the girls instinctively turned their heads. Unwilling to witness his actions, they resembled a flock of trembling lambs before a tiger, their gazes weak, pitiful, and helpless. Even Qi Jiai, who had recently declared her intent to be his girlfriend, mirrored their behavior. Xiong Chumo, however, was oblivious to their fear. His actions were deliberate, not only eliminating a threat, but also establishing his authority. An all-encompassing strategy. Should anyone dare to betray him in the future, their fate would be nothing short of horrific. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly departing from the apartment complex and heading towards the Riverside Garden community. The zombies drawn by the noise were left far behind. For over 10 minutes, the journey continued in silence, the atmosphere in the vehicle exceedingly tense. The women were so apprehensive that they breathed cautiously, fearful of making any sound, enveloped in extreme anxiety and terror. Xiong Chumo contemplated that he had established his dominance, and now it was time to offer some reassurance that he understood the principle of striking a balance between discipline and kindness. Besides, as high-achieving students from prestigious universities, they were certainly not lacking in intellect. They merely struggled to process their first experience. He believed it would not be long before they adapted. Clearing his throat lightly, he broke the oppressive silence, signaling his intent to speak. The sudden sound startled the women, akin to a startled bird. If I had not killed that man, what do you think would have been your fate? Or, what if I had been unable to defeat those two men? Have you considered this question? His three-pointed inquiries struck at the heart of the matter. The women, still reeling from his ruthless side, momentarily at a loss for words, began to introspect upon hearing his probing questions. The outcome was undoubtedly bleak. Even in the best-case scenario, someone among them would have been harmed in such an environment. Injuries spelled inevitable doom. Realizing this, the tension in their expressions gradually eased, and the atmosphere became less stifling. Chapter 45. The Foundation. I'm so sorry. I was just startled, but I hope you can forgive me. Qi Jiai unexpectedly apologized, leaving the others in astonishment, unsure of what prompted her to do so. They exchanged glances, wondering if they too should apologize. That Qi Jiai's action rendered them somewhat perplexed, appearing somewhat unfeeling. That it's perfectly fine. It's a natural reaction. That I hold no grudge against you. Nor should you blame yourself. Xiong Chumo replied nonchalantly with a smile. I'm sorry, Luo Ming added after a moment of contemplation. The intentions behind Qi Jiai's actions remain a mystery to others, yet she is fully aware of them. That I apologize, Brother Xiong. We were merely startled and did not know what to say at the time. Please forgive us. It is all the fault of those two men. Had they not come to vandalize the vehicle and attempted to puncture the tires, such an unfortunate outcome would not have ensued. We were merely acting in self-defense. Indeed, we were justified in our actions. This was an act of emergency evasion. As Luo Ming connected with the group, everyone began to express their apologies in a flurry of words, downplaying the incident from a serious matter to a trivial one. That what was clearly an instance of excessive self-defense, or even involuntary manslaughter, was transformed into mere emergency evasion in the narrative spun by the group. The women, previously drawn into contemplation by his three inquiries and hypotheses, found themselves unintentionally adopting the role of accomplices. After all, Xiong Chumo had committed murder to save them all in a peaceful society that had existed for 19 years. Morals, ethics, and values were abruptly overturned. They were beset by inner turmoil. Had they erred? Certainly, but if they were not at fault, why did guilt linger in their hearts? After all, they were leaving the safety of their campus for the first time since the outbreak, witnessing the harsh and perilous reality of their environment. This experience had imparted upon them a profound understanding that in the apocalypse, it was not merely the undead they had to fear, but the treachery of humanity as well. Thus, in a bid to alleviate their guilt, the women resorted to self-hypnosis and self-comfort, positioning themselves on the side of righteousness and morality. With this line of thought, their feelings of guilt and anxiety seemed to dissipate, and they gradually returned to the state they had been in when they first left the campus. I am heartened to see you all think this way. But there is no need for such a mindset, that if someone harbors hostility or malicious intent towards you in the future, it is best to strike first rather than wait for them to act before you resort to so-called justified defense. Such an approach would only appear foolish. Remember, in this environment, the foolish do not survive for long. Xiong Chimo felt that the message had not been adequately conveyed and sought to intensify their education. Ensuring that they would remember these lessons, they needed to cast aside the constraints of a harmonious society. Only then could they thrive in the apocalypse and live freely. Yes, we shall remember. The group nodded in agreement. By the way, Brother Xiong, that earlier item, was it a handgun? How did you acquire it? Yang Shuqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. The regulations surrounding firearms in Longwo were exceedingly strict. How could one possibly obtain a handgun? Oh, that, for someone with a monthly salary of a few thousand, such items are indeed difficult to procure. But for us, it is quite simple. In our circle, every household possesses at least one handgun. Some even have AKs. Xiong Chimo recalled the words of Li Jiawei, instinctively adopting a more refined demeanor. Some things require a certain presentation. The key lies in the information. That moment, he was confident that in the eyes of all the women, he was perceived as a wealthy scion. If any of them wished to pursue something with him, it would be a clear case of reaching beyond their grasp. However, you need not worry, for Q City is vast, and the likelihood of encountering someone from our circle is still quite low. In a few days, I can take you to the Public Security Bureau to obtain some firearms for self-defense. Before they could rejoice, he reminded them, while handguns may not be entirely ineffective against zombies, their performance leaves much to be desired. The undead's weakness lies in their heads, and one must obliterate the skull to ensure their demise. So using handguns against zombies is best avoided. The firepower of the handguns available in Longwa is somewhat lacking. It is a different story when it comes to the members of the J-Team. Having spent some time together, he had already decided to cultivate the women as his core team. In response to their inquiries, aside from key information, he was almost always willing to provide answers. Jiang Yingxue possessed healing abilities akin to a top-tier medic. Jiang Yiling wielded ice-based magic. Qi Jiai's powers were defensive in nature, while Luo Ming's clairvoyance was incredibly practical as a scout, and Yi Weiya's wood-based abilities could serve logistical purposes. It could be said that the foundational team was already taking shape. Now, they merely lacked defensive abilities and tank-like warriors that if only a few more lightning or fire-type abilities could join their ranks. Xiong Chimo could not help but let his thoughts wander. Upon hearing Xiong Chimo's promise, the women were all filled with excitement. They had yet to even lay hands on a handgun, having only trained with rifles during their military drills in freshman year. The vehicle was soon filled with lively chatter. Brother Xiong, may I ask you a question? The previously affectionate Zhou Ruanji spoke up to go ahead. The corpse you took away, why did you bring it with you? It feels rather unsettling. Zhou Ruanji's question struck a chord with the women, who had long been curious but hesitant to ask that if it were to destroy evidence, why leave behind two small legs at the scene? This was evidently illogical. That's quite simple. You see, there are 8 of us in the vehicle plus Lingling's sister, making a total of 9, that we consume a considerable amount of food daily. I brought him along as a reserve supply. He added with a chuckle. Once these words were spoken, the car fell into an unusual silence. The women exchanging glances, rendered speechless. The atmosphere grew so tense that one could hear a pin drop, as if the temperature in the air had dropped several degrees. After a moment, Xiong Chimo broke the icy silence with a hearty laugh. I was merely joking. There is no need to take it seriously. Did I not mention that I had cleared out a few small supermarkets during this period? There is more than enough food in reserve for everyone. Xiong Chimo's humor, akin to a dark joke, left the women at a loss for laughter. After all, these were the very survival pressures they would face in the future. This was especially true for Chi Jiai and her two roommates, who had experienced this reality firsthand. Chi Jiai had, in a moment of extreme hunger, contemplated consuming her roommate, though such thoughts had been quelled by her rationality. She wondered if her roommates had harbored similar thoughts. Upon hearing his explanation, although the women did not openly agree, the tension in their expressions noticeably eased. Sensing the atmosphere had grown cold, he realized his jest had gone a bit too far and was indeed a master of awkward moments. He swiftly changed the subject. That corpse still holds great value. Allow me to keep you in suspense, and you shall find out in due time. Chapter 46. Arrangements after a smooth journey lasting over half an hour. They finally arrived at the Binhai Garden community. Xiong Chumo beckoned the women to disembark and led them back to his residence. Sister, I thought I would never see you again. As soon as the door swung open, Jiang Yiling could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face as she threw herself into Jiang Yingshua's arms. Jiang Yingshu was equally overwhelmed, her eyes glistening with tears, her quivering lips unable to utter a single word. As the two sisters embraced tightly, the warmth of this scene touched the hearts of the other women, who were reminded of their distant relatives, wondering if they were safe and sound. After a considerable time, the group emerged from their emotional reverie, only to be astonished by the seemingly haphazardly piled food in the corner. There was enough to last them a month or two. There is so much food. Wow, Brother Xiong, you're amazing. Brother Xiong, you're incredible. The women were elated. Upon seeing the mountain of food, they dropped their guard entirely, their trust and affection for him soaring to new heights. Xiong Chumo smiled and nodded, urging them to eat freely without restraint, taking whatever they desired. Upon hearing this, the women gazed at him as if he were a deity, their eyes sparkling with admiration, wishing to offer themselves in gratitude. After indulging heartily, they sprawled on the floor, too full to move, disregarding all decorum. Sister, come. Let me introduce you. These are my roommates. This is my desk mate and best friend, and these two are her roommates. Jiang Yiling took on the role of intermediary, pulling Jiang Yingxue to introduce her to the others. When she pointed towards Xiong Chumo, she opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Sister, what is your relationship with him? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yiling finally asked, her voice noticeably softer than usual. Did I? Jiang Yingxue had just lifted her gaze to meet Xiong Chumo's eyes, her face instantly flushing red, and she hurriedly lowered her head, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes, appearing quite bashful. What him? You should be calling him brother-in-law, understand? Xiong Chumo chuckled, stepping forward to gently ruffle Jiang Yiling's hair, taken aback by its slightly unkempt texture. Perhaps a result of not being washed for a few days, to his delight, Jiang Yiling did not shy away from his affectionate gesture. The other women, having witnessed this interaction, displayed various expressions. A flicker of disappointment crossed their faces before dissipating. Meanwhile, Chi Jiai had already deduced the connection upon hearing Xiong Chumo mention there were 9 people, one of whom was Ling Ling's sister, and her expression remained inscrutable. All right, let us not tease her any longer. It was ultimately Jiang Yingxue who intervened at Is there no issue with the car parked downstairs? As Jiang Yiling observed Xiong Chumo retracting the wolf's claw, a sense of relief washed over her, albeit mingled with a tinge of disappointment. She quickly regained her composure, recalling the earlier scene when their vehicle had been attacked, and could not help but voice her concerns that it's fine. Don't worry that I've been parking like this lately, so there's no cause for alarm. Xiong Chumo declared, patting his chest with a resounding thump, that he remembered that Jiang Yingshu had once mentioned that the reason for selecting him was a successful extermination of the zombies in their community, accomplishing what others had failed to do. Before his arrival, the residents had been too frightened to venture downstairs in search of food. And with someone as formidable as him around, the other inhabitants of the community would be too terrified to approach, fearing any ill fate. Did they truly think they could rely on their awakened powers to act with impunity? Now that we are all acquainted, I would like to discuss the current situation. Xiong Chumo announced, clapping his hands to beckon silence to AT present. We are not lacking in food. However, we are in dire need of clean water, energy sources, and ultimately combat capability. Today marks the 6th day since the outbreak, and the water treatment plant is completely deserted, meaning no workers are available to operate the machinery or add the necessary materials for filtering and purifying the water, while it is still usable for now. It has begun to show signs of cloudiness and an unpleasant odor. I fear that in just a few days, all that will flow from the taps will be contaminated water. This water is not fit for drinking, let alone for flushing toilets. Fortunately, our lingling has awakened an ice attributability, so we currently have no shortage of clean drinking water. Lingling, there are 2 large clean barrels in the kitchen. When you have some free time, use your powers to freeze the moisture in the air into ice blocks to ensure our daily needs are met. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. Jiang Yiling nodded eagerly, feeling a sense of responsibility for the water supply of the group. As for our energy needs, we currently have no immediate solutions that we will need to venture out to find some smokeless coal or chop down trees for firewood. Xiong Chimo sighed, waving his hand dismissively. His preparations had not been thorough enough, as he had initially planned to survive alone. Unfortunately, circumstances had changed, and he now had several additional mouths to feed that, of course, if absolutely necessary, he had other plans. He could lead the group of women to the supermarket warehouse, where the variety of food would be ample, alleviating the concern for energy sources. However, the pressing issue was that breaking into the supermarket warehouse was not a foolproof plan. In his past life, as the warehouse manager, Xiao Yin had hidden away in the warehouse for a while, but it was not long before it was overrun. With his current strength, he could not hope to defend against an assault while accompanied by 8 vibrant university students. They would be easily overwhelmed. Unlike Li Jiawei's father, Li Jingze, who possessed an arsenal of firearms, he had no such luxury. Yet, there was no cause for worry that I have connections. I received a notification from the higher-ups that Q City will have its next power supply restored tomorrow morning. Xiong Chimo stated, a confident smile gracing his face, that we should all rise early and gather as much food as possible. Absolutely, rest assured. I could even forego sleep tonight if necessary, the women eagerly affirmed. Their faith in Xiong Chimo's wealthy background unwavering. Delighted by their belief, Xiong Chimo, as a reincarnated individual, was well aware of when power would be restored in Q City. Thus, his assertions were grounded in reality. As the affluent heir of Q City, even in the pre-apocalyptic civilized world, he could easily maintain multiple young models, changing them daily without issue. Now, in this world where human life was as expendable as weeds, having a dozen wives was hardly a challenge. This arrangement would effectively prevent the chaos that could arise from having too many women. That it was simply perfect. Clearing his throat, he interrupted the women's enthusiastic chatter. Lastly, to enhance everyone's combat capabilities and ensure your survival in this harsh environment, each of you must learn to kill zombies independently. Xie Jian began to voice her thoughts, but promptly fell silent. The others, though silent, wore expressions of deep concern and fear. They were acutely aware of the terror that zombies represented. If they were capable of killing zombies, they would not be trapped in their dormitory. To send them out to confront zombies was akin to sending them to their deaths. Yet they found themselves unable to refute him. In this apocalypse, slaying zombies was indeed a fundamental skill. Relying on fate, the environment, or others was far less reliable than depending on oneself. We really have so much food that we need not venture out for danger. We could simply wait for rescue. Zhou Ruinji suggested timidly. The group nodded in silent agreement, affirming her sentiment. Indeed, they all shared that thought. Xiong Chimo had previously spoken at length about the state of the apocalypse, but despite their inability to voice dissent, they had not taken his words to heart. They believed that the apocalypse would not endure for long and would eventually pass, restoring normal life and social order. Thus, they felt fear and trepidation at the thought of killing. Their willingness to follow him stemmed primarily from his wealthy status. As a rich heir, he would likely be prioritized for rescue. Why staying close to him, they hoped to benefit from his fortune and escape this dreadful place for a safer, more comfortable environment. Some even dreamed that once order was restored, they might live as affluent ladies. Hence, they regarded Xiong Chimo's call for heightened combat skills with skepticism. Rescue teams? I advise you not to place your hopes there. Xiong Chimo scoffed that he suddenly realized there was a significant generational gap between them. As a reincarnated soul, he remembered that in his past life, the rescue teams had retreated on the 7th day, rendering large-scale rescue operations impossible. That he had not witnessed a second wave of rescue teams before his demise. However, he could not blame them. After all, he had once shared the same mindset, believing that the apocalypse would not last long and that he merely needed to stockpile food and await rescue. If it weren't for his good fortune, he might have perished in the urban village much earlier. Have you not seen that post? Zombies evolve and become far more formidable than they are now. I once encountered a type of zombie that moved with astonishing speed. Had it not been for sheer luck, you would have never seen me again. While the contents of that post might not have been entirely accurate, the information I gathered suggested it was largely correct. Moreover, what you may not know is that in addition to human zombies, some animals have also become zombies. Where could there be any safe haven? Imagine, while you sleep, a zombie mouse sneaks out to bite you. You would likely turn into a zombie in your slumber, and I must also inform you that Q City initiated rescue operations the day before yesterday. The first locations targeted were in the northern part of the city, and over these past few days, they have likely rescued many communities. The women remained silent, listening intently. Those who had been taken away were not simply living in luxury. They worked 12-hour days to earn their sustenance. Even if I were to go there, I would still need to work 2 to 3 hours daily. I also heard from the higher-ups that, given the current situation, it would take at least 6 months to resolve. This is the most optimistic estimate. Therefore, we must prepare for the long haul. Xiong Chumo was genuinely concerned that these women, swept up in enthusiasm, might insist on heading to the GF rescue base, which would render his efforts futile. He resorted to a well-meaning lie, while he could use coercive means to keep them. Such an approach would yield little benefit in his past life. He had witnessed far too many bases crumble from within, reduced to ashes in an instant. As the saying goes, a kind word is hard to offer to the damned. If anyone truly wished to leave, he would not obstruct them. The women listened with rapt attention, occasionally nodding in agreement. One statement from Xiong Chumo resonated with them. Life in a rescue base was not a free ride. And they wholeheartedly accepted that notion. You think I don't want to escape this environment as soon as possible. The agony of having wealth with no place to spend it is beyond your comprehension. If it weren't for these accursed zombies, I might be on a vacation right now. Xiong Chumo realized he had gotten carried away, completely immersing himself in the perspective of the affluent, as if he had indeed grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Well, we believe you. We will follow your lead. The women expressed a mix of skepticism toward his prior statements, but they wholeheartedly trusted his last words. What should we do? Yang Shuqing was the first to step forward and inquire. Over there, you will find numerous weapons. Choose what suits you best and give them a try. Xiong Chumo gestured toward the axes, cleavers, and knives he had purchased before the apocalypse. These are all the items I have collected during this period, and I cannot take them with me, so I have gathered them all in one place. Yang Shuqing was the first to approach, selecting an axe. After merely swinging it a few times, she felt her arms beginning to ache. It's so heavy. Indeed, it is too heavy. Is there nothing lighter? Xiejian wielded a machete, which, among these weapons, was indeed the lightest. Nonetheless, even the lightest weighed around 2 to 3 kilograms, while there are certainly lighter machetes, weighing merely 1 or 2 jin. Xiong Chumo had chosen this one not for chopping wood, but rather for its robust and sturdy build. I don't find it overly heavy. It's quite manageable. Luo Meng effortlessly lifted a beef cleaver with one hand, casually swinging it a few times. Her display left several individuals, who had yet to awaken their abilities, utterly astonished. Such a hefty cleaver. Not only a delicate girl, but even a burly butcher would need both hands to wield it as effortlessly as she did. Zhang Yiling also selected an axe and swung it a few times. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yinshu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. She too had chosen an axe, yet could not handle it with the same ease as her sister. Lingling, when did you acquire such strength? Oh, I forgot to mention. Ever since I awakened my abilities, my strength has significantly increased. This must be a result of the awakening, she replied, casting a glance at Xiong Chumo as if seeking his affirmation. Xiong Chumo nodded and elaborated. Once abilities are awakened, regardless of their nature, the physical body undergoes enhancement. With weapons in hand, dealing with ordinary zombies becomes a trivial matter. But what about us? Jiang Yinxue and her companions, who had not yet awakened their abilities, felt a wave of intense urgency wash over them. Were they not to become the weakest liabilities? Do not worry. I too have yet to awaken any abilities. Yet even ordinary zombies pose no challenge for me, he reassured them. Here, these are the evolution crystals from the zombies' heads, which I have accumulated from my recent battles. Each of you will receive 10. Simply swallow them whole. After 6 days of slaughter, aside from the ones he had already consumed, he currently possessed a total of 227 energy crystals and 23 ability nuclei, setting aside the 23 ability nuclei that were of use to him. The remaining 200 level 1 energy crystals had lost their significance. After all, with his status as a level 2 superhuman, he would require a staggering 10,000 level 1 crystals to ascend to level 3. Gathering such a number solely by himself would take an eternity. Thus, it was more pragmatic to distribute them now to enhance the team's strength. Initially, upon learning of Jiang Yinshua's identity, he had intended to assist the sisters in reaching level 2 superhuman status. However, who could have predicted that a mere outing would result in the addition of 7 individuals? Do not worry about scarcity, but rather inequality. To maintain order, I shall distribute 80 energy crystals for immediate use. Thank you, Brother Xiong. You are truly kind, Jiang Yinshua expressed as she extended her hand to receive the 10 crystals he offered. The moment their palms brushed, Xiong Chumo feigned nonchalance as he gently caressed her delicate hand. Instantly, a blush crept onto Jiang Yinshua's cheeks as she murmured her gratitude. "That I ask that all you wish to say?" He inquired with an enigmatic smile, his gaze fixed intently upon her eyes. Jiang Yinshua cast a quick glance at the others. Biting her lip in determination, she stepped forward boldly and, before everyone, lightly brushed her lips against the corner of his mouth. The brief contact seemed insufficient. Driven by a peculiar emotion, she pressed her lips firmly against his mouth once more. Afterward, Jiang Yinshua surveyed the group as if silently asserting her claim. The other girls reacted with varied thoughts. Some lowered their heads, others pretended to look away, while a few held their chests high. Meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve. Unbeknownst to them, Xiong Chumo felt a sense of satisfaction, nodding in approval. His intention was to remind Jiang Yinshu not to forget their agreement, and to tease her a little. Next was Qi Jiai, who, unwilling to be outdone, mimicked the action and bestowed a kiss upon him as well. This left the remaining individuals who had yet to receive their energy crystals in a state of confusion. They exchanged glances, their faces flushed, breathing rapidly, caught in a mix of tension and excitement, yet not repulsed. Rather, they felt a thrill, whether from the prospect of evolution or some other reason. When it came to Zhou Ruenji's turn, she, already harboring a fondness for Xiong Chumo, acted without hesitation, cupping his face and delivering a passionate kiss. Xiong Chumo felt a surge of satisfaction. Although he could have turned her down, he saw no reason to do so. Instead, he decided to go with the flow, treating this small misunderstanding as a test of compliance, that I not only rescued you from despair, but also generously provided you with food and energy crystals to aid your evolution. Is it unreasonable to ask for a small token of gratitude? After Zhou Ruenji, it was Jiang Yiling's turn. Slightly flushed, with beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, she averted her gaze from her sister. Her eyes darting in uncertainty like a guilty little fairy. Instead of following the previous 3, she leaned in closer to his cheek, making a fleeting contact before pulling away. Jiang Yiling's action relieved the remaining girls slightly. While they were fond of Xiong Chumo, it did not mean they were comfortable kissing him in front of so many others. Once everyone had received their energy crystals, the 2 girls who had stood in line before Jiang Yinshua approached him from either side, completing their share. Now that you all have received your crystals, begin the consumption process that I will stand by and guard. Take them one by one. Once you have swallowed them all, your bodies will undergo evolution. A process that will last approximately 2 hours, that IT will be quite uncomfortable, but you must endure. Originally, Xiong Chumo had planned to escort everyone home and, adhering to the principle of not wasting time, venture out alone to hunt zombies for ability nuclei. However, having gleaned from previous conversations that the girls held an optimistic outlook for the future, he decided to wait until they all ascended to level 1 superhuman status before leading them on a hunt for zombies. The day after tomorrow, he would allow them to make a comprehensive comparison of the differences between level 0 and level 1 zombies. The living room was spacious enough that the 8 girls could sit comfortably on the floor without feeling cramped. Observing the lovely faces before him, who showed no hesitation and obediently began to consume their crystals, he nodded in silent approval that as the girls began their evolution, he settled down beside them, contemplating future plans. His next step was to create a safe zone, instilling hope for survival in them, positioning himself as the core and focal point, thereby naturally assuming leadership over the group. His ambitions were grand. He sought not only their loyalty, but also their hearts. He was no naive innocent. He knew well that in a world like this, the betrayal of trust was rampant, and only through mutual benefit could one forge strong bonds. As long as the girls followed him, they would gain evolution, food, and clean drinking water. These were tangible sources of security. Any rational being would not choose to betray him. After all, what would they gain from it? What benefits could be derived from such treachery? Thus, once a solid foundation was established, he could continue to expand and recruit more allies. At that moment, Xiong Chimo caught sight of someone abruptly standing up. Snapping him from his reverie, "There's something wrong. Why haven't you finished?" He turned to see Yang Shuqin approaching him slowly. Upon reaching his side, she noticed the surrounding girls had closed their eyes, beginning to absorb their evolution. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with a slightly trembling voice. I want to seeing her stammer." Xiong Chimo recalled the small request she had made earlier and involuntarily raised an eyebrow, interrupting her with a tone tinged with impatience. "What? Do you have another request?" He suddenly remembered that she might still be an unstable factor. Previously, when they were in the car discussing matters, he had indirectly learned that, aside from Yang Shuqin, the other girls had yet to engage in romantic relationships during their university lives. Their interpersonal interactions were simple, devoid of any complicated entanglements, which was precisely what he valued. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to shelter them, nor would he have pointed them toward the GF rescue team as a more prudent solution. Even if he did take them in, there was no need to distribute energy crystals to aid in their evolution. That if he truly wished to cultivate helpers, it would have been far more efficient to discreetly provide assistance to a select few. The impact discussed here is merely at the foundational level, while Xiong Chimo currently finds himself in the nascent stages of entrepreneurship, recruiting only the most pivotal personnel who are shareholders. That if even the core members begin to waver in their allegiance, can the team sustain its momentum? Thus, when Xiong Chimo seeks individuals, he prioritizes capability above all else, with lineage being a secondary consideration. Traits such as character and integrity are deemed the least significant. Almost superfluous that in a world teetering on the brink of collapse, where can one find unequivocal paragons of virtue? There exist only those ensnared in the murky gray zones between right and wrong, helplessly caught in the crossfire. The purity of one's lineage may, at times, outweigh mere ability. Otherwise, bringing someone into the fold is akin to uprooting a radish and dragging along the soil every conceivable relative, from parents to siblings and extended family, clamoring to join the team. That ASA leader. Do you acquiesce or rebuff this influx? I would be utterly exasperated. Agreeing would merely amplify the burdens of survival. While dissent could sow discord and lay the groundwork for future conflicts, that IT would be far wiser to expel individuals from the outset, preventing their entry altogether. Xiong Chimo currently grapples with such sentiments. A burgeoning sense of chaos spiraling beyond his control. No, that's not it. Sensing his mounting impatience, Yang Shuqing hastily interjected to soothe him, resolutely declaring, "I wish to be your woman." Her voice resonated with unwavering conviction, echoing throughout the living room. This left Xiong Chimo momentarily dumbfounded. Following her proclamation, Yang Shuqing's demeanor gradually normalized. The weight of pressure that once bore down upon her now shifted onto him. She just sought his assistance regarding her boyfriend mere hours ago. How had her stance changed so drastically in such a short span? I'm still a novice. That kiss earlier was my first, she interjected, fully aware of what Xiong Chimo was about to say, hastily cutting him off. Whether she is perceived as vain or pragmatic, as a top student capable of entering prestigious universities, she holds exceedingly high standards when choosing a partner. Had her newly acquired boyfriend not been handsome and driven a luxury vehicle, he would have scarcely registered on her radar. Nonetheless, she harbored a degree of disdain for those who flaunted wealth, believing that her own hard work post-graduation from a renowned institution would afford her a better life. She deemed herself deserving of someone superior, provided they did not infringe upon her boundaries. Before the world shifted, engaging in a romance with a handsome man was still a possibility. Alas, the current climate has rendered superficial attributes like looks and wealth inconsequential. The foremost priority remained survival. Among her peers, she felt overshadowed not only by the stunning Jiang Yiling, but even by Jiang Yingxue, especially since she had yet to awaken her abilities. Even wielding an axe proved a Herculean task. Let alone confronting zombies, to Tio put it bluntly. She resembled a mere decorative vase, and not even the most exquisite one at that. Witnessing the formidable powers of those with abilities only intensified her anxiety, uncertainty, and trepidation. Subsequently, Xiong Chimo stepped forth, offering to facilitate their physical evolution, solidifying her resolve that "don't believe me." Yang Shuqing pressed on, the arrow already drawn, prepared to take the plunge that as she loosened her attire and moved closer. Xiong Chumo interjected, "Wait, I believe you." He grasped her wrist, halting her advance. Regarding her background, Yang Shuqing had no reason to fabricate. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. "Let us put it this way. I'm amenable to you being my woman. But I am no saint. I will eliminate any potential threats preemptively." Though Yang Shuqing was uncertain of Xiong Chumo's intentions, she did hear him say she could be his woman and nodded fervently. "For instance, your previous little request. Is that acceptable?" He emphasized the words "little request." Yang Shuqing paused, momentarily taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, she nodded emphatically. Xiong Chumo silently approved her tenacity. Such a woman could be perilous. Yet he felt confident in managing her. "All right, you should consume the crystal now. We need to prepare for an outing shortly. It's already past 1. Nearing 2 o'clock. The absorption process will take about 2 hours. And time is of the essence for outdoor training before nightfall." "Absolutely not. I want it now," Yang Shuqing exclaimed, transforming into a fierce creature, forcefully pushing him back. Her delicate hands roamed freely, and her soft lips descended upon him like a torrent. She had intended to seize the opportunity, while others absorbed the crystal. Once they finished, would she still be able to slip in among the throng? She was determined to act before they could. Xiong Chumo, equally ignited by desire, found himself unwilling to resist such an enticing offering, that he swept Yang Shuqing into his arms and carried her into the bedroom. Here, 20,000 words omitted. Their encounter was brief, yet exhilarating. Xiong Chumo had once presumed his first woman would be either Jiang Yingxue or Qi Jiai, or at the very least, Zhou Ruanji, that he had never anticipated that his first embrace would be with Yang Shuqing. One could only marvel at the whims of fate. "Enough, let us hasten the absorption process. We wouldn't want to keep everyone waiting." He patted the alluring figure beside him, signaling her to dress. Yang Shuqing lazily acknowledged him, donning her attire, but remaining in the room to commence her absorption and refinement. Her intent was unmistakable, to convey to the others outside the room an unmistakable message. "Look, we a lone man and woman sharing a bedroom. What transpired within would remain their secret to ponder." Xiong Chumo recognized her subtle game, but dismissed it. The world had changed. Had this been the pre-apocalyptic era, he might have considered hiding or engaging in a clandestine romance. Now, there was no need for such pretense. He had no intention of employing coercion. Their relationship was mutually consensual. Chapter 50. The Evolving Powers of Sister 8. 2 hours slipped by in an instant. The women gradually awakened, stretching and flexing their muscles. "Wow, I feel as though my body has become lighter. I can jump higher than before. My vision has improved. I used to have 150 degrees of nearsightedness. But now everything is crystal clear. The axe feels much lighter. It's quite manageable now. Hey, how did your skin become so flawless? Wow, so smooth and tender. Yours is just as remarkable." The women chattered animatedly, while Xiong Chumo stood aside, arms crossed, waiting for them to acclimate. "Hey, where's Shuqing?" Suddenly, Xie Jian, who had been laughing, sensed something amiss and scanned the room, quickly realizing one of their dorm mates was missing. "Oh, right. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it," Zhou Ruanji chimed in. "She's in the bedroom," Xiong Chumo interjected, pointing toward the open door of the main bedroom. That a hush fell over the room as they exchanged glances. Wide-eyed and speechless, Jiang Yiling discreetly checked her own attire, relieved to find it intact, yet somewhat miffed to think her allure paled in comparison to others. "Why? Am I not as charming as the rest?" Ultimately, it was Jiang Yingxue who could no longer contain herself, stepping into the bedroom to shatter the silence, prompting the others to follow suit. Inside, they found Yang Shuqing, dressed normally and lying on the bed, in the midst of absorbing the crystal for her evolution. However, the rumpled bedclothes and traces of their earlier activities were glaringly evident. Ahem. She may require a bit more time to awaken. You few with abilities should test yours first. Though he intended to be forthright, he felt an undeniable awkwardness, akin to being caught in a compromising situation that he had previously surmised. Even if Zhou Ruanji had been the one lying on the bed, no one would have found it surprising. Who could have imagined that two individuals, not particularly close, would find themselves entwined in such a manner? You really were hungry. Huh. Xiong Chumo awkwardly pulled Jiang Yingxue and Qi Jiai by the hands, leading them out of the room, with the others trailing behind. Jiang Yingxue found herself in a daze, akin to a puppet, allowing Xiong Chumo to guide her. Was she angry? Perhaps a touch, but not significantly. As their time together had been fleeting. Was she sad? A hint of sorrow lingered, yet more prevalent was an overwhelming sense of bitterness. It felt akin to waiting interminably in line for a meal, only to have someone else cut in and snatch it away, leaving her powerless to retaliate. Throwing a tantrum, rolling on the ground, engaging in a confrontation. Would any of that serve a purpose? Had she not witnessed the transformation of her sister upon awakening her abilities? She might have resorted to pouting, guarding her territory, and being assertive. But now, surrounded by so many beautiful women, she felt like a mere beggar reliant on the kindness of others, stripped of any right to demand anything. Jiang Yingxue found herself mired in self-pity, silently questioning, "Why is my heart so tumultuous when I stated this was merely a transaction?" Qi Jiai, however, harbored few thoughts. The recent events she had experienced had profoundly reshaped her worldview, rendering the occurrences before her seemingly trivial. As the group transitioned to the living room, Xiong Chumo refrained from further commentary. Instead, he appeared to introduce everyone while establishing a hierarchy, addressing Jiang Yingxue. "Do not overthink it. You are my first wife. She is the second, and as for her, she is the third." His declaration left little to the imagination. Among the women present, the most astonished was undoubtedly Jiang Yiling, who could hardly believe that her own sister and dearest friend had become involved with the same man. She pointed incredulously at Qi Jiai and stammered, When did this happen?" It was beyond her comprehension that her close companion had succumbed so swiftly. "Forget about Yuas. You should refer to him as brother-in-law." Xiong Chumo, amused by Jiang Yiling's adorable astonishment, couldn't help but tease her. "Humph." Jiang Yiling, frustrated by the lack of answers, turned her head away. "All right, Jiai, let me test the strength of your abilities." This marked the first time he had adopted Jiang Yiling's manner of address for her. Qi Jiai nodded with delight, positioning herself in the center of the living room to demonstrate her powers. The revelation that Qi Jiai possessed extraordinary abilities undeniably evoked envy among the 5 individuals who had yet to awaken their powers. They had previously speculated about her effortless handling of a large guillotine, but witnessing it firsthand was astonishing. Currently, among the 9 of them, 5 had yet to awaken their abilities. The Qi Jiai raised her hand and unleashed her powers. Enveloped by a transparent, semicircular shield, the shield exuded an aura of advanced technology, both in its deployment and appearance. Inside the shield, Qi Jiai appeared to be speaking, though her words were inaudible to those outside. The onlookers marveled, and after fruitless attempts at conversation, began to cautiously reach out and touch the barrier. The shield was remarkably sturdy and smooth, reminiscent of glass or fine porcelain. After several adjustments, Qi Jiai successfully communicated with the outside, and they could now touch the shield, dispelling the previous barrier of silence. Xiong Chumo pondered for a moment before retrieving an empty cup from the kitchen, filling it with water, and placing it at Qi Jiai's feet. "Lingling, use your abilities to strike the glass." "Jiai, focus on defending and protecting the cup." The Qi Jiai nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that she was ready for the attack. Jiang Yiling unleashed a beam of white light, launching a pristine block of ice toward the cup within the shield. Upon contact with the barrier, visible ripples and waves surged, suggesting that the 2 forces had neutralized each other. "Excellent. Lingling, continue to test and see where your limits lie." Jiang Yiling launched 3 successive strikes, all of which were thwarted. The shield shimmered and trembled under the assault, yet remained steadfast. After several attempts, beads of perspiration began to form on Jiang Yiling's forehead, while Qi Jiai maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the exertion. Remarkable. In a one-on-one scenario, even similarly ranked abilities might struggle to penetrate that defense. "Now allow me to try a physical attack." Xiong Chumo prepared to strike the energy shield with the back of his axe to assess its strength. He raised the axe, calculated the distance, and aimed for a point approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in front of Qi Jiai. Even if the shield were to fail, she would remain unharmed. He intended to exert all his strength, knowing that with his level 2 abilities, he was still inferior to Qi Jiai's combination of level 1 ability user and level 1 ability wielder, that he feared that a half-hearted attempt would yield no results. With both hands raised overhead, He summoned power from his legs, launching himself forward with all his might, executing a powerful downward strike. This was his signature move for dispatching zombies, a forceful strike. Upon contact with the shield, the axe produced no sound, merely creating ripples akin to before. However, Chi-Jai clearly felt the impact. While she had previously defended against ability attacks with ease, the physical blow elicited a sheen of sweat on her brow. It became evident to Xiong Chimo that she was genuinely experiencing pressure rather than merely maintaining her composure for his sake. Satisfied with the results, he ceased further testing. He had gleaned the information he sought. Xiong Chimo was somewhat astonished that in his previous life, he had only heard rumors about the Eight Sisters' powers, but he had not anticipated such a formidable effect in reality. Overall, the energy shield was more suited for defense against abilities, with slightly less efficacy against physical attacks. Nonetheless, it was commendable to it was crucial to note that Chi-Jai controlled the shield. She could choose to defend in a life-and-death scenario, had she countered his strike. He would have likely found himself at a distinct disadvantage. However, based solely on the strength of the energy shield, it appeared capable of withstanding the combined assault of 2 or 3 ability wielders. Impressive, truly invincible. The reputation is indeed well-deserved, he mused, beginning to anticipate Yi Cheng's Dragon King abilities. Very impressive. What are your thoughts on your own abilities? Xiong Chimo generously praised, giving her a thumbs up. At Chi-Jai smiled gently and explained. My abilities are determined by the size of the area and the duration that I estimate I can maintain it for about half an hour. However, if I expand the shield's radius, the duration will significantly decrease. Additionally, consecutive attacks will also shorten the time considerably. Xiong Chimo nodded in understanding. Releasing abilities requires physical stamina, and having a time limit is to be expected. Overall, while it may not be as invincible as he had imagined, it remained exceedingly powerful. At least she could hold her ground against similarly ranked opponents. And yours? He turned to Luo Meng for her input that my abilities have not changed much. I can simply maintain them for longer. Mine too, Iwaya chimed in, preempting Xiong Chimo's inquiry. Like everyone else, I used to tire after just a few releases, but now I can do it continuously. Jiang Yiling followed suit. Just as the discussion continued, Yang Shuqing emerged from her room, having completed her evolution. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone paused their conversation and turned to her, their gazes filled with a myriad of emotions. Sensing the odd atmosphere, Xiong Chimo quickly spoke up to ease the tension. How do you feel? Quite comfortable, though there's still a bit of pain. Cough, cough. Xiong Chimo nearly choked, meeting Yang Shuqing's mischievous gaze, which was clearly intentional. Clearing his throat to shift the focus, he declared, all right, since everyone is present. While the sun is still high, I will take you all out to eliminate some zombies. Without waiting for others' reactions, he opened the door and stepped outside. The women, seeing this, armed themselves and followed. That a group of them made their way downstairs, where Xiong Chimo retrieved a corpse from the trunk of the vehicle. The blood had long since dried, oozing from the trunk and pooling on the ground, creating a dark red stained S. They observed Xiong Chimo fastening the axe to his waist. Dragging the mangled leg of the corpse with one hand while holding a riot shield in the other, they found themselves at the forefront of the procession. The body lay grotesquely among them, a sight that sent chills down their spines. Brother Xiong, what are you planning to do? Yueya could not help but voice her concern, unaware of the slight tremor in her voice. Then aren't you curious why I brought it along? The reason was simple. In the current environment, whether a victim of a zombie bite, starvation, a fall, hanging, wrist-cutting, or decapitation, as long as the head remained intact, these corpses would eventually transform into zombies. The air was thick with the ubiquitous zombie virus. Creatures that survived the initial outbreak without turning were indeed equipped with antibodies, but it did not mean they were truly dead. The antibodies could still function. Thus, regardless of how these bodies met their demise, the ultimate outcome was the same. They would all become zombies. This particular individual had been an ability wielder in life. Once transformed, they would become a mutated zombie. The mutated zombies possessed a distinct red crystal core within their heads, which, when consumed, could enhance abilities. Xiong Chimo provided a brief overview to the group. Though the women were unfamiliar with the concept of mutated zombies, they nodded in partial understanding. The group walked in silence, departing from the Bin Garden community. Typically, Xiong Chimo would drive in and out, but now he realized just how expansive the community was, populated with numerous residents and equipped with impressive facilities, including a sizable garden. Along the way, they encountered two groups of residents carrying bags and parcels. Upon spotting the group, the men instinctively sought to approach and strike up a conversation. However, upon closer inspection, they were taken aback to see that everyone, except for Xiong Chumo, was a youthful and attractive woman. The sight startled them, prompting them to hastily abandon their belongings and flee as if their lives depended on it, accepting the gifts of others. They pressed onward. "Brother Xiong, isn't this a bit too ostentatious?" Jiang Yiling felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, casting furtive glances around. The group, armed to the teeth, strode boldly through the streets, but dragging a corpse under the glaring sun felt excessively brazen. In the realm of gangster films, such audacity is rarely seen. One ought to refer to one's brother-in-law. Humph. Rest assured, the GF rescue team is quite a distance from us, should any foolhardy individual provoke us. Dispatching them would pose no challenge whatsoever. It is not that he is unwilling to drive, but rather that one must not become overly reliant on vehicles. Currently, he can still manage to drive. But as time progresses, traversing the roads may become a perilous endeavor. Take Jiang Yiling's powers, for instance. Should she choose to take action, she could easily freeze the axles or tires of a vehicle, rendering it immobile in an instant. Although Jiang Yingxue can drive and possesses a vehicle, he harbors some reservations that To confine their group of 9 into a single car would be exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, he has other considerations regarding their travel arrangements. Fortunately, the destination is not far, and as they are all superpowered individuals, their pace is swift. After a 5 or 6 minute walk, they cross 2 streets, dispatching a few scattered zombies along the way, and finally arrived at a local agricultural market. Given that this area serves as a small market for the surrounding community and the zombie outbreak occurred in the early hours, the number of zombies present is not overwhelming, perhaps around 50 or 60 in sight. With the total estimated to be no more than 300, but had they been at the largest agricultural market in Q City, it would likely resemble a veritable mountain of corpses. Decaying fruits and vegetables lay piled together, mingling with the stench emanating from the zombies, creating an unbearable odor that, in previous encounters, they faced only single zombies. Now, they must be prepared to confront at least 3 simultaneously to be deemed competent. For the 4 of you, successfully dealing with 2 zombies will suffice to pass. Xiong Chumo is not being excessively demanding. Those with abilities should tackle 3 at once, while those without can manage a 1-on-2 scenario. It is worth noting that when he was still an ordinary person, he could eliminate 2 zombies within a short span of time. That is a level 1 superpowered individual. Handling 3 level 0 zombies simultaneously is hardly a challenge. Chapter 52. Practice. There is no need to rush. We have ample time to acclimatize. Remember, do not allow the zombies to catch you. Shuqi. You go first. Xiong Chumo gestured towards Yang Shuqi. The reason he chose her to go first is that she has yet to kill a zombie, and he believes she possesses the fiercest spirit among the group, making her more amenable to the task. Furthermore, with him by her side, he ensures that no mishaps will occur. Yang Shuqi does not take this opportunity to act coy or demand special treatment due to their previous intimacy. Instead, she takes a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she steps forward and nods in agreement. When confronted with a larger number of zombies, she can attempt to throw objects to distract them, drawing one away to eliminate them one by one. Take this bottle. Do you see those 5 zombies over there? Ordinary zombies move slowly and have a limited range of detection. That if you throw the bottle about 7 or 8 meters away from 3 or 4 of them, it will separate them. The bottles they hold are plastic, producing minimal noise. Had they been glass or cans, the outcome would be quite different. The women listen intently, some even eager to try. Yang Shuqi takes the empty bottle and throws it towards the location pointed out by Xiong Chumo. It must be said that since her evolution into a superpowered individual, her sensory perception, physical attributes, and coordination have significantly improved. Even without prior training, she can accurately throw the bottle where directed. The sound of the bottle immediately attracts 3 zombies, drawing them away from the group towards the source of the noise. Continue. This time, throw it diagonally forward to lure the zombies over. Once they approach, aim for their heads with a decisive strike. Then retreat swiftly and continue striking their heads. Do not fret. If the situation becomes dire, I will intervene at once, Xiong Chumo assured, signaling Qi Jiayi with his gaze that Qi Jiayi's powers can obstruct the zombies. Adding an extra layer of safety, Yang Shuqi remained silent, her eyes fixed on the two solitary zombies. She throws the empty bottle between herself and the zombies that as they approach, she instinctively tenses, beads of sweat forming on her palms and forehead. Xiong Chimo grips his axe tightly, prepared to act at any moment. The two zombies halt about 5 or 6 meters away, just beyond the detection range of level 0 zombies. Xiong Chimo signals Yang Shuqi to get ready. Now, upon hearing his command, the zombies charge towards them. Yang Shuqi clenches her teeth, narrowing her eyes, and swings her axe at the nearest zombie's head. She seems to exert all her strength in that blow, cleaving the zombie's head open, but in her exertion, she finds herself propelled forward by inertia, leaving her momentarily unable to retreat. As another zombie lunges at her, she feels engulfed by the intense stench emanating from it. At that instant, Xiong Chimo intervenes, swiftly dispatching the second zombie with a single swing of his axe, then seamlessly slashing the third, his movements fluid and effortless, evoking a sense of primal simplicity, akin to slicing carrots with a knife. Not bad, just too much force. Practice a bit more. These zombies are considerably slower and less reactive than you, and as long as you don't panic, they cannot harm you. Now, search within its skull for any crystal stones. They are typically located at the center, slightly lower. Yang Shuqi suppresses her disgust as she reaches into the zombie's skull. Finding nothing, she vigorously shakes her hand to rid it of the disgusting, viscous fluid. The young girl is still particular about cleanliness. Had it been him, he would have wiped it on his pants. All right, switch to the next one that those who have yet to go should observe closely. Their movements are swift. Within 2 to 3 minutes, they rotate participants. Jiang Yiling and Qi Jiai, both possessing powers, excel in their initial attempts. Jiang Yiling points her hand, unleashing her abilities to freeze 3 zombies in place, then approaches to shatter their skulls with ease. Qi Jiai, encased within her energy shield, stealthily approaches the zombies, delivering a fatal blow with her axe, completely unnoticed by them. For the two of them, facing 3 zombies simultaneously is a trivial task. It seems that Qi Jiai's abilities not only intercept sound, but also mask the sense and body heat of living beings, rendering her undetectable to the zombies. When it is Yi Weiya and Xie Zhiyin's turn, they opt for machetes. Xiong Chimo observes as the two mimic each other, striking the zombies' foreheads with their blades, and seizes the moment to offer guidance. That is not how you wield a knife. Aim for the neck instead. Striking the head is not suitable. And be careful not to hit the zombie's arms. While Xiong Chimo instructs the group, each person listens attentively, learning techniques. Low-level zombies act purely on instinct. And with practice, they are not difficult to handle. Occasionally, when encountering a small cluster of zombies that cannot be separated, they will need to rely on Qi Jiai's powers to contain a few within her shield, while keeping the others at bay, allowing them to eliminate the zombies in batches, significantly enhancing the safety and convenience of their training. As numerous zombies fall, they collectively acquire 4 energy crystals and gradually move deeper into the market. Before them, several zombies linger in the meat section, and a cursory glance reveals a few pig heads, sheep heads, and cow heads, their flesh gnawed away, exposing stark white bones, hanging at the meat stalls. Xiong Chimo's heart sinks as he raises a hand to signal everyone to halt. Do you know why I instructed you to throw objects to attract the zombies instead of approaching them directly? He does not turn around but lowers his voice to inquire. The women behind him, regardless of whether Xiong Chimo can see them, shake their heads silently. Xiong Chimo continues in a hushed tone. The reason is quite simple. Some zombies evolve after consuming vast amounts of flesh and blood. And these evolved zombies do not exhibit any outward signs of their transformation. Shortly, remain silent. Jiai, prepare to unleash your powers. Xiong Chimo picks up a piece of debris, gauging the distance before tossing it. Instantly, 2 zombies surge forward like shadows towards the source of the sound. Both their speed and reaction times are incomparable to the zombies they encountered earlier. The women are taken aback by the swiftness displayed by these 2 zombies. Gasping instinctively and retreating several steps, had Qi Jiai not preemptively activated her powers to envelop them, their startled exclamations would likely have drawn the zombies' attention. Xiong Chimo himself is equally startled. The speed of these 2 zombies is far beyond that of a level 1 zombie. Even level 2 zombies do not possess such velocity. Could they be level 3 zombies? But that does not seem right. If they were level 3 zombies, they would evolve into level 4 zombies by tomorrow. In his previous life, he had never heard of any level 4 zombies in this vicinity. Could they possibly be mutated zombies with abilities? and speed-oriented ones at that. Or perhaps they are level 2 mutated zombies. Observing the number of meat stalls, it is not entirely inconceivable that there could be level 2 mutated zombies. Xiong Chumo recalled the two types of zombies he had encountered previously and couldn't help but shake his head. Feeling that their speeds were comparable to IT would be beneficial to have a point of reference, that IT seems that he must resort to the old method, utilizing the zombies' range of detection to assess their levels. Xiong Chumo extended his arm horizontally, slowly moving backward to signal the women to retreat. That Qi Jai, having expended considerable energy to unleash her ability that enveloped everyone, could not maintain it for too long. He intended to retreat a bit further, cease using his ability, regain his strength, and then proceed with the reconnaissance. Should all make a sound. He did not reproach them. This was an anticipated occurrence, since they had chosen to form a team in advance. They naturally had to consider potential issues. Without Qi Jiai's ability, he would not have acted so recklessly. Let's eat something and drink some water. Everyone should take a moment to rest. Xiong Chumo glanced at his phone, which displayed the time as 4:42 p.m. They had at most half an hour left to linger. There was much he still needed to accomplish. Rest for 5 minutes, and then we shall continue. The women, having witnessed the power of the two zombies, began to feel apprehensive, yet they could not voice any objections to Xiong Chumo's decision. They silently consumed their food to restore their energy. After a brief respite, Xiong Chumo raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He picked up an empty can of 8 treasure porridge he had finished, gauged the distance, and tossed it aside. If the zombies reacted, it would indicate the presence of level 2 mutated zombies, or even level 3. Conversely, if there was no reaction, it would suggest they were merely level 1 ability-type zombies. The empty can flew through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground with a crisp sound. The two level 2 mutated zombies he had been observing instantly lunged towards the can's location, drawing the attention of other zombies as well. Xiong Chumo quickly scanned the area and noted 2 level 2 mutated zombies, 3 level 1 zombies, 1 level 1 mutated zombie, and 5 level 0 zombies. We cannot provoke them. Did you see those 3 zombies coming from that Lao Zhou Huang Yopu? Upon seeing the women nod in agreement, he continued, starting tomorrow, all zombies will evolve into that kind. I refer to this type of zombie as level 1. Some zombies will even transform into the one near Luo Air 2 Heizhu meat stall, which is a mutated zombie. Although it has undergone mutation, it is still fundamentally a level 1 zombie. However, during the evolution process, its speed, strength, and reaction time are significantly superior to those of ordinary zombies. You can compare it to the 5 slowest, most sluggish zombies. And you'll understand that I am not exaggerating to if not yet satisfied. Xiong Chumo went on. The 2 most formidable zombies we encountered earlier, I suspect, are level 2 mutated zombies. After tomorrow, they will become even more powerful, evolving into level 3 mutated zombies. Just imagine, with the speed of those 2 zombies, even armed with a rifle, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill them. After all, the zombies' weakness lies in their heads. Only by obliterating the head can they be slain. The usual outcome is that when encountering such zombies, even the best sharpshooters, despite aiming for headshots, will find themselves overrun within moments upon hearing this. The faces of the women fell, tinged with despair. They had previously taken pride in their ability to independently slay zombies, only to realize that the ones they had killed were the weakest and most worthless. Faced with such zombies, light firepower was utterly insufficient. Xiong Chumo concluded somberly, indeed, these are the scenarios that the rescue team will confront tomorrow, while he could remain indifferent to the lives of others. He felt a profound sense of regret for the rescue team, which prioritized the lives of the people. Noticing Xiong Chumo's sudden melancholy, the women wanted to offer words of comfort, but hesitated, fearing to break the silence. Instead, they gently tugged at his sleeve as a gesture of support. Xiong Chumo sighed deeply, steeling himself as he continued to throw objects near the zombie enclosure, creating noise to draw the zombies away, while also picking up a few quality cleavers from the meat stall to hand to the women. Let's go. We will gather some supplies and then return home, that he called out as they skirted around the meat and live poultry areas. Heading straight for the seasoning and grain sections to save time, Xiong Chumo did not continue training the women, but instead led the way. Upon reaching their destination, they collected a substantial amount of vegetable seeds and some undamaged potatoes. Sweet potatoes, tomatoes, carrots, yams, garlic, hot peppers, ginger, as well as a few iron chains and straps. Xiong Chumo checked the time again. It was 5, 17 p.m. Let's head back. Retracing their steps, they exited the farmer's market in just 3 minutes. And Xiong Chumo did not forget to take the decayed corpse he had dragged along with him. As the women left the market, their expressions visibly relaxed, although the air outside was permeated with an unpleasant stench. It was certainly more bearable than the suffocating odor within the enclosed market. The women glanced at the corpse being dragged by Xiong Chumo, which was gnawed to the point where its ribs were visible. And they wished to inquire but held back, wearing expressions of discomfort. Xiong Chumo, not one to keep them in suspense, explained, "If we calculate based on natural time, this corpse will likely transform into a zombie in nearly a day. If a zombie bites it a few times, that time frame will drastically shorten to just 7 or 8 hours. After that duration, this corpse will become a level 1 mutated zombie, and by tomorrow, it will be a level 2 mutated zombie." The women nodded numbly. Although they were puzzled by Xiong Chumo's certainty regarding the collective evolution of zombies the following day, they refrained from asking further questions. The more they learned, the more they felt an inexplicable sense of dread growing within them. "Brother Xiong, I have a question," Sizhuan spoke up. "You mentioned that deceased organisms will turn into zombies. What if flies or mosquitoes become zombies? Wouldn't that make it impossible for us to go outside? We might even have to weld our doors and windows shut. Otherwise, if a zombie mosquito flies in, we would be in serious trouble." Earlier, while wandering the market, she had seen large swarms of flies surrounding the decaying vegetables there's no need to worry about that. These insects cannot transform into zombies. I'm not entirely sure about the underlying principles, but during the initial outbreak, only mammals turned into zombies. Other non-mammalian oviparous creatures remained unscathed. However, once those animals die, they can also become zombies, whereas insects do not. Whether this falls under the category of vertebrates becoming zombies is beyond my knowledge. Some similarities are hard to clarify, be it blood or chordates. In any case, you need not fear that flies, mosquitoes, ants, or cockroaches will become zombies. Xiong Chumo spoke confidently, drawing from his past experiences, which he himself might not have fully comprehended. Upon hearing this, the women appeared somewhat relieved. That I would also like to add that some of the current zombie birds and zombie bats cannot fly for the time being. However, that may change over time. After becoming zombies, their limbs and movements are quite rigid. You can try making a level 0 zombie bird fly. Of course, this is not absolute. For instance, even a level 0 zombie bat cannot fly, but it can glide for a distance without issue. Moreover, if a zombie bird is a level 1 zombie, after the collective evolution tomorrow, as a level 2 zombie, it will be able to fly for a brief period. As the group continued onward, Xiong Chumo took the opportunity to impart some survival knowledge relevant to the apocalypse. When they were nearing a corner, he turned to Luo Meng and said, "Luo Meng, use your ability to check if anyone is lying in ambush ahead." Oh, sure." Without further questioning, Luo Meng immediately unleashed her ability, focusing on the location Xiong Chumo indicated. All is normal. There is no one. That's good. By the way, how long can you maintain your ability? If I can release it continuously without interruption, though I haven't tried, I believe I can manage for about 30 to 40 minutes. Luo Meng replied with a hint of confidence in her sweet voice. "Excellent. From now on, maintain your ability and keep an eye out for any potential ambushes nearby. Be sure to scrutinize each building's windows as well." Xiong Chumo continued to instruct. "Understood. However, we can't move too quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up. All right, everyone, slow down a bit and remain vigilant. Jejia, be prepared to protect everyone at a moment's notice." As soon as Xiong Chumo made this statement, all the women tensed up, instinctively drawing closer to him, especially Jiang Yingxue and Yang Shuqin, who were no longer afraid of the decayed corpse in his grasp and pressed against him, scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness. "Have you noticed anything?" Jiang Yingxue leaned in close to his ear, her breath fragrant and ticklish against his skin. "No, I haven't noticed anything amiss," she murmured. "I was merely reminded of the 2 groups we encountered on our way here. I fear they might ambush us along the way. In this post-apocalyptic world, a gathering of youthful and strikingly beautiful young women is undeniably a tempting target, and thus we must remain vigilant. After all, there are no longer any constraints. Anything could transpire." The moment Xiong Chumo mentioned it, the girls became increasingly anxious, resembling startled birds, fearful that, just as he had predicted, a group might suddenly emerge to surround them. Until now, they had merely been sheltered students, blissfully unaware that civilization could so swiftly devolve into barbarism. "Not worry. I am here," Xiong Chimo reassured them that I end silence. Each individual took responsibility for observing a different direction. What should have been a 5 or 6 minute journey stretched into over 20 minutes as they cautiously returned to the apartment complex. It seems I have overthought the situation, but we must still exercise caution. Besides zombies, there are others who would seek to profit without effort, harboring ulterior motives. Once safely inside the house, the tension that had gripped their hearts began to dissipate. Yet, Xiong Chimo felt a twinge of disappointment. The two groups he had let slip away were a deliberate choice, as was the decision to take the girls out for a stroll. His intention was straightforward, to bait potential threats using their beauty as a lure. Ideally, he hoped to encounter an ability user attempting to rob them, only to eliminate them with a single shot. Unfortunately, no one took the bait that, of course, beyond training the girls and fishing for threats. There was another purpose behind his actions, to artificially instill a sense of crisis. Their group, including Jiang Yingxue, had known each other for less than 24 hours, making it challenging to foster a strong foundation of trust. Especially for someone like him, who had been betrayed in his previous life, he had developed a semblance of paranoia. Given his current status as a level 2 ability user, he was not particularly formidable among the group. He could hardly rely solely on brute strength to assert dominance. Without his firearm, both Jiang Yiling and Qi Jiai could easily overpower him. Deep down, he harbored concerns about whether the girls would pose a threat to his authority once they gained power. To think that one of them might even seek to challenge him, particularly after sensing his desire to expand his harem, was a troubling notion. For the sake of his own safety, they might consider ousting him. The sole male to seize his position. Thus, he readily accepted the affections of Qi Jiai and Yang Shuqing. After all, they belonged to two different dormitory factions. By accepting both, he effectively disrupted any alliance and turned them into allies. Especially Qi Jiai, whose dormitory trio comprised ability users. Fortunately, everything had progressed smoothly, and Qi Jiai had pledged allegiance during their journey. As they spent time together, it seemed the girls had no intention of ousting him. Perhaps he had underestimated their intentions. Nevertheless, caution is often the key to longevity. That be why taking the girls out for a stroll, he aimed to make them aware that they were being eyed by a band of wild men outside, thus highlighting their precarious situation. The only solution was to cling to him for support, uniting to overcome challenges. After all, his recent display of knowledge, strength, resourcefulness, leadership, and background was undeniably impressive and convincing. Regrettably, the stage had been set. Yet no actors were willing to take the spotlight. Clearly, this strategy was ineffective in a high-end community. Next time, he would need to seek out a more ordinary neighborhood or a low-rent housing complex. From now on, Luo Meng, please use your ability to scout for ambushes before we head out, Xiong Chimo instructed, his concern evident. While his approach had indeed united them, it also left a vulnerability. If someone truly sought to harm them, he would undoubtedly be the first target. Fortunately, the women by his side were no pushovers. Their abilities were quite formidable, and he felt confident facing any unknown challenges, seeing the girls nod in agreement. He continued, "All right, everyone, go wash up. Dinner will be ready soon." That he then carried a half-dismembered corpse to the balcony, securing it with chains and straps to prevent any unforeseen accidents. He severed the limbs, leaving only the head and torso intact. After completing this grim task, he returned to the kitchen, barricading the door leading to the balcony with a cabinet. Surely, there would be no more surprises now, while the water from the tap was still usable. Xiong Chimo splashed some on his face. Upon entering the living room, he found everyone eagerly awaiting him. Amused, he chuckled and said, "Eat up. Take whatever you desire. There's no need to hold back. Once we finish what's here, I have a warehouse stocked with plenty of supplies. Even if we were to let things expire, we wouldn't be able to consume it all," he added. "Fantastic. Then I won't hold back. That I want to eat until I'm stuffed." One girl exclaimed, "Will eating too much chocolate make me gain weight?" Another pondered, but you certainly didn't think that way when you were starving yesterday," he teased. "Try this. It tastes quite delightful," he suggested, watching as the girls happily shared their excitement. As he joined the group, he grabbed a bag of flavored chicken legs, a can of biscuits, and a packet of small bread, beginning to eat. This simple meal seemed to bridge the gap between them all. They set aside their worries and enjoyed each other's company. Even Jiang Yingxue, Qi Jiai, and Yang Shuqing found their barriers melting away. After their satisfying meal, everyone languidly sprawled on the sofa and floor, expressions of contentment adorning their faces. Here are the keys to the neighboring house, that if you wish to shower, There are 2 private bathrooms inside. The bedrooms have ample bedding for a good night's sleep. Xiong Chumo said, placing a set of keys on the table. The girls paused, visibly taken aback, propping themselves up on their hands and gazing at him. Jiang Yingxue, Qi Jiai, and Yang Shuqing exchanged glances but remained unresponsive. Continuing to recline, the others, however, displayed signs of hesitation. There are 2 bathrooms here, sufficient for everyone, one remarked. The house is spacious enough. Even if 10 more people came, it could accommodate them, another added. Exactly. I can sleep on the sofa. I wouldn't mind the floor either. But we need to wake up early tomorrow to cook, and that would be too troublesome, they expressed, revealing their reluctance to move into the empty neighboring house. Even Zhang Yiling, who was supposed to feel at home, did not wish to return to her own space, despite the fact that the empty house was merely a few steps and 2 doors away. The girls seemed to feel a sense of belonging with him, as if living together made them a family, while moving next door would render them outsiders. This left them feeling anxious and uneasy. They would rather sleep on the hard floor than on the soft bed in the neighboring house. All right, you make a valid point, Xiong Chumo thought to himself, pleased that he had deliberately placed the keys on the table instead of handing them over. And his wording was intentionally vague, hinting at a test. However, he still needed to move some belongings over. It wouldn't do to have everyone sleeping on the floor. Now that he understood the girls' sentiments, he would certainly not let them be uncomfortable. Lingling, don't forget to fill those buckets with ice. We'll need them for cooking tomorrow. After resting, they began to move. They brought over mattresses from Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Yiling, and their parents' rooms, along with the living room sofa and kitchen utensils. They dismantled the bed frames and legs to transport them, reassembling them upon arrival. The layout of the Riverside Garden community featured 3 bedrooms, a living room, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a balcony. With the extra bedding, it could comfortably house not just 9, but even 10 more. Once the living arrangements were settled, the next challenge arose: how to allocate the rooms. Xiong Chumo chose not to involve himself in this matter. He simply waited for them to sort it out as expected. Yang Shuqing, Jiang Yingxue, and Qi Jiai emerged as the chosen ones to share a room with him. The remaining rooms were divided among Jiang Yiling, Zhou Ruinji, and Xie Jian, while Luo Ming and Yi Wei shared another. Goodness, this is truly remarkable, Xiong Chumo thought, feeling a sense of disbelief at the rapid developments. He had never imagined that on the very first day of their acquaintance, things would unfold in such a manner. He hadn't even dared to dream it. Perhaps his imagination had been insufficiently vivid. In light of this, why not be a bit bolder? The 4 of them found themselves in the same room, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Xiong Chumo was at a loss for words to ease the tension. Yet, as he observed the shy demeanor of the beauties, he noticed the bracelet adorning Jiang Yingshue's wrist. Isn't that the bracelet you gave me back then? He inquired, intrigued that he still recalled the exquisitely crafted golden bracelet, shaped like a phoenix, adorned with 2 rubies for its eyes. However, it seemed that he had carelessly discarded it into the trash bin at the time. Indeed, this was part of the dowry his mother had prepared for him. And Lingling possessed a similar piece. Jiang Yingxue raised her flushed face, first casting him a reproachful glance before beginning to express her worries, particularly when the subject of her mother arose. Xiong Chumo gently pulled her closer, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into his embrace. He refrained from making any sudden movements, instead offering her comfort by softly patting her back. "That do not fret. Your parents will be just fine." In another room, Luo Ming suddenly exclaimed. Yi Weiya, who had been dozing off, was instantly awakened and asked in confusion, "What happened?" A blush of unease crossed Luo Ming's face as she hurriedly replied, "It's nothing. It's getting late. Let us hurry to sleep. We have to rise early tomorrow." She then turned over, leaving Yi Weiya with just her back as the night wore on, gazing at the 3 sleeping figures. Xiong Chumo thought of the zombie tied outside on the balcony. To prevent any unexpected occurrences, he decided against resting and quietly left the bedroom, settling on the sofa. Time passed, and suddenly a soft click was heard as the door to the adjacent room opened, revealing a figure slowly stepping out. Xiong Chumo turned his head to see that it was Zhou Ruinji. "Why aren't you asleep?" he whispered. "Huh? What are you doing here?" Zhou Ruinji jumped at his sudden voice. "Aren't you supposed to be?" Her words trailed off as her voice lowered and eventually faded away. Chapter 56. Conversations by the table. Xiong Chumo stood up and walked over to her side. taking her small hand and leading her to sit beside him on the sofa. There's still a zombie tied outside on the balcony, and I was a bit concerned, so I decided to keep watch. What about you? I couldn't sleep. Did we disturb you? Xiong Chumo scratched his head awkwardly, realizing this implied that his sister-in-law might have been eavesdropping. But no, the soundproofing in the room is excellent. I didn't hear anything. Zhou Ruinji stopped speaking at this point. Xiong Chumo gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Despite the motives of the first girl to show him kindness, he felt a genuine fondness for her, which after their journey together, transformed into a tinge of guilt. Zhou Ruinji leaned against his shoulder, nudging him with her head as she settled into a comfortable position to rest. Neither spoke further, simply savoring each other's presence. That night deepened. Faint sounds of impact occasionally echoed from the balcony outside. They had checked several times, relieved that the zombie's limbs had been severed, rendering its struggles futile. After an indeterminate amount of time, the bedroom door creaked open, and Xiong Chumo saw the silhouette of Jiang Yiling, dressed in loose clothing. Only she would wear her own pajamas. You too? I hope I'm not interrupting anything, she said, her concern for Zhou Ruinji evident upon noticing her absence for so long. No, I just couldn't sleep and wanted to keep watch, so I could alert everyone when the power returns. Zhou Ruinji replied softly, not lifting her head. And you? I'm worried that the zombie outside might break free, so I'm keeping an eye on it. Jiang Yiling nodded, taking a seat on the sofa opposite them. Indeed, every time I think about the zombie tied outside, it sends chills down my spine and makes it hard to sleep. That I haven't had a peaceful night as sleep in days. I should be able to fall asleep quickly, yet here I am, wide awake. Even now, I don't feel tired, which is strange because I would have been exhausted before. Jiang Yiling appeared somewhat animated, perhaps recognizing him as her brother-in-law. Naturally, given that you have not only awakened your powers, but evolved into a superpowered being, your physical capabilities have multiplied immensely. You could probably go 3 days without sleep without issue. Perhaps their voices had risen a bit too much, or for some other reason. The bedroom door swung open again, and Xiaoan emerged, joining Jiang Yiling on the sofa. The night watch team had once again expanded. Brother Xiong, this house has so little furniture. Don't you live here regularly? Jiang Yiling blinked her eyes. She recalled that the previous owner was a middle-aged man who hadn't been seen for over half a year, only knowing that the owner had put the house up for rent or sale. Indeed, I only bought this house recently. That my family resides in Shiri Manor, which is quite a distance away. Sometimes, when I stay out late, I am too lazy to book a hotel, so I figured I'd buy a place to stay occasionally. That a lot of the furniture is still being custom-made and hasn't been moved in yet due to the zombie outbreak. I am fortunate I purchased this house beforehand. Otherwise, I would have nowhere to stay. When the zombie outbreak occurred, I was at a hotel, and there was no food available, which was truly perilous. Thankfully, there was a fire axe in the hotel corridor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have descended safely. Xiong Chumo recounted his fabricated story without even a flicker of his brow. However, now that we are in the apocalypse, the distinction between having money or not is minimal. If one truly wanted to claim a house for free, it's quite simple. Just kill the zombies, retrieve the keys from their bodies, and try the doors one by one after excluding properties with fingerprints or electronic locks. Isn't a monumental task. Wow, that sounds incredibly dangerous. It's a pity our school isn't equipped with such tools. Perhaps they worry about conflicts among students and the potential for them to be used as weapons. Xiong Chumo nodded in agreement. Which school would dare to keep fire axes? If students were to brawl and injure one another, the families would surely sue for a hefty sum if they don't provide such weapons. The school would be exonerated from responsibility. Dealing with disciplinary measures is necessary. But if they do provide them, they would bear all the blame. Having a fruit knife in the student dormitory would be the highest of standards. An ordinary person wielding a fruit knife against a zombie. It's evident that such a notion is utterly implausible. Unless one awakens powerful abilities, staying in a school dormitory would be akin to facing a hellish challenge. Later on, at some point, Luo Meng and Iweya joined them. Later, I ran to the hotel lobby, grabbed some food, and then went to the security office to acquire some means of self-defense. That was during a serendipitous moment that I stumbled upon energy crystals. Before I came to fetch you, I spent days hunting zombies in heavily infested areas, gaining experience through battle. In these last 5 or 6 days, I must have killed several thousand zombies. Xiong Chumo hadn't counted until now. startled by the realization of how many zombies he had eliminated in such a short time. Initially, killing zombies had been quite laborious, but after becoming a level 1 superpowered being, the task became significantly easier. Once he evolved to level 2, slaying ordinary level 0 zombies felt akin to slicing through vegetables. Now he could proficiently dispatch a level 0 zombie in just 1 second, taking another 2 seconds to collect the crystal, completing the entire process in a mere 3 seconds. Assuming he could kill 20 zombies in a minute, that would amount to 120 in an hour, and in 9 hours the total would exceed 1,000. By this calculation, it seemed he had been somewhat lax, several thousand. That's an astounding number. How impressive! I wish I could be that formidable too. The girls exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at him. Zhou Ruinjia's look toward him was particularly enchanting, almost tangible in its allure that moment. The lights in the living room flickered before brightening. Xiong Chimo glanced at his phone, realizing it was already 6:21 a.m. All right, everyone, let us prepare breakfast. Let us make plenty. This will be our meal for today. Ling Ling, please work a bit harder and make more ice cubes to use with the induction cooker for melting. He instructed, ensuring everyone's phones were charged, as they had no idea when the next power supply would come. Xiong Chimo commanded with an authority he felt he had assumed, aware that everyone now relied heavily upon him. Indeed, capturing a woman's heart often required being there for her in moments of confusion and helplessness, much like a guiding mentor. Chapter 57. Prelude to Calamity. The group busied themselves in the kitchen, the lively atmosphere invigorating the three newcomers, who disregarded their physical discomfort to assist with whatever they could. Xiong Chimo found himself unable to lend a hand and stepped outside onto the balcony to observe the zombie closely. As he stepped onto the balcony, the moment he drew near, the zombie began to thrash violently, as if it had caught a whiff of something enticing, the chains binding it clinking noisily. Da! Is this the evolution of zombies? Their progress appears quite rapid. Xiong Chimo was secretly astonished. Despite having lived 2 lives, he was only aware that zombies would undergo collective evolution on specific days, yet the precise manifestations of such changes remained a mystery. The zombie before him, which he had severed of its limbs, had now regrown a small portion of its appendages, noticeably differing from the human limbs it once possessed, appearing less anthropomorphic. To on the side of caution. Xiong Chimo chose not to continue observing this anomaly. Instead, he decisively severed the newly grown limbs. Buzzing, the zombie struggled fiercely, emitting a hoarse and eerie howl from its throat, its head repeatedly colliding with the balcony, producing a relentless series of thuds. Xiong Chimo was uncertain whether this creature had evolved into a level 2 zombie, that if he acted prematurely, it would be a significant loss. Thus, he resolved to wait. Uncertain if the commotion from their balcony had drawn the attention of other residents, Xiong Chimo faintly heard survivors from nearby floors whispering amongst themselves. Regrettably, despite it being past 7 o'clock, and recalling that the previous day at this time, dawn had already broken. The sky outside was shrouded in inky blackness, as if a heavy black velvet cloth enveloped the entire world. Not even the light from the living room could penetrate this darkness, rendering the outside world invisible. Xiong Chimo glanced upwards, as if an invisible giant hand had obscured the sun. Without sunlight, everything appeared dull and lifeless, devoid of vitality. It seemed as if, akin to a mythological tale, the sky had been devoured, plunging the entire world into eternal darkness. Why is it so dark outside? Jiang Yingxue, who had just transformed into a woman, felt compelled to approach the balcony where her beloved stood, yearning to steal a few moments alone with him. However, as she stepped outside, she was greeted by an abyss of darkness, as if it were not the spring morning of 7 o'clock, but rather the deep winter's early dawn at 2:30. I recall you left the house just yesterday morning when it was already bright outside, Jiang Yingxue mused, remembering the time when Xiong Chimo had departed to fetch his sister. Her exclamation startled the other women, who hurried to the balcony, marveling at the sight before them. Perhaps this is the reason for the zombies' collective evolution. All right, no more looking. We shall have ample time later. For now, let's restore power and prepare more food. She ushered the women back into the kitchen and meticulously inspected the area surrounding the zombie before retreating. Did I end the kitchen? He could not lend a hand, and thus took out his phone to browse the latest news. Since the outbreak of the zombies, no one had gone to work, and the entire societal order had ceased to function, leading to a severe lack of regulation on the internet, where all manner of restricted images and videos could be uploaded and viewed. The darker aspects of human nature were magnified under the influence of the internet, showcasing live-streamed killings, zero-cost heists at jewelry stores, and brutal assaults, each more grotesque and perverse than the last. The most shocking videos, which subverted common decency, were ironically promoted to the top of the homepage, while positive survival tutorials in the apocalypse struggled to gain visibility. Each swipe through short videos deepened the sense of despair and oppression. This person seems quite courageous. After scrolling through several short videos, one titled uploaded yesterday at 8 a.m. caught his eye, boasting over 30 million likes. Unlike previous videos where individuals wore masks or obscured their faces, this man appeared boldly without concealment. Intrigued, Xiong Chimo clicked on it, recognizing that such an impressive like count indicated the video's significance. The video featured a man in his 30s, carrying a travel backpack, flanked by three middle-aged men aged between 40 and 50, their hands and feet bound. Despite their varying physiques and ages, they were covered in scars, their tattered clothing stained with blood, and their faces pallid, exuding an air of despair from frequent beatings. Surely everyone recognizes their identities. The man in the video stated, "These individuals are officials from Y City, corrupt officials." As he spoke, he pulled the hair of the kneeling men to force their faces towards the camera. Recently, the uproar in the Dragon Kingdom surrounding the concept of righteous acts turning into intentional harm, where one was sentenced for defending against an assault, has revealed the culprits behind this travesty. The man displayed shocking statements made by the officials during the court proceedings, accumulating his outrage that if the aggressors have nothing to do with you, why intervene and injure others? That constitutes intentional harm. If others are attacking you, why not flee or call for help? It suggests you had alternatives, yet you chose violence. Did no one push the drowning person into the water? Why save them? At that time, everyone was astonished and perplexed by these absurd judgments. Were they not? Have those who study law lost their humanity? Even a pig would perform better than them. However, my investigation reveals the truth is far more complex. The enraged man shifted gears, pulling out a stack of documents from his backpack and presenting them to the camera. These documents detail clandestine transactions between them and the Baga Nation. It is well known that the Baga Nation's ambitions against our Dragon Kingdom remain unquenchable, spending vast sums annually to corrupt and infiltrate our officials. In recent years, they have grown contemptuous of small-scale manipulations and have instead directly bribed and subverted mid-level officials, allowing these scoundrels to exploit their power, undermining the integrity of the law, inciting public discord, and trampling authority. Such injustices have sparked widespread outrage online, yet how many other injustices go unnoticed? As he spoke, the man's emotions surged, and he suddenly doused the three men with alcohol from his backpack and ignited a lighter. Flames swiftly engulfed the three bound men, who began to writhe and roll in agony, emitting desperate cries of torment. Against the backdrop of their horrific screams, the man declared the final words of the video. "I am Y City's hero, and my goal is to punish the scoundrels." The video concluded at this juncture. Upon clicking into the comment section, the top responses were overwhelmingly laudatory. A true hero acts for the country and its people. The Dragon Kingdom needs more like him. Well done. Such subhuman traitors deserve the most brutal punishment. It's no wonder so many revolting incidents have occurred in society recently. These beasts are to blame, utterly disgraceful for the Dragon Kingdom. I've always said the state vehemently suppresses acts of heroism, protecting criminals instead. What is the difference between this and the Baga Nation's legalized theft? Surely, the authenticity of those documents is dubious. They can't be that easily retained. Even if they were, would they be so readily accessible? These little Baga are despicable. Their actions aim to disrupt our unity, numbing the populace to their surroundings, causing a moral regression of a century in society. The uploader's bravery in sharing this video is commendable, but I'm concerned about their exposure. Sir, I hail from Z City. I suspect there are traitors here as well. I know their addresses. Could you pay a visit? The comments range from praise to skepticism and even invitations to visit other cities, though most express concern over the recklessness of revealing one's identity. How could one falter so soon in their entrepreneurial journey? Xiong Chimo continued to peruse the homepage, discovering another video, albeit with fewer likes than the previous one. This second video was uploaded around 10 o'clock yesterday morning and featured the man addressing his skeptics, providing proof of his claims that he asserted that he had awakened a unique ability enabling him to render his body intangible, allowing him to pass through walls without any physical contact. That he demonstrated this by sinking his legs into the ground while keeping his torso visible, then proceeded to walk and even swim through the soil. Surfacing afterward, that it was evident from the video that not only his body, but also his clothing and shoes had submerged with him, that he claimed the documents were stored in a secure vault in the basement, a highly confidential location. Furthermore, he noted that there were 2 copies of the documents, one in their possession and the other with the Baga Nation, once they ceased to heed the commands. Xiaoba will unveil another document to the public for why these traitorous dragons would leave behind agreements capable of obliterating their futures. The reason is quite simple. This is a demand from Xiaoba, who believes that those engaged in such nefarious activities, once exposed and under scrutiny, lose all value for exploitation, rendering further resource investment unnecessary. Thus, having them leave behind documents serves as a concealed trap. Under scrutiny, then perish. To think one could avoid exposure and scrutiny without exerting themselves to disguise and conceal their malicious intent. Upon viewing this video, Xiongchumo felt profoundly surprised, not only by the overwhelming power of the abilities displayed, but also by the realization that even in this apocalyptic era, such individuals still exist. The man in the video exhibited powers that seemed almost perverse in their strength. Observing him, it appeared he could not only traverse walls, but also disregard any form of collision, implying that physical attacks would be utterly futile against him. Even a close-range barrage from a Gatling gun would leave him unscathed. In the early days of the apocalypse, he was practically invincible. It seemed that only with an elevation in ability levels could one inflict harm upon him. Were it not for the several provinces separating them from City Y, he would have considered the man a prime target for absorption. Similarly, Xiongchumo found himself perplexed by his actions, that in this desolate world, the strength of an individual is ultimately limited. Shouldn't T1 leverage their formidable abilities to hoard supplies and recruit followers? Especially with his powers, which would allow him effortless access to any armory. Arming himself would have been a trivial task, enabling him to dominate the region with ease. Once one's strength and influence grew, eliminating adversaries would be but a mere utterance away. That for a nation like Xiaoba, surrounded by sea and densely populated, it is inherently a natural slaughterhouse. There would be no need for the Dragon Kingdom to intervene, as it would likely meet its demise regardless. Xiongchumo's questions stemmed from his own unawareness. As a reborn individual, he inherently understood that they now existed in an apocalypse that would endure for a significant duration, during which order would be non-existent. However, others remained oblivious. Many still believed the chaos would be short-lived, seizing opportunities amidst the turmoil to vent their frustrations in life, secretly disposing of those they detested. Confident that with the power outage, there would be no traces or evidence left behind. With so many casualties, who could ascertain whether someone had merely turned into a zombie? How could one prove that a person was killed by him? Right? Of course, such behaviors could only originate from those with awakened abilities. Ordinary individuals lacking powers would be ill-equipped even to fend off zombies, better off staying home and awaiting rescue. With a soft sigh, Xiongchumo shook his head and continued scrolling through several videos. Perhaps due to his prophetic posts, the videos indicated that chaos had begun to emerge merely 6 days into the ordeal. The video he had watched the previous afternoon still reflected a predominantly positive energy, unlike now, where reality resembled a veritable hell. Those who had awakened powers rampaged, emboldened by their might, undeterred by the level 0 zombies, committing acts of villainy. Debtors begged on their knees, pleading for forgiveness while offering up their wives for unspeakable acts. What a spectacle! The title of this video alone was tantalizing. Without hesitation, Xiongchumo clicked on it. He saw a middle-aged man, overweight with a receding hairline, kneeling on the ground, battered and bruised, with a pair of dark feet planted on his shiny bald head. The video lasted barely over 40 seconds. And thus far, the owner of the filthy feet remained faceless, as did the beautiful woman beside him. The only visible figure was the kneeling boss, whose face was a patchwork of bruises and chubby features. How revolting! At some point, Jiang Yiling had come to stand beside him, drawn by the seductive sounds emanating from his phone. Glancing over curiously, she shot him a disdainful look. Xiongchumo turned back, feeling a bit embarrassed. and smiled awkwardly at her before hastily swiping away the video. The goddess he had pursued for 3 years had finally agreed to be his girlfriend today, without even needing to click on the video. It was apparent that some lucky fellow had awakened a formidable power, compelling the goddess to relent. Otherwise, she would not be boasting about it online. Chapter 59. The ranking of beauty, the woman who deceived me for betrothal gifts. Her entire family shall face retribution. The classmates who often bullied me in middle school, I dismantled them piece by piece, that I killed the man who cuckolded me, making sure to bed his wife before his very eyes. I considered you a sister, yet you dared to steal my boyfriend. Both of you shall rot in hell. A rich second-generation classmate, relying on his family's wealth, snatched my girlfriend away, and I turned him into a eunuch. No one came to rescue us. My most despised roommate became our dinner. Xiong Chumo scrolled. He found himself in a state of shock in his recollection, during his previous life, at least before the 9th day. The majority of online content was still positive, as rescue teams existed, and hope lingered in everyone's hearts. Yet now, a change seemed to have taken place in his past life. He had never even heard of cannibalism. Even if it existed, it was only whispered about in secrecy, hidden from the public eye. Who would have imagined that in this life, discussions about stockpiling dozens of kilograms of food supplies would unfold openly online, complete with tutorials and numerous comments? However, despite everything, the current situation still reflected a cycle of vengeance and grievances, without yet reaching a stage where it would harm others. People still held on to hope for the future. Otherwise, they would not mask their faces while posting videos, fearing detection and future retribution. Yet the seeds of human malice had begun to sprout. Once rescue efforts ceased and neglect set in, with zombies evolving en masse, humanity would face an even graver survival crisis, growing into a towering tree that obscured the skies. This moment, Jiang Yiling stood beside him, her face pale and her body swaying, raising concerns about whether she would even be able to eat later. Her phone was still charging, so she could only glean information about the outside world by leaning on Xiong Chumo's device, only to discover that the world beyond was so utterly filthy. She felt immensely fortunate to have encountered a kind person like Xiong Chumo, who, aside from harboring some lewd thoughts, seemed to possess no significant flaws. Contemplating this, she silently resolved to make a certain decision. "Fear not, for we shall not encounter such horrors." Xiong Chumo gently reassured the pale-faced girl beside him. The apocalypse is akin to a mirror reflecting the sins committed throughout one's life. At this moment, it is merely the time to reap the bitter fruits one has sown. Xiong Chumo spoke with the wisdom of a sage, articulating a philosophically profound statement. Indeed, these scattered incidents of retribution are, at their core, a matter of probability that if 100 individuals seek your demise, and among them, even one awakens a power while you remain powerless, does that not seal your fate? No one is inherently certain they will awaken abilities. Is it more likely that you will awaken powers, or that one of your 100 enemies will? Conversely, if only 10 or a few despise you, you might just be fortunate enough to remain unscathed. However, if thousands wish for your death, can you truly expect to survive until dawn? To endure in the early days of the apocalypse, it is best to engage in good deeds and avoid creating enmities with others. Of course, if someone has already set their sights on your demise, do not hesitate. Strike swiftly, or it will only lead to more troubles. Your words are reminiscent of my father's, who constantly spouts nonsensical philosophies. Jiang Yiling's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. Her parents had yet to make contact. Oh, is that so? If possible, you might as well try calling me Dad. As he spoke, Xiong Chumo couldn't resist ruffling her hair. What on earth are you saying? Seeing Jiang Yiling's cheeks puff up in indignation, he quickly grasped her delicate wrists, laughing. I was just joking. How about starting with brother-in-law? Dream on. The girl tilted her head, pouting her lips, her brows slightly raised, appearing adorably mischievous. Upon witnessing this, Xiong Chumo promptly released his grip, clutching his chest and feigning agony. What is wrong with you? Jiang Yiling noticed his sudden expression of pain and, without suspicion, rushed forward in concern. Oh no, this feels like the flutter of the heart. Jiang Yiling's pretty face flushed, and she quickly turned to scan the surroundings. Upon confirming that her sister Jiang Yingxue was not nearby, she playfully chided, "You're going to kill me." The girl's eyes sparkled with shyness and timidity, her beauty reminiscent of a flower adorned with morning dew, fresh and exquisite. She extended an arm, gently tapping his shoulder to mask the smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Honestly, Jiang Yiling's beauty was the most breathtaking Xiong Chumo had ever encountered in his long life. If one were to quantify beauty on a scale of 100, with 60 as the passing mark representing an ordinary appearance, 70 denoting attractiveness, 80 signifying a beauty that would earn the title of Little Beauty from anyone who beheld her, and 90 or above representing a goddess-level beauty, then Jiang Yiling embodied a perfect score of 100 that unless Xiong Chumo encounters someone more beautiful than her, this score shall remain unchanged as for the other ladies. Sister Jiang Yingxue surpasses her sister Jiang Yiling by a slight margin, meriting a score of 96. Yang Shuqing, whose beauty is on par with Jiang Yingxue, also receives a score of 96 that the goddesses of the dormitory, Zhou Ruinji and Xie Jian, are slightly less impressive, earning 93 and 92 points, respectively. That is a close friend of Jiang Yiling. Qi Jia could be regarded as a petite beauty, scoring 85. Luo Meng and Yi Wei Yao fall a notch lower, with scores of 75. However, since becoming superpowered, their skin has improved significantly, adding a touch of beauty, and they can now barely be considered two little beauties, scoring 80. As for himself, he barely reaches 75 points. Yet, boys are not overly concerned with appearances. Even one with a mere 75-point visage can still be referred to as a handsome lad. Just as they were joking and playing, Jiang Yingshue's voice echoed from the kitchen. Dinner is ready. The group moved to the dining table, where today's breakfast was exceptionally lavish, featuring canned black bean fish, canned beef, pickled vegetables, and a dessert of canned bayberries. When he purchased these canned meats, which required heating for consumption, he hadn't bought many, and this meal nearly exhausted the entire stock. Each person's bowl was filled with ample portions of tender beef, and with a single bite, the flavor of beef hot pot spread across their palates, soft yet chewy. Easy to chew, with a moderately spicy flavor that lingered delightfully, evoking a subtle sense of happiness. The black bean fish, though limited in quantity, ensured that everyone received at least 2 pieces of fish. Gently picking up a piece of fish and placing it in his mouth, the tender fish meat combined with the savory black bean flavor was simply perfection, utterly irresistible. During this meal, nearly everyone savored 2 large bowls of rice. And even the broth from the canned beef was not wasted. Paired with boiled white noodles, it transformed into bowls of beef hot pot noodles, and with the remaining sauce from the black bean fish, it became a bowl of fragrant fish hot pot beef noodles. Each person thoroughly enjoyed a large bowl of noodles, rubbing their round bellies with satisfied smiles. After evolving into superpowered beings, their appetites were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 60. Awakening of Abilities. Come, take some vitamin tablets. Xiong Chumo retrieved a bottle of multivitamins from the drawer and handed them to the ladies. After indulging in their meal, everyone felt too lazy to move and found a comfortable spot to rest, temporarily leaving their bowls and chopsticks on the table. After a while, the ladies took the initiative to clean up. Why now? It was past 9 a.m., and the electricity had ceased to flow. Outside, the sky began to brighten, revealing a thick fog that blanketed everything, rendering visibility to less than 5 meters. This dense fog resembled a menacing beast, as if it were poised to devour all living beings that ventured too close. Even more chilling than the day of the apocalypse, the ladies marveled at the scene outside the window. Luo Meng, how far can you see? Xiong Chumo turned to inquire of the one with the clairvoyance ability. He himself could only see within a range of 5 meters, a distance that was essentially at the threshold of a level 0 zombie's detection range, let alone a level 1 zombie. In this case, going outside is extremely dangerous. One misstep could lead one into a zombie den without realizing it. If I don't use my ability, I can only see about 10 meters, but if I do use it, there's no effect. Luo Meng tried it out, discovering that the fog merely obscured vision without hindering the use of her powers. I see. Xiong Chumo stroked his chin, initially contemplating taking the ladies out to hunt zombies to expedite their evolution into level 2 superpowered beings, but quickly dismissed the idea. Luo Meng could not maintain her ability indefinitely. There was a risk that if they ventured too far, they might not find their way back home. Sighing, he pondered whether the G family rescue team had taken notice of the information he had posted. Given the current situation, sending more rescue teams would only increase casualties. Regaining his focus, he addressed everyone. Today is a holiday. You may engage in leisure activities, Just refrain from venturing outside. After a final check on the securely bound, mutated zombies, ensuring everything was in order, he blocked the path to the balcony with furniture to prevent any accidents. Having completed these tasks, he returned to the living room and nestled between Yang Shuqing and Qi Jiai on the sofa, while Jiang Yingxue sat beside her sister. After everyone had eaten their fill, they eagerly pulled out their fully charged phones, seizing the opportunity to access information from the outside world while wireless internet was still available. However, after just a brief glance, their faces turned pale, and they hastily tossed their phones aside, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The ITS utterly revolting. I can't believe how chaotic it has become outside in just a few days. Do you know what I just saw? In a university dormitory, one male student consumed one of his roommates. Don't say that. You're making me feel nauseous. I don't want to waste the food I just ate. In fact, there is still a wealth of valuable information. We just need to sift through the posts from 2 days ago. Xiong Chimo reassured them, perplexed as to why such drastic changes had occurred on the internet in barely a day. Was it the butterfly effect stemming from his posts? Forget it. I can't be bothered to scroll through any more that you're here, right? Sitting to his left, Yang Shuqing shrugged nonchalantly, planting a kiss on his cheek. Though the other ladies said nothing, it was evident they wholeheartedly agreed with Yang Shuqing's sentiment. Xiong Chimo nodded slightly, reflecting that continuing to scroll through his phone served little purpose. Perhaps he could engage in more meaningful activities instead. All right, it seems everyone has had enough rest. What you lack now is practical experience. How about this? Pair up in teams of 2 and take turns attacking each other to hone your combat skills. Remember, the focus is on evasion, not offense. Before taking down zombies, ensure you do not get hurt yourself. Those who have awakened their abilities will form one group, while those who have not will form another. After delivering these instructions, Xiong Chimo rummaged through the wardrobe for several hangers, distributing them among the ladies. Use these as weapons. One person attacks while the other dodges. Those with abilities should refrain from using them and rely solely on your physical reactions for practice. Can I skip training? Yang Shuqing pouted, casting a pleading glance his way, her lips forming a cute pout that made it difficult for him to refuse. That I'm in the same boat. I'm still in a bit of pain. It is truly inconvenient. Qi Jiai chimed in, leaning closer to him and speaking in a sweet tone that a warm, fragrant breeze wafted past his ear, sending a pleasant shiver down his neck. All right, you 3 can rest today. But don't slack off. Observe their movements carefully. You're so kind. The 2 of them instantly beamed with joy, rewarding him with kisses on each of his cheeks. Xiong Chimo waved Jiang Yingxue over, signaling her to join him. Without hesitation, she approached and settled onto his lap, enveloped by 3 different fragrances. The others feigned ignorance and began to form teams. Zhou Ruinji and Xie Jian teamed up. And due to the absence of the superpowered Qi Jiai, the 3 in the superpowered group had to practice in turns. Initially, the ladies struck gently, almost playfully, making it seem more like a game than a training exercise. Observing the scene, Xiong Chimo felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Put some strength into it. Imagine the hanger as a short blade. Try to evade, but don't worry about getting hurt. You might end up with a bruise. But with Yi Weiya's powers, you'll be fine. Speaking of healing abilities, he suddenly recalled that Jiang Yingxue possessed such powers, which were even more formidable. Although they had yet to awaken, it was likely that her awakening was imminent. Sure enough, as Xiong Chimo encouraged them, the ladies began to take their training seriously, hitting harder with each strike, the metallic hangers slicing through the air with a whoosh. Those struck would undoubtedly end up with bruises. Noticing that Xie Jian instinctively raised her hands to block Zhou Ruinji's attack, he called out, "Don't block. Your aim is to dodge. Focus on evading the attacks that on the other side." Luo Meng chased after Jiang Yiling, who was retreating continuously. The 2 engaged in a playful game of tag. It's acceptable to step back when an attack comes your way, but don't run. Maintain the chase. The goal is to evade. He quickly intervened, and the ladies gradually grasped his intentions, steering their training back on course. The one being attacked should begin to dodge the moment the opponent initiated their strike, sidestepping, retreating, or leaning forward. Witnessing their progress, Xiong Chimo nodded approvingly, offering praise and encouragement without reservation. Just as the ladies were training, Jiang Yingxue, seated in his lap, suddenly trembled, her body seeming to glow for an instant before returning to normal. Moments later, she exclaimed excitedly, "I've awakened my powers too." Chapter 61. Drawing a grand vision, really? Congratulations. Xiong Chumo wrapped his arms around her tightly. Jiang Yingxue reciprocated with equal enthusiasm, turning to kiss him passionately in full view of the others. The training ladies paused, momentarily taken aback by her exuberant declaration. Jiang Yiling, brimming with excitement, rushed up to them and joyfully inquired, "Sister, what is your extraordinary ability?" Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, she could not resist shaking her sister's shoulder. Jiang Yingxue released her embrace around Xiong Chumo's neck, turned around, her lovely face flushed with exhilaration. After composing herself slightly, she replied, "My ability appears to possess healing properties." As she spoke, her delicate hand rose gracefully, her slender fingers unfurling like a blooming lotus, revealing a soft, milky white orb of light hovering in her palm. The moment this orb manifested, Xiong Chumo, who stood closely beside, instantly felt the atmosphere around them transform into a refreshing embrace, banishing the ever-present foul stench. This sensation was not limited to Xiong Chumo alone. Even Yang Shuqing, Qi Jiai, and the ever-curious Jiang Yiling, standing before them, sensed it as well. Sniff, wow. It smells delightful. Truly, it is unbelievably fragrant. I assure you, come quickly. Jiang Yiling chirped, akin to a cheerful sparrow, beckoning everyone to come and experience the marvel. Her face radiated a mixture of curiosity and pride, as if the extraordinary ability was her own. Indeed. Yet, why does it feel more akin to an air purifier? As the group leaned in for a closer whiff, they confirmed that the delightful aroma did not emanate from the orb itself, but rather, it was the orb that rejuvenated the surrounding air, creating a stark contrast that rendered it exceptionally sweet and fragrant. Jiang Yiling, somewhat dissatisfied, huffed softly and pointed to a dark red scar on her arm, measuring 3 inches long and 1 inch wide. "Sister, did you not say your ability could heal? Why not give it a try on me?" Jiang Yingxue nodded, her fingers lightly tapping, and a beam of white light instantaneously enveloped Jiang Yiling. Under this radiant glow, not only did the scar indicated by her finger vanish like spring snow, but even the blemish on her shoulder faded away, restoring her skin to its previous delicate, fair state. Remarkable. This is swifter than Wei Wei's ability. Now, I need not fret about injuries, and I want in on this too. Jiang Yingxue tirelessly treated several others, becoming drenched in sweat. Xiong Chumo gently massaged her shoulders, suggesting, "I believe you should try to regulate the output of your ability. For minor issues like subcutaneous bleeding or bruising, a mere fraction of your power would suffice. The effort you're exerting is akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, quite wasteful." Jiang Yingxue, currently a first-level superhuman, found herself exhausted after healing just a few minor injuries. It seemed rather pathetic, she responded softly, leaning against him for support. Yang Shuqing, with a hint of envy, remarked, "I wonder when I shall awaken my extraordinary ability." Xiong Chumo patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. Everyone will have their turn. Even if you do not awaken your ability, I shall assist you." That he possessed 23 extraordinary energy cores, sufficient to awaken 23 ordinary individuals who had yet to manifest their powers. His own ability, birthed through active awakening, was of a caliber and practicality that far surpassed those awakened using energy cores. Currently, among the 5 who had actively awakened their abilities, none possessed subpar powers. Even Luo Meng and Yi Weiya, whose abilities did not significantly enhance combat prowess, could at least aid in reconnaissance and evasion from zombies. Now, on the 7th day, most abilities had emerged recently, yet exceptions existed. So patience was still warranted. Xiong Chumo recalled his impending awakening of the devouring ability, his thoughts drifting to Tang Chuan and Yi Cheng. Suddenly, he remembered Yang Shuqing's ex-boyfriend, whose roommate was none other than Yi Cheng. He quickly asked Yang Shuqing, "By the way, could you inquire about your ex-boyfriend's current whereabouts? I plan to pay him a visit in a few days." "Huh. Oh, but I deleted him from my friends list yesterday." Yang Shuqing paused, hesitating. "Should I add him back now? Just call him directly. It's quicker that way. That I don't have his phone number." "Then add him. If you manage to get a response, let me know." Xiong Chumo felt somewhat helpless, realizing his reaction had been a tad delayed. His aim was to absorb Yi Cheng's extraordinary ability. Knowing the specific location in advance would make things much easier. Sigh, since Jiang Yingshue's ability joined their ranks. The girls had been training with remarkable diligence, pouring all their strength into each strike. The iron clothes rack had long since been twisted and deformed, as each individual gritted their teeth to persevere. Amidst his guidance, Xiong Chumo did not neglect to observe the mutated zombie bound on the balcony. The zombie's struggles grew increasingly fierce, and had it not been for the loss of its limbs, it might have proven a challenge to contain. As time rushed by, nearing 5 p.m., the sky began to darken, prompting them to eat dinner early. This afternoon's meal was less lavish than breakfast, with each bowl filled to the brim with rice. Though the rice was cool, its substantial quantity provided ample sustenance, complemented by pickled vegetables and quail eggs, making for a delightful meal. After satisfying their hunger, everyone gathered to discuss their plans for the future. Xiong Chumo took the initiative, stating, "Next, our primary objective will be to venture out to eliminate zombies and obtain energy crystals, enabling everyone to progress further. In truth, as long as each of us fulfills our respective duties, we can lead a prosperous life. For instance, with Lingling around, there is no need to worry about water issues. With Schwer present, we need not fear injuries. We must only guard against being bitten by zombies." Although Jiang Yingshue's ability can evolve the zombie virus, her current power level is too low, and after careful consideration, Xiong Chumo decided against mentioning this. Such a capability was far too powerful. Revealing it prematurely could prove detrimental. Jia Jia's ability could effectively provide cover, while Meng Meng's power could help us evade crises. When he first mentioned Meng Meng, Luo Meng momentarily froze, unaccustomed to hearing her name, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. The girls listened intently to his plans. Once we grow strong enough, we can freely designate an area as our territory. With everyone as the protagonist, that Weiwei's ability to accelerate plant growth would enable them to achieve self-sufficiency with the seeds they had procured from the market. Should they locate chicken, duck, or goose eggs, hatch them, and raise them, they would soon enjoy fresh meat. Before long, they could casually stroll into a mall, selecting whatever designer bags or high-end clothing they desired. Even in jewelry stores, they could take home any adornments that caught their fancy. As Xiong Chumo painted this vision, he subtly tapped into the girl's love for beauty and vanity, sketching a dream of prosperity and reinforcing team cohesion, implying that only through unity could they secure a bright future. Indeed, his words elicited expressions of yearning among the girls present. "What about us?" Yang Shuqing interjected, noticing that Xiong Chumo had only mentioned the girls who had awakened their abilities, leaving her and the others unacknowledged. Zhou Ruinji and Xiejin gazed at him with similarly hopeful eyes. "Haha, do not fret that I have yet to awaken my power as well. Your abilities are in my hands. However, I must caution you. The powers awakened through my method may not match the strength of Schwer and the others. To be prepared for that's all right. As long as I can awaken an ability, I will accept any form it takes," Xiejin quickly affirmed. The remaining two girls echoed her sentiments, unwilling to be outdone. "Very well. Now, does anyone have any questions or comments?" Xiong Chumo felt quite satisfied with the current state of affairs. In just 2 days, the team had nearly formed, and he believed a life of happiness was within reach. "You claim you have not awakened an ability, yet why do I perceive that your physical prowess is comparable to ours? If you were to awaken an ability, would you not surpass us?" Iwaya asked curiously. Xiong Chumo's strength had become apparent since her evolution into a first-level superhuman. Their basic attributes were similar, but he possessed far more combat experience, making him more adept at dealing with zombies. This lingering question had weighed on her mind, and only upon hearing his mention of acquiring energy crystals to advance their collective strength did she find clarity. "Indeed, that is precisely the case," Xiong Chumo affirmed, continuing, "Zombies yield 2 types of crystals. An irregular earthy yellow one, which I refer to as energy crystals, and a more uniform, red core, which I call extraordinary energy cores. The earthy yellow energy crystals enhance physical attributes, while the red extraordinary energy cores amplify the strength of one's abilities. You all have ingested energy crystals, thus you are classified as superhumans. Those who awaken their abilities are termed extraordinary ability users. Currently, your strengths are at the first level of superhuman and extraordinary ability user, while I stand as a second-level superhuman. As for Chi-Chi and her companions, they are merely first-level superhumans. With each level attained, the advancements become remarkably evident, and I trust you have already sensed this." The girls nodded in agreement. Especially for those who have not awakened their abilities, the clarity of perception is remarkable. Before evolution, They were frail women, powerless and delicate. However, post-evolution, not even 3 grown men could approach them. By the way, have any of you read a comic titled Mountain Bandit King? Suddenly, Xiong Chumo inquired, although the women were puzzled. They replied honestly that they had read a little. Observing that everyone was somewhat familiar with the comic's content, she continued to explain. Superpowered individuals are quite similar to the martial arts depicted in Mountain Bandit King, except they lack the so-called Hakian, are primarily characterized by their physical strength. In contrast, the ability users possess fruit abilities. I trust this makes it easier for you to grasp. Subsequently, Xiong Chumo provided a brief overview of the classification of levels. The zombies we encountered yesterday were mostly ordinary zombies, classified as level 0, that the more formidable ones we faced later were 2 level 2 zombies, while the others were level 1. Defeating a level 1 zombie yields a level 1 energy crystal from its brain, which is what you consumed yesterday. Similarly, defeating a level 2 zombie will drop a level 2 energy crystal. That it's noteworthy that within the zombie ranks, there exist some exceptional specimens. Their speed, strength, and defense far surpass those of their same level counterparts. These are collectively referred to as mutated zombies. Upon vanquishing a mutated zombie, one can obtain an ability crystal core that if you wish to evolve into a level 2 superpowered individual, you will need to absorb 100 level 1 energy crystals. With 8 of us here, we will need a total of 800 crystals. Having said this, she concluded her explanation that, oh, I see. 800 zombies is quite manageable. We nearly took down 100 yesterday, one of them remarked. Why don't we concentrate the collected crystals on one person? This way, it would be more convenient to slay zombies, and if we encounter a level 2 mutated zombie like yesterday, we would be safer. What do you all think of this approach? Yang Shuqing pondered for a moment and increasingly felt that this method was feasible. After all, upon absorbing 10 crystals, they could become level 1 superpowered individuals. Absorbing 100 would elevate them to level 2. So wouldn't absorbing 1,000 crystals enable them to evolve into level 3 superpowered individuals? Gathering an additional 200 crystals later to reach 1,000 would enhance their maximum combat capability, ensuring safety in future encounters with level 2 mutated zombies. Indeed, this is a sound plan that I am in favor. Seeing everyone united in agreement, Xiong Chumo couldn't help but smile with joy. Level 1 energy crystals are of little use to me. You don't think evolving to a level 3 superpowered individual merely requires 1,000 level 1 energy crystals, do you? It's not calculated that way. The progression isn't simply a multiplication by 10 at each stage, but rather an exponential growth. To evolve from level 2 to level 3, 1 requires 100 multiplied by 100, totaling 10,000 level 1 energy crystals. Furthermore, to ascend from level 3 to level 4, 1 would need 10. 000 multiplied by 10,000, equating to 100 million level 1 energy crystals. Therefore, what I require are energy crystals above level 2. After finishing her explanation, Xiong Chumo stood up and pointed outside the balcony, saying, "Come, let me show you what a level 2 mutated zombie looks like and what the level 2 ability crystal core appears like upon defeat." She beckoned everyone to the balcony. To her surprise, in the brief time they had been eating, the zombie had regrown a small portion of its limbs. If left for another night, it might indeed escape. With both hands raised high, Xiong Chumo swung the axe down with all her might. And with a crack, the zombie's head shattered. Ceasing its struggles, that a pea-sized, pale red crystal core rolled out. Picking it up and holding it in her palm, she declared, "This is the level 2 ability crystal core." After the core made its rounds among the women, it ultimately returned to her hand. Currently, most of the zombies outside are level 1. It's prudent to save the level 2 core for when we need to advance to level 3. Xiong Chumo explained before pocketing the core. All right, the night has fully descended. It's still a bit early for bed, so you all can exercise and engage in physical training. Do push-ups and horse stances. Push-ups strengthen arm power, while horse stances fortify the lower body, aiming to explore your physical potential. That if you're hungry, feel free to eat. Now, you are dismissed. After speaking, Xiong Chumo walked to her bedroom, retrieved a bedsheet, and returned to the balcony to wrap the body of the level 2 mutated zombie, ensuring none of it went to waste, as it was prime pig feed. After completing this task and washing up, she returned to her room. 60,000 words omitted. Chapter 63. Falling objects in the morning, Xiong Chumo felt a tickle on her nose, which made her sneeze and wake up. It turned out that Chi Jiai was playfully using her hair to rouse her. Glancing at the clock, it was 8:30. Turning her gaze to the window, she noticed that the sky had begun to brighten compared to the previous day. The dense fog had dissipated significantly. Visibility had improved to over 10 meters, reducing the danger level that if everyone ventured outside, it would not pose a major issue, especially with Luo Ming's abilities in play. After careful consideration, she retrieved the pair of pants she had worn yesterday from the nightstand, took out 10 ability crystal cores from the pocket, and handed them to Qi Jiai. Jia, you did well last night. This is your reward. Just swallow it directly. And what about me? My performance was commendable as well. Yang Shuqing interjected with a hint of dissatisfaction. She was among the weakest in the group, and the previous day's outing had left her feeling somewhat insecure. Don't fret. Here, these 100 energy crystals are your reward. Schwerer, yours will be deferred for now. I'll make it up to you next time. After saying this, Xiongchumo gently kissed her on the lips for reassurance. Originally, she had 227 energy crystals and 23 ability crystal cores. After spending 80 crystals on the women's improvements and gaining 4 crystals from their training in zombie hunting, she currently possessed 151 energy crystals and 23 ability crystal cores. That Qi Jiai's abilities provided excellent protection for everyone. So elevating her abilities to level 2 was a carefully considered decision. That as for investing 100 energy crystals to enhance Yang Shuqing's level, it was primarily for her safety. The remaining 13 ability crystal cores were reserved for her own enhancement once she awakened her abilities. Qi Jiai took the crystals, kissed him fiercely, and exclaimed, "Thank you, darling. You're the best." Not to be outdone, Yang Shuqing also showered him with affection. The two began to consume their rewards. Xiongchumo, concerned that Jiang Yingshu might harbor other thoughts, explained to her, "After breakfast, I'll take everyone out to hunt zombies. Judge's powers can help prevent unforeseen circumstances and protect us. As for Chi-Chi, her strength is too weak. I'll elevate her a bit to ensure she has the ability to protect herself." Jiang Yingshu listened quietly until he finished, extending her delicate hand to grasp his, guiding it to her smooth, flawless face. As long as you have your own considerations, that's all that matters. Just don't forget about me." Xiongchumo sighed in relief internally, gently kissing her forehead. "Thank you for your understanding. Rest assured, I will take care of everyone, but there must be a sequence to it." The two exchanged smiles, their gazes locking in mutual understanding. "Let us go. We won't disturb them any longer. Let us have something to eat first." Hand in hand, they exited the bedroom, in the living room. The early risers were practicing together, whereas he had slept in until he woke naturally. Observing this, Jiang Yingshu felt somewhat awkward, touching her nose as she joined in. Xiongchumo opened a box of biscuits and began to eat, knowing the group's training had entered a routine that did not require his guidance. An hour later, Qi Jiai and Yang Shuqing emerged from their room side by side. Noticing everyone was present, Xiongchumo began to speak. "All right, let us fill our stomachs first. Then we'll head out to collect energy crystals. This time, we must be cautious to not speak loudly. If anything arises or you notice a problem, come to me immediately. Currently, the zombies outside are all level 1, even more challenging than the ones we faced 2 days ago. So prepare yourselves mentally." Finally, Xiongchumo pointed at Zhou Ruinji and Xie Jian. "You two will be responsible for carrying supplies and observing how everyone defeats zombies." As she spoke, she handed them 2 backpacks filled with high-calorie food and clean water, sufficient to replenish everyone's energy. Once everyone was prepared, they set off. "Ming, your task is crucial. You need to scout the surrounding environment. If anything goes wrong, inform me immediately. Jia, pay attention to this hand gesture. Once I signal, activate your powers to shield everyone." Xiongchumo reiterated her instructions one last time before their departure. After spending several days together, he had come to regard the women as his personal possessions. Allowing for no mistakes, with an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, he led the way. Luo Ming and Jiang Yiling flanked him on either side, while Jiang Yingshu, Zhou Ruinji, and Xie Jian occupied the center. Yang Shuqing and Yi Wei followed closely behind, with Qi Jiai bringing up the rear with a blast shield. The entire formation roughly resembled a hexagonal shape. The group walked through the community, heading towards the nearby tallest residential building. They traversed the middle of the road, a perilous choice. If a vehicle were to appear, the driver could unleash carnage like a god of death. Fortunately, the surrounding area was shrouded in thick fog, with visibility limited to just over 10 meters, deterring any foolhardy drivers that if their speed were to falter and they were encircled by zombies, it would be an immediate demise. Nevertheless, caution was paramount. Luo Ming kept a vigilant watch, able to see objects 30 to 40 meters away without utilizing her powers that as they progressed. The number of zombies was noticeably higher than 2 days prior. The newly emerged zombies shared a common trait. They were either naked or clad in scanty nightwear. Xiong Chimo understood that these zombies had been trapped indoors and, after a collective evolution yesterday, had transformed into level 1 zombies. For these level 1 zombies, windows and fences were no longer barriers, and they burst through the glass to escape. After more than half an hour of travel and having dispatched 26 zombies, they finally arrived at their destination, a cluster of high-rise buildings. Each building stood between 30 and 32 stories tall, not exceeding 100 meters, that a mere 3 streets separated this place from the garden community. Yet the price difference was astronomical. Watch your step and avoid the areas near the drains. Zombie rats lurk within, Xiong Chimo cautioned. However, there is no need to worry too much. Their defenses are weak and can be easily crushed. Some animal instincts are ingrained in their bones. Even as zombies, they retain their primal instincts that as long as you don't get too close, they generally won't emerge during the day. Xiong Chimo reminded them once more, emphasizing that this was also the reason they walked in the middle of the road, simply to maintain a clear line of sight for preemptive measures that as they approached the community, they could hear the thudding sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground from afar. Thud, thud, thud. Curious, Luo Ming turned her gaze toward the noise and saw zombies crashing through the windows of the high-rise buildings, plummeting from various heights. Activating her abilities, she observed that almost every building was continuously raining zombies, a truly spectacular sight. Some zombies landed heavily, their bones shattering upon impact, yet they did not perish, contorting their bodies grotesquely as they struggled to move. Others were unfortunate enough to fall headfirst, their skulls bursting open like coconuts. One after another, they tumbled down, reminiscent of dumplings hitting the ground. Let us move quickly, don't just stand there, Yi Wei urged as she gently nudged Luo Ming, who had momentarily frozen in shock. Oh right, Luo Ming murmured, suppressing her astonishment and hastening to catch up. Upon entering the community, the scene before them left the women in awe. The thundering sounds echoed from all directions, and if one were to close their eyes, they might mistake it for drumming. This relentless noise caused the zombies to flail about like headless flies, unable to discern the source of the sound. Don't get too close. If you're struck by a falling zombie from above, it could be fatal. Xiong Chimo reminded them that it seemed they had arrived a bit early. The number of falling zombies was not particularly overwhelming, merely the beginning of the chaos. What we need to do is identify those half-dead, old, weak, sickly zombies and send them on their way, but be very careful not to go in for the kill. We should wait for them to approach before striking, but he continued. Also, be vigilant for other ill-intentioned individuals. The weapons and food we carry will be prime targets for theft. Xiong Chimo held back a crucial point. To others, the beauty of these women was also a resource. However, he was not overly concerned. In the Dragon Kingdom, as long as one procured a handgun early on, they could navigate encounters with others with relative ease. Not to mention their group comprised elite, superpowered individuals. The only concern was the risk of ambush. After strategizing, Xiong Chimo led the group forward into the fray. Each building in their community housed approximately 3,000 residents, with dozens of buildings that equated to nearly 10,000 individuals. The ground was densely populated with zombies, likely due to many trying to flee only to meet their demise. Yet it was evident that since the onset of the apocalypse, no one had entered or exited the community. Everyone pause. Let us clear the nearby zombies, Xiong Chimo called, beckoning the others to gather around him. What we're doing isn't advisable. If we storm in and clear the exits of the community, it will only result in more people fleeing. If they start yelling, it could draw unwanted attention, he explained, recalling a previous encounter where chaos had nearly cost him his life. Back at the D-Long KTV incident, a few unexpected individuals had disrupted his meticulously laid plans, almost leading to his demise. While he could manage the women and ensure their compliance, the same could not be said for strangers that in the past. He had no choice but to advance step by step. Now, however, with Qi Jia's abilities, they could bypass the zombies and slip in unnoticed. Jia, protect everyone that will head directly to Building F. As soon as he finished speaking, the group quickly huddled together as Qi Jia activated her energy shield. enveloping them all, a tactic they had practiced beforehand. But Chi-Ji's energy consumption was cubic. The larger the area covered, the faster the depletion. Once the shield was established, they swiftly proceeded towards their destination. Xiong Chumo remained vigilant, tossing objects in the distance to divert the zombies' attention. The selected location was ideally situated at the center of 3 buildings, offering a broad and unobstructed view, effectively preventing smaller zombie creatures from launching surprise attacks. Moreover, even if zombies rained down from the high-rise, they would not be able to reach them. Upon arriving at their destination, they lowered the energy shield and formed a protective circle, ensuring that each zombie would face 2 attackers simultaneously. For the women, confronting level 1 zombies was not particularly challenging, especially with 2 individuals coordinating their efforts against one should the number of zombies increase. Jiang Yiling would need to unleash her ice-based powers. While lightning and fire abilities could inflict substantial damage on zombies, ice powers proved most effective in dealing with them. The primary objective when facing zombies was not merely to inflict harm, but to safeguard oneself from being scratched or bitten. Once injured, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. After all, with so many zombies present, it was impossible to eliminate them all. When confronted with insurmountable zombies, it was better to evade than to engage. The only real fear was encountering zombies that could not only be provoked, but also could not be escaped. Such a fate would lead to inevitable demise. With ice powers, one could effectively freeze even the most formidable zombies, drastically diminishing their speed and thus neutralizing the threat. Whether to kill or flee, the initiative remained firmly in their hands. This was precisely why Jiang Yiling's abilities shone so brightly in this context. As the group worked in harmony, it was not long before a wide area around them was cleared, with a multitude of bodies sprawled across the ground, leaving no zombies to slay. They even needed to create noises to attract distant zombies. Let us take a breather. We should maintain at least half our stamina, though we have plenty of time, so let us not rush. Ensuring our safety is paramount, Xiong Chumo advised, beginning to gather energy crystals. 3 of you can take turns helping. The rest should stand guard. With each zombie he dispatched, he exerted just the right amount of force. Among them, his stamina was second only to Chi-Ji, the level 2 superpowered individual. With 4 people collecting simultaneously, efficiency surged, and it wasn't too long before the area was cleared. "Look! This crystal I found looks different from the others," Yi exclaimed. Approaching him with her palm outstretched, revealing a handful of energy crystals. One of them was notably larger and more luminous than the rest. Xiong Chumo quickly assessed and declared, "This is a level 2 energy crystal. It is crucial for us. I have one too." Chi-Ji chimed in, presenting all the crystals she had collected. Xiong Chumo gathered all the crystals collected by the group and stowed them in his pocket. In the past half hour, they had collectively acquired 87 level 1 energy crystals and 2 level 2 energy crystals. Xiong Chumo glanced at Zhou Ranji and Xie Jian, contemplating whether to bestow the energy crystals upon them for the enhancement of their abilities. The surrounding zombies had been mostly cleared, and he intended to allow everyone a brief respite to recover their stamina before venturing to a different location to amass a sufficient quantity of crystals, after which both women would consume them simultaneously for evolution. Chapter 65. Evolution of 3. After resting for about 10 minutes, they proceeded deeper into the community. As they walked, they stayed in the center of the path to avoid being struck by falling zombies. Thud! The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground reverberated like drums, striking fear into everyone's hearts, evoking an undeniable sense of dread that it felt as though a sword of Damocles was perpetually suspended above them, ready to descend at any moment and inflict harm. This sensation caused the women to frequently glance upwards as they moved forward. Regrettably, anything beyond the 5th floor was shrouded in thick fog, rendering it impossible to see clearly. "That way. There are more zombies over there." At a fork in the path, Luo Meng's sweet and melodious voice rose above the others as she pointed in the indicated direction. Xiong Chumo took the lead, guiding everyone onward. Despite the dense fog obscuring his view, they relied on Luo Meng's guidance as they navigated around 2 corners. Suddenly, not far ahead, a figure stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Its head shattered like a ripe watermelon, limbs detaching and scattering, leaving behind a grotesque mass of flesh that a pale red crystal core fortuitously rolled to Xiong Chumo's feet, prompting the group to halt in their tracks. Xiong Chumo did not bend down to retrieve it. Instead, he furrowed his brow and gazed upwards. The women unconsciously mirrored his action. The condition of the zombie before them clearly indicated it had fallen from the top floor. The force of the impact would have been lethal even to level 4 or 5 ability users. Frowning, the group was not only repulsed by the sight of the mangled remains, but also apprehensive about their route ahead, which was a narrow passage between two buildings, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide. Although a vehicle could pass through, even walking in the center of the path left them vulnerable to falling zombies from above. Do we really need to keep moving forward? Jiang Yingxue asked anxiously. The recent scene had been too terrifying, leaving them with a palpable sense of brushing against death. Coming back to her senses, she felt a chill creeping down her spine. Xiong Chumo felt similarly hesitant, uncertain, and after a moment of reflection, he inquired, "How many zombies are there over there?" "A lot. At first glance, no fewer than 300. While the other path has significantly fewer, probably less than 100, Luo Ming replied after using her abilities for a more accurate assessment. "Can you look up carefully and see if any zombies are attempting to break windows?" Xiong Chumo asked. After a prolonged observation, Luo Ming finally spoke. "There are 3 zombies attacking a window, but I can't tell how long it will take before they fall." Xiong Chumo exhaled deeply. "Let us wait for a moment until they drop down before we proceed." They were at the deepest part of the community, and if they could clear the zombies, it could serve as a temporary stronghold. Just after he finished speaking, a loud thud echoed ahead as a zombie fell heavily to the ground in a standing position. Its legs and chest shattering into bits, bones and greenish slime splattering everywhere. To everyone's astonishment, the zombie did not die. One of its hands, twisted and contorted, began crawling along the ground, using its other relatively intact arm for support. The commotion attracted the attention of several nearby zombies, who began to converge towards the source of the noise. Xiong Chumo signaled for the others to prepare for combat. They swiftly dispatched the 13 approaching zombies, yielding a total of 13 energy crystals and 1 ability crystal that landed at his feet. After approximately 10 minutes, the zombies finally fell. "Take another look. Are there any other zombies around?" Luo Ming meticulously used her abilities again, and after a moment, she confirmed, "None at present." "Let us go." The group advanced to the deepest part of the community, where the buildings were evidently smaller in size compared to those at the front, indicative of more economical layouts. Each building housed a greater number of residents, and, due to inferior construction, many zombies had broken through the windows and wandered onto the ground. Selecting an open area, they began to eliminate the zombies. The zombies they faced this time were markedly different from those encountered earlier. Most of the previous zombies had been transformed from living humans who succumbed to attacks during their attempts to flee, with only a few being the elderly, weak, or infirm who had fallen from heights after evolving. In stark contrast, here, they faced predominantly frail and half-dead zombies, making them exceedingly easy to deal with. Even an ordinary person could effortlessly harvest these level 1 zombies. It made sense, as this area was at the community's core, and escaping to the outside would surely be a daunting task. Unlike the prior buildings, where a desperate struggle might yield a chance for survival, these zombies had remained hidden within their homes. Fortunately, they had arrived early. Otherwise, this bountiful harvest would have fallen into the hands of another. This time, there was no need to form any formations. They moved like diligent farmers in a field, simply avoiding the spots where zombies fell to reap a bountiful reward. Let us take a break. In just 5 or 6 minutes, nearly half of the nearby zombies had been vanquished, and they had collected a total of 235 level 1 energy crystals, 6 level 2 energy crystals, and 3 level 1 ability crystals. Which corpses yielded the level 2 energy crystals? Quickly identify them. Jian, hand me the cloth bag you're holding. Here. This contains 200 energy crystals, which you and Ranji should split evenly and consume here to enhance your abilities. Shuer, this is for you, 100 crystals to elevate your strength as well. He currently possessed 412 level 1 energy crystals, 8 level 2 energy crystals, 17 level 1 ability crystals, and 1 level 2 ability crystal. Sufficient to elevate all 4 individuals to level 2 superpowers. However, with only 9 people in total, protecting 3 individuals with 6 was manageable, but with 5 shielding 4, they would be stretched thin. Xiong Chumo took the cloth bag, which contained the remains of a level 2 mutated zombie, naturally bringing it along. Just as he finished arranging the collection of level 2 energy crystals, the corpses were brought before him. Initially, only 6 crystals corresponded to 6 corpses. Yet they had brought back 7. Jiang Yiling, feeling a bit sheepish, stuck out her tongue and pointed to 2 of the corpses on the ground, saying, "I forgot which one was which during the search. But one of these 2 has to be correct." Xiong Chimo nodded noncommittally, tossing the zombie bodies a distance away before creating noise to attract the zombies to feast. These mangled zombies began to crawl toward the location where the bodies had been placed, eagerly devouring the remains. Chapter 66. The Blessing of Zombie Rain. What are they doing? How disgusting. It's horrifying. I feel a bit weak. The sight of the zombies feeding sent a shiver down their spines, invoking a primal fear from the depths of their souls, leaving them feeling utterly unnerved. Just don't look at them. Low-level zombies will consume higher-level zombies to evolve. So everyone, be on guard, Xiong Chimo explained briefly before turning to Jiang Yiling with a serious expression. Liling, be ready to use your abilities at any moment. Jiang Yiling's pretty face paled as she struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, nodding vigorously in silence that, just as I thought. Xiong Chimo observed one of the zombies had ceased feeding, realizing it had evolved into a level 2 zombie. The lower half of this zombie, previously shattered, began to mend, growing new tissues to replace its former functions that if left unchecked, the zombie might indeed regain its former self. Seeing this, he knew he could not allow it to progress so easily and immediately hurled a stone. The other zombies, engrossed in their feast, paid no mind to the noise and continued to indulge in their sumptuous meal. The successfully evolved level 2 zombie detached from the group, crawling towards the location where the stone had fallen. Xiong Chimo raised his axe and swiftly dispatched it, extracting a level 2 energy crystal. By employing this method while the pace of their hunting slowed, the quality of the crystals obtained improved significantly. That it was only due to the foggy weather, which obscured visibility, that Xiong Chimo dared to act so recklessly. Otherwise, had it been any other time or place, this method would have been exposed to outsiders, risking theft. The group proceeded with their assembly line operations in an orderly manner. Whenever a level 2 zombie was lured out by sound, it would be beset upon and beaten to death before its corpse was tossed in, creating a cycle of reuse. However, due to the absence of crucial energy crystals from the bodies, after several rounds, the corpses of the level 2 zombies had been depleted, and the remaining level 1 zombies failed to evolve into level 2 zombies. This endeavor yielded a total of 13 level 2 energy crystals, 1 level 2 ability nucleus, 38 level 1 energy crystals, and 2 level 1 ability nuclei. They continued their cleansing, bringing over any corpses that contained level 2 energy crystals. They did not cease until noon. Aside from the occasional fallen zombie, the area was strewn with corpses in disarray that if these bodies were not dealt with, an outbreak of disease could easily ensue. Ordinary people, even if they were to hide in their homes and hoard supplies for generations, would find survival exceedingly difficult. That a month later, within the city's confines, the survivors would undoubtedly be all superpowered individuals, for in such an environment, even taking a breath could lead to demise for regular folks. It is easy to imagine that those survivors taken away by rescue teams, far from the city, would also face elimination by the environment if they could not evolve. Let us take a break and eat something. Later, we will move to another location to continue, said one of them. To be honest, Xiong Chimo felt somewhat reluctant to leave this place. The zombies here were too densely packed and easy to farm, akin to spawning monsters, simply waiting for a steady flow of zombies to present themselves. During their meal, dozens of zombies had already plummeted from the nearby 3 buildings, starting to form piles on the ground. These heaps of zombies, if they accumulated to a certain height, would serve as a cushion, causing subsequent falling zombies to suffer less injury upon impact. This diminished their sense of thrill from the effortless gains. This phenomenon, referred to as blessing rain of zombies in a previous life, implied a sliver of hope for ordinary people that if lucky enough to encounter it, they could potentially escape in one fell swoop, provided they were not crushed by zombies falling from above. Their task during this time was to gather as many energy crystals as possible, as their efficiency in dispatching zombies had increased tremendously. In just over an hour, they had collected 314 level 1 energy crystals, 21 level 2 energy crystals for level 1 ability nuclei, and 2 level 2 ability nuclei. This moment, Jiang Yingxue and her companions had successfully evolved into level 2 superpowered individuals. Let us go. We will return shortly. The number of zombies here is still low, so we will head to the other side we visited before. The overall layout of the community was enclosed within the developer's land. leaving only the main entrance and a side door as exits. Both the main and side doors were designed in an R shape, rather than the front-to-back S-shaped exit, as consideration was only given to the few buildings with the best layouts up front, leaving no alternative exit positions in the back. Their intention was to venture deeper into the other side of the community. Xiong Chumo tossed a cloth bag containing 2 level 2 zombie corpses to Xie, leading the group to a new spot for farming zombies. Retracing their steps, they arrived at the passageway, confirmed it to be clear, and proceeded to the new location that as they walked, the number of zombies noticeably increased. If this trend continued, it would undoubtedly become a disaster zone, making it unapproachable in the future. Fortunately, most of the zombies were mere remnants, easily manageable. They did not even need Qi Jiai's abilities, effortlessly cutting through the horde. None of them were weaklings that in the context of the ancient mythological fantasy of the Pangas Star Dragon Kingdom. Strength could be categorized from lowest to highest as Qi Refining Stage, Foundation Building Stage, Golden Core Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, God Transformation Stage, Void Refinement Stage, Combined Stage, Great Ascension Stage, Tribulation Stage, and Immortal Stage. Thus, Level 1 superpowered individuals and ability users were equivalent to the initial Qi Refining Stage, while Level 2 superpowered individuals, or Level 1 superpowered, with Level 1 ability users represented the peak of the Qi Refining Stage. Currently, he was at the pinnacle of the Qi Refining Stage, as was Jiang Yiling. However, in practical combat, those with abilities would certainly be more formidable than mere superpowered individuals. For instance, Qi Jiai, with her Level 1 superpowered and Level 2 ability user strength, was at the initial foundation building stage. Although they appeared powerful at present, some merely possessed physical strength without any magical prowess, regardless of whether one was at the foundation building or golden core stage. A bullet to a vital area would still lead to demise. Returning to the main topic, the path they traversed was littered with the corpses of zombies they had dispatched with previous experience. Everyone worked methodically, logically. Given the rate at which the zombies fell and respawned, they should have cleared the zombies blocking the path to the main gate. However, with Qi Jiai's abilities, there was no need for concern on that front. Once they had cleared the area sufficiently, they turned back to their previous location, where the original 40 to 50 scattered zombies had now surged to 300 to 400 that Xiong Chumo glanced at the time. It was 3:18 p.m., and they had just over an hour before they needed to head home. Chapter 67. Enhanced sense of smell. Although Xiong Chumo was envious of the energy crystals atop the zombie piles, he had no intention of searching for them. The current locations of the falling zombies were largely unstable, with deviations of 2 to 3 meters being common, compounded by the dense fog obscuring visibility of the upper floors, making the risk too high to justify. Waiting an additional 2 or 3 days for a clearer area would allow them to utilize tools for easier acquisition. With over 300 zombies in the vicinity, their group of 9 managed to eliminate them in just over half an hour. This included time spent on pig farming. Had they focused solely on killing, it would have taken no more than 10 minutes. Just as Xiong Chumo contemplated their next destination, Luo Meng suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is approaching." She added, "It appears to be a girl around our age." Oh, Xiong Chumo's heart tightened that in such weather, anyone bold enough to stroll about would undoubtedly be an ability user, and likely a formidable one at that. He introspected, questioning whether he, as a level 2 superpowered individual, would dare venture out alone. The answer was clear. He would not. His initial plan was to gather enough resources for his evolution before the 7th day. On the 7th and 8th days, he would remain hidden at home, and on the 9th day, after awakening his abilities, he would take action, starting with eliminating Tang Chuan to absorb his powers. However, plans are often upended. Now that he possessed a team, arrangements would be adjusted. Although he had little regard for the blessing reign of zombies, it presented a swift method for the team to bolster their strength in a short span. "Who are you?" Within a few moments, Xiong Chumo discerned a figure through the fog, making its way toward them. Although he recognized the newcomer as a girl, he remained cautious, unsure of her abilities. "Please wait. I mean no harm," the girl called out, stepping closer to reveal herself. She raised her hands and halted. "I am a resident here. I noticed you while you were dispatching zombies. Could you take me away from here?" "Anywhere will do." Her timing was impeccable, appearing just as they had finished exterminating the zombies and were taking a break. Had she arrived any sooner, Xiong Chumo would have assumed she sought to seize their spoils and would have dismissed her outright. "As long as you can take me away, I am willing to do anything, she concluded, her voice trailing off as her head bowed, eyes averted. Xiong Chumo sized her up, short, tousled hair that exuded a youthful vigor. A slightly haggard complexion and nails with fading polish. She had an average build and was slightly more attractive than Iweiya, though not as stunning as Qi Jiai, with a score of around 83 for her looks. What is your name? What ability have you awakened? He asked directly, cutting to the chase. Since the evolution of zombies, people faced increasingly severe survival crises and were compelled to band together for cooperation. My name is Nalen Wanrong, and my ability sharpens my sense of smell, allowing me to detect scents within a radius of 100 meters. The girl replied promptly. Nalen Wanrong? I haven't heard of you. Xiong Chumo mused. From her description, this ability seemed akin to enhanced olfactory perception, similar to Luo Meng's visual enhancement, categorizing it as a sensory augmentation. Just an enhancement of smell? Isn't that a rather useless ability? In a post-apocalyptic environment rife with unpleasant odors, such an enhancement would be more of a hindrance than a help. Xiong Chumo frowned. Given her petite frame, she did not appear capable of taking down mutated zombies, suggesting her ability had been self-awakened. Yet when did self-awakened abilities become so lackluster? What about your family? Despite his initial disdain, he figured that since she dared to risk her life to seek him out, and being a somewhat attractive girl, he might as well take her in. The addition of another mouth to feed is certainly manageable, yet merely having one extra is all that is permissible. Should one wish to bring along family members or form a group to exploit the situation, I would kindly suggest they distance themselves as far as possible. My parents have both passed away, leaving me as the sole survivor. As she uttered these words, the girl's expression was calm, yet hollow, as if she had fully accepted the reality of her parents' departure. This revelation instantly resonated with the other girls, who, though silent, were perpetually concerned about the well-being of their parents living far away. Upon hearing of the girl's orphan status, their hearts tightened involuntarily, filled with an indescribable sadness and discomfort, and their gazes toward Nalen Wanrong were tinged with sympathy and warmth. Please accept my condolences. Very well. You shall accompany us from now on. However, prior to that, I must conduct an examination to is that agreeable. Nalen Wanrong was taken aback, her face draining of color, only to flush bright red moments later as she tightly clutched her waistband. Stammering, right here. The other girls looked on with expressions of skepticism, particularly Zhou Ruinji, who pouted her lips in discontent. After all, Nalen's figure was not as appealing, nor was her beauty comparable, so why seek out the distant when the near was available? Xiong Chumo, uninterested in explanation, quietly instructed Qi Jiai, go check what she has on her person, and be cautious. Upon hearing this, Qi Jiai sighed in relief while feeling a surge of tension, nodding slightly before approaching Nalen Wanrong. As Nalen noted that the approaching figure was a girl slightly more attractive than herself, her anxiety began to dissipate. Just moments ago, she had assumed that the intent was to ascertain her virginity. Qi Jiai meticulously examined Nalen from head to toe, discovering only a mobile phone and a few biscuits, with nothing else of note. That I will temporarily keep your phone and return it when the time is right. Is that acceptable? Xiong Chumo glanced at it. It was not a Dragonway phone, yet precautions were still necessary. That is fine, Nalen Wanrong replied softly, realizing that her phone was of little use at the moment, rendering its presence inconsequential. Welcome to our group. We shall depart shortly, and you must follow our directives along the way. Speak not, nor raise your voice. Once we return home, I will introduce you to everyone. Do you understand? If you fail to comply, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Nalen Wanrong was instantly intimidated by the murderous glint in Xiong Chumo's eyes and quickly covered her mouth with her small hand, nodding vigorously. Seeing her obedience, Xiong Chumo's demeanor softened. That we shall rest a while longer. Is there anything you wish to retrieve? Now is your chance to bid farewell, for we shall not return to this place again. Nalen Wanrong, upon hearing this, lifted her gaze to meet his, and for a moment they locked eyes. After a pause, she pointed to her mouth. Xiong Chumo chuckled in surprise, nodding. You may speak now, but once we are ready to leave, silence will be required. Nalen Wanrong exhaled deeply, appearing indifferent and no need. My home is on the 8th floor, and I am too lazy to climb the stairs. Besides, there is nothing of utmost necessity to take with me. You live on the 8th floor? Chapter 68. A new member. Xiong Chumo exclaimed in astonishment, having assumed she resided on the 1st or 2nd floor. Given the current visibility, those on lower floors could occasionally witness the behavior of their group, luring in zombies. His request for Naylan Wanrong to return home for belongings was not an act of kindness, but instead held deeper motives that I in past experiences. Some individuals feigned joining organizations or bases only to collude with outsiders, ultimately leading to the downfall of the base without a fight. His suggestion to return home was a test of her intentions. Should she harbor ulterior motives, the fog would obscure her actions, revealing her true colors to Luo Meng's extraordinary vision. It would become evident whether she was friend or foe. What surprised him was that her residence was indeed on the 8th floor. Given the current weather, looking down from the 4th or 5th floor would render visibility almost non-existent, and ascending to the 6th would only result in a hazy view. This suggested that her abilities were not as weak as he had initially presumed. She might possess considerable talent. How did you know we were downstairs? At the 8th floor height, you cannot possibly see what is happening below. Xiong Chimo cut to the chase, avoiding any convoluted conversation. That my ability heightens my sense of smell, allowing me to detect the presence of 9 unfamiliar scents below, distinguishing that there is 1 male and 8 females among them. Xiong Chimo inhaled deeply, nodding as he continued his inquiry. You ventured out without a weapon. Do you not fear rejection from us, potentially encountering zombies and placing yourself in peril? His question aimed to discern her character. Was she a calculated individual or a reckless fool? If the latter, then she likely harbored genuine intentions to join them, negating the need for further scrutiny. That I can utilize my ability to immediately sense the locations of nearby zombies through their scents, enabling me to easily evade them. Thus, whether I carry a weapon is irrelevant. As Naylan Wanrong spoke of her abilities, her face radiated confidence, and she seemed to become more animated. Do not underestimate these scents. Each person's scent is as unique as a fingerprint. I have also discovered that the aroma emitted by living zombies differs from that of the deceased. Just a few hours ago, over 500 zombies perished downstairs. Remarkably, in just half an hour, over 300 were eliminated. You are truly formidable. Moreover, I can sense your scent on several of them, indicating a close relationship that I believe I could fit in, hence my decision to test the waters. Her implication was clear. Their display of strength had captivated her, and she perceived Xiong Chimo, accompanied by 8 girls, as a notorious rogue, presuming that 3 among them shared a more intimate connection. She felt confident in her own attractiveness, believing her chances of success were high, hence her willingness to try. The peculiar composition of their group, 1 male and 8 females, afforded her a profound sense of security. Had the group consisted solely of men or predominantly male with just 1 female, she would never have dared to descend. Indeed, your response is refreshingly candid and direct. The sincerity in your words is beyond reproach. Yet, Xiong Chimo entirely overlooked the girl's boldness and initiative, fixated solely on the strength of her abilities, perhaps even surpassing Luo Meng's. While Luo Meng's power was undoubtedly practical, it had the flaw of requiring greater energy expenditure to perceive targets obscured by 2 walls, often necessitating considerable time. Conversely, Naylan Wanrong merely needed to activate her ability to discern the distribution of scents around her, functioning like a human radar. This was likely akin to the legendary observation hockey. He mused. Returning to the matter at hand, he remarked, Your abilities are quite impressive. Since you have nothing to retrieve, we shall proceed. Come, let us have something to eat to fortify ourselves, for we must depart shortly. Do not slow us down. After a meal to replenish their strength, they prepared to leave. Xiong Chimo glanced at his phone. It was nearing 4 in the afternoon, leaving them with just an hour of daylight. Venturing to another community was no longer feasible, as they would only have time to circle the neighborhood. Resolute in his decision, he led the group, cutting down zombies along the way, with no extra weapons at hand. The task of extracting crystal cores was entrusted to the new member, Naylan Wanrong, serving as both a trial and a challenge. Should she dare to conceal the crystals, they would soon learn. Their journey was not without its obstacles. Near another exit, they encountered a level 3 zombie. Fortunately, it was merely a standard zombie and not an evolved one that with Jiang Yuling's ice powers. They faced the encounter without incident, successfully acquiring a level 3 energy crystal. During this time, Xiong Chimo discovered a unique application of Jiang Yinshue's abilities that he pondered how her purification and healing powers would affect zombies. The results were both unexpected and yet entirely logical. Zombies struck by Jiang Inshue's abilities emitted plumes of white smoke, becoming momentarily immobilized as though caught in a binding spell. Only responding after several seconds, that it was astonishing to realize that Jiang Inshue's abilities not only healed humans, but also exerted control over zombies. This pair of sisters was indeed a treasure trove. After several sweeps through the area, apart from the piles of zombie corpses they chose not to collect, the remaining undead were virtually eradicated. Before their departure, Xiong Chumo discovered 4 riot shields in the security room at the exit, further enhancing their formation. The group returned home laden with spoils that on their journey back, nearly half a day's time had elapsed. Yet nearly 100 more zombies had appeared along the roadside, their density visibly escalating. As anticipated, there were no other survivors venturing outside. It was entirely reasonable. Had he been in their position, he too would have remained holed up at home. Without the extraordinary abilities of Qi Jiaoyi and Luo Meng, he would never have contemplated such an expedition. Upon their safe return, despite just a single day passing, it felt as though an eternity had gone by, leaving everyone with a profound sense of physical and mental exhaustion. Before reaching home, the strain was barely noticeable, but upon arrival, the tension that had been held so tightly suddenly released, and a wave of fatigue washed over them. They were too weary to engage in conversation, collapsing onto the sofa, each of them, especially Xiong Chumo, even amidst the comforting presence around him, found his thoughts consumed solely by the desire for a hearty meal followed by sleep. Chapter 69. The Startup Fund. After resting on the sofa for a while, Xiong Chumo began to introduce the others to the newly welcomed Nalan Wanrong, detailing the rules he had established and the survival protocols in this apocalyptic world. Once everyone became acquainted, casual conversation ensued. Through their discussions, it was revealed that Nalan Wanrong was a 21-year-old junior currently undertaking an internship, and she was yet to enter a romantic relationship. Xiong Chumo noted a certain lack of enthusiasm among the youth of today regarding finding partners. With many remaining single well into their 20s, as the conversation progressed, it inevitably veered towards the topic of parents. Xiong Chumo held a nonchalant attitude towards his own parents, having long grown accustomed to a solitary existence. Having referred to himself as an orphan since childhood. The other girls, however, were different. Each one was a cherished jewel in their family's eyes, deeply concerned for their parents. Yet they all understood that returning home was an unrealistic aspiration. Even if they managed to drive out, there would be no place to refuel or recharge. When discussing parental figures, curiosity naturally arose regarding the fate of Nalan Wanrong's parents. Unlike the others, she had been with her parents when the apocalypse erupted. The girls conversed with her about these experiences, seemingly filling the void left by their own absence from their parents. With a sigh, Nalan Wanrong began to recount her tragic tale, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. That night, I was abruptly awakened by my father's anguished screams. When I rushed to their bedroom, I saw my mother in a frenzied state, viciously attacking my father, the bedclothes drenched in blood, that I was paralyzed with terror, unsure of how to react. Eventually, my father subdued my mother with a blanket and instructed me to fetch extra sheets to restrain her. Tragically, my father's injuries were grave, and he could no longer contain my mother's madness. In a desperate act, I struck him down with a frying pan. As she spoke, her voice trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. I am so sorry. We did not mean to evoke such sorrowful memories. We thought perhaps your parents had fallen victim to others, and we wanted to help you seek vengeance. The girls, upon learning of her harrowing experience, rallied around Nalan Wanrong to offer their comfort. Previously, they had all lived in dormitories. In such an environment, if one person turned into a zombie, the others would be trapped. Fortunately, in their respective dormitories, no one had succumbed to the infection, allowing them to overlook the despair of witnessing those closest to them transform into the undead. They had assumed Nalan Wanrong's parents had perished while scavenging for food or due to other circumstances, including Xiong Chumo himself. In a room, if one person becomes a zombie, the rest are unlikely to escape. What happened next? Xiong Chumo inquired urgently. Her father had been bitten by a zombie and was not expected to survive beyond a day. Did she really end up taking his life? Such a ruthless fate. I like it. What transpired thereafter? We discovered that our calls for help went unanswered amidst the cacophony of screams surrounding my father, feeling unwell, left the house alone, urging me to survive. That was all she said. Choosing to say no more. Those who have passed are gone. And we who remain must honor their wishes and strive to survive as best we can if they have any spirit left. They would wish for their children to live safely and healthily, Xiong Chimo said, attempting to lift the somber atmosphere. Let us eat first. Night is fast approaching, that he beckoned everyone to gather their favorite dishes. Having spent some time together, he had begun to accept Nailin Wanrong that if her previous stories were mere fabrications, she would be an extraordinary actress, deserving of accolades from the entertainment world. He perceived no flaws in her demeanor. After dinner, Xiong Chimo began to tally their gains from the day, revealing a total of 1,176 level 1 energy crystals, 115 level 2 energy crystals, and 1 level 3 energy crystal, alongside 58 level 1 ability cores and 11 level 2 ability cores. It was an astounding fortune in just a day, factoring in the 300 energy crystals consumed by Jiang Yinxue and the other 3. They had amassed a total of 1,425 level 1 energy crystals, 115 level 2 energy crystals, 1 level 3 energy crystal, 45 level 1 ability cores, and 10 level 2 ability cores. Truly, they had reaped the rewards of the benefactor's zombie reign. However, among these resources, the only ones of use to him were about 100 level 2 energy crystals, 1 level 3 energy crystal, and 10 level 2 ability cores. The rest held little value for him. Were it not for leading a team, he would never have dared to seize the opportunity presented by the benefactor's zombie reign. The reason was simple. This opportunity was not meant for him. It was never intended for him to partake alone or with just a few companions. The benefactor's zombie reign primarily offered a glimmer of hope to the residents of the community. Hence its name. Even those who awakened extraordinary abilities within the community were unable to escape their hellish confines. What could they do? Rely on scavenging. By assembling a team of about 10 ability users with the gathered evolution crystals, they could push through without much difficulty. In a previous life, while idly chatting, everyone inquired about how they managed to survive. Many residents of high-rise buildings had indeed survived solely by scavenging corpses. Rather than let some unknown person benefit, it was better to benefit their own. Here, welcome to our group. This is for you. 10 energy crystals. Just consume them directly. Xiong Chimo handed 10 crystals from the largest pile to the new member. Nailin Wanrong, that he then divided 400 crystals among Jiang Yinxue, Jiang Yiling, Luo Ming, and Iweiya. The remaining 766 level 1 energy crystals held little value for the group and would likely be reserved for future new members, contingent on their performance. After distributing the level 1 energy crystals, it was time to allocate the ability cores. Xiong Chimo kept the 10 cores he needed and distributed 40 cores among Jiang Yinxue, Jiang Yiling, Luo Ming, and Iweiya. Thus, the distribution was complete. Xiong Chimo no longer harbored concerns that these girls would turn against him as their abilities grew. Their gains were a testament to his astute leadership and the unity of the group. Besides the reliance they felt towards him, the most crucial factor was the balance of power. He treated everyone equally on the surface, that if anyone dared to rebel, it would disrupt their unity, and the others would surely not rally behind her. It was as simple as that. Chapter 70. The 9th day after the apocalypse with the spoils divided, the next concern was how to accommodate Nailin Wanrong. Should he have her sleep on the sofa in the living room? Honestly, Xiong Chimo still felt a twinge of unease. Although she had passed his test, complete trust eluded him. What if she seized the opportunity while they slept, absconding with supplies, or if she had accomplices, quietly letting them in through the security door at night? Such scenarios were ones he wished to avoid. Should he send her to Jiang Yinxue's former empty room that felt inappropriate, as he had warmly welcomed her to join, only to isolate her afterward? Such actions could foster resentment. Thus, only one option remained. Xiong Chimo exchanged a glance with Luo Ming, signaling her to share a space with Nailin Wanrong and keep a close watch on her. However, his subtle gestures did not escape Nailin Wanrong's notice. Indeed, it seemed he was performing for her benefit. No need. I wish to stay with you, Nailin Wanrong asserted, rising to his side and clinging to him like an octopus. Her limbs entwined around him. Really? Are you sure? We are for sharing a space. Xiong Chimo was taken aback by her assertiveness. Before he could continue speaking, Nailin Wanrong interjected, I understand that you may not trust me yet, which is entirely normal. That I can comprehend that. However, I genuinely wish to join your ranks, as I sense that everyone here holds great trust in you. Moreover, based on my observations over this period, you truly are a worthy individual to rely upon. I believe that this is the only method through which I can swiftly integrate myself into the group. Xiong Chumo, in turn, felt somewhat embarrassed by her frankness. He found it difficult to utter a refusal, as it would come across as insincere, that he could only respond, "Very well. Let me see your sincerity shortly." He emphasized the word sincerity, "that I want as well." Zhou Ruinji, seeing the agreement between the two, mustered her courage and exclaimed. Xiong Chumo offered her a sheepish smile, scratched his head, and then sincerely replied, "Perhaps next time. I might have some matters to attend to tomorrow." That he had no objections to Zhou Ruinji's inclusion, as he perceived all the women as delectable options, merely varying in the day he would choose to indulge. However, should he concede to her request, it would necessitate a rotation of 5 individuals tonight, which, even for someone with superhuman physical attributes, would be quite taxing. Tomorrow marked the 9th day, and according to his previous life, his abilities would soon awaken. The moment for hunting was approaching. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Zhou Ruinji's mood fluctuated rapidly. Upon receiving a definitive response, she shyly lowered her head. Everyone should hasten to absorb the evolution crystals and enhance their strength. The remaining time is yours to allocate as you see fit. This band, after speaking, Xiong Chumo patted Nalan Wanrong's back, asking, "May I be released now? I cannot walk like this." Nalan Wanrong loosened her grip on him, jumping down from his body, her head bowed, too shy to meet his gaze. Xiong Chumo took her small hand, and Nalan Wanrong followed him like a bride, surrounded by 3 women as they entered the room. The night was still long. Xiong Chumo signaled the 4 to enhance their strength, and they began to consume the energy crystals. Since Yang Shuqing had yet to awaken her abilities and had already reached level 2 superhuman earlier that morning, she was not included in this distribution, leaving her feeling somewhat idle. Thus, she took on the role of guardian for the others, that he consumed 100 level 2 energy crystals, which dissolved upon entry, transforming into warm currents that permeated every cell in his body. Each cell, under the influence of this potent energy, was destroyed and restructured, resulting in new cells that were far more vibrant than their predecessors. Approximately 2 hours later, the group had undergone another enhancement, significantly elevating their overall strength. The only drawback was that the majority of the team comprised Na'vi female university students, lacking the baptism of blood. Merely slaying zombies was insufficient. Possessing strength without experience could lead to critical failures in dire moments. Xiong Chumo began to formulate his plans. "Quickly, go wash up," Yang Shuqing urged, noticing that Xiong Chumo was still lost in thought. Indeed, the night remained long to at dawn. Xiong Chumo rose early and made his way to the living room, where Luo Meng and Yi Weiyao were laughing and enjoying breakfast. "Good morning," Xiong Chumo greeted them. "Good morning to you as well. Why don't you spend more time with the bride?" Yi Weiyao quipped, wiping her mouth, teasing him for the first time that in just a few days, she had transformed from a defenseless woman into a formidable heroine, all thanks to him. Each time she saw Xiong Chumo, she felt an involuntary sense of closeness, devoid of any unusual emotions despite his recent role as the groom. That haha, let us not jest about that. We can only consider this a marriage alliance, given how recently we have met. In truth, I would prefer it to be you two, Xiong Chumo remarked, his gaze intently fixed on the two of them. Despite their relatively harmonious interactions over the past few days, a subtle barrier lingered. When he was present, it was not as pronounced, but during the zombie clearing mission yesterday, he noticed the team had subtly splintered into 3 small groups. Yang Shuqing, Qi Jiai, and Jiang Yingxue formed one. Jiang Yiling, Zhou Ruinji, and Xie Jian constituted another, and Luo Meng and Yi Weiyao formed the third. Aside from Jiang Yingxue occasionally interacting with her sister Jiang Yiling, the members of these small groups hardly communicated. Even Yang Shuqing and Qi Jiai, who previously shared the same dormitory, had grown distant. This was unacceptable. Thus, he resolved to take action, ensuring that all the women would truly become like family. Luo Meng was left blushing crimson by his bold and direct words. Hastily lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze or respond to Yi Weiyao, upon hearing this, silently turned her face away, pretending to admire the scenery, although her flushed ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Seeing this, Xiong Chumo stood up and positioned himself between the 2 women at the table. Beneath the table, he gently grasped their hands with both of his. The 2 did not respond, neither pulling away nor reciprocating, that he understood that the presence of a third party made them somewhat restrained. So he sought to initiate conversation, asking, after your powers have upgraded, have you noticed any significant changes? Yes, I can now see targets 2 to 3 kilometers away, and my X-ray vision has improved considerably. If I were to observe the same targets from yesterday, it would take significantly less time. Luo Ming replied, exhibiting a keen interest in the enhancement of her abilities that I can control small insects over greater distances now. And my healing effects are somewhat stronger than before, Iweiya added, reflecting on her own abilities, though she felt her improvements were not as pronounced. Her calm demeanor sharply contrasted with Luo Meng's enthusiasm. Do not fret. Your abilities are formidable. It's just that every skill has its specialty that in the future. We will likely rely on you for our food, Xiong Chumo reassured her, gently patting Iweiya's shoulder. Chapter 71. Returned to Medical University, the trio continued their conversation, and soon Zhang Yiling and her companions emerged from their room. Laughter and light-hearted banter filled the air. Before long, everyone had gathered. After breakfast, Xie Jian approached him and inquired, "Where are we headed today? Is it to the same place as yesterday?" Xiong Chumo shook his head, no, given everyone's rapid improvements, that location is no longer suitable. The residents in the community are merely small families, and most zombies are still level 1. For us, with our average level 2 superhuman status, it would merely be a waste of time. Moreover, after a night's passing, the number of zombies there would undoubtedly be alarming, that we should target places like schools, hospitals, dormitories, bars, KTVs, and night market streets. These locations share a commonality. They are more likely to yield advanced zombies that he had already formulated a plan in his mind. Recalling the places he had previously visited alone, that I need to step out for some important matters. There isn't enough space in the vehicle for everyone, so you all should stay here and wait for my return. Xiong Chumo glanced at the time, realizing he had just over an hour before his abilities would awaken. This moment, heading to the medical university, would be timely. Oh, will you be gone for long? Yang Shuqing asked, unable to contain her curiosity. The others also cast worried glances in his direction. That my time away won't be excessive, but if anything arises, use Lone Wei's phone to contact me. You can send satellite messages directly. However, I've set it to silent, so I may only check my phone every half hour to respond, Xiong Chumo stated as he packed food and water into his backpack, also bringing along the hunting hawk. He was thoroughly prepared for this outing to prevent anyone from burglarizing their home. He assembled the remaining 2 hunting hawks and entrusted them to Jiang Yingxue and Yang Shuqing. Remember, do not open the door for anyone. I have the keys and can return home. I will send you all a message before I arrive. Feeling uneasy, he added a second layer of security. Also, I've received word that the city will have electricity for a few hours tomorrow morning. When I return, I will bring back some food. The women had long since grown accustomed to his directives, diligently taking notes. Let us go. For this mission, Xiong Chumo only brought Qi Jiai, Luo Ming, and the new member Nalan Wanrong. Initially, he had only intended to take Qi Jiai and Luo Ming, but due to Nalan Wanrong's unexpected inclusion and her formidable abilities, he decided to bring her along as well to be safe. We will be waiting for your return. Don't forget our promise, Zhou Ruinji said, moving beside him to give him a gentle kiss on the cheek, then leaning in to whisper, I remember. Xiong Chumo smiled brightly that Iweiya rushed over to envelop him in a big hug, cautioning, be careful on your way. Hey, why didn't you say goodbye to me? I thought of you as a sister, Luo Ming complained, pouting at Iweiya. Iweiya playfully stuck out her tongue at her. Zhang Yiling also approached him, softly saying, come home early. Don't make my sister worry. Seeing this, Xiong Chumo found himself perplexed that he was merely heading out to take care of a few matters. Why did it feel like a farewell of life and death? Unbeknownst to him, his meticulous reminders, when heard by the women, seemed akin to a final farewell, inducing an unsettling sense of anxiety. Rest assured, during my absence, should anyone harbor ill intentions, do not hesitate to use your abilities. He was not overly concerned about their strength. After all, Zhang Yiling, a level 2 superhuman, alongside a level 2 ability user, had already reached the pinnacle of his past life as capabilities. His sole worry lay in their potential reluctance to deliver a lethal blow when faced with an adversary, particularly if they encountered a woman feigning vulnerability, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, he specifically advised them to refrain from opening the door under any circumstances. After concluding his instructions, Xiong Chumo departed with the 3 women, driving towards the medical university. Today's weather was marginally better than yesterday, with visibility reaching 40 to 50 meters, though it still fell short of the clarity witnessed on the first day of the apocalypse. Nonetheless, it was just adequate for safe vehicular navigation, especially with Luo Meng's abilities ensuring their journey remained secure. Where are we headed? Qi Jiai, seated in the front passenger seat, felt an eerie familiarity with the route. As if she had traversed it before the medical university. Xiong Chumo replied casually, his attention still fixed on the road ahead. Wait, isn't that our school? Why are we going back? Luo Meng inquired with curiosity. To take a life. His tone was remarkably nonchalant, as if he were merely off to slay a chicken. Xiong Chumo sighed inwardly. Due to the power outage in Q City, Yang Shuqing's friend request to her ex-boyfriend had gone unanswered, leaving her without any leads. Consequently, they could only rely on the information known from his previous life. Upon hearing this, Qi Jiai turned to Luo Meng, exchanging a glance that silenced further questions this morning. I awaken my abilities, though they are somewhat unique, requiring the absorption of others' powers to activate. Otherwise, they remain merely ornamental, Xiong Chumo explained after a moment's reflection. Previously, while connected online, I came across local news and videos. Noticing a student from your school possessed quite remarkable abilities, that it seems fortuitous that I have awakened such powers. Rather than going through extensive measures to observe others, it is more prudent to act locally. Fear not. With tens of thousands of students at your school, you are unlikely to recognize the individual in question, so there is no need for any lingering reservations that I will handle it personally. Your only task will be to guide me or help locate the individual. The 3 women he had brought along were merely to facilitate finding Yi Cheng. With their assistance, he was confident they would not waste excessive time. No, it's not that we support whatever you wish to do. It's just that we find it hard to reconcile with the idea. Qi Jiai quickly comforted him, recognizing his consideration for them. Previously, when Xiong Chumo had killed before their eyes, they had felt justified in their actions, believing it was a matter of self-defense. However, this situation felt different, leaving them uncertain about how to justify it to themselves. Xiong Chumo, too, was at a loss for words. Such matters required their own resolution. Currently, resources in the city were relatively abundant, with little conflict, and people had banded together in pursuit of survival. Yet, once supplies dwindled, it would become imperative to seize what was necessary for survival, even if it meant resorting to violence. Having lived through such circumstances, he saw no fault in his approach, as long as it was something he needed. He would go to great lengths to acquire it. What did it matter whether the other party had provoked him? Was it necessary to wait for a beautiful woman or valuable possession to wander into one's path before taking action? Such reasoning struck him as utterly nonsensical. The car fell into a contemplative silence until Nanlon Wanrong broke the stillness, stating, "Finding someone is not an issue, as long as there are living beings nearby. I can sense them. I surmise you are doing this to grow stronger, to better protect us and provide us with a better life." Her repeated emphasis on better eased Qi Jiai and Luo Meng's furrowed brows, alleviating any psychological burdens they harbored. The atmosphere lightened considerably as they reached a fork in the road. There are quite a few zombies ahead. Let us take a detour. Go left, Luo Meng advised, using her phone's navigation to devise alternative routes, which seemed relatively clear. It appears we need to change vehicles, Xiong Chumo mused internally. The Lamborghini he was driving was a sports car with a low chassis, and they were beginning to encounter numerous zombie corpses, significantly hindering their driving. The sole advantage was that as long as he did not accelerate fully, the engine's noise remained subdued, thus not attracting the attention of the zombies lining the streets. Meanwhile, Jiang Yingshu's car was a Porsche, also a sports model, but without any armor or bulletproof glass, compelling him to continue with the Lamborghini. What should have been a 1-hour journey extended to over an hour before they finally reached their destination. Xiong Chumo retrieved the side door key he had left earlier, opened the main gate, and drove the car directly onto the campus. The campus appeared largely unchanged since their last visit. The corpses lining the paths had begun to deteriorate into mere skeletons. He turned the car around, parking it along the roadway within the campus. Let us go to Dormitory Building 1 in Area C. You lead the way, Xiong Chumo said, taking the lead as usual. Compared to the larger group from yesterday, their quartet moved considerably faster. Upon reaching the necessary intersection, Luo Meng pointed to the right. Let us go this way. Just then, Xiong Chumo suddenly felt a jolt, his mind plunging into a brief void. After a few seconds, he regained his composure. His body had undergone a further enhancement, but he realized his abilities had awakened. "Is everything all right?" Qi Jiai, following closely behind, inquired, moving nearer and scanning their surroundings. "Prepared to unleash her powers at any moment. It's nothing. I merely recalled something. Let us proceed," Xiong Chumo casually explained, brushing off her concern. The four of them continued forward, navigating through a densely populated area of zombies, with the undead appearing every 6 or 7 meters, suggesting this path had seen no recent human activity. "Are there alternative routes from Area C to your dormitory in Area B?" he asked, contemplating the situation. After all, in his previous life, Yi Chung had mingled with Jiang Yiling. Given the current abundance of zombies, traversing this route would be perilous unless one possessed an ability akin to Qi Jiai's that could evade detection by the zombies. Yes, most dormitories are allocated based on academic disciplines. However, Areas A and B are newly constructed and relatively close to the teaching buildings. You can reach Area B by crossing 2 small gardens. Luo Meng explained, enlarging the map on her phone and tracing the route with her finger. "All right, we'll take a detour and avoid this route. Let us head to Area B, to your dormitory." He chuckled. The sheer number of zombies at the school was overwhelming. Slaughtering through them would surely exhaust them, rendering their mission impractical. They were there to eliminate a target, not to hunt zombies for energy crystals. As he walked along the path, he pondered where Yi Chung might be lingering, within the school, or had he already left the campus. Although he was not fully aware of Yi Cheng's history or movements in his past life, he could still analyze the current circumstances that if they were to consider the food supply in Jiang Yiling's dormitory, it would suffice for only 2 or 3 days for the 4 of them, with a hunger period extending a few days beyond that. This indicated their survival limit was around the 12th or 13th day, while today marked only the 9th. This implied that Yi Cheng's rescue operation would need to occur within the next 3 days at the latest. Ideally, he would arrive just after Xiong Chumo had taken Jiang Yiling away. This rough timeline helped delineate Yi Cheng's potential movements. Now, the focus shifted to determining whether Yi Chung remained on campus. If he had access to online information, he would undoubtedly have seen Xiong Chumo's prophetic post and would be aware of the impending collective evolution of the zombies on the 7th day. Xiong Chumo had taken Jiang Yiling on the morning of the 6th day, with the 7th day marking the zombies' evolution. Should Yi Chung have exited the campus on the 6th day, he would have little chance of finding new shelter within half a day. Moreover, Xiong Chumo possessed the key to the side entrance of the school, preventing vehicles from passing through. He had also noted that the number of cars parked outside the school had not diminished. This suggested that even if someone had indeed left the academy, they could only have done so on foot. Thus, even if Yi Chung doubted the contents of the prophetic post, he would not gamble with his life. With this line of reasoning, it seemed highly probable that Yi Chung still resided within the campus, and furthermore, he likely occupied a location with ample food supply and a safe distance from the concentrated zombie presence. With this thought in mind, Xiong Chumo began to formulate a clearer direction for his search. At this moment, they made their way to the B District dormitory building, employing the method of elimination. After traversing a quaint little garden, they arrived at the B District dormitory. "Wanrong, could you first sense if there are any other living souls nearby?" Namlon Wanrong nodded slightly, promptly unleashing her extraordinary abilities. Merely 3 to 5 seconds later, she retracted her powers and pointed towards the approximate 3rd floor of Building 4, stating, "There are 2 girls still alive in that location." She then gestured towards the rooftop direction of Building 5 and continued, "Over there are quite a few people. 8 in total, 3 males and 5 females. That is all I could discern." That as soon as Nanlon Wanrong finished speaking, Qi Jiai and Luo Meng gasped in unison, their minds racing with the realization that, thus far, only 7 individuals remained alive in the 3 girls' dormitory buildings of B District. Such a survival rate was utterly horrifying, falling short of even 1%. They exchanged a glance, feeling immeasurably grateful for encountering Xiong Chumo. Initially, the 3 had contemplated venturing out together, but after witnessing the formidable strength of evolved zombies, their hearts were now filled solely with the relief of having survived. Qi Jiai silently stepped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Xiong Chumo's sturdy waist, resting her chin on his shoulder. Luo Ming joined her on the other side, linking her arm through his elbow and resting her cheek against his neck, playfully nuzzling him. "What is the matter with you two?" Xiong Chumo felt as though he had been ensnared by the 2 women. Should a zombie suddenly attack at that moment, he would be unable to defend himself. I just suddenly realized that encountering you is the most fortunate thing in my life, Qi Jiai said, her voice low and imbued with profound emotion. Me too. Luo Ming chimed in sweetly, her voice, already characterized by youthful charm, conveyed an even deeper sense of sweetness with her declaration. And I, Namlon Wanrong, though somewhat bewildered by the sudden display of affection among the three, empathized with the two girls' experiences. Haha, you two would do better to thank your good friend Lingling, for it was she who insisted that I bring you along. Otherwise, during my first visit to your school, I wouldn't have even known your names or where you resided. Xiong Chimo's straightforward comment abruptly jolted the three women from their sentimental reverie, grounding them back in reality. Meeting you has been my fortune as well. Otherwise, where would I find someone like you? Noticing the atmosphere had shifted, Xiong Chimo quickly interjected with a light-hearted remark to ease the mood. Qi Jiai's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully punched him a few times, trying to hide her embarrassment. Really? I didn't notice that last night. Namlon Wanrong said, her interest piqued as she scrutinized Qi Jiai. You keep talking about Lingling. Are you perhaps eyeing her? Would you like me to assist you in winning her over? Qi Jiai felt bashful under Namlon Wanrong's gaze and hurriedly shifted the topic, listening to the trio discuss matters of romance. Luo Ming felt her cheeks heating up and quietly released her embrace. Standing up straight, after feeling the warmth of the lovely woman leaving his arm, Xiong Chimo chuckled. Meal should be savored bite by bite. Why don't you help me with Ming Ming first? That is simple. We can just find a clean dormitory room later. I'll guard the door for you two. Qi Jiai, seizing the opportunity to shift the focus elsewhere, reached over to take the weapon from Xiong Chimo's hands. Grasping Luo Ming's hand and placing it in his palm, their fingers intertwined. Luo Ming's small hand was firmly held by Xiong Chimo, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Her palms grew clammy. They had held hands during breakfast that morning, yet she had not felt this tense. Now, she felt akin to a bride on the eve of her wedding, filled with trepidation. She timidly lifted her gaze, her watery eyes meeting his momentarily before she swiftly lowered her head, her chest rising and falling rapidly, devoid of any hint of rejection. Seeing the atmosphere escalate, Xiong Chimo glanced at Namlon Wanrong, who nodded slightly, signaling that there were no zombies in the vicinity. Only then did he feel at ease, pulling Luo Ming into his embrace and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. In that fleeting moment, Luo Ming's mind went blank. The weapon in her hand slipped away unnoticed as she tightly clung to Xiong Chimo's waist, completely absorbed in the moment. Ahem. After an indeterminate amount of time, a cough jolted the two back to reality. Raising their heads, they were met with Qi Jiai's teasing gaze, her lips curled into a playful smirk. See? I told you it was simple. It didn't even require my intervention. Luo Ming, overwhelmed by Qi Jiai's teasing, buried her face into Xiong Chimo's chest, playing the part of an ostrich, unwilling to emerge. Haha, we call this a natural progression. Now, let us get back to business. Xiong Chimo patted Luo Ming's back and reached for the axe from Qi Jiai's hands. Ming, please take a look at what the living individuals are doing, particularly observe those three boys. Are they the ones I'm searching for? Luo Ming bent down to retrieve her weapon, responding softly as she began to unleash her extraordinary powers. The two girls are in poor condition. It seems they won't last much longer. Those 8 individuals have fashioned a makeshift rope ladder from bed sheets on the rooftop, and they've stockpiled quite a bit of food. So they face no immediate danger. As she spoke, she provided a rough description of the three boys' appearances. Hearing Luo Ming's description, Xiong Chimo felt it deviated from his memory and inquired, "Is there anyone more handsome than me?" In his recollections, Yi Cheng was significantly more attractive, easily scoring at least 85 points in appearance. While he might not qualify as the campus heartthrob, he could certainly be regarded as a class beauty. One of them is rather scrawny, wears glasses, and is slightly shorter than you. It seems he doesn't qualify. Let us head over to the boys' dormitory next at Luo Ming hesitated, pointing towards the position of the two girls. It was evident she wished for him to rescue them. If they were to leave them behind, those two girls would surely meet their demise. Our mission is not yet complete, and bringing them along would pose a significant risk for us. We'll address that later. Xiong Chimo did not explicitly refuse, understanding that within reasonable limits, aiding them was not an issue. The boys' dormitory was separated from the girls' dormitory by a garden, and before long, they arrived at the foot of the boys' dormitory building. Upon Namlon Wanrong's investigation, it was revealed that not a single living soul resided in the boys' dormitory, that it seemed the only living beings were the three boys, likely having taken refuge in the adjacent girls' dormitory. With those two locations ruled out, the remaining possibilities were either Yi Cheng hiding in the C District dormitory or nearby the school supermarket. "Where is your school S supermarket located?" Chi Jai quickly replied, "There are two supermarkets in the C District, one in the D District and one in the A District." Luo Ming added, "The A and B dormitory areas are newly constructed, so there aren't many facilities. Most amenities like supermarkets, restaurants, and libraries are concentrated in the C and D districts. The nearest one to us is in the A district." Xiong Chimo immediately pulled out his phone, analyzing the map. Although he had initially suspected Yi Cheng was likely near the supermarket, his first stop would still be the dormitory building of Jiang Yiling and her companions. The reason was straightforward. Jiang Yiling and Yi Cheng did not know each other, the only connection being Jiang Yiling's roommate, Yang Shuqing. After Yang Shuqing was taken away, she had deleted her contact information. Should she regain power or be unable to contact him later, it was reasonable to assume he would check in at Jiang Yiling's dormitory. Thus, this was the rationale behind his choice of B district for his first stop. That, of course, there was another factor. This route was the same one Yi Cheng had traversed in his previous life. By following this path, should luck be on his side, he might encounter Yi Cheng and eliminate him effortlessly, a simple and direct approach. Since luck had not favored him, he was left to analyze Yi Cheng's potential movements. Currently, he could conceive of two possibilities. The first assumption was that if Yi Cheng had not yet arrived at Jiang Yiling's dormitory, he was likely at the supermarket in the C district. The second possibility was that if Yi Cheng had already visited Jiang Yiling's dormitory but found no one there, he would either search the vicinity or replenish supplies before considering his next course of action. Thus, the most probable scenario was that there were provisions nearby in the B district. "Let us head to the A district," Xiong Chimo declared, putting away his phone and directing the three that the A district also had dorms for 4 people per room. And the overall student population was not particularly large. In fact, combined, the number of students in the A and B districts did not even exceed half of that in the C district. Considering safety, it seemed more likely that Yi Cheng would opt for the A district rather than return to the C district. Even if his assumptions were incorrect, it was of little consequence. After all, elimination was the key strategy, systematically screening locations until they ultimately located him within the campus. The A district was separated from the B district by a few buildings and a street. Thus, it did not take long for the 4 of them to reach their destination after a 5-minute walk. Besides the male and female dormitory buildings, the A district featured a cross street. Setting it apart from the B district. In this area, there exists but a single large supermarket, while a myriad of small shops, stationery stores, and snack bars abound. Scattered among them are even several vending machines for adult products. The variety and vibrancy of these establishments rival any commercial street in Q City. However, the scene is marred by the dilapidated, wrecked roller shutters, shattered glass strewn across the ground, and the dried blood staining the pavement, resembling a chaotic aftermath of a bandit raid. After dispatching a few of the zombies lingering at the supermarket's entrance, Xiong Chimo instructed Nalan Wanrong, "Let us commence." In no time, they detected survivors nearby. There were 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, located over there. In the restaurant's kitchen, 3 more, 2 men and 1 woman. A man was hiding in the attic of the shop, selling marinated delicacies. This scent emanates from the small shop storage room, where 2 individuals are present, 1 man and 1 woman. Nalan Wanrong, as if recounting treasures, counted off on her fingers while indicating the locations and gesturing numbers. Xiong Chimo listened intently. Goodness! To think that this vicinity harbors no fewer than 50 to 60 people, with a gender ratio reaching 2 to 1, and even approaching 3 to 1. It truly took him by surprise. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of caution. These 50 to 60 individuals might very well be endowed with abilities. Fortunately, they seemed disunited, with the crowd highly dispersed. The combined inventory of the supermarket and small shops on this street and area, it could easily supply the necessities for thousands of students. While the actual number of survivors amounted to only a handful, indicating a considerable surplus of resources, these 50 to 60 individuals could sustain themselves for a year and a half without issue. If his arrival had disrupted Yi Cheng's original life path, then the fact that Yi Cheng had established a stronghold in this vicinity could indeed prove advantageous. "Ming Ming, it's your turn," he said. focused solely on the males, particularly scrutinizing those who possess striking features. Understood. Luo Ming sequentially gazed in the direction indicated by Nalan Wanro. After some time, she remarked, "There are 4 in total. One group consists of 2 men and 1 woman. Positioned there. The other 2 are together, forming a group of 4 men and 2 women. These 6 occupy a small shop, using a cargo container to obscure the damaged entrance of the roller shutter. The last group comprises 2 men and 2 women, situated on the 2nd floor of the CAF. They have modified the space, clearly preparing thoroughly, and the 3rd floor also connects to the rooftop. Facilitating an escape, to it was evident that Luo Meng held a high regard for the last group's preparations, observing with meticulous attention, not overlooking even the smallest details. After a moment of contemplation, Xiong Chimo lowered his head and said, "Describe the appearances of the 2 male targets within the small shop's group of 4 men and 2 women that he recalled that Yang Shuqing had once mentioned her ex-boyfriend's commendable looks. Thus, this pair of handsome individuals might very well be those associated with Yi Cheng." Luo Meng provided a general description of their appearances. Upon hearing her account, Xiong Chimo felt the physiques and builds matched his memories. It must be them. Yet, he realized he would need to see them with his own eyes to confirm.